away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. Thursday Night Football on tap tonight. And hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. Thanks for being with us live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. Got the whole crew here for our final hour. And we're about to bring in Marcus Eversole from 105.7 The Fan in Green Bay to get us ready for the Pack and the Commanders. Then we'll have our own preview in 20 minutes, and that is followed by the Dogster and our favorite plays on this Thursday coming up at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium. How you doing this morning as we stream our final hour? You can do so by downloading the Bally Sports Live app. Also find us on YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and other platforms. And we are streaming our final hour on X as well. So we jump right to it tonight in Green Bay. 2 1-0 teams, the Commanders, visiting the Green Bay Packers. And to talk about it, we bring in Marcus Eversole, host of Better Call Eversole on 105.7 The Fan in Green Bay. Marcus, good morning to you. So I guess we got to start off with a Micah Parsons question. I know you've only answered 1 billion of those over the past week or so, but how much better did he make that defense against the Lions?
So much better. And it's really funny because you're right, even questions that aren't asked directly about Micah Parsons, I feel like we all find a way to bring it back to Micah Parsons because the vibe of this team has just changed so much since they acquired him a couple weeks ago. It's been night and day. Not that the vibe was totally off throughout training camp, but it just didn't necessarily feel like a top-tier Super Bowl contending kind of team. They had so many injuries throughout camp. And after camp, I kind of just, shrugged my shoulders, and I'm like, wait, that's it? It's over? I kept waiting for that crescendo for things to build, but they kept losing guys. Then they make this Micah Parsons trade, and everything's completely shifted. He only played 30 snaps in that game last week, but had a few pressures, had a pressure on the interception by Evan Williams. He had the sack where he looked like a lion chasing down a gazelle. Actually, was technically a lion chasing down a lion because he chased down Jared Goff. But, yeah, it's night and day, and it's hard to imagine how much better the defense is going to be when he's not coming on and off the field all game.
Yeah, I think that's my next question is how much Micah Parsons are we seeing in this game? Because it's always a great thing to have Micah Parsons in the lineup, but especially against the Commanders because he has great numbers against Washington. 10.5 sacks in 8 games against the Commanders during his career, and even 4.5 last year against Jaden Daniels when he was playing with the Cowboys. So do we expect more of a heavier dosage of Micah Parsons tonight?
Well, it's interesting. Certainly defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley is hoping so, and he said that there's assistant coaches on staff that are monitoring the snap counts, but Micah actually has a lot of say in that as well. It's going to depend how he's feeling. He's still not into top-tier football shape yet, obviously, because he missed the entire training camp with the Cowboys because of the contract dispute. So he's kind of using these game reps as what would typically be your practice reps to get ready for the season. I would expect to see a little more from Micah than we did the other day. Then again, it was just the other day, right? It was just 4 days ago that he was on the field for the first time in however many months. But you're right, he has great numbers against the Commanders, and obviously Jaden Daniels is a unique challenge. But Micah Parsons is a really unique pass rusher in that you can line him up wherever. And look, Jaden Daniels, for his 4.3 speed or whatever you clock him at in the 40, I mean, there aren't many 250-pound defensive linemen who run 4.3, but Micah Parsons is one of one and wearing number 1. And I think everybody's excited to see that one-on-one matchup, even though it's not necessarily just Micah Parsons versus Jaden Daniels. Look, when Jaden Daniels gets into the open field, he's running away from defensive backs, much less linebackers or defensive linemen. He's not necessarily running away from Micah Parsons because Micah Parsons is an absolute freak. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Marcus, as a whole, how good could this defense be? Because they were very good last year. They certainly look like they're an improved unit this year, and they shut down a Lions team that was just all world. Was that the Lions maybe taking a step back, or is that the Packers really being that good on D?
Well, I think it's going to be interesting to monitor throughout the course of the season, throughout the first month or so, because as you guys know, Week 1 is a liar. I mean, every year there are discrepancies and things that happen that you look back on a few months later and you're like, wait a second, who beat who or what happened in Week 1? Obviously, the Lions are adjusting to having 2 new coordinators. They felt good about their continuity because they were both familiar with their system offensively and defensively, so they didn't necessarily expect there to be that big of a drop-off. But look, I also think you have to give the Packers defense a ton of credit. If you watch that game, I mean, Jeff Hafley, their D coordinator, was talking about it the other day. He said it's one of the most proud moments he's ever had as a coach, just being up in the booth, calling that game, and seeing the play style for this defense, the way they rally to the football, like all 11 hats. You watch just about every play. Whenever the ball carrier is brought down, there's 7 or 8 yellow helmets. Tonight they'll be white, by the way, but 7 or 8 yellow helmets near the football, and that play style is just contagious. They feed off each other. And I think you really started to see signs of that last year. They were 6th in total defense last season. They were 6th in scoring defense last season. They were 7th best against the run. They were 5th in takeaways, and that was year 1 under a new coordinator in Jeff Hafley. Now in year 2, you add Micah Parsons. You bring in some more pieces. You're feeding off that energy that you started to show last year. They're cooking with gas right now on defense. I really believe that they have one of the best defenses in the NFL. And then you look at their offense, and, yeah, I think it's a good recipe for the Packers right now.
All right, so let's talk about this game tonight. So odds makers are expecting a tight game. Line is 3.5, but Packers are favored. What's the confidence level for tonight in handling business against the Commanders?
I think the Commanders are a really good team. What it comes down to me is I feel like if you look at the offense and defense for both teams, I think 3 out of the 4 units have established themselves as pretty darn good. So both offenses, really good. Packers defense, we just talked about, really good. I'm not quite sold on the Commanders defense yet. I know that they looked good last week against the New York Giants, but that's Russell Wilson, that's the New York Giants. The Green Bay Packers are a better offensive team. The Commanders are going to have to sustain that level of play before I fully buy into their defense. They're going to have to do it for a longer period of time. They were the 3rd worst run defense in football last year. They're kind of an older group. They got some players over there for sure. I mean, Bobby Wagner's still playing at a high level. Their other linebacker, Frankie Luvu, is a really interesting player. The Packers are dealing with some injuries on the offensive line, which is something worth watching because they could be down 2 starters tonight with right tackle Zach Tom and left guard Aaron Banks. That is something to monitor for sure. I just feel like the Packers' offense is too balanced. They can beat you on the ground. They can throw it over the top if you want to gear up and stop the run like the Lions did last week. So that's really where I think the Packers win the game. I mean, again, I have a ton of respect for Jaden Daniels. I think the Commanders are a very talented team. They're a dangerous team. But ultimately, picking tonight's game, I think the Packers' offense versus the Commanders' defense, that's where the biggest miss lies.
Marcus, if you're looking at the Packers as a whole, and I know you mentioned those potential injuries or a couple of guys who potentially may not play on the O-line, what is the big area of concern in this game if you're Green Bay? Is it up front?
I think it has to be there just because, look, last year in the season-ending loss to the Eagles, they suffered a couple injuries on the offensive line, and they were just severely overmatched. Now, that's the one area they emphasized this offseason by trading Aaron Banks, by drafting Anthony Belton in the 2nd round, and then a week before the season they made a trade with the Eagles for a backup tackle, Darian Kinnard. They did not want that to happen again. They wanted more depth on the offensive line, so they feel good about it. But it's funny in football how you feel good about your depth, and then you lose a couple guys, and there goes your depth. And you're like, okay, well, now we're playing with potentially Darian Kinnard, who just got here a couple weeks ago at right tackle. And then they would plug and play Jordan Morgan, last year's first-round pick, at one of the guard spots. So I actually think they pretty much have 6 starters on the O-line. But the other one, Darian Kennard, if he's starting at right tackle, I mean, that would be a big question mark. So, yeah, I do think that would be chief among their top concerns going into this one.
All right, so on the show, we bet on props, and I think looking at the Packers receivers is such a tough challenge, because they spread the ball around so much. So when you look at tonight's game, is there a receiver that you like the most? Like, who's having a big game tonight?
Yeah. Yeah, so the Packers have a good offense, you're right, but for betting props, for fantasy, the Packers are a freaking nightmare. I mean, you don't know who it's going to be any given week. Like, good luck guessing it. Aside from Josh Jacobs, it's hard to know if it's going to be a Tucker Kraft week, if it's going to be Jaden Reed, Romeo Doubs, whoever. I will just say this. Matthew Golden only had 2 catches. He was only targeted twice in the season opener. This is my 12th year covering the team. I have never been more impressed with a rookie than I was with Matthew Golden all summer. He didn't drop a pass. He looked phenomenal. He's always wide open. He was uncoverable in one-on-ones, and it was every day. So if he ever had a quiet day in camp, I didn't miss a practice. He may have had one. I don't even remember it. But if he had a quiet day, then the next day you're leaving thinking, oh, my God, Golden did it again. He looks great. So just because he was relatively quiet and only targeted twice in the season opener, I feel like he's the kind of guy that they have big plans for going into just about any game, where they're going to scheme stuff open for him on the money downs. If it's a third down and they like the matchup with the opposing corner, they're going to feed number 0, Matthew Golden. So based on what he did, I don't even know what his prop is, Chelsea. You could probably tell me. But he had 2 catches in the season opener. I'm guessing that number is probably a little too low. I think Golden catches 4+ passes tonight.
Talking to Marcus Eversole, host of Better Call Eversole on the Fan 105.7 in the Green Bay. Marcus, before we let you go here, we've got about 2.5, 3 minutes. Is Caleb Williams ever going to get better? As someone who follows the division, what is your take on watching him?
That is such a great question. I don't know. I think Caleb Williams is really talented. It's funny because over the last couple of years, I did not want to see the Bears get Caleb Williams because I thought Caleb Williams was a really talented guy. I very much enjoyed the Bears not having a good quarterback. I was hoping that they'd give Justin Fields a lifetime contract. I didn't want to see them let him go. I did not want to see Caleb Williams in Chicago, but they got him. And then this last year, I wanted to see Ben Johnson go anywhere but Chicago. Like, get out of the division. He's a smart offensive mind. I didn't want to see him go there. So they got Ben Johnson after getting Caleb Williams. Now they have both of them. And it's like, man, they have the makings there. They have the quarterback and the offensive mind to be pretty good. But it just feels like an odd fit. I know it's only early. It's really early on still. We're only through training camp, preseason, and 1 regular season game. They started fast the other day, but it just kind of feels like the Ben Johnson offense it's a smoother kind of fit with a guy like Jared Goff, who's just going to run his offense, whereas Caleb Williams, one of his superpowers is kind of getting off script and running that backyard, schoolyard kind of stuff. So it just feels a little off. It's still early. I want to reserve judgment, but I'm not as sold. Like, if you would have told me a year ago, hey, the Bears are going to have Ben Johnson as their head coach, Caleb Williams is in his second season, I would have expected a year ago to feel a little more worried than I am right now. And to me, it just kind of feels like the Bears might screw it up again.
I mean, it certainly wouldn't be the first time, that's for sure. He is host of Better Call Eversole on the Fan 105.7 in Green Bay. It is Marcus Eversole. Marcus, we always appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
You bet. I mean, that's the thing is that I don't know what it is about particular teams or organizations, but even when the pieces fall to them, sometimes they just don't get it right. And there's a lot of different factors there. But if there is a team right now, if there's a franchise that can maybe muck this up, it's Chicago.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, what is the best quarterback they've had in the last 10 years? Is it Jay Cutler?
Jay Cutler? Probably. Smoking Jay? Once again, another mark in the column for why football players should go back to smoking. Best quarterback you've had, smoker.
right? Smoking Jay out there somewhere, still getting DUIs, which we do not condone.
God. No, we don't.
But he was such a different personality. Because, like, that's the thing. You want guys with, like, different personalities. And you see guys who are, like, leaders on the field. And they're vocal leaders. And Jay Cutler was just over there looking like he did not care one iota what happened.
Not at all. And, Jay Cutler gets a lot of derision, and yet best quarterback for that franchise in forever, which should tell you something and how hard it is to be a starting quarterback in the NFL. Coming up, Thursday Night Football, Lambeau Field, Green Bay, Washington. A preview coming up next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, to the best teams in the NFC, give us a potential playoff preview. Yeah. I said playoffs. That is tonight in Green Bay, and we're going to tell you how we're betting it. We're talking about awkward interactions during the break. And I told you one yesterday where it wasn't an awkward interaction, but I came away thinking it was one. And it wasn't. It was okay. Thank God. But, well, I don't want to tell the story because I'm not trying to embarrass anyone. But I think, when is the last time you were in a situation where, all right, this is kind of getting awkward for whatever reason, and I got to find a way to, like, maneuver my way through this conversation and make it right or get back on track here? Is it the weather?
Yeah, weather conversations, number one on the list. That applies to everybody. If you talk about fall, I feel like across the board, most people are like, oh, yeah, fall's the best. But I did one of these the other day because Blake's playing softball. And so there are other moms that I don't know that well. The season just started. So, like, you try to say things that aren't awkward. And, like, I think compliments, you try to be nice to people. Mm-hmm. So this girl said, one of the moms said something to me. And she was like, oh, my daughter is so-and-so. I was like, yeah, you guys look just alike. She's like, you're mini-me. And obviously, it's a good thing because you guys both are cute. And then I started thinking, I was like, was that a weird thing to say? Like, the fact that I was like, you guys are both cute, obviously.
Right.
I, like, thought about that for, like, 30 minutes in my car. I was like, is that a weird thing to say? Because, like, at the end of the day, it's really difficult with these very small interactions. Because, like, the chances that you get it wrong, you know, because you don't have much time to correct it. So it's like you're walking to your car, you have 30 seconds to try to say something funny or clever, and then you walk to your car and you're like, that was not it.
Right. No, like, if I give a compliment to someone and it's innocent, like, I'm like, hey, you look great. Or, like, to a woman, I'm like, was like, you know, you look great. I was checking. I was like, no, I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying, you know, you look nice today. That kind, that's it. Like, that's it. That's the end. I'm not thinking about this continually, but then you start to worry, and especially now you can be super sensitive about things, right? Very aware.
Yes.
And so it's like, I'm not trying to make a pass. I'm just saying you look nice or whatever. So I always get in my head about stuff like that. And I'm like, anyway, I think we're going to have nice weather this week. I think a high of 81, so, it fall's great.
Yeah, that's the safety valve. That's the dumpy pass to the running back.
Right. Dump it off. I can't even get through my first read. Dump it off into the flat.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think everybody has the same thing. So, like, nobody on the opposite end of that conversation is going to their car being like, that person was so weird. Like, what a weird thing to say. Like, I have never thought that. It would have to be, like, something very extreme. Like, if it's something, like, really strange. But, like, most of the time, like, people don't think about you that much. Like, people are selfish.
That's exactly right.
They're always thinking about themselves. So I think that's what I always fall back on. It's like, Chelsea, people don't care enough about you to, like, think too much about what you said.
There's that saying, like, people don't think about you nearly as much as you think about you. They just don't. So that's honestly a good way to look at it. Well, let's look at what we're going to see tonight. Thursday night football in Green Bay. Commanders, Packers. Tonight, two of the most storied franchises in NFL history meet again. Jordan Love and the Packers began their season by taming the mighty Lions, and they did so on the very same field where Randy Moss once pretended to moon the Packers faithful. No mooning tonight, hopefully. Packers laying 3.5. Packers minus 190. Washington plus 155. Your total set at 48. And Chelsea, I will begin by asking you what side you're on, because I am definitely on the Commanders plus 3.5. I have 6 bets on the card. Will I make it 7? Possibly if I add this bad boy, but I think the hook is huge here. This feels like a field goal game to me.
Absolutely. I think when you look at this game and you consider the underdog, if you think this game is a coin flip, you always take the points, right? And especially with a team in the Commanders that have proven that they've been really good in close games. We saw this last year. And I understand some people use this as ammo against the Commanders and saying, oh, well, they played in a bunch of close games and they won those. They're not going to do that again this year. But when you're getting 3.5 points, like, who sees this game as being a blowout? Like, what would have to go completely wrong for the Commanders for it to be a blowout? I just don't see it, because it does look like their defense is at least a little improved. We have some offensive line injuries for the Packers. And Jaden Daniels, end of discussion. You know, it feels like he is such a difference maker, and he is somebody who it feels like it's really difficult to prepare for on a short week, right? Like these dual threat quarterbacks that present so many challenges, and you only have a few days to prepare for them. So it feels to me like the Commanders are the play.
I feel that way. And look, it's tough when you're someone who's kind of close to the team to look at things in an objective manner. But we're seeing right now, Commanders plus 3.5 is minus 115. So I think we're going to get to the point where we might see this at 3 before game time. So if that's the case, then I would certainly look at maybe grabbing the Commanders now if you like that side. I just feel like that. I said earlier I like the over, and now maybe I'm backtracking on that. I'm not really a fan of a total here, but I do think when you've got a Commanders team that has vastly improved its defense, and in what I feel like is going to be a close game, I think Jaden Daniels, which may seem obvious, is going to be the real X factor here. Which I don't even know if you can call him an X factor because he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. But certainly in the clutch, there's no question he has proven that this guy is as cool as it gets. He does not get bothered by the moment. He embraces the moment. This guy is so singularly focused on being a quarterback, one of the greats to ever play the game, that, he's turned down endorsement deals. You don't see him. Do you really see Jaden Daniels anywhere outside of football? No. You don't. You just see him on the field because he is all about the game. And he was fine in week 1. And I saw Commanders fans complaining. I'm like, dude, it's good to be at this point. It's good to be back. And we're back if you're unhappy with a week 1 win against the Giants. Some people were. I was not. And so Jaden didn't play in the preseason. There were some throws that he missed. And yet the Commanders looked great. That offensive line handled that Giants defensive line, which is a top 3 unit in the league. So I know the Packers have a very good defense. Micah Parsons will be a factor. But also, if you look historically, a lot of the guys on this Commanders offensive line, they've dealt with Micah before. They know what to expect because, of course, they played within the division and played the Cowboys twice a year, right? So seeing Micah Parsons is not going to be new to these guys, right? I think that's huge to remember that Micah played with the Cowboys. The Commanders know the Cowboys. He's not going to suddenly show up and be like, oh, my God, Micah Parsons is here. This is par for the course when you think about historically the Commanders going up against him. So I like them to do a better job than you might think, and I like the Commanders plus the 3.5.
Well, counterpoint. And obviously I agree with you. I'm going to be on the Commanders. But just because they've faced Micah Parsons before doesn't mean they've been good against him. Because Micah Parsons has really good numbers against the Commanders. And granted, he was on a different team when he was playing for the Cowboys. But 10.5 sacks in 8 career games against the Commanders, including 4.5 against Jaden Daniels in 2 games last year. So I think this is one of the key matchups that a lot of people are excited for. Because, Micah Parsons is such a wild card and somebody who is a physically freak of nature that it feels like maybe he's somebody who can actually get after Jaden Daniels. But I will say, that's the more exciting matchup. But maybe the less sexy matchup that I do think is a big one here is, what do we expect from the Commanders' run defense? Because last year it was a major issue. One of the worst run defenses in the league. And just because there is one game where it looked like they looked better, are we sold on the Commanders' run defense?
I am. I really am. And look, they're not going to be as good as they were against the Giants because the Giants are putrid, okay? So they're bad. They're a bad team. They couldn't go anywhere. But yet you could see the improvement. Last year, the Commanders were bad against the run against almost everyone. It's not like they were good against the bad running teams, but anyone who could run, they struggled. They struggled against everyone. I believe they were 30th in the league against the run. And especially late in games, they got pushed around. So that's why they brought in Javon Kinlaw. Here's the thing is that Kinlaw and Deron Payne are the keys right there in the middle, right? And Javon Kinlaw, I think, is going to have a monster season. He's hyper motivated. Adam Peters drafted him originally out in San Francisco. He was a monster in game one, but also they're deep there, right? Like they have Johnny Newton in his second season, and he made plays, and Dorrance Armstrong made a lot of plays. I think according to next gen stats, I'm not a big stats guy. He had something like 9 pressures, something ridiculous against the Giants. So they just keep throwing body after body after body at you and wearing you down, and the Giants just went nowhere. And I think they've kind of heard the talk. The Commanders' defensive line has said, look, we're tired of hearing that we were the weak link last year. So they're motivated as well. And also, I think an important thing to point out is that this is their second year under Joe Witt Jr. as defensive coordinator, right? And so it more so affects the secondary, but when you're under a defensive coordinator for the second year, you get more comfortable with the scheme, right? And so they've had another year to sort of acclimate to a new defensive coordinator. And so I think that's a factor as well. So I'm a big believer in what we saw, at least based against the Giants, but I think that's going to continue tonight.
Here's something I saw that surprised me, because I think you think of the Commanders and you think of Jaden Daniels, and you're like, oh, they're a young team. Apparently, the Commanders are one of the oldest teams by average age in the NFL. And conversely, you look at the Packers, they're one of the youngest teams in the NFL. Can you put that into the handicap? Does experience matter more, or do you say this is not a good thing? Being old in the NFL is not great.
Well, the thing is, if you look at where they have older players, they're guys that are still performing at a high level. Like Bobby Wagner, okay, one of the older players in the league. I mean, he's still playing. I mean, this guy's a gold jacket waiting to happen. He's a future Hall of Famer. Zach Ertz is older. He had one of his best years ever last year. He scored a touchdown in game one, was great during training camp. So, I feel like that there's a difference between, if you're just an older roster overall, I think it's skewed by the fact that you have some of these older guys which skew that average a little bit, but ultimately these are guys who are still very productive. So it's not like older franchise or older roster and they're sort of falling off. They still have a lot of young pieces, but those veterans are still performing very, very at a very high level. So that's not something I would worry about right now. At some point, you're going to have to move forward, because these guys can't play this way forever. But it's not something that concerns me right now, or something I would include in my handicap.
Yeah. All right. So speaking of handicaps, I got a lot of prop bets I like. So you cover the team. Maybe you can talk me off of some of these. But your girl is a big fan of Deebo Samuel, and especially tonight. Feels like all the stars are aligning for him. Like, it's very easy to look at the first game like, oh, Chelsea, a real hot take there. But he had 10 targets in the first game of the season, and he looked like the Deebo Samuel of old. And here's the thing. From a fantasy and props perspective, targets are the key, because you don't want to bet on somebody who only had 3 targets and just had one big catch that's skewing the numbers. But he had the most targets of anybody on the team. Like, is it going to shock me if Terry McLaurin is more involved tonight? No, but I still think Deebo gets his. So the number for him is 50.5 receiving yards, 4.5 catches. I'm going to take the receiving yards. Somebody who is fully capable of taking like a little, slant or a lateral and, taking it for 25 yards. Deebo is that explosive. And plus, the silver lining to Terry McLaurin missing some time in training camp is the fact that Jaden Daniels got extra time to maybe spend, working on his chemistry with Deebo Samuel. So big Deebo Samuel fan tonight. I also think over 4.5 rush yards. They're going to use him in the run game at least for one play, right?
They have to. I love that play. I think we're going to see him used a lot. I think we're going to see Austin Eckler used a lot. I think that's how they're going to mitigate the Micah Parsons effect. And you're right, Micah Parsons has had a lot of success against the Commanders, but also now the Commanders have another weapon in Deebo, and now Bill Krosky-Merritt, who is so explosive. They have more tools than they had last year if they need to get the ball out quickly.
Bill's version. Jordan Hudson to trademark that. So let me ask you, for people who play fantasy football, like, who's getting the touches in the backfield? Like, it's a crowded backfield. When you have Austin Eckler, you have Bill, you have Jaden Daniels, who's probably going to get several, carries in the run game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, who do you target here? Who's the lead back?
Eckler is still running back 1. He's RB1. But also Bill's the future. Like, I don't know if that starts tonight. I don't know if they want to work him in slowly because he is still a rookie and still learning the offense. But there's no question he is the most explosive back on that offense. And also, like, that's why they traded Brian Robinson Jr. away. They wanted someone. When Bill went off last week for that, his carry, which was like 42 yards or something, that was a longer carry than Brian Robinson Jr. ever had in his tenure here in Washington. So he adds a different element. They want him to be the guy. Coming up next, Best Bets. Donkster, we'll get you ready for Thursday Night Football to wrap things up on the Daily Tip.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a Thursday, right? I'm starting to lose my mind, Chelsea. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. We appreciate you being with us. I'm Jinx. She is Chelsea Messenger. We got the Donkster on the way, our best bets as well. We've been talking about Thursday night football. Denton needs a nap. I need a nap. I don't know if I'm going to get one. Just could be espresso. I'm trying to figure out how much sleep I'm going to get. If I don't get a nap in right after this show, we're looking at like 2 or 3 hours sleep. I could come in here tomorrow. Maybe I'll just throw a hat on and roll on in. You never know.
So what's preventing you from a nap today? Like, what's the defense here?
The thing is that for every hour of the pregame show tonight is usually about an hour prep for me. So it's, at least for me, I tend to over-prepare, but I always want to make sure that I'm ready to go and that I don't leave any details out or everything is, the way I need it to make sure the show is as good as it can be. So we're talking about a 3-hour pregame show. That means 3 hours of prep. But then I also have to leave because I have to do the show, since it's on the road, from another radio station. So that means I need to start my prep around noon. So I can go home and but it takes me a while to wind down. So I'll probably wind down about like 10:30. So I feel like I have maybe like an hour and a half spot or just a little area there in my day where I can sleep.
I think as long as you have like an hour window, even if you don't fall asleep, the act of laying there and closing your eyes, or
That's
even
true.
like watching a TV show and letting your brain like decompress while just like in the horizontal position.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that does something, right? Like, it's not as good as like REM or REM sleep. REM's the band. REM sleep, REM. Yeah. I'm losing my religion. But yeah, I think an hour is fine.
I think, just a little respite, and then it's like full go, full bore. And then we'll be talking all sorts of football tomorrow. But I have to say, it's like, part of me is dreading it because I'm like, I'm going to be tired. But then I'm just so excited because it's Thursday night football. It's my team. And also Fridays are the best days, right? Because we talk football the entire time. We got our bets. So I really am looking forward to that.
Yeah, that's the thing, too, is like I always say, like, I'm going to go to bed at halftime. It never happens. I lay there, I close my eyes, and I'm like, what's the score now? How about now? And I'm like, Chelsea, just stay up and watch it because you're following it anyway. Box score checking is the worst.
I hear you. Also, we got to get to our bets, Chelsea. I'm just going to be a maniac today. I have 7 bets on the card. Whatever. I'm doing the fill today. Who cares? I'm going for it. I can't wait. I can't wait to find out what's coming up next on Bet Sweats. Joe O, Sammy P, they're going to preview tonight's game. They're going to have all sorts of great guests like they always do because it's a football Thursday. So let's jump right into it. And Chelsea's undefeated this week, so I want to hear what she has to say. Let's do it.
Time to place your bets.
All right. Chelsea Messenger, I don't want to I know you hate it when I jinx you, so let me say this. It's been a very nice week for you.
That's right. And so all of my hopes and dreams and my streak rides on the shoulders of Deebo Samuel. I think it's going to be a big Deebo Samuel night for the Commanders, or at least that's what I am hoping. So best bet of the night is going to be Deebo over his receiving prop of 49.5 for -118. That's over at BetMGM, just because the targets were there in week 1. Because from a fantasy game props perspective, you want somebody who is getting plenty of opportunities. Maybe he doesn't get 10 targets like he did in the first week of the season tonight against the Packers, but I do think we see Jaden Daniels throwing the ball more because I do think this is going to be a closer game than what we saw against the Giants. And also, Deebo looks revitalized. Like, he had 77 receiving yards last week. He also was involved in the run game, a little sprinkle. So I think that's a good thing. And plus, the silver lining for Terry McLaurin having a little bit of a holdout during training camp is that Jaden Daniels got a little bit of extra time to work with Deebo Samuel, one-on-one. So I like Deebo tonight over 49.5 receiving yards for -118.
All right, Chelsea, that's what I'm talking about. Good luck to you. Okay. God help me. I'm pulling a Phil Mickelson today. I'm throwing caution to the wind. Let's have some fun. We're doing a ton of baseball. I almost put some money on the NC State Wake game. I'm not going to do it. But let's start afternoon game. Pirates-Orioles, first 5, under 5. It's minus 150. Johan Oviedo taking on Cade Povich. So here's the thing. Oviedo has been awesome this season. Now, early on, I was like, I don't think so. But now we have a nice sample size, right? He's been really good. Only 5 earned runs in his last 19 innings pitched against very good hitting teams. Brewers, Red Sox, Blue Jays. Cade Povich, I know. Normally, I would not trust this guy, but the Pirates just aren't scoring at all. They are the worst first 5 team in baseball. Let's go Pirates, Orioles, first 5, under 5.
Yeah, the Pirates have scored 2 runs or fewer in 5 straight games. Their offense, not great, Bob. All right, Jenks, one more play for me before you get to your CVS receipt of bets. Going to go Deebo Samuel over 4.5 rush yards. This feels like a really low number, and for good reason. He only got 1 carry last week, but did run it in for 19 yards and a touchdown. So I think he gets more touches tonight. So I think he can get this in 1 carry. So Deebo Samuel over 4.5 rush yards, also making the card for me as well.
Oh, love those plays, because if they come home, that means probably a Commanders victory. How about some more baseball? Oh, sure. Oh, yeah. Marlins money line. Taking on the Nats. Betting on these bad teams, minus 125. Look, Brad Lord taking on Ryan Weathers. I am fading Brad Lord. Okay, last time out, he was good against the Cubs. But before that, 17 runs in 12 and 2/3 innings. That's the Brad Lord we know. The one who's going to make us some money tonight. Ryan Weathers, back from rehab. Before he got injured, 1-1, 3.28 ERA. But in 5 minor league starts, ERA of 2. Washington's bullpen, always a factor when you're fading the Nats. I am. Cheap price on fading a bad pitcher. Marlins money line, minus 125. Also on the Jays today. Hosting the Astros in Toronto. Christian Javier taking on Kevin Gausman. And I like Kevin Gausman here in a big way. Like, he's just been so solid. His home road split's about the same. He's got an ERA of 3.63 overall. But Christian Javier has not pitched a lot this season, has 1 road start. He went to Baltimore, gave up 3 earned over 2 innings. And historically, Kevin Gausman really good against this Astros lineup. Also, Blue Jays have been winners when playing in Toronto this season. This is actually a good value play. It's at minus 150. I think it should be juicier. Blue Jays 46-25 at home. We'll take them on the money line. And I can't believe he didn't play this. Phillies hosting the Mets? Yeah, I'm going to do it. Oh, yeah, I'm going to do it. Look, I'll make this very quickly. David Peterson on the mound for the Mets. He has regressed in the second half of the season. Mets are scuffling. Phillies 48-23 at home. Phillies minus 139. And you know what? A few more bets. My God, I'm running out of breath here. Padres run line minus 119 hosting the Rockies. McCade Brown. Oh, this is a classic. McCade Brown going for the Rocks. His 4th ever major league start. He has been shellacked in 3 previous outings. ERA over 12. Last time we saw him, getting pummeled by this very same Padres team. 6 earned in an inning and 2/3. Randy Vasquez going for San Diego, 2 runs or less in 5 of his last 7 games. Look, the Rocks kind of got hot early or mid-season, and by that I mean they won like 2 or 3 games in a row. They are still the worst run line team in baseball. Padres are 5th best in the majors. Padres run line, minus 120. How about some football? Woo! Commanders, plus 3.5. Hosting the Packers. I think the hook is what gets you the win here. I believe in that Commanders defense. And you know what? Even if the Giants offense is bad, and it is bad, what did Marcus Eversole tell us? I thought that was very interesting when we were talking about listening to beat reporters, guys who cover the team. They have a couple of injuries on that Packers offensive line. I think that's going to be huge for a Packers team that is going to want to run the ball against a defensive front for Washington, which is completely rejuvenated. Commanders plus 3.5 tonight in Green Bay. And finally, Austin Eckler over 2.5 receptions, minus 160. Man, this number just keeps going up. The Commanders have different backs who do different things. Austin Eckler, they do everything back. Bill Krosky-Merritt, the explosive guy. Chris Rodriguez, if he plays, he's the bowling ball. But Eckler is going to be the guy who Jaden Daniels checks down to and finds in the flat or right across the middle when Micah Parsons is breathing down his neck. He got this number last week. If you go back to last season, Eckler has hit this number in 5 straight games Over 2.5 receptions for Austin Eckler at minus 160, and we'll see how this works out.
Take a breath. That's a lot of bets for you, Jenks.
Yeah.
And I understand everybody wants to hear more about like the Rockies on a Thursday Night Football
Yes.
day, but a lot of plays. I do like them all. We'll see how it turns out.
Okay, thank you. All right, got to get to Sammy P. So first, let's hear what the Donkster has to say. Donkster, good morning. Oh, upright, ready to go. What's going on?
You guys get to make top 5 lists. Now it's my turn.
Oh, boy.
I'm afraid to ask.
Since we've got Thursday Night Football in Green Bay, here are my top 5 cheeses and ladies. Number 5, Alexandra Daddario. Number 4, mozzarella. Number 3, Margot Robbie. Number 2, hard cheddar. And number 1, Sydney Sweeney.
Well, that's quite
It's actually not a bad list.
That's actually not bad, I have to say. Pretty good for you. Do you have a bet?
I do. Squad play. Phillies money line hosting the Metropolitans.
Okay. Look at, is Sammy P wearing a frickin' jacket like a stud about to pose on the cover of GQ? What's up, baby?
I am stunned that Jenks picked the Commanders, Chelsea. Just stunned. I never saw that
Shock.
coming.
Do you like the Packers? Am I
Shock
wrong
and
here?
awe.
No, we're on the dog. We like the dog.
There
Joe
we
and I
go.
both. Tom Brady, Stephen A. Smith both have the Packers as the best team in the league.
Yeah.
And you know what happens when that happens.
Good.
Ah, yes. When the panel all agrees that the favorite's going to win, that's when the dogs are barking. And especially, it's an easy dog to fall in love with. Like, it's like finding like a golden retriever at the pound. You're like, what's this doing here? I'll be on the Commanders.
All right. So now we're fading everybody on the Packers, and we're all on the Commanders. So somebody is definitely going to be way wrong.
God, it needs to be Stephen A.
Yes.
Smith. We need to be right. I need this, okay? I need this. Sammy P, you look great, man. Have a great show. Let's get a dub tonight. That's it for us here on the Daily Tip, where we discuss football, ladies, and cheese. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Good luck on your bets tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Happy Thursday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a great show for you guys coming up today on this Thursday. Dusty Likens going to join us here in a moment to preview last year's Super Bowl between the Chiefs and the Eagles. We'll dive into that game. We'll also dive in to the other half of the Week 2 NFL slate. Yesterday we looked at 8 of the games. Today we'll look at the other 8 games in Week 2. Also, we'll dive into some of the player props that I like this week in college football for Week 3. And then, of course, we'll give out our favorite plays for tonight's Thursday night game between Washington and Green Bay, which should be a good one from Lambeau Field. Then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. Chime in, anything that you have at the BetMGM Network. And if you guys miss any part of the show over the next 30 minutes, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Thursday. Glass is in session. Go to the Glasser guest line. Check in with Dusty Likens, who joins us. Fesco and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan in KC. Give Dusty a follow on X at Dusty Likens. Dusty, great having you back on the show, man. Appreciate you stopping by. Before we dive into Eagles and Chiefs, certainly want to get your thoughts on that game that we have coming up on Sunday. Just want your overall takeaways from the Chargers and Chiefs game and kind of what your big impressions were of that game here leading into Week 2.
Yeah, thanks again for having me on, guys. I appreciate it. PJ as well, always good to see you. Biggest takeaways in this game was, I think, what the Super Bowl did to a lot of Chiefs fans, and maybe not to every single one, but myself included, kind of humbled you. You know, you're not this great team that can't be beat, right? We've seen this before. Like, the whole year was kind of foreshadowing with close games, and then all of a sudden you get to the Super Bowl and it's like, well, you got offensive line issues. It's like, have you seen what they have over there in Philadelphia on their defensive line? A little bit of that carried over into that first game in Brazil. I understand that the Chiefs want to be the world's team and they're traveling to all these places and playing in these, different countries. So that's not going to be the excuse for me. The travel, the field, I'm not going to use that. The problem to me is that we had in Kansas City, there were guys that were out of place. There were guys trying to be the hero, and we normally don't see that from the Chiefs. Like, obviously Mahomes makes hero moments, but they're almost like they're improvisational, right? Like the throw to Juju in that game where everybody sees that throw and they're like, he's doing it again. Here we go again. And I think when you look at that game, the three concerning things to me, there was zero pressure on Justin Herbert, right? 7 rushes for, I think, 48 yards. Keenan Allen looked like he was 25 again because there was no pressure on Justin Herbert. And then obviously Travis Kelce's out of place. He admits it on his podcast, on the New Heights podcast, that, he ran the wrong route and it cost him Xavier Worthy, which, again, a lot of questions about when he'll be back, when he's healthy again to be able to get there on the field. I have almost 99% positivity that he will not be on the field this Sunday against Philadelphia. But a lot of questions because, look, a lot of people thought the Super Bowl was going to make them this new team. But again, I think if you put in positives about the Chiefs this week or this past week is, yeah, you lost to the Chargers. It was a divisional game. It was on a neutral site, and it looked like they weren't afraid. And I think that's a big eye-opener. It's like, hey, just because it says Chiefs on the front of your jersey doesn't mean anything anymore. You've been embarrassed in the Super Bowl. You got beaten Week 1, and now people know that they might have time to throw on you, especially if Justin Herbert's able to use his legs, when we all know he's much more well-known for that powerful right arm.
No question. And, Dusty, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what the Eagles do because I got to give Greg Roman and the Chargers a lot of credit. A bunch of us thought going into that game with his MO, Jim Harbaugh's MO, they would obviously try to run the football and establish that, and they came out throwing, and they did that a bunch of the game. Now here you have Philadelphia, obviously a team that wants to run, use Barkley. But do you think the Eagles watch that tape with the 2 great wide receivers that they have, Hurts, who's obviously a capable passer, and do you think this Sunday the Eagles throw it more maybe than we're used to or more than we anticipate because of the success that the Chargers have?
Yeah, it's interesting, to think about what happened because I think if the Eagles look back at their game against Dallas, they're probably wiping the sweat off their brow going, we got away with one, right? CeeDee Lamb dropped some big passes at the end of that game that could have dictated the game. But you know what? He dropped them. The Eagles won. Because I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, last year the Chiefs blocked a field goal against Denver and, Isaiah Likely, sorry, PJ, steps out of bounds with his toe and all this sort of stuff. But again, they won those games. And at the end of the day, on our radio station, we were like, a win's a win. So Philly won that game. But obviously, A.J. Brown, only 1 catch for 8 yards late in the game. Devonta Smith, I don't think he had the game that he probably would like to have. And when you look at this Chiefs team, they're really good at bending and not breaking. And what they like to do with that is they want to stop the running game. They did a good job of that in the Super Bowl. But what did Sirianni and what did the Eagles do? They threw it. Because Jalen Hurts has the best defensive line on the other side of the ball, and he might have the best offensive line when it comes to his side of the ball. So I think if you're the Eagles and you look at that tape that they have against the Chargers and the Chiefs, if you can't spy or keep Jalen Hurts locked up, they're going to let him use his legs. And if Justin Herbert can use his legs for 7 and 40 plus, it scares the absolute hell out of me what Jalen Hurts can do with his legs and all that time. But again, I'm like you. You got some powerful wide receivers out there. Let's not sleep on Dallas Goedert, an ageless tight end, it seems like, for Philadelphia. And again, you have a superstar in Saquon Barkley. So lots of options and a lot of things to kind of test that Chiefs defensive line that seems to not be able to get any pressure with Omenihu and Chris Jones and George Karlaftis, who they paid quite a bit of money to in this offseason. They got to step up and they got to somehow spy Jalen Hurts to make sure he's not out there doing what he wants to do, because give him all the crap that people want to give about Jalen Hurts. He's got a lot of weapons around him. He's got a lot of support around him. But he knows how to use those weapons if he's given the time. And he did that in the Super Bowl, and he's playing the same exact team because the Chiefs brought everybody back on that defensive unit as well in this game in week 2.
And then, Dusty, you look at the Chiefs receiving core, and we all kind of want to know, who's going to step up this week. Rice is still serving the suspension. You just mentioned, it would be really surprising if Xavier Worthy's out there on Sunday. So it's Hollywood, it's Juju, it's Kelsey, it's Tyquan Thornton. If you had to kind of make a bet on the guy that you would maybe target in props or that you think is going to step up and help Mahomes in the passing game this week, who would be the receivers that you would target?
So there's a couple here. I'll give you some obvious names, and then I'll give you some surprise names that I really like this week for the Kansas City Chiefs in this offense. The Chiefs don't run the ball. They need to run the ball. I'm sorry. This isn't 2018, 2019-year-old Patrick Mahomes, or 2019 Patrick Mahomes. This is 30-year-old Patrick Mahomes. The league has got so much tape on him, and they kind of know his tendencies. They've got to run the ball. I know it's Isaiah Pacheco. I know it's Kareem Hunt, but they've got this Rashad Smith kid they got at SMU in the 7th round they really like, was a receiver for 3 years in college, converted to running back. I'd like to see him get some work as well and kind of dictate the game as much as you can. Tire out that defense if you can for Philadelphia. But the guys I love Hollywood. He had 10 for 99 last week. Could have had, I think he was targeted 15 times in that game. Now, obviously, the game plan was big Xavier Worthy that goes out of the game, the third play of the game. But Hollywood Brown's still going to be a piece. Any sort of prop you can get on Juju Smith-Schuster. Last week, I think his prop yards were 19.5. I really like Juju Smith-Schuster. And another guy that I want to see them use, PJ, which they came out quite a bit in a 3 tight end set in week 1 and just didn't use them. Now, they've got Big Bob Tunyon, who's the 3rd-string tight end on this roster, but they've got Noah Gray. And Noah Gray is kind of a sneaky play this week because I know Travis is older. They don't want to use him a lot. They want to save him down the stretch. Well, tough, 87. You knocked out your number 1 receiver. Your other wide receiver is suspended until the Raiders game in week 7. And if you're going to help Travis Kelce as much as you can, why not use his lesser of a clone in Noah Gray, who I think can be a sneaky play this week because if they come out in those tight end sets using one of those guys to kind of help out on that offensive line that has a rookie left tackle who looked decent. They've got a right tackle who jumps quicker than a rabbit in the middle of the field when a dog comes outside, and Jawan Taylor. Got to figure that out. You got to use somebody to help them out. And I think they could use Tanyan as a blocker and let Noah Gray go out there and catch a quick dump pass to kind of maybe keep the chains moving. I really think Noah Gray's a sleeper pick this weekend in prop bets or maybe even fantasy if you're a deep, deep league.
I like it. 16.5 Dusty's Noah Gray's receiving prop, 31.5 for Juju. So you do get some good numbers on both of those guys. Got about a minute, 90 seconds left, Dusty, for a couple more questions. I do just want to ask you, if Philadelphia ends up winning this game, Monday morning we wake up, the Chiefs are 0-2, scale 1 to 10, 10 being full-on panic, what would you be on the meter for Kansas City if they're 0-2 and the game against Philly looks similar to the way that the Chargers game went?
Yeah, the number's not 1 through 10. The number's 11.3. That's the percentage chance you have at making the playoffs starting out 0-2 in the NFL. That's tough. There will definitely be panic because there's only 15 games left after that. You then still have Baltimore, Buffalo, Washington, Detroit, all left on your schedule until you have that bye week. So you flip the schedule to the other side. At this point, you're looking at the Chiefs to rebound, play a home game. You got Tyrann Mathieu banging the drum for some life. Who knows if he's going to be in pads? They can just have him come down on the field because safety help would be great. But if I could answer your question honestly, 1 to 10 panic meter in this town of Kansas City fans, it's an 8.5 to damn near a 9. You'll still have people that will believe in Reed and Mahomes, but you'll have people that will say, we're 0-2, and we look at the rest of our schedule. Baltimore, Detroit, Washington, Buffalo, and you sprinkle in Jacksonville and the Giants in there as well, and the Raiders. That's your first half of your schedule until you're bye. You're still without Rashee Rice, maybe without Xavier Worthy, and you got a lot of questions to be answered when it comes to being 0-2, losing to Philadelphia, which will be a heartbreaker at home for the opener.
There you go. I was just going to ask you, Dusty, real quick, who do you like in that game on Sunday? You think Philly wins?
Damn it, PJ. I've been telling myself all week that I'm going to take Philadelphia. I just don't have the same belief. But here's the thing. Patrick Mahomes is staring down the barrel of a 1.5 underdog in an opener at home. I've just got to go until I can't be proven otherwise. And I have to take the Chiefs. I have to lay the 1.5 because it's Mahomes, man. He's at home. It's the opener. They're pissed off. They've had some time off. I took Philadelphia this whole week, and then I got to this show, and I said, you know what? Don't go against Mahomes in the spread. Take the 1.5 and lay the Chiefs. So I'm going to take the Chiefs this week, but I think it's going to be like 28-27, a nail-biter of a finish, and something crazy is going to happen. I don't know if anybody's going to spit. PJ. But if they do, they won't be suspended. They'll just get to miss the next game's opening ceremonies.
Yeah, man, it's going to be a good one on Sunday. Can't wait for the Super Bowl rematch. Always great having Dusty Likens on the show. Make sure you guys check out Fesco and Dusty, 96.5, The Fan in Kansas City, and give Dusty a follow on X at Dusty Likens. Dusty, we'll talk to you again soon, my man. Have a good weekend and enjoy the game on Sunday.
You as well, boys. Take care.
All right, great stuff there. Dusty Likens joining us to talk Chiefs and Eagles Sunday from Arrowhead. All right, let's talk about a game going on tonight from Lambeau Field. Commanders and Packers, which should be a good one, man. And the Commanders continue to take money. Green Bay now down to -3. Well, I told you guys I like the Packers at -3.5. And if I was willing to lay 3.5, the ultimate key number in football, then now that we're getting a 3 with Green Bay, I'd probably up my unit size, maybe go 1.5 units. I really do like the Packers tonight against Washington. I saw a stat that Matt LaFleur is perfect against the spread in week 2 and week 3, and I think there is something to that. And we all probably, all of us, I say, referring to like the general masses, we would consider LaFleur a really good coach in the NFL. And I think week 2, week 3 is really indicative of how good your coach is, because it's one thing to plan in the offseason, right, and develop a game plan and get your team ready to go for the season. But then once you do have that game film, not only of your team, but the opponent, and then you can put something together, I think that speaks to, again, LaFleur as a game planner and how good he is. The fact that it's a short week, and I would take him over Dan Quinn, I think is a big advantage. And look, I think maybe we're overreacting just a touch to Green Bay and maybe that performance against Detroit. Yes, they looked great. I don't know if maybe they're as great as everybody thinks they are, but I think we're overvaluing Washington. And to me, that's why I think this spread should be closer to 5 and 5.5. Washington was great against the spread last year, but the thing was they beat up on bad teams, just like we saw with the Giants in week 1. When they played these kind of games last year against good teams with good quarterbacks, especially on the road, that's when Washington struggled. So I do like the Packers -3 tonight. I would lay that with them. And then a prop that I would look at, really only one prop for me that I like tonight, and that is Jaden Daniels over 31.5 pass attempts at +100. I went back and looked last year. Jaden Daniels, Washington lost 6 games total, regular season and postseason. And if you exclude the one loss in week 1, his first ever start as rookie quarterback, the other 5 games in all their losses, Jaden threw the ball more than 32 times. So that was a correlation, right? Washington loses. They're playing from behind. Jaden Daniels has to throw. They're throwing the ball more than they want to. And again, I really like the Packers tonight. I think they're going to cover the 3. I think Washington's going to lose the game. So if that's the case, I would expect Jaden Daniels to throw the ball quite a bit. I'll take over 31.5 pass attempts at +100. And then maybe an anytime touchdown look I would look at. I like Jaden Reed's price tonight at +210. Josh Jacobs is like minus 190. He's probably going to find the end zone, but I don't want to bet that straight up. So Jaden Reed would be the guy that I would look at. So I'll take him anytime touchdown, Packers -3, and Jaden Daniels over pass attempts at 31.5. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. It's a Pro Football No Sweat token. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token. You'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. All right, let's dive into the rest of the week 2 slate here in the NFL. B Mills, I see you got a question for us, my friend. What's up, PJ? Today I like C.J. Bailey for NC State over 24.5 rushing yards, Jordan Love over 5.5 rushing yards, and Noah Brown over 20.5 receiving yards. B Mills, I actually really like all those plays. The Jordan Love number I think is a good one. Only 6 rushing yards. I mean, he can obviously get that on one scramble, so I like that. I think the Noah Brown look is a good one too, because I expect Washington to be trailing, Jaden Daniels to be throwing the ball a lot. I think they're going to be in 4-5 wide receiver sets. Noah Brown should get some reps, and he should be on the field. So I think all three of your looks are really good. I really like the Noah Brown one. I think Jordan Love is a good play as well. So I do like all those. Obviously, my Jaden Daniels pass attempts play I like also. But one of my favorite plays in week 2 of the NFL is going to be the Seattle Seahawks +3 against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now that we've gotten a 3 with Seattle, I like this bet quite a lot. There's a great stat out there about teams in week 1 who win close games and then win close games as a favorite, and then the next week they're favored again, and you usually want to fade those teams off of big emotional wins like the Steelers had in week 1. You guys saw how much it meant to Aaron Rodgers walking off the field, pumping his fist, walking off, looking at the crowd. His teammates were all fired up. Like, that game meant a lot to Aaron Rodgers, and it meant a lot to the Steelers. So now off all that emotion, they got to come home and they got to play a ticked-off Seattle team that let one slip away at home against San Francisco. And I've talked about this in the offseason. For whatever reason, Seattle the last couple years have just not been the team at home that we're accustomed to seeing with the Seahawks, but they're very good on the road. Last year, Seattle won 7 road games and only 3 home games. And now here we are again. Lost at home last week. I would expect them to bounce back. I think they win this game outright. Really like Seattle +3 against the Steelers. You guys know how I feel about the Browns. I talked about this earlier in the week against the Ravens. I like Cleveland +11.5 against Baltimore. 3 of the last 4 times these teams have met in Baltimore, the games have been decided by 6 points or less. The Browns always play the Ravens tough in Baltimore. They just always do. It's the same exact spot that the Ravens had to deal with from last year, where in week 1 they played the Chiefs. They lose a heartbreaker. Come back in week 2. They're double-digit favorites against the Raiders. They lose that game outright. I mean, that game meant a lot to them against Buffalo, and that is a tough pill to swallow. You do wonder if Harbaugh is losing the locker room just a little bit. It feels like the fire Harbaugh chatter is as loud as it's ever been. Going to be real interested to see how the Ravens respond, because with Flacco back in town, could you imagine if they lose that game again this week? It's going to get ugly. So a lot of pressure on the Ravens, and in a spot where they normally don't perform very well in these 1 p.m. divisional home games. I'm telling you guys, they just aren't great in these spots. I like Cleveland +11.5 against the Ravens. This one's a head scratcher, man. Broncos and Colts. I can't believe we're down to Denver -1.5 against Indianapolis, but it has been all Indy money coming in this week. The look-ahead line was Denver -3.5. I thought Broncos -2.5 was a great bet. I thought it was going back up to 3. Instead, it went down to 2, and now we're at -1.5. And if you just want to bet Denver, they're -125 on the money line. Are we really overreacting this much to what we saw out of the Colts in week 1? You guys know the Colts are my favorite bet in week 1. So I am not shocked that they won that game and beat Miami. I thought they would do that. But I was excited to bet Denver in week 2, because to me that week 1 game was all about Miami and all the issues with that team and how they looked. We're really now we're ready to apologize to Daniel Jones, and now we think that the Colts might be a competent team. I think their defense could be pretty good this season. I love the addition of Lou Anarumo to be their defensive coach. I like some of the moves that they made in the secondary. So I do think the Colts defense will be pretty solid this year. The problem is Daniel Jones goes from facing maybe the worst secondary in the NFL in Miami to now facing maybe the best secondary in the NFL in Denver. So I think it's going to be a little bit of an issue for Daniel Jones in this game. I like Denver, man, on the money line. I don't agree with this line movement. Give me the Broncos. Cardinals and Panthers is going to be a stay-away game for me. Arizona -6.5. I like the Saints plus the points against Arizona, and man, they should have covered that game last week. Arizona's laying the same number again this week. I'm staying away because I don't want to bet Kyler Murray as this big of a favorite yet again. But also, I'm just worried that the Panthers are really bad. Bryce Young, again, my concern is that quarterback that we saw those final 6-7 weeks of the season last year just wasn't going to be the guy that we saw carrying into this season. And week 1 against Jacksonville did not look good. So if Bryce Young reverts back to his old ways and he's the guy that we saw his rookie season, early part of year 2, I mean, Arizona's going to win this game by 2 touchdowns. So it is a stay away for me. Eagles-Chiefs, the big one of week 2, the Super Bowl rematch. I'm going to take Philly in this game at -115. The 2 reasons being, first one, I think there's this general thinking that the Chiefs just aren't going to go 0-2. I can't see the Chiefs going 0-2. I can't see Patrick Mahomes losing at home as a road favorite. When we get that general line of thinking, I like betting the other side. And then also, the big glaring weakness of the Eagles' defense is their other corner outside of Quinyon Mitchell. But do the Chiefs have the weapons to exploit that? It's going to be Hollywood, Juju, Tyquan Thornton, Kelsey, Noah Gray. As great as Mahomes is, I just don't know if they're going to have the weapons like Dallas did to really exploit that weakness that Philly has. So I do like the Eagles in the game. I'll take them -115. Give me Atlanta +3.5 against the Vikings. I think it's a very similar handicap to Seattle and the Steelers. Vikings and Steelers both coming off big road wins, close wins, feeling great about themselves. Vikings so fired up in that locker room for J.J. McCarthy after the win. Now you come back home, 3.5 point favorite to a team that lost at home the prior week. I'll take Atlanta +3.5. Monday Night Football, Texans and Bucks. That's probably one of the games I really don't have a strong opinion about this week. I'm going to pass on that game. And then Chargers and Raiders, Monday Night Football. Initially, I thought I'd be on the Raiders, but I kind of think it's a trap, right? Both of these teams win, look impressive in week 1. Vegas is back home, 2 good coaches. But a divisional game like this with a 3.5, it feels like they're daring you to take Vegas. I'm going to stay away. I kind of think the Chargers might be the right side in the game. All right, let's talk a little DFS here in week 2 of the NFL. And let's start with Justin Fields. I'm going to take him as my quarterback, $5,700. I mean, the Ravens just had a ton of success on the ground against Buffalo with Lamar and Derrick Henry. So I'm going to take Justin Fields, who was awesome in week 1 for the Jets in that game against the Steelers. He didn't have any turnovers and ran for 2 touchdowns. So I like the price on Fields, and I like the matchup against that Bills defense. I'm going to stack Justin Fields with Breece Hall because Breece Hall also played really well against the Steelers. And again, that Ravens 1-2 punch with Lamar and Derrick Henry. Jets are going to watch that film. I think they're going to try and do the same things with Fields and Breece Hall. J.K. Dobbins, I'll take him as my second running back. He is $5,600 this week. Dobbins very good in his debut with the Broncos. 16 carries, 63 yards, and a touchdown. I think that is how you attack this Indianapolis defense. You run the football. Miami very quietly was able to run the ball pretty well. Denver, one of the better O-lines in the NFL. I think Sean Payton runs the ball. J.K. Dobbins would be the guy that I would look at. How about Jamar Chase? 2 catches for 26 yards in week 1 against the Browns. I'm going to take him this week at $8,100. He's the most expensive receiver on the board, but Jamar Chase is way too good for him to have 2 bad games like that in a row. They're back home going up against a much worse defense in Jacksonville. I think Chase is going to have a big day. Marvin Harrison Jr., Kyler Murray talked about in the offseason how Kyler and Marvin, their chemistry was leaps and bounds above what it was Marvin's rookie season. We saw some of that in week 1. 5 catches, 71 yards, and a touchdown for Marvin Harrison going up against another bad defense in Carolina. I'll come right back with Marvin. Give me Hollywood Brown at $5,200 again. No Worthy, no Rice. Hollywood, 10 catches, 99 yards on 16 targets on Friday against the Chargers. That's going to be Mahomes' go-to guy, so I'll take Hollywood. Give me Mark Andrews at tight end at $4,700. Andrews did nothing against the Bills. He had 1 catch for 5 yards, but he always plays well against Cleveland. 11 touchdowns in 14 career games against the Brownies. And because I don't think the Ravens are going to run the ball as much as they should with Derek and Lamar, I think this is going to be a pass-heavy game for them. I'm taking Andrews, my tight end. Alvin Kamara, I'll put him in the flex. I want to back Kamara when it's early in the season. He's healthy before he starts getting those lingering issues. Give me Kamara at $6,100. And then I'll also take the Saints defense as well against San Francisco. No Brock Purdy, no George Kittle. We know what the San Francisco offense looks like when their key guys are out of the lineup. So I'll take the Saints defense at a discounted price at $2,500. This is our lineup that we're rolling with in week 2 once again. Justin Fields and Breece Hall, we're stacking the Jets, going with Dobbins, Jamar Chase, Marvin Harrison, Hollywood as my receivers, Mark Andrews as my tight end, Kamara in the flex, and New Orleans Saints as my defense. All right, let's talk a little college football props here for week 3. I see we got a college football question in the chat. B-Mills, yep, the NC State game. No play for me in the NC State game, B-Mills, but I do like your CJ Bailey rushing prop. I also like Haynes King under 48.5 rushing yards against Clemson. Talked about this matchup a little bit. Georgia Tech, their offense is predicated on Haynes King rushing the football. Problem is he's not 100%. And the other problem is that it's really tough to run against this Clemson defense in their front four. And again, sacks in college football, count against quarterback, rushing yards. So we're going under 48.5 rushing yards for Haynes King. Oscar Delp, the Georgia tight end, over 18.5 receiving yards against Tennessee. I just think that is way too low. He had 22 last week against Marshall, and he had his season high last year against Tennessee when he had 56 receiving yards. So we'll take Oscar Delp over the 18.5. Byron Brown, we're going to take his under 41.5 against Miami. Same kind of thought process with Haynes King in the under. Haynes King going against a very good defense and very good D-line. Well, Byron Brown is going against a really good D-line in Miami that held Jeremiah Love, Jadeveon Price intact. I think they're going to do the same to Brown. We'll go under 41.5 there. Lenora Sellers, anytime touchdown at -110 against Vanderbilt. This should be a physical, low-scoring game with a lot of running, but if South Carolina gets the ball in the red zone, they're going to try and give it to number 16. So we'll take Lenora Sellers anytime touchdown at -110. And then finally, give me Jeremiah Love over 76.5 rushing yards against Miami. Only 10 carries for 33 yards for Jeremiah Love in that first game against the Canes, but now off of a bye week, and he's fresh, and he's ready to go. It's a must-win game for Notre Dame. Freeman, Denbrock, I think they give the ball to their best player in Jeremiah Love. A&M has not been particularly great against the run in their first 2 games against UTSA and Utah State. Now they got to go up against that Notre Dame offensive line and the best 1-2 punch at running back, arguably in college football. I'll take J. Love over 76.5 yards for Notre Dame. All right, you guys, wrap the show. Our favorite plays of the day here on Send It In. Let's start with Julio Rodriguez. We'll take him to get a base hit today against Jose Soriano of the Angels. Julio 6 for 12 in his career against Jose Soriano. So today, Julio Rodriguez, my play in going streaking. My prop block is going to be Jaden Daniels over 31.5 pass attempts at +100. Again, Washington in their 6 losses last season. Jaden had 32 or more pass attempts in 5 of those 6 losses. The only one where he didn't go over was the very first game that he ever played in week 1 against Tampa Bay. I like Green Bay in the game tonight. I think they win, and I think that correlates to Jaden Daniels over pass attempts. Dog of the day is going to be the Mets, +110 against the Phillies. Look, this is what the Mets do, man. The Mets are up and down. As soon as it looks like they're getting ready to pull away with the final wild card spot, then they slump and they bring the Giants and the Reds back to the picture. And then when it feels like maybe the Giants or the Reds can catch them, that's when the Mets win a game and extend their lead. I think it's going to be difficult for Philly to get the 4-game sweep against the Mets this week, so we'll take New York at +110. Then finally, my best bet is going to be the Packers, -3 against Washington. A lot of respect for the Commanders, man, in this kind of game. Green Bay looked really good against Detroit. Again, Washington last year were kind of front runners. They beat up on some of the bad teams and bad quarterbacks in the NFL. Now you're playing one of the best teams in the NFL in a short week on the road. I'll take Green Bay -3 against Washington. Thanks again to Dusty Likens for joining us today on the show. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We will see you tomorrow on a fabulous Friday, giving out all our favorite picks in college and the NFL. See you then. Happy Thursday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a great show for you guys coming up today on this Thursday. Dusty Lyken's going to join us here in a moment to preview last year's Super Bowl between the Chiefs and the Eagles. We'll dive into that game. We'll also dive in to the other half of the Week 2 NFL slate. Yesterday we looked at 8 of the games. Today we'll look at the other 8 games in Week 2. Also, we'll dive into some of the player props that I like this week in college football for Week 3. And then, of course, we'll give out our favorite plays for tonight's Thursday night game between Washington and Green Bay, which should be a good one from Lambeau Field. Then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. Chime in, anything that you have at the BetMGM Network. And if you guys miss any part of the show over the next 30 minutes, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Thursday. Glass is in session. Go to the Glasser guest line. Check in with Dusty Likens, who joins us. Fesco and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan in KC. Give Dusty a follow on X at Dusty Likens. Dusty, great having you back on the show, man. Appreciate you stopping by. Before we dive into Eagles and Chiefs, certainly want to get your thoughts on that game that we have coming up on Sunday. Just want your overall takeaways from the Chargers and Chiefs game and kind of what your big impressions were of that game here leading into Week 2.
Yeah, thanks again for having me on, guys. I appreciate it. PJ as well. Always good to see you. Biggest takeaways in this game was, I think, what the Super Bowl did to a lot of Chiefs fans, and maybe not to every single one, but myself included, kind of humbled you. You know, you're not this great team that can't be beat, right? We've seen this before. Like, the whole year was kind of foreshadowing with close games, and then all of a sudden you get to the Super Bowl and it's like, well, you got offensive line issues. It's like, have you seen what they have over there in Philadelphia on their defensive line? A little bit of that carried over into that first game in Brazil. I understand that the Chiefs want to be the world's team and they're traveling to all these places and playing in these, different countries. So that's not going to be the excuse for me. The travel, the field, I'm not going to use that. The problem to me is that we had in Kansas City, there were guys that were out of place. There were guys trying to be the hero, and we normally don't see that from the Chiefs. Like, obviously Mahomes makes hero moments, but they're almost like they're improvisational, right? Like the throw to Juju in that game where everybody sees that throw and they're like, he's doing it again. Here we go again. And I think when you look at that game, the three concerning things to me, there was zero pressure on Justin Herbert, right? 7 rushes for, I think, 48 yards. Keenan Allen looked like he was 25 again because there was no pressure on Justin Herbert. And then obviously Travis Kelce's out of place. He admits it on his podcast, on the New Heights podcast, that, he ran the wrong route and it cost him Xavier Worthy, which, again, a lot of questions about when he'll be back, when he's healthy again to be able to get there on the field. I have almost 99% positivity that he will not be on the field this Sunday against Philadelphia. But a lot of questions because, look, a lot of people thought the Super Bowl was going to make them this new team. But again, I think if you put in positives about the Chiefs this week or this past week is, yeah, you lost to the Chargers. It was a divisional game. It was on a neutral site, and it looked like they weren't afraid. And I think that's a big eye-opener. It's like, hey, just because it says Chiefs on the front of your jersey doesn't mean anything anymore. You've been embarrassed in the Super Bowl. You got beaten Week 1, and now people know that they might have time to throw on you, especially if Justin Herbert's able to use his legs, when we all know he's much more well-known for that powerful right arm.
No question. And Dusty, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what the Eagles do because I got to give Greg Roman and the Chargers a lot of credit. A bunch of us thought going into that game with his MO, Jim Harbaugh's MO, they would obviously try to run the football and establish that, and they came out throwing, and they did that a bunch of the game. Now here you have Philadelphia, obviously a team that wants to run, use Barkley. But do you think the Eagles watch that tape with the 2 great wide receivers that they have, Hurts, who's obviously a capable passer, and do you think this Sunday the Eagles throw it more maybe than we're used to or more than we anticipate because of the success that the Chargers have?
Yeah, it's interesting, to think about what happened because I think if the Eagles look back at their game against Dallas, they're probably wiping the sweat off their brow going, we got away with one, right? CeeDee Lamb dropped some big passes at the end of that game that could have dictated the game. But you know what? He dropped them. The Eagles won. Because I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, last year the Chiefs blocked a field goal against Denver and, Isaiah Likely, sorry, PJ, steps out of bounds with his toe and all this sort of stuff. But again, they won those games. And at the end of the day, on our radio station, we were like, a win's a win. So Philly won that game. But obviously, A.J. Brown, only 1 catch for 8 yards late in the game. Devonta Smith, I don't think he had the game that he probably would like to have. And when you look at this Chiefs team, they're really good at bending and not breaking. And what they like to do with that is they want to stop the running game. They did a good job of that in the Super Bowl. But what did Sirianni and what did the Eagles do? They threw it. Because Jalen Hurts has the best defensive line on the other side of the ball, and he might have the best offensive line when it comes to his side of the ball. So I think if you're the Eagles and you look at that tape that they have against the Chargers and the Chiefs, if you can't spy or keep Jalen Hurts locked up, they're going to let him use his legs. And if Justin Herbert can use his legs for 7 and 40 plus, it scares the absolute hell out of me what Jalen Hurts can do with his legs and all that time. But again, I'm like you. You got some powerful wide receivers out there. Let's not sleep on Dallas Goedert, an ageless tight end, it seems like, for Philadelphia. And again, you have a superstar in Saquon Barkley. So lots of options and a lot of things to kind of test that Chiefs defensive line that seems to not be able to get any pressure with Omenihu and Chris Jones and George Karlaftis, who they paid quite a bit of money to in this offseason. They got to step up and they got to somehow spy Jalen Hurts to make sure he's not out there doing what he wants to do, because give him all the crap that people want to give about Jalen Hurts. He's got a lot of weapons around him. He's got a lot of support around him. But he knows how to use those weapons if he's given the time. And he did that in the Super Bowl, and he's playing the same exact team because the Chiefs brought everybody back on that defensive unit as well in this game in week 2.
And then, Dusty, you look at the Chiefs receiving core, and we all kind of want to know, who's going to step up this week. Rice is still serving the suspension. You just mentioned, it would be really surprising if Xavier Worthy's out there on Sunday. So it's Hollywood, it's Juju, it's Kelsey, it's Tyquan Thornton. If you had to kind of make a bet on the guy that you would maybe target in props or that you think is going to step up and help Mahomes in the passing game this week, who would be the receivers that you would target?
So there's a couple here. I'll give you some obvious names, and then I'll give you some surprise names that I really like this week for the Kansas City Chiefs in this offense. The Chiefs don't run the ball. They need to run the ball. I'm sorry. This isn't 2019 Patrick Mahomes, or 2019 Patrick Mahomes. This is 30-year-old Patrick Mahomes. The league has got so much tape on him, and they kind of know his tendencies. They've got to run the ball. I know it's Isaiah Pacheco. I know it's Kareem Hunt, but they've got this Rashad Smith kid they got at SMU in the 7th round they really like, was a receiver for 3 years in college, converted to running back. I'd like to see him get some work as well and kind of dictate the game as much as you can. Tire out that defense if you can for Philadelphia. But the guys I love Hollywood. He had 10 for 99 last week. Could have had, I think he was targeted 15 times in that game. Now, obviously, the game plan was big Xavier Worthy that goes out of the game, the third play of the game. But Hollywood Brown's still going to be a piece. Any sort of prop you can get on Juju Smith-Schuster. Last week, I think his prop yards were 19.5. I really like Juju Smith-Schuster. And another guy that I want to see them use, PJ, which they came out quite a bit in a 3 tight end set in week 1 and just didn't use him. Now, they've got Big Bob Tunyon, who's the 3rd-string tight end on this roster, but they've got Noah Gray. And Noah Gray is kind of a sneaky play this week because I know Travis is older. They don't want to use him a lot. They want to save him down the stretch. Well, tough, 87. You knocked out your number 1 receiver. Your other wide receiver is suspended until the Raiders game in week 7. And if you're going to help Travis Kelce as much as you can, why not use his lesser of a clone in Noah Gray, who I think can be a sneaky play this week because if they come out in those tight end sets using one of those guys to kind of help out on that offensive line that has a rookie left tackle who looked decent. They've got a right tackle who jumps quicker than a rabbit in the middle of the field when a dog comes outside, and Jawan Taylor. Got to figure that out. You got to use somebody to help them out. And I think they could use Tanyan as a blocker and let Noah Gray go out there and catch a quick dump pass to kind of maybe keep the chains moving. I really think Noah Gray's a sleeper pick this weekend in prop bets or maybe even fantasy if you're a deep, deep league.
I like it. 16.5 Dusty's Noah Gray's receiving prop, 31.5 for Juju. So you do get some good numbers on both of those guys. Got about a minute, 90 seconds left, Dusty, for a couple more questions. I do just want to ask you, if Philadelphia ends up winning this game, Monday morning we wake up, the Chiefs are 0-2, scale 1 to 10, 10 being full-on panic, what would you be on the meter for Kansas City if they're 0-2 and the game against Philly looks similar to the way that the Chargers game went?
Yeah, the number's not 1 through 10. The number's 11.3. That's the percentage chance you have at making the playoffs starting out 0-2 in the NFL. That's tough. There will definitely be panic because there's only 15 games left after that. You then still have Baltimore, Buffalo, Washington, Detroit all left on your schedule until you have that bye week. So you flip the schedule to the other side. At this point, you're looking at the Chiefs to rebound, play a home game. You got Tyrann Mathieu banging the drum for some life. Who knows if he's going to be in pads. They can just have him come down on the field because safety help would be great. But if I could answer your question honestly, 1 to 10 panic meter in this town of Kansas City fans, it's an 8.5 to damn near a 9. You'll still have people that will believe in Reed and Mahomes, but you'll have people that will say, we're 0-2, and we look at the rest of our schedule. Baltimore, Detroit, Washington, Buffalo, and you sprinkle in Jacksonville and the Giants in there as well, and the Raiders. That's your first half of your schedule until you're bye. You're still without Rashee Rice, maybe without Xavier Worthy, and you got a lot of questions to be answered when it comes to being 0-2, losing to Philadelphia, which will be a heartbreaker at home for the opener.
There you go. I was just going to ask you, Dusty, real quick, who do you like in that game on Sunday? You think Philly wins?
Damn it, PJ. I've been telling myself all week that I'm going to take Philadelphia. I just don't have the same belief. But here's the thing. Patrick Mahomes is staring down the barrel of a 1.5 underdog in an opener at home. I've just got to go until I can't be proven otherwise. And I have to take the Chiefs. I have to lay the 1.5 because it's Mahomes, man. He's at home. It's the opener. They're pissed off. They've had some time off. I took Philadelphia this whole week, and then I got to this show, and I said, you know what? Don't go against Mahomes in the spread. Take the 1.5 and lay the Chiefs. So I'm going to take the Chiefs this week, but I think it's going to be like 28-27, a nail-biter of a finish, and something crazy is going to happen. I don't know if anybody's going to spit. PJ. But if they do, they won't be suspended. They'll just get to miss the next game's opening ceremonies.
Yeah, man, it's going to be a good one on Sunday. Can't wait for the Super Bowl rematch. Always great having Dusty Likens on the show. Make sure you guys check out Fesco and Dusty, 96.5, The Fan in Kansas City, and give Dusty a follow on X at Dusty Likens. Dusty, we'll talk to you again soon, my man. Have a good weekend and enjoy the game on Sunday.
You as well, boys. Take care.
All right, great stuff there. Dusty Likens joining us to talk Chiefs and Eagles Sunday from Arrowhead. All right, let's talk about a game going on tonight from Lambeau Field. Commanders and Packers, which should be a good one, man. And the Commanders continue to take money. Green Bay now down to -3. Well, I told you guys I like the Packers at -3.5. And if I was willing to lay 3.5, the ultimate key number in football, then now that we're getting a 3 with Green Bay, I'd probably up my unit size, maybe go 1.5 units. I really do like the Packers tonight against Washington. I saw a stat that Matt LaFleur is perfect against the spread in week 2 and week 3, and I think there is something to that. And we all probably, all of us, I say, referring to like the general masses, we would consider LaFleur a really good coach in the NFL. And I think week 2, week 3 is really indicative of how good your coach is, because it's one thing to plan in the offseason, right, and develop a game plan and get your team ready to go for the season. But then once you do have that game film, not only of your team but the opponent, and then you can put something together, I think that speaks to, again, LaFleur as a game planner and how good he is. The fact that it's a short week, and I would take him over Dan Quinn, I think is a big advantage. And look, I think maybe we're overreacting just a touch to Green Bay and maybe that performance against Detroit. Yes, they looked great. I don't know if maybe they're as great as everybody thinks they are, but I think we're overvaluing Washington. And to me, that's why I think this spread should be closer to 5 and 5.5. Washington was great against the spread last year, but the thing was they beat up on bad teams, just like we saw with the Giants in week 1. When they played these kind of games last year against good teams with good quarterbacks, especially on the road, that's when Washington struggled. So I do like the Packers -3 tonight. I would lay that with them. And then a prop that I would look at, really only one prop for me that I like tonight, and that is Jaden Daniels over 31.5 pass attempts at +100. I went back and looked last year. Jaden Daniels, Washington lost 6 games total, regular season and postseason. And if you exclude the one loss in week 1, his first ever start as rookie quarterback, the other 5 games in all their losses, Jaden threw the ball more than 32 times. So that was a correlation, right? Washington loses. They're playing from behind. Jaden Daniels has to throw. They're throwing the ball more than they want to. And again, I really like the Packers tonight. I think they're going to cover the 3. I think Washington's going to lose the game. So if that's the case, I would expect Jaden Daniels to throw the ball quite a bit. I'll take over 31.5 pass attempts at +100. And then maybe an anytime touchdown look I would look at. I like Jaden Reed's price tonight at +210. Josh Jacobs is like minus 190. He's probably going to find the end zone, but I don't want to bet that straight up. So Jaden Reed would be the guy that I would look at. So I'll take him anytime touchdown, Packers -3, and Jaden Daniels over pass attempts at 31.5. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. It's Pro Football No Sweat token. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token. You'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. All right, let's dive into the rest of the week 2 slate here in the NFL. B Mills, I see you got a question for us, my friend. What's up, PJ? Today I like CJ Bailey for NC State over 24.5 rushing yards, Jordan Love over 5.5 rushing yards, and Noah Brown over 20.5 receiving yards. B Mills, I actually really like all those plays. The Jordan Love number I think is a good one. Only 6 rushing yards. I mean, he can obviously get that on one scramble, so I like that. I think the Noah Brown look is a good one too, because I expect Washington to be trailing, Jaden Daniels to be throwing the ball a lot. I think they're going to be in 4-5 wide receiver sets. Noah Brown should get some reps, and he should be on the field. So I think all three of your looks are really good. I really like the Noah Brown one. I think Jordan Love is a good play as well. So I do like all those. Obviously, my Jaden Daniels pass attempts play I like also. But one of my favorite plays in week 2 of the NFL is going to be the Seattle Seahawks +3 against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now that we've gotten a 3 with Seattle, I like this bet quite a lot. There's a great stat out there about teams in week 1 who win close games and then win close games as a favorite, and then the next week they're favored again, and you usually want to fade those teams off of big emotional wins like the Steelers had in week 1. You guys saw how much it meant to Aaron Rodgers walking off the field, pumping his fist, walking off, looking at the crowd. His teammates were all fired up. Like, that game meant a lot to Aaron Rodgers, and it meant a lot to the Steelers. So now off all that emotion, they got to come home and they got to play a ticked-off Seattle team that let one slip away at home against San Francisco. And I've talked about this in the offseason. For whatever reason, Seattle the last couple years have just not been the team at home that we're accustomed to seeing with the Seahawks, but they're very good on the road. Last year, Seattle won 7 road games and only 3 home games. And now here we are again. Lost at home last week. I would expect them to bounce back. I think they win this game outright. Really like Seattle +3 against the Steelers. You guys know how I feel about the Browns. I talked about this earlier in the week against the Ravens. I like Cleveland +11.5 against Baltimore. 3 of the last 4 times these teams have met in Baltimore, the games have been decided by 6 points or less. The Browns always play the Ravens tough in Baltimore. They just always do. It's the same exact spot that the Ravens had to deal with from last year, where in week 1 they played the Chiefs. They lose a heartbreaker. Come back in week 2. They're double-digit favorites against the Raiders. They lose that game outright. I mean, that game meant a lot to them against Buffalo, and that is a tough pill to swallow. You do wonder if Harbaugh is losing the locker room just a little bit. It feels like the fire Harbaugh chatter is as loud as it's ever been. Going to be real interested to see how the Ravens respond, because with Flacco back in town, could you imagine if they lose that game again this week? It's going to get ugly. So a lot of pressure on the Ravens, and in a spot where they normally don't perform very well in these 1 p.m. divisional home games. I'm telling you guys, they just aren't great in these spots. I like Cleveland +11.5 against the Ravens. This one's a head scratcher, man. Broncos and Colts. I can't believe we're down to Denver -1.5 against Indianapolis, but it has been all Indy money coming in this week. The look-ahead line was Denver -3.5. I thought Broncos -2.5 was a great bet. I thought it was going back up to 3. Instead, it went down to 2, and now we're at -1.5. And if you just want to bet Denver, they're -125 on the money line. Are we really overreacting this much to what we saw out of the Colts in week 1? You guys know the Colts are my favorite bet in week 1. So I am not shocked that they won that game and beat Miami. I thought they would do that. But I was excited to bet Denver in week 2, because to me that week 1 game was all about Miami and all the issues with that team and how they looked. We're really now we're ready to apologize to Daniel Jones, and now we think that the Colts might be a competent team. I think their defense could be pretty good this season. I love the addition of Lou Anarumo to be their defensive coach. I like some of the moves that they made in the secondary. So I do think the Colts defense will be pretty solid this year. The problem is Daniel Jones goes from facing maybe the worst secondary in the NFL in Miami to now facing maybe the best secondary in the NFL in Denver. So I think it's going to be a little bit of an issue for Daniel Jones in this game. I like Denver, man, on the money line. I don't agree with this line movement. Give me the Broncos. Cardinals and Panthers is going to be a stay-away game for me. Arizona -6.5. I like the Saints plus the points against Arizona, and man, they should have covered that game last week. Arizona's laying the same number again this week. I'm staying away because I don't want to bet Kyler Murray as this big of a favorite yet again. But also, I'm just worried that the Panthers are really bad. Bryce Young, again, my concern is that quarterback that we saw those final 6-7 weeks of the season last year just wasn't going to be the guy that we saw carrying into this season. And week 1 against Jacksonville did not look good. So if Bryce Young reverts back to his old ways and he's the guy that we saw his rookie season, early part of year 2, I mean, Arizona's going to win this game by 2 touchdowns. So it is a stay away for me. Eagles-Chiefs, the big one of week 2, the Super Bowl rematch. I'm going to take Philly in this game at -115. The 2 reasons being, first one, I think there's just this general thinking that the Chiefs just aren't going to go 0-2. I can't see the Chiefs going 0-2. I can't see Patrick Mahomes losing at home as a road favorite. When we get that general line of thinking, I like betting the other side. And then also, the big glaring weakness of the Eagles' defense is their other corner outside of Quinyon Mitchell. But do the Chiefs have the weapons to exploit that? It's going to be Hollywood, Juju, Tyquan Thornton, Kelsey, Noah Gray. As great as Mahomes is, I just don't know if they're going to have the weapons like Dallas did to really exploit that weakness that Philly has. So I do like the Eagles in the game. I'll take them -115. Give me Atlanta +3.5 against the Vikings. I think it's a very similar handicap to Seattle and the Steelers. Vikings and Steelers both coming off big road wins, close wins, feeling great about themselves. Vikings so fired up in that locker room for J.J. McCarthy after the win. Now you come back home, 3.5 point favorite to a team that lost at home the prior week. I'll take Atlanta +3.5. Monday Night Football, Texans and Bucks. That's probably one of the games I really don't have a strong opinion about this week. I'm going to pass on that game. And then Chargers and Raiders, Monday Night Football. Initially, I thought I'd be on the Raiders, but I kind of think it's a trap, right? Both of these teams win, look impressive in week 1. Vegas is back home, 2 good coaches. But a divisional game like this with the 3.5, it feels like they're daring you to take Vegas. I'm going to stay away. I kind of think the Chargers might be the right side in the game. All right, let's talk a little DFS here in week 2 of the NFL. And let's start with Justin Fields. I'm going to take him as my quarterback, $5,700. I mean, the Ravens just had a ton of success on the ground against Buffalo with Lamar and Derrick Henry. So I'm going to take Justin Fields, who was awesome in week 1 for the Jets in that game against the Steelers. He didn't have any turnovers and ran for 2 touchdowns. So I like the price on Fields, and I like the matchup against that Bills defense. I'm going to stack Justin Fields with Breece Hall because Breece Hall also played really well against the Steelers. And again, that Ravens 1-2 punch with Lamar and Derrick Henry. Jets are going to watch that film. I think they're going to try and do the same things with Fields and Breece Hall. J.K. Dobbins, I'll take him as my second running back. He is $5,600 this week. Dobbins very good in his debut with the Broncos. 16 carries, 63 yards, and a touchdown. I think that is how you attack this Indianapolis defense. You run the football. Miami very quietly was able to run the ball pretty well. Denver, one of the better O-lines in the NFL. I think Sean Payton runs the ball. J.K. Dobbins would be the guy that I would look at. How about Jamar Chase? 2 catches for 26 yards in week 1 against the Browns. I'm going to take him this week at $8,100. He's the most expensive receiver on the board, but Jamar Chase is way too good for him to have 2 bad games like that in a row. They're back home going up against a much worse defense in Jacksonville. I think Chase is going to have a big day. Marvin Harrison Jr., Kyler Murray talked about in the offseason how Kyler and Marvin, their chemistry was leaps and bounds above what it was Marvin's rookie season. We saw some of that in week 1. 5 catches, 71 yards, and a touchdown for Marvin Harrison going up against another bad defense in Carolina. I'll come right back with Marvin. Give me Hollywood Brown at $5,200 again. No Worthy, no Rice. Hollywood, 10 catches, 99 yards on 16 targets on Friday against the Chargers. That's going to be Mahomes' go-to guy, so I'll take Hollywood. Give me Mark Andrews at tight end at $4,700. Andrews did nothing against the Bills. He had 1 catch for 5 yards, but he always plays well against Cleveland. 11 touchdowns in 14 career games against the Brownies. And because I don't think the Ravens are going to run the ball as much as they should with Derek and Lamar, I think this is going to be a pass-heavy game for them. I'm taking Andrews, my tight end. Alvin Kamara, I'll put him in the flex. I want to back Kamara when it's early in the season. He's healthy before he starts getting those lingering issues. Give me Kamara at $6,100. And then I'll also take the Saints defense as well against San Francisco. No Brock Purdy, no George Kittle. We know what the San Francisco offense looks like when their key guys are out of the lineup. So I'll take the Saints defense at a discounted price at $2,500. This is our lineup that we're rolling with in week 2 once again. Justin Fields and Breece Hall, we're stacking the Jets, going with Dobbins, Jamar Chase, Marvin Harrison, Hollywood as my receivers, Mark Andrews as my tight end, Kamara in the flex, and New Orleans Saints as my defense. All right, let's talk a little college football props here for week 3. I see we got a college football question in the chat. B-Mills, yep, the NC State game. No play for me in the NC State game, B-Mills, but I do like your CJ Bailey rushing prop. I also like Haynes King under 48.5 rushing yards against Clemson. Talked about this matchup a little bit. Georgia Tech, their offense is predicated on Haynes King rushing the football. Problem is he's not 100%. And the other problem is that it's really tough to run against this Clemson defense in their front four. And again, sacks in college football, count against quarterback rushing yards. So we're going under 48.5 rushing yards for Haynes King. Oscar Delp, the Georgia tight end, over 18.5 receiving yards against Tennessee. I just think that is way too low. He had 22 last week against Marshall, and he had his season high last year against Tennessee when he had 56 receiving yards. So we'll take Oscar Delp over the 18.5. Byron Brown, we're going to take his under 41.5 against Miami. Same kind of thought process with Haynes King in the under. Haynes King going against a very good defense and very good D-line. Well, Byron Brown is going against a really good D-line in Miami that held Jeremiah Love, Jadeveon Price intact. I think they're going to do the same to Brown. We'll go under 41.5 there. Lenora Sellers, anytime touchdown at -110 against Vanderbilt. This should be a physical, low-scoring game with a lot of running, but if South Carolina gets the ball in the red zone, they're going to try and give it to number 16. So we'll take Lenora Sellers anytime touchdown at -110. And then finally, give me Jeremiah Love over 76.5 rushing yards against Miami. Only 10 carries for 33 yards for Jeremiah Love in that first game against the Canes, but now off of a bye week, and he's fresh, and he's ready to go. It's a must-win game for Notre Dame. Freeman, Denbrock, I think they give the ball to their best player in Jeremiah Love. A&M has not been particularly great against the run in their first 2 games against UTSA and Utah State. Now they got to go up against that Notre Dame offensive line and the best 1-2 punch at running back, arguably in college football. I'll take J. Love over 76.5 yards for Notre Dame. All right, you guys, wrap the show. Our favorite plays of the day here on Send It In. Let's start with Julio Rodriguez. We'll take him to get a base hit today against Jose Soriano of the Angels. Julio 6 for 12 in his career against Jose Soriano. So today, Julio Rodriguez, my play in going streaking. My prop lock is going to be Jaden Daniels over 31.5 pass attempts at +100. Again, Washington in their 6 losses last season. Jaden had 32 or more pass attempts in 5 of those 6 losses. The only one where he didn't go over was the very first game that he ever played in week 1 against Tampa Bay. I like Green Bay in the game tonight. I think they win, and I think that correlates to Jaden Daniels over pass attempts. Dog of the day is going to be the Mets, +110 against the Phillies. Look, this is what the Mets do, man. The Mets are up and down. As soon as it looks like they're getting ready to pull away with the final wild card spot, then they slump and they bring the Giants and the Reds back to the picture. And then when it feels like maybe the Giants or the Reds can catch them, that's when the Mets win a game and extend their lead. I think it's going to be difficult for Philly to get the 4-game sweep against the Mets this week, so we'll take New York at +110. Then finally, my best bet is going to be the Packers, -3 against Washington. A lot of respect for the Commanders, man, in this kind of game. Green Bay looked really good against Detroit. Again, Washington last year were kind of front runners. They beat up on some of the bad teams and bad quarterbacks in the NFL. Now you're playing one of the best teams in the NFL in a short week on the road. I'll take Green Bay -3 against Washington. Thanks again to Dusty Likens for joining us today on the show. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We will see you tomorrow on a fabulous Friday, giving out all our favorite picks in college and the NFL. See you then.
stakes are high.
We are 10 toes down.
Are you sure?
Look into the camera and tell everybody, Femi.
We are 10 toes down.
It's time to take a stand.
We are heads up on this one.
I'm standing on business.
All these bets are action. We're 10 toes down on Bet Sweats.
You're heading into the wood chipper, my friend, but I respect you.
Time for 10 Toes Down on this 10 Toes Down Thursday. Welcome back. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Sam, you had a short-term stand, but you looked the best after our first 10 Toes Down. This segment was your idea. It was your baby. And then you come in, boom, we're going New England. They're going down. They're going down as a favorite. You're dealing with these arrows from Patriots fans coming at you for an entire week. And then you know what? You know what happened the other day? My buddy, Patriots fan, it's like, hey, Joe. I go, yeah. He goes, Sam was right about the Patriots. Like, he was all the way in. You were wrong. And then he's like, he's so out. He's so out, which is phenomenal. So great call by you. Me and Paul, I think, a couple of the guys, we did more long-term stuff. I think Gertch did as well, being out on the Rambly. But, yeah, that was a great short-term call, and you nailed it. The things that you were in on all summer, Vikings beating the Bears, Raiders beating the Patriots, great calls.
Got lucky on Minnesota. To be down 17-6 and win that game, there's a lot of luck involved. Chicago was in control. The Patriots, I never felt like were in control. Geno took them right down the field with the Raiders, and then he was about to do it again. It was about to be 14-0, but then a ball got tipped and picked off, and like it just kind of got away from him in that second quarter. But then in the second half, it was all Raiders, and that was without Bowers, mind you. So I felt good about it. Now, do I have 11 toes? Is that how that works? Do I have 11 toes now? What's the scoring system?
You get a toe? I don't want an extra. You want an extra toe?
I mean, I'm not. I'd rather have 11 than 9.
Yeah, I did. I will say when they played the highlights from this segment this past week on social media, I was scrolling down X, and you don't have to click on a video for it to start playing. The open for this segment started playing, and I was kind of grossed out because I'm scrolling down and all I saw is a big foot. It's
pretty
disgusting.
Big. I think
massive.
To take us behind the curtain for a second before I get to my 10 toes down, apparently Gertch, who built the open, was telling us that there was a foot, or no, Gertch had another foot, and Paul said the foot was disgusting, right? Can we clean this up? Like, who saw the foot? Gertch dialing up feet right now.
Yeah, so
what's the foot situation?
It's a favorite on Gertch's laptop.
I had to axe the second foot photo. Like, I audibly went, "Ooh,
I need it."
When I watched the open. Yeah, I'll send it in the Ramley thread. But it was.
Who do you think?
TV.
Come
on!
Can we take the feet off the screen?
Yeah.
I hate those little curly toes. Those little curly ones at the end. That's disgusting. You got little curly toes.
Who found the gross one? Ben.
Gertch.
Oh, it was Gertch. Okay, I didn't know if there was somebody else that were searching for feet.
Great
Gertch,
work by him.
What was your search on that? What did you look up?
Toes in the sand is what I searched, and I got that.
He didn't search it. It was bookmarked.
Not the first
he just
time.
clicked into his bookmarks.
Not the first time. Toes in the sand.
I was told a long time ago, no free feet. We give you free feet once a week.
It's behind the paywall.
On Bet Sweats. All right. You want – here's where I'm at. The Patriots are going to lose again. They're going to lose week 2. I'm putting 10 toes down that Drake May stinks and that Mike Vrabel cannot save this team this year. There's just no talent. Oh, they got Stephon Diggs. Ooh, he was good 5 years ago. 5 years ago, he was good. Can't stay on the field, not a game breaker anymore. And that line is a problem. They think they can just put dinosaur arms, Will Campbell at left tackle, and that's going to fix – like they thought that was going to fix the entire team. You're going to bring in Mike Vrabel, and you're going to draft a guy who has like the arms of a third grader, and he's going to be able to handle all that pressure on Drake May's backside. They have injuries already in the secondary. They're down 2 bodies at corner. I like Mike Vrabel. I'll be very clear about this. And I think if he has the right roster, he can win. But this is not the right roster. And the problem is all I hear about is how great the Patriots are at finding talent and developing talent. Go look at the Patriots drafts dating back to like 2020 and line up all those guys and see how many of them hit. It's a bad turn of events because they used to find guys, draft them, and develop them. But then Belichick started drafting the wrong guys, kind of around the N'Keal Harry draft. That's when it started to show up. And like Cole Strange in the first round. Cole Strange isn't even in the league anymore. He's like a practice squad player for the Browns. They've had a lot of bad picks. And when you whiff 3, 4, 5 years in a row, and then you whiff at quarterback potentially, a coach can't save that. So ideally, they have a 4 or 5 year plan with Vrabel. You draft the right guys and develop them. But this team sucked last year, and they suck again. Miami will beat New England on Sunday, 10 toes down.
10 toes down. Miami Dolphins outright. I like this because, like you, the theme to week 1 is similar but a bit different to week number 2. And mine was on Sam Darnold last week. And so I'm considering, okay, like we typically like dogs. I'm thinking about sample size this week. We know what to expect over the course of time. We have a big enough sample size. We have a sample size on Justin Fields. We have a sample size on Mike Tomlin's defenses. And what we saw last week was not what anyone was expecting, and it was abnormal. And so I go back to sample size, and I'm thinking about Seattle at Pittsburgh. It's a point spread of 3. They're playing in Pittsburgh. So the market is saying that these two teams are not that different. Well, in Pittsburgh, I would certainly agree with that. I disagree with that. So when you look at the Steelers giving up 30-plus points, like Tomlin next week against the spread has a great record. I mentioned he's covered 10 in the last 11 instances. What are they going to do? Are they going to do this again? Now, during the final stretch last year, they gave up 30 multiple times. Keep in mind, they faced Burrow twice. They faced Saquon and the Eagles. They faced Lamar, and they faced Mahomes in the last 6 weeks. And the defense was not looking good. Things kind of fell apart. Before that, they gave up 30 points once all year. Now they actually have a quarterback. I'm not saying top 10. I'm not saying Rodgers is there. He looks strong in week number 1. But they actually have a professional quarterback here. And so that's where I'm going. I'm backing Tomlin. I'm backing that Steelers defense bouncing back this time against Sam Darnold. It's not going to look like last week. You know, people are looking at what Darnold did last week. Okay. Yeah, he threw for 150 against San Francisco. They scored, like 13 points? 10 toes down. The Seattle Seahawks, with a win total of about 20.5, will not score more than 10 points at Pittsburgh. That's what I'm expecting. It's going to be way different when they go back home, and that is going to be quite the atmosphere. The Seahawks not scoring more than 10. I'm cutting the point total in half for them. All right, Paul Aspen, 10 toes down. What you got?
All right. You guys are correlating to last week. I'm making a left turn, and we are going with the game of the week, the sexy Cinderella of the week, the Bulls, the South Florida Bulls. Guys, I've got the script. We've seen this before. They do this against good teams. Now, they finally got through and beat one last week against Florida, but we've seen them do this against Alabama before. Twice in the Saban era and the DeBoer era. We've seen them do it against Miami last year. This is what's going to go down on Saturday. We're going South Florida first half plus 9.5. Miami second half minus 7.5 plus 276. They hang around for a half, and then the wheels come off in the second half. Part of it is them getting beat up by Boise State, a playoff team last year, which is pretty much the same team aside from Genty. Part of this is playing against Florida, a tough SEC team, and getting beat up. Look, they got over 20 seniors, teams that have been through those games, those Alabama games I talked about, the Miami game last year I talked about, like this Florida game, it's finally come to fruition. These are the same guys for the last couple years on this South Florida team, same coach, Alex Golish. Nice little story, and they hang around for a half, and then whether it's adrenaline or the physical side takes its toll, or they're just outclassed against Miami. And look, they got to the mountaintop last week, but they hang around for the first half, plus 9.5, and Miami runs away in the second half, minus 7.5. That is plus 276.
Woo. Okay, Paul Aspen, South Florida, first half, Miami in the second half. Let's go to Jake Hassan. Jake has disgusting feet. Jake, what are your 10 toes down?
All right, man. Put your feet on camera. You want to play this game. You play this game? You guys weren't here for the Paul Aspen talking himself into the South Florida plus 9.5. Then, could do Miami minus 3.5 third quarter and minus 3.5 fourth quarter. That was an experience.
5-1, by the way.
I love that. You want to see my feet? Right there.
No.
Take
it
the
doesn't have toes. You got a hole.
It's a chicken. That's not a hole. There's no hole.
Okay.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I saw a white spot. What is that spot?
It looks like a hole.
It's not a hole. You're a hole.
Whoa. Speaking of behind the paywall, my 10 toes down is I'm Bills alts. Like, I think minus 6.5 is disrespectful. Like, give me the minus 9.5 at MGM plus 140. Give me the minus 13.5 plus 240. I think they're going to wreck the Jets. Everyone's all excited after the Jets played the close game against Pittsburgh. Buffalo plays the close game against Baltimore. I think they just smash Justin Fields' teeth in, and I just think they run away with this game early and never look back. Toes.
All right. I don't hate it. I liked it when it went down to 6.5. All right, this is what we've been waiting for. We've been teased since Monday. Gertz is like, I think I have my 10 toes down. I'm ready to go. He wanted it to be Thursday on Monday after our first NFL Sunday slate. Gertz, you have the floor. What is your 10 toes down for week number 2?
All right, guys, for 10 toes down for me this week, I'm going to go to college football and my alma mater with the Indiana Hoosiers, and I am 10 toes down that the Indiana Hoosiers will not win one game in the conference schedule, going over in the Big Ten, 0-9 in the Big Ten. This defense has been absolutely horrible. When you look at the box score, yes, Indiana won. They won really big, but this defense is a problem. This defensive line is a problem. They've faced mobile quarterbacks in each game so far this year, and they have just been gashed by mobile quarterbacks, giving up huge plays on the ground. 0-9, Indiana, out, 10 toes down.
Okay, quick follow-up.
No wins.
Quick follow-up. Their adjusted win total right now is 8.5.
Holy cow.
8.5. Gertz, I think you need to make something. You need to make something happen here under 8.5 at BetMGM.
What's the number?
8.5 minus 110.
8.5 wins on the year.
I didn't hear the minus 110.
Yeah, it was about even.
Can you do college alts?
Gertz wants under 4.5.
So are they going to go?
They're 2-0,
so
right?
Gertz is,
right now?
Yes.
Gertz is saying they're going to beat Indiana State this week. They go 3-0, and then they lose every game after Saturday.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Oh, man. The sports books are saying you are so wrong. It's so
maybe I'm only 5 toes down on this. 5 toes down.
Gertz has to lose a toe every time Indiana wins a game going forward.
So what you could have done is just say 10 toes down under 8.5 wins, but you had to say they're not going to win a single conference game. I mean, that is 20 toes down.
And he had this
under
on
the win
Monday.
total is not what I'm saying. I'm saying 0 wins in the Big Ten.
I heard you, buddy. I love the hell out of it too.
Paul makes a great point. He's been stewing on this since Monday. Like Gertch has been sitting there since Monday, ready to just.
I could rethink this.
I've been stewing on this since the first half of the game last week against Kennesaw State. That's how
they
long
won
I've been stewing on this.
56-9.
Exactly. It should have been 56-0.
9 points.
Defense is a problem because they gave up 9 points to Kennesaw State.
Yep.
And
Oh
not
my
like
God.
a touchdown and a missed 2-point conversion or a missed field goal. 3 field goals. 3 field goals. They didn't get in the end zone.
Well, they kept driving. And, yeah. They kept driving these long drives. Okay, good stuff. Chris Andrews, we'll go to the South Point next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for hanging out with us on this Thursday, getting set for Thursday Night Football. They gave us a good game in week number 2, Green Bay, Washington. I'm sure they're going to get plenty of handle over at the South Point on this exciting matchup. Joe O, Sammy P with you. And we now go out to the South Point and bring in our buddy Chris Andrews hanging out on the show. We saw him back in March when we were both out there. And I know, Sam, that you make sure to head up to the South Point every single time that you're in Vegas. Chris, how you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. Thanks for having me on.
We said off the top, you were sort of the first guy that gave us access back in the day when Joe and I started a little old podcast out of Chicago. And I'll never forget, my dad came on that trip too. And you and my dad are thick as thieves. My dad's got the nut roll for you every time we come to town. And you let us come into the sports book. I had all that equipment. We laid the board on the floor. We wired the microphones. And you actually gave us the ability to come into your home and talk about games and sit in the sports book. And like, I tell you this all the time. I'll never forget that. And it really like propelled us to where we are now. And here we are 8 years later having you on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. And it just, life works in mysterious ways sometimes, man.
Well, you never know. I met you guys and I just kind of liked you, figured, and, the nut roll probably didn't hurt, that your dad bribed me with. No, but I liked you guys and I thought you sounded like, pretty smart guys. And, I always say I like talking to smart people and, it was a pleasure to have you guys on. You guys done very well for yourselves since then.
This is your life. So this is normal to you, but to other people around the country listening and watching to this show or other media outlets, just talk about sports betting. It's become normal. It used to be just in the little corner, like you growing up Pittsburgh area, like normal for you. Me and Sam, Chicago, normal to us, but not everybody. And now it's everywhere. And just like since we first met you 8 years ago, are you surprised at how big it is? Like that wall of TVs you have, and now you throw on ESPN, FS1, whatever they're talking about, whatever game is being discussed at all times. Now the point spread is on the TV. Do you ever kind of think back to the good old days when that was never, ever the case?
Yeah, there's, a couple things that, we really didn't foresee when, the Pabst thing got, settled. First of all, the market has grown. That's the one thing. The market has grown. You got guys coming in, I started in Las Vegas in 1979. People would come in, what's a teaser? What's that mean? How these parlays work? Now everybody kind of knows that. And, I got to tell you, that doesn't surprise me that much. But seeing every broadcast and even like during the game, talking about the in-line or the in-running number. And before the game, of course, the odds of this and that. And, I have, I'm kind of shocked that it's become so ubiquitous, I guess, to say that it's just everywhere. But, a lot of ways it's good. Some ways it's not so good because I see a lot of guys out there who really don't know what the hell they're talking about. And I'm thinking, caveat emptor, I guess, but I hope guys aren't putting their hard-earned money on some of the things that these guys say that is just ridiculous.
I have an open-ended question that you can take wherever you want. It's a very easy question to ask. I don't know that it's easy to answer. Who's the best team in college football and why?
Ooh, man, wow, that is hard right now because I think I'm a Penn State guy. That they've not played well. I know a lot of guys had them, their number one team. I wasn't crazy about it then, and they have not played well at all. Ohio State, I think there's still some questions. It's funny. I was just looking at some numbers this morning. Are we sure Georgia's all that good? I'm not positive that they are. They should have a lot of talent. I'll tell you, I have one sleeper team that I think has a chance. And if you're out there and can get a big price, I know Circa has them 75-1 to win the national championship. I think USC is way better than people think. I don't have them quite up with those other teams that I mentioned, but the teams that I mentioned, I think have a lot of question marks, and I'm not sure if they're going to get answered. And Texas, of course, if you didn't have Penn State number one in your preseason rankings, you probably had Texas number one. They haven't looked great either. And we had Arch Manning. You guys are probably too young to remember Ron Paulus from Notre Dame. He was like the most hyped quarterback. Arch was since Paulus before taking a snap. So I think it's an open-ended question, and I don't have a firm answer. I think there's a lot of teams, not a lot, but probably like a dozen teams that we could see make some noise in the playoffs.
Where do you have Penn State?
I had like about a 4-way tie for like my third ranked team. Now, my dog won't not let me alone here. I think I have them about 5th in the nation, but be careful with Penn State. They do cover a lot of numbers because Franklin, he's gone on record saying, I have to let these backups play. And so they will cover a lot of numbers. I'm not sure that means how good they are, though. So be careful when you're doing your power ratings on how that affects them.
I know you wrote some bets on Miami early in the week.
Yeah.
But you tend to get that buyback, and it finally came on USF, correct?
Yeah, I had one of my big players did take USF plus the 18. I'm at 17.5 right now. So they laid me 17. They took the 18. It looks like they're laying the 17.5, and I'd say it's pretty sharp money that is on the favorite in this case.
Anything else stand out as far as college before we jump over to the NFL, whether it be sharp action, most amount of public action on that slate?
Well, I wrote down a couple of the sharp plays that I'd had so far this week. I don't really agree with, some I agree with, some I don't. They bet me Kansas State, bet me Pitt, and I have a good friend who's a West Virginia grad, and he told me West Virginia just transferred I think they had the most transfers of any Power 4 or 5 team. So he thinks, and he loves his Mounties, but he thinks that might take a while. I think that number's gotten a little high, but we did have wise guy action on Pitt. We also had wise guy action on Temple. It was funny when that game opened like 24 or so. I said, man, I really like Temple. Of course, we're down to 21 now, so I think the value's been taken out of that. They bet me Vanderbilt, who I think has played very well, and maybe South Carolina isn't as good as we thought they were. And they bet me Tennessee. And again, they made me kind of look at Georgia a little bit because I respect the play that I got on Tennessee. And I have Georgia rated fairly high, but I did make this number a little bit lower. I made it 2. We're at 3 right now. But I did get some definitely some wise guy play on Tennessee.
It was pretty telling to see the market come in. Circa opened Clemson and Georgia about 6. And to see both of those games 3.5, that's respect, right? I mean, they certainly got to the right number quickly. I'm going to give Falika some flack here. That's probably his crew betting Temple. He loves Temple. Falika's a big sandwich spot guy because he's looking. Oklahoma just beat Michigan, and I believe it's Auburn on deck. I think Falika
know they got somebody
24
big.
24.5, I think he took on Temple.
Well, God bless him. I think he's got the right side. But I think the value's kind of been taken out of the number now. You're looking at 21. I mean, what is 24.5? I thought that was a good play, but you're right. Chris likes those sandwich games, and he's had his share of success. So I mean, who am I to argue with that? But the Georgia Tech game, I didn't open. I actually held off a little bit because I was worried about Haynes King, the Georgia Tech quarterback. Looks like he's going to play now. But I don't know if 3 is enough to take the dog on there. But I mean, if you got some of those early numbers, I think you made a good play. Let's put it that way. We'll see what happens on the field on Saturday.
We're getting a book report from our guy Chris Andrews over at the South Point out in Las Vegas. This is Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panianovich with you. Before we jump to the NFL, Chris, we do this segment on the show, Where's the Room?, where we find out what the most popular bets are. We try to do it as late in the week as possible. And we've been having a ball with it. We've been laughing, and I'm wondering if you guys got a new wall of TVs or what, because they've been getting their butts kicked in college football. The first 2 weeks, they go 1-9. And we were looking at the Circa Million picks the other day. The top 11 picks, they go 1-10 in that contest. It's like nobody knows anything at the very start. What do you think is behind it? Do you see this a lot at the start of the year? Like, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's funny. It's funny you say that. I mean, we've done real good against the sharp players. It's the public team. It's the public that's kind of gotten to us a little bit. And the thing that's changed so much, since I've started, which was 1979, is the money line and money line parlays. And then last year really was an aberration. I forget the exact number, but the number of 3.5-point favorites or more that won the game, not necessarily covered, but won the game, was just, an aberration, an inordinate number. And the public was on all those. And the public got to me a little bit on Sunday. And in the Las Vegas Review Journal, they were interviewing a bunch of bookmakers, and every one of them was crying on Monday morning because of Sunday afternoon, but we've done okay with the wise guys, but it's the public that kind of beat us up. But otherwise, it was one of those weeks. We had a great Thursday, we had a great Friday, we had a great Saturday, and Sunday wasn't good. But it's funny too. On Monday, I talked to Michael Gaughan's partner, Frank Toady. Talked to him about 3:00. I says, "Well, we're gonna need the Bears tonight." And I don't know what happened. Somebody released it. I got a couple of culprits in mind. We got nothing but a flood of Bears money. I mean, a flood. When I talked to Frank, we had Minnesota either 1 or 1.5. I can't remember. But I closed the Bears 1. I mean, it was, so, and Monday night actually wound up very good for us.
Yeah, you were gambling, though, and you were sweating in that third, fourth quarter, needing the rookie to get you there, but he got you there. Curious about tonight.
Sammy, I was ready to write it off early in the day. I said, Minnesota just didn't show up, and the Bears did. But, I mean, that's football. That's what happens. I tell you.
Oh, and you got to see that game day money, and there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. You just got to write it and then pray that something happens in your favor, and that one did work out in your favor. Yeah. I'm hearing the Packers are Super Bowl good, elite defense, the whole nine. They can lose tonight, right? Easily.
Oh, yeah. You kidding me? Of course they can lose tonight. Matter of fact, most of the sharp money is on Washington tonight. I'm still at 3.5. Sam, and Joe, you guys know, we don't juice the 3s or the 7s or anything like that. So, I'm going to wind up getting a lot of +3 or +3.5 on the game. And then probably once I go to 3, they'll lay me back, and I'll be in a position that, like a lot of bookmakers are, trying to avoid the 3 to get, sided or middled. And it's just the way it goes. But, that's a strategy that's worked well for us over the years. But, sometimes it jumps up and bites you in the ass, but hopefully not tonight. But like I said, so far tonight, the sharper money definitely on the dog.
What about when we get to Sunday? Got 2 games on Monday. Anything worth noting as far as sharp action?
Those 2 games, I wouldn't call it sharp action at this point, but guys do play off that 3. I got 2.5, they lay it. I got 3.5, they take it. So both those games are hanging right around the 3 mark. So I'll be sweating that on Monday night. But otherwise, I love that Monday night doubleheader. We bring in so many people. And, of course, the Raiders. We have a local following with the Raiders. So we will be jamming on Monday night. And like I said, I don't know who I'm going to need there in those 2 games, but I'll definitely need to avoid 3s on that one.
I have a feeling you're probably going to need the Raiders because that's another very sexy team. It's the Packers in the NFC. It's the Chargers in the AFC. Yeah. People very quick to elevate them. You might need the home team to keep it close, buddy.
Yeah, I might. I personally was impressed with the Chargers. I mean, I was impressed with their play, certainly. But what I was most impressed with was Jim Harbaugh made some great adjustments at halftime. He's usually a run-first coach, and they threw the ball a lot. Now, of course, Herbert executed, And, a lot of credit to him. But Harbaugh's been known to be a little hard-headed on some things. But I thought he had a really good adjustment in the second half and exploited some defensive inefficiencies for Kansas City.
Chris Andrews over at the South Point at Andrews Sports over on X. Chris, thank you so much for dropping by. It was great to catch up.
Always a pleasure, guys. Please come see me when you come to Las Vegas. I know I don't have to ask Sammy twice. I know he's going to show up. So
yeah, the Bloody Marys. Come on.
$2.
I got a bottle of wine in my drawer for Sammy, too, that I owe him. So I haven't cracked it open, Sammy. It's still sitting there.
Soon.
There you go. Lightning Bets next. This is BetSweat's BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Let me get. The Baltimore Ravens are gutless cowards. Period. Gutless cowards. That is the Baltimore Ravens. Ever since it's been John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson, this team cannot get it done in the big spots. And I don't know when that's going to change. Maybe they just get to the dance so many times, they get so many cracks at it that things just go their way and they finally have that breakthrough moment. Guess what? Sitting here right now on September 8th, I'm not going to be the guy that bets on it. And you can hold me to that. Because this time last year, I was telling everybody, I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. And then we got to December, and then like a crack addict, I went back and I had a relapse, and I fell for it, and I got my heart broken in the divisional round. It's not happening this year. I'm not doing it. Because this Ravens team, with all of the stars, with all of the talent, they have championship-level talent without championship-level toughness. You cannot tell me that's a team that we saw last night that you feel comfortable putting your hard-earned money on to win multiple playoff games. You can't do it. And if you tell me that, I think you're a liar. And I think deep down, you know you're a liar if you believe in this Baltimore Ravens team to actually win multiple playoff games. Like, these guys dominated. 8.6 yards per play. Somehow they lost the game. Derrick Henry, he damn near averaged a first down, 9.4 yards per carry. They lost the game. Lamar Jackson, 11.7 yards per carry. And somehow the Baltimore Ravens lost the game. Now, if you were living under a rock and for some reason we're not glued to the TV like I was, like many of you out there listening and watching were, the Ravens really tricked the game off once we got early into the fourth quarter. So Baltimore goes up 40-25, and it was such a beautiful sequence, by the way, too. Lamar Jackson under duress, ends up avoiding two Bills defenders, runs for like what felt like 80 yards, but ended up racking up like 20 yards in the actual box score. Like, boom, all right, Ravens cooking with gas. Next play, bang, Derrick Henry to the house, making Taylor Rapp, which I hate to throw shade to Taylor Rapp. He's from Bellingham, Washington. Hey, us Evergreen State guys, we stick together. Man looked like he was running in molasses. Derrick Henry ran right by that dude like he was standing still. And then all of a sudden you look at it, well, I guess that's a good night. I guess the Ravens were just going to win this game. Have you seen them play?
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Always fun checking in with Chris Andrews. Great information there. Bunch of sharp plays. That's something I like hearing from the bookmakers early on in the week. Where's the sharp action coming? So he shared some of that with college football and NFL. So if you're just listening to Lightning Bets later on in the day, I would go check out that conversation. Dave Richard joined us during this show as well. If you consume this show or anything from the BetMGM network via YouTube, make sure you are subscribed. And if you watch Bet Sweats, hit that like button. It'll help us out. We would greatly, greatly appreciate it. All right, we'll go inside the room. We'll tell you what they're thinking about Thursday night football coming up in a moment. But we were talking about on the Odyssey app how if you're consuming the show in that way, or if you want to leave us a voicemail, it's easy. Go to BetMGM Network on the Odyssey app, and there's a big button there next to the Listen Live orange button that says you can leave a voicemail. And we've been getting some voicemails, and they had to run a few things by the FCC. There are some that cannot be aired, but we did want to give a sample to play one of them on the air. So Sam, yeah, I heard that there were some messages we couldn't go.
I thought we were playing it. My bad. Let's just tee it up.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Good morning. This is Kay Hilmers from the Discord, Smokers Lounge, Twitch. All I got to say is live here from Chicago, Vikings Moon. And I think that's all that needs to be said. Joe O and Sammy can take it from there. Vikings Moon. Same old.
I'm sure he's going to start to rattle off some expletives there. But the same old Bears. But yeah, Kay Hilmer's checking in. He's always on there. I don't know if he's a Twitch or a YouTube guy. I don't know if there are different groups of people, but he's a regular here on the show. Appreciate it, Kay Hilmer's.
They're in the Discord, the BetMGM Network Discord. Those guys are as loyal as it gets. And if there was going to be one person that would be allowed on the air first via voicemail, it would be Kay Hilmers. I heard there was a call about Jake that we couldn't air. I heard it was a very funny call, but we couldn't air it. It's too bad.
Yeah, I'd like to air it. Maybe we'll get more. Please send them. If you send them, we will air them if we can. If it's going to keep our jobs. Now, if it puts things into question, I think Paul's got to step in and say, yeah, that's a no-go. No-go.
Paul, how close was the call? How close was the call to making it? Not close at all?
No. Never considered.
No. I was curious. So Paul told me about this, and I wondered, wonder if Paul's just being extra careful or what. As soon as he hit play, 3 seconds in, I knew that was out. There's no chance any of us can air it. Everybody's fired. No, that's not getting aired.
Full disclosure, I left that voicemail myself. It's too bad.
Okay.
It's too bad. Yeah. I'll admit it. It was me. Thought I could slip it through.
I couldn't tell.
It was definitely me. Yeah. Didn't sound like me, though. I augmented my voice a little bit. But just imagine the potential of what it could have been. My goal for the show is to get Jake a date for Valentine's Day. So if we could do that, I think that would be, we have enough time. We've got 5
months. I'm going to speak for Jake. I don't think he wants a date for Valentine's Day.
I think he does.
Paul just made eye contact with us. You're like,
I think he just wants to be loved, Joe. I think he just wants to be loved.
Who amongst us doesn't?
When's the last time you went on a date? I feel like you don't do dates.
I went on a date in July. It's been about 2 months. These streets are awful though. You just go on 17 first dates that go nowhere. It's a money pit. I'm good.
When's the last time you got flown out?
Enough, Paul. How about that?
How far into the date usually are you thinking, what is my plan to abort? This is going to be terrible.
Honestly, they're not even bad dates. It's just they go well, get ghosted, you repeat the cycle. It's not great.
Oh, that's why it's bad.
Ghosted.
Because you get ghosted.
I've gotten ghosted like 3 times in a row now. It's brutal. And then, all right, if we're going to, we can do a little story time really fast. The last date that I was on, went to a brewery with this girl, went well, started making plans for a second date. She just disappeared into the ether. I went golfing with my friends 3 weeks later. We stop at a bar for the classic post-golf beers. Who's sitting at the table on the patio that we show up to? This girl that ghosted me. I didn't even notice because I was talking to my friends, sit down, and literally at the table next to us on this patio, and I hear somebody, whoever else was in her group, say her name, and then they just get up and leave. we were sitting down for 2 minutes.
A double ghosting.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, she aborted that mission immediately. She got the hell out of Dodge, which I respect.
What do you mean she likes you?
Maybe she's just scared of how charming and charismatic I am.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Some would say. Tarantula, even. So anyway.
So inside. All right, let's find out where the room is at for Thursday Night Football week number 2. Commanders, Packers. Paul, what do we got here?
Yeah, that's my music. Stand by. All right, so we'll do. So I don't see any juice on these, which is half the part of this. It's a big part of this. But here are the top 5 most bet props at BetMGM for tonight's Thursday Night Football game between the Commanders and the Packers. Number 5, going Packers. Jaden Reed over 37.5 receiving yards. Have fun playing Packers receiver roulette. Number 4, Jaden Daniels over 226.5 passing yards. Pretty attainable number.
That's not the only. I'm predicting that's not the only time we'll hear Jaden Daniels. Yeah,
it is not. Number 3,
okay.
And again, no idea what the juice on these are, but Deebo Samuel over 4.5 rushing yards.
So risky.
Yeah,
so risky.
He might not get a carry. He might not carry the ball at all.
I don't know why people bet that stuff, but watch it hit the first offensive play. But okay, Deebo over.
If it's in the room, no, not if it's in the room.
Yeah.
Is that minus 135? If we had to take a guess, something like that.
It's definitely favored. Yeah, I think it's got to be favored. Let me look. Prop Shop has him for rushing yards 3.5. BetMGM's 4.5 now, minus 125.
Okay.
To the over?
Other books are 3.5. Yeah. So other books have a more expensive 3.5, 3.5 minus 140. And then BetMGM 4.5 minus a quarter. So they definitely need an under bet, and it might be me after hearing that.
Okay.
All right. Number 2, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, flavor of the week, a.k.a. Bill. A lot of hype this season. Over 37.5 rushing yards.
That number does feel short. I get why they bet it.
Yeah.
And just looking real quick, that is, okay, it's up to 40.5 at BetMGM, minus 118.
Ooh, big difference.
And then the most bet prop for tonight's game, it is Jaden Daniels. Over 20.5 pass completions.
Okay.
Oh, I said that earlier. I said it was going to be popular. I liked it, but then hearing that it's the number 1 prop, I'm good. I'm a little nervous.
I thought the Daniels rushing yards would be there.
I'm a little nervous that 4 of the top 5 props are Commanders, but what's done is done.
That's my takeaway, Sam. 4 of the top 5 most bet props, Commanders. Touchdown props, 4 of the top 5 Commanders. The only Packer is Josh Jacobs. First touchdown, Tucker Kraft's in there. It's 3 Commanders, 2 Packers. Yeah. That might be a DC Wisconsin thing, but I'm a little surprised that more props are on the dog in this one. Especially when so many people nationally are on the Packers. All right, lightning bets. Sam, start us off. What you got tonight?
We already gave this yesterday. It is not a double down, but I would be happy if you took the 3.5 at BetMGM. Oh, never mind. It's gone. It went away. All
gone?
the 3.5s. Yeah, it's gone at MGM. Other books have 3.5, Green Book, Blue Book, but MGM has come off the hook. We gave 3.5 yesterday. Yes, I like 3.5 more than 3. Wink, wink. We like the Commanders in the game. And then let me buy the dip here on Houston in college football. That game's tomorrow. I'm going to lay 4.5 with Houston against Colorado. Colorado's defense stinks. And they're now starting the third stringer at quarterback. Deion's got a lot of questions to answer, and I think Houston is a really, really up-and-coming program.
Yep. Also on Washington, got the 3.5. I don't know if it's telling. I think it's just worth pointing out that the only 3.5s available that I see out there are the most public of books. They're still willing to post a 3.5. Okay. And as far as today, I got a college football and an NFL play. I don't know the last time I had 2 favorites, but here we are. In college football, I'm going Ole Miss, laying 7 against Arkansas. As Sammy pointed out, it's got to be 7, not 7.5. Taking Ole Miss there, and I'm laying it with the Steelers on Sunday. All in on Pittsburgh, -3. They might be a survivor play. We addressed that earlier in the show as well. If you want to go back, check out the podcast. Paul, then Jake, what you guys have for today?
So, question for the group real quick. If you like Georgia Tech in the game, and I'm not taking 2.5, I'm not taking 3, but the way this number's come down, would you consider 10-1 to win the ACC? Maybe it's a bigger conversation.
Thinking they'll get to the championship game?
I mean, the schedule's very beatable. Anyway, one play for you guys. Look, West Virginia stinks. Rich Rod is back. But the summer number on this was 1.5. And it opened much like then 2.5, then 5.5, 6.5. It's through the 7. I'll take West Virginia plus 7.5 in the backyard brawl in Morgantown.
Jake,
I'm running it back. White Sox, Astros.
White Sox, Astros. Same plays as before. Okay. Good stuff. That's it for Lightning Bets. That's it for Bet Sweats on this Thursday. Enjoy Commanders Packers tonight, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. Oh, man. If the Packers win against Jaden Daniels, it's going to be
don't even say that. No, don't say it.
Thanks for watching, listening. This is Bet Sweats. Tell a friend. Talk tomorrow. BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM Network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can watch us on YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And if you want to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you're hitting us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram, Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. You know, if you like our show, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends at BetMGM Network is where you can find it. We got the whole crew hanging with us here on this Thursday. We have Tyler Morales, Jay Kassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Addie Bates, Nick Costos. He joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on Thursday Night Football. We back, baby. We're back in the cadence. We got Thursday Night Football tonight between the Washington Commanders and the Green Bay Packers. So Nick will get into that 60 minutes from right now. And of course, if you miss anything across these 4 hours, because we're going to get into the NFL, some college football. We're tackling bets far and wide as the eye can see. If you miss anything, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And because we're so kind and putting it on there on-demand fashion for everyone to consume, the least you can do is to subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcasts. So we have two guests who will be joining us on the program throughout these 4 hours, starting at 5:20 Eastern. Professional sports bettor, part of the Hammer HQ, Joey Knish will join us at 5:20. We'll get Knish's thoughts on college football. Big week in college football. Some fun games in the SEC. You got Arkansas and Ole Miss. You got LSU and Florida. We'll get into all of that with Knish coming up at 5:20 Eastern time. Then during the Power Hour at 6:20 Eastern, NBC's lead betting analyst, Jay Croucher, will return to us, joining us in his weekly 6:20 spot on a Thursday. Co-host of the Fantasy Football Happy Hour with Matthew Berry and Connor Rogers. We're going to get all of Jay's best bets for Week 2 in the NFL, plus a little WNBA championship market, because the WNBA playoffs tip off on Sunday. Final day of the regular season is today, and we will be in the WNBA playoffs this weekend. Who's Jay betting ahead of the WNBA playoffs? We'll ask him that at 6:20 Eastern time. As always, though, because it's a Thursday, we got a standalone NFL game. We want to hear from you. Over on Twitter, at You Better You Bet is where you can tweet us. Or if you're in the YouTube chat, you can put it in the YouTube chat. If you're in the Twitch chat, you can put it into the Twitch chat. What is your best bet for tonight's Thursday Night Football game between the Commanders and the Packers, and why? Must include the rationale. Otherwise, we will not shout you out on the show. We're going to swear to get this bad boy in. I'm going to be on it. Bill's going to be on it. We're going to get this bad boy into the show, okay? Because a lot's been going on, we're getting back into things. Some teams have clunkers in week 1. I'll tap the chest and say we had a clunker last week. But we're going to get it in there. And if you guys tweet us all your best bets, because I know the real ones are always bringing it, we will give you a shout out later on in the program. So once again, tweet us at You Better You Bet, or put it in the YouTube chat or in the Twitch chat. Your best bet for tonight's Thursday Night Football game could be a side, total, or prop. But once again, please include the rationale. All right, let's get into tonight's Thursday Night Football game. Commanders at the Green Bay Packers. Over at BetMGM right now, looking at the betting market, we have Green Bay as a 3-point favorite with a total sitting at 49. We'll get more into like what I like from a betting standpoint in the next segment when we tackle the headlines, but just an interesting point spread and an interesting total as well, as we've seen some money coming in on the over on game day and more money coming in on the Washington Commanders. Now, I have a very, very strong opinion with this game, and also a very strong opinion about these teams when we look at it from a 10,000-foot view, when we look at their season outlook just after 1 week so far in the regular season. And my first opinion, it has to be about the Green Bay Packers, a team that everyone who's been watching and listening throughout the offseason knows I am very much high on. I believe the Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFC. And I don't think it's just like a hype machine. I don't think that this is just, oh, man, everyone loves Green Bay. They're a public... I don't care. I have eyeballs. I look at what the roster looks like. That is the best team in the NFC for my money. Like, this team, who's not even fully formed, by the way, is absolutely stacked. They are awesome. There's no holes that you can really poke at, say, oh, what about that, or what about that? Not anymore. Not over the last couple of weeks with what transpired with the trade with the Dallas Cowboys. That does not exist anymore. I think Green Bay, when you look at coaching, you look at offense, defense, they have everything you would want for an eventual NFC champion and an eventual possible Super Bowl champion this NFL season. And I want to start with the defense because like that's what's been grabbing all of the headlines since they made the trade for edge rusher Micah Parsons. Like this defense, in my opinion, it's just going to keep getting better. And like how could you argue that opinion? Like this defense, what we saw in week 1 where they shut down the Detroit Lions, and I know a lot of people out there might be listening and watching will say, hey, Femi, you know, the Detroit Lions were without Ben Johnson. Like that's why the Lions were struggling. I get it. Also, I don't care. I really don't. Ben Johnson's a big loss, 100%. I also watched Ben Johnson's offense on Monday night. Seemed like he missed the Detroit Lions as well, didn't it? Right? Like, come on. Like, I think this thing works both ways. It's not just going to be a one-way street here. And with all the talent that the Lions have on their offense, for them to get shut down like that, like less than 4 yards per play, that speaks highly of what Green Bay can do defensively. And what I love, too, about this is that when you listen to the way the Packers veterans talk about this defense and the way they talk about how they're just a little bit more comfortable in this scheme with Jeff Hafley as a defensive coordinator. This is now year 2 since Jeff Hafley has taken over as the DC. Like you can see why they're kind of making these strides. And they did it in a big way Sunday with their best player, Micah Parsons, only playing 45% of the snaps. What happens when Micah Parsons is in football shape? What happens when he starts playing 80% of the snaps? I think you're going to see an absolute force at edge, and you're going to see a defense that there's just kind of a trickle-down effect with this whole thing. Parsons being there makes Rashawn Gary better, which makes Lucas Van Ness better, which makes the linebackers better, it makes the secondary better, and it's a force multiplier. That's how good of a player Micah Parsons is, and that's why it was such a big deal when they landed him a week before the start of the regular season. So the defense, I think, will only get better. The offense, as good as it was from an efficiency standpoint in week 1, will also only get better. Like you might look at the box score and what they did from an output standpoint against Detroit and say, well, they only had 266 yards of offense. Like they also didn't have the ball for that long. They had like 25 minutes of time of possession. Like what do you want me to do? Also, too, with the 266 yards, just watch the game. Like clearly they throttled that offense down in the second half when they felt like they were in control of the game, which once again, the goal is to win the game. They were comfortable with where they stood, and they said, you know what? We don't have to go out there and go bombs away. But in the first half, it was bombs away. It was Jordan Love throwing the ball down the field, being aggressive like we've known he can do behind the center. Like we saw the deep ball to Romeo Doubs. Like it was the explosive passing game, and all of that is without Christian Watson, their big play wide receiver, who's going to come back at some point later on in October or November. Like this Packers offense, as good as it is right now, I think as good as it will be tonight against Washington, it can only go up and up. So for me, Green Bay is the best team in the NFC. Now, the NFC wild card, to me, has to be the Washington Commanders. Because as we discussed throughout the offseason, Washington is that team where all the signs point towards regression, all the signs point towards, oh, they're going to take a step back because they got really fortunate in 2024. Yeah, they could say all that stuff, but also, too, what's true about the Commanders is they have the best quarterback in the conference. And anytime you have that, you have a shot. You got a puncher's chance when you walk into any building in the conference and say, we got that dude. And I believe they have that dude in Jaden Daniels. I don't think too many people are arguing that. Also, by the way, like we've all seen enough data points at Jaden Daniels to be like, hey, yeah, that guy is a pretty damn good quarterback, probably top 5 already in the NFL. Now, as great as Daniels is, and as fun and exciting as Commanders' offense can be, like look at how they ran the football against the Giants last Sunday. That's a hell of an effort right there. 200-plus rushing yards. Like that's exactly what you want from an efficiency standpoint on offense. The big questions for me are on the defensive side of the ball. I see a defense that's old. It's aging. And last week's performance, to me, 100% was more about the New York Giants. I mean, Russell Wilson, that dude was lost behind a terrible offensive line. With the Commanders, they did what they had to do. I can't blame them. You play who's on the schedule. First team up for them was Big Blue, and they dominated those dudes. So, like, they did what they had to do. But once they take a step up in competition, and in a short week, this is a massive step up in competition when you compare the New York offense to the Green Bay offense, I think we're going to learn that this Washington defense is going to leave a lot to be desired this upcoming season. Like, I would not be comfortable thinking, oh, yeah, I like that defense on the road against a really competent team. No, that's not how I would be looking to bet the Washington Commanders in these games. So I like the offense quite a bit. I love the quarterback, but the defense is a big question mark, which why, in my opinion, the Commanders, even with being the wild card, when I look at NFC contenders, when I look at the teams that could win the Super Bowl, like your Green Bays, your Philadelphias, you know, maybe Minnesota, if J.J. McCarthy is good, who knows? But like when you think about those teams that can win the Super Bowl, I still have Washington a tier below on that tier 2. And the big reason is because of the quarterback as to why they're a tier 2. But if you take him out of the equation, they'd be much further down. So Commanders, Daniels gives them a chance. But still, at the end of the day, I think there's just better teams that would like more to represent the NFC. Now, how does that all play into what we're going to see tonight? What's the big defining thing that we're going to see tonight that swings this game one way or another? To me, it doesn't have to do with anything with the guys on the field. To me, this comes down to the coaching matchup. And it comes down to the head coaches, that being Dan Quinn for the Washington Commanders and Matt LaFleur for the Green Bay Packers. I don't think I'm going to get too many arguments with this one, but Matt LaFleur, I think, is the better coach. I don't think that's a hot take. You know, Matt LaFleur's won a bunch of games. Dan Quinn's won a bunch of games. Dan Quinn's made it to a Super Bowl as a head coach. But just like pound for pound, based on the resume in recent years, Matt LaFleur is the better coach. So I'm getting the better coach. I got home field advantage with the Green Bay Packers for tonight's Thursday night showdown. But I'll also say this, and I was looking at this earlier this morning, kind of thinking about this game and be like, you know what? I feel like I've seen Dan Quinn and Matt LaFleur match up quite a bit over the past few years. How did it go? I got the notes. Here's how it went. Let's take a walk down memory lane in these matchups between Matt LaFleur, the play caller on offense, and Dan Quinn, the play caller on defense. The most recent memory, which is a very, very bad one for me, probably the worst day in my Dallas Cowboys fandom. January 14th, 2024, NFC wildcard round. Green Bay Packers beat the Dallas Cowboys, a defense that was coordinated by Dan Quinn, 48-32. That game, of course, we all remember everyone blamed Mike McCarthy, although he came back for some reason. Everyone blamed Dak Prescott, and rightfully so. Like, you know, those guys deserved the brunt of the criticism. But what went under-discussed with that game was the thorough ass-kicking Matt LaFleur's offense did of Dan Quinn's defense in that game. Like, here are the stats from that game for Green Bay's offense against Dan Quinn's defense, that being with the Dallas Cowboys. And also that defense had Micah Parsons on it with the Dallas Cowboys. Green Bay in that game had 415 yards of total offense, 7.7 yards per play. We all remember that was Jordan Love's first start in his playoff career. Like, that's really, really bad. Advantage Matt LaFleur. We'll go back even further. The previous season, the 2022 NFL season. Obviously, different cast of characters, you know, like a little bit different. Aaron Rodgers was the quarterback for the Packers, but still Dan Quinn, defensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys. In a season where Green Bay didn't make the playoffs. They weren't some juggernaut, but here's how the two stacked up. Packers beat the Cowboys 31-28 that game in overtime. LaFleur's offense, 415 yards of offense, 6.8 yards per play. It goes back even further than that. 2020, the COVID season. Packers against the Falcons. This is with Dan Quinn as the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. Matt LaFleur, of course, in his second year as the head coach of the Green Bay Packers. Matt LaFleur's offense against Dan Quinn's defense in that game. 403 yards of total offense, 6.7 yards per play. Oh, by the way, 6 days later, Dan Quinn got fired from his head coaching spot with the Atlanta Falcons. So all of the trends, all of the history with this matchup tells you Matt LaFleur owns Dan Quinn. And that is a big, big, big edge in favor of the Green Bay Packers, who have home field advantage. And for my money, and I think for your money as well, if you're being completely honest about the situation, have the massive coaching edge in this game on a short week on a Thursday night. All right, on the other side, I'll give you my official betting stance for tonight's game between the Packers and the Commanders. This is You Better You Bet coming at you on a Thursday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's been a very nice week for you.
That's right. And so all of my hopes and dreams and my streak rides on the shoulders of Deebo Samuel. I think it's going to be a big Deebo Samuel night for the Commanders, or at least that's what I am hoping. So best bet of the night is going to be Deebo over his receiving prop of 49.5 for -118. That's over at BetMGM, just because the targets were there in week 1. Because from a fantasy game props perspective, you want somebody who is getting plenty of opportunities. Maybe he doesn't get 10 targets like he did in the first week of the season tonight against the Packers, but I do think we see Jaden Daniels throwing the ball more, because I do think this is going to be a closer game than what we saw against the Giants. And also, Deebo looks revitalized. Like, he had 77 receiving yards. Last week, he also was involved in the run game, a little sprinkle. So I think that's a good thing. And plus, the silver lining for Terry McLaurin having a little bit of a holdout during training camp is that Jaden Daniels got a little bit of extra time to work with Deebo Samuel, one-on-one. So I like Deebo tonight over 49.5 receiving yards for -118.
All right, Chelsea, that's what I'm talking about.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi and Pepe hanging with you guys on this Thursday afternoon. Week 2 is back in our lives, baby. We're back in the cadence with the National Football League. You know, you have Monday Night Football, take a couple days off. Now we're back to Thursday night. Tomorrow there's no NFL. Like, we don't have like the Friday night game like we did last week with the Chargers and the Chiefs. But at least, you know, like, we get a little bit of college on Friday, a lot of college on Saturday, and then by the time we get to Sunday, you know where we're at with the NFL. So we're back in the cadence now that the holidays are done, kids are back in school, et cetera. I don't have kids, but if those of you watching and listening out there, I'm sure you're glad they've gone back to school. It's a good time of year, so we absolutely love it. And 40 minutes from now, it will be a great time with Nick Costos when he joins us to break down tonight's Thursday night football game between the Commanders and the Packers. And with that game, I told you guys in the first segment, I'm going to remind you again because we really want you guys to get your voices heard here on a Thursday. But let us know your favorite bet for tonight's Thursday night football game between the Commanders and the Packers. Could be side, total, or a prop. Tweet us at YouBetterYouBet on Twitter and let us know why you like the bet, and we'll give you a shout out later on the program. I promise we will give you a shout out. So tweet us at YouBetterYouBet or at BetMGM Network or at the Costos or at Femi and Bebefe or whoever. Just tweet at one of us and we'll find it and we'll give you a shout out later on in the program. 20 minutes from now, though, we'll continue our NFL awards breakdown. Yesterday, if you missed it, we broke down MVP, Offensive Player of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year. Today, Coach of the Year, both of the rookies and Comeback Player of the Year. So we'll get into that in about 20 minutes. But joining me right now, like he does each and every weekday, is our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, how we doing on this Thursday? Happy week 2 to you and yours, man.
Yeah, looking forward to it, Femi. And like you said about to the real ones, bring the rationale on your social media, on your best bets for tonight, because last week, now we didn't get to it. That is fair. But last week we had dozens of submissions, only a few with rationale. So you got to do better on the rationale. You get those in, we'll make sure we get you a part of the social media segment.
100%. Yeah, we want to know because like the real ones, they bring it, especially for these Thursday night games. Like you guys, you set a high bar last season. I remember like the Brock Purdy rushing yards over in a Seahawks Niners Thursday night football game that like cashed like in the first quarter. Like they bring it with some of these prop bets. So I'm curious to see what they like for tonight's high scoring affair, at least in the eyes of the betting market, between the Commanders and the Packers. So that is our reminder for everyone out there. At You Better You Bet is where you can find us. Bill, let's get into business here at this 320 segment. What's the number one story we need to know this afternoon?
Well, Femi, you just said it. It is week 2 in the National Football League kicking off tonight with the Washington Commanders heading to Wisconsin to face the Green Bay Packers at Lambeau Field. Packers are a 3-point favorite. Those total points are 49 over with our friends at BetMGM. So, Femi, how are you betting this one?
Yeah, this is a great game. I love this game. The NFL did it because usually sometimes like you have like the week 1 stuff and the Thursday night game might be a little bit of a dud for week 2 because they know that they already got us hooked. So they don't need to give us like a banger like they need to do for the opening night game. But this is a banger. Like I love this game. I think both these quarterbacks are young. They're really, really good. They're talented. They might have another step forward that they can get to in terms of their level of play. Who knows? Maybe at the end of the season, we're talking about both of these guys in the MVP conversation. You never know, but it's a really, really intriguing game, and I can't wait to see how it unfolds. Broke down kind of the matchup that I think is going to be the biggest determining factor in who will win in the last segment, talking about the coaching between Matt LaFleur and Dan Quinn. Big edge to LaFleur in that matchup. And because of that, I will be laying the 3 with the Green Bay Packers. I'm not going to overthink this one. Last week, everyone was like, oh, you got to bet Detroit, plus 2.5, plus 2, 1.5. There was a place Sunday, like right before kickoff, 20 minutes before kickoff of that Lions-Packers game, where Detroit was favored. Like that's how much like all of these influential bettors were betting the Lions and fading the Packers. It feels like a little bit of what's happening right now with this betting market to where you can pretty much find Green Bay 3 anywhere. Like I'm looking at it right now. There's a couple of prominent domestic sportsbooks that are still hanging on barely at 3.5 minus 102. But outside of that, I'm seeing 3 minus 120, 3 minus 115. Our friends at BetMGM who make it legendary, 3 minus 110. If you like the Packers, do it at BetMGM. I like the Packers quite a bit. They got the coaching edge. They got home field advantage, a great home field advantage, by the way. And it's a short week. Like these Thursday night games, big advantage to the home team on these short weeks. I love Green Bay. The thing that worries me about this game, as someone who likes the Packers, obviously Jaden Daniels is line one. But line two, can this Packers run defense hold up against the Washington rushing attack? Because 200-plus yards against the Giants, G-men are not known for being like some run defense stalwarts or whatever, but still, 200 yards in an NFL game on the ground, it's impressive. I don't care who you're playing. So Green Bay's going to have to contain that run game. I think they're able to do it just enough, but make sure if you like Green Bay, lay the 3. Don't lay 3.5 to where all of a sudden they're up by 10, and now here comes Jaden Daniels through the back door, and you get beat by that. So I like the Packers laying the 3. If I had to bet the total, it'd be a lean to the over. It's been bet all throughout the day. 49 is now the consensus number pretty much everywhere. Like, I think it's going to be a higher scoring game, 2 potent offenses, but I do think the Packers win this by like a touchdown. I think we're in store for a fun one tonight on Thursday Night Football. Now, as for what everyone else is betting with tonight's game, 56% of the bets, 64% of the handle on the Packers laying the 3. 67% of the bets on over 48, but 76% of the handles on the under 48. That since has not worked out well for those of you betting the under and slamming that number, because that bad boy keeps going up and up and up as we sit here at 49. 62% of the bets are on Commanders money line plus 155, but 53% of the handle is on the Packers money line, laying it there with the home team. As for the popular player props, 5th most popular, Jaden Reed over 37.5 receiving yards. 4th most popular, Jaden Daniels over 226.5 passing yards. 3rd most popular, Deebo Samuel over 4.5 rushing yards. Saw him at the rushing touchdown in the game last week. Like that Deebo Samuel look. 2nd most popular player prop, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt over 37.5 rushing yards. And the most popular player prop over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, Jaden Daniels over 20.5 completions. Jaden Daniels also the most popular anytime TD scorer at plus 175. I will have first TD scorer bets with Femi's Island coming up later on at 640, but I like Green Bay laying the 3, and it's a slight lean to the over. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Femi, Brock Purdy will not be playing this week for the San Francisco 49ers as they travel to New Orleans to take on the Saints. It'll be Mac Jones under center for the Niners, but according to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, this is not going to just be a one-week issue for Brock Purdy. Rapp says Purdy is going to be out at least 2 weeks, but could be out as long as 5. So first we have George Kittle missing at least 4 weeks. Now Brock Purdy, Femi, out multiple weeks as well.
Yeah, this is setting up to be another season from hell for the 49ers. I know right now at BetMGM, they're favored to win the NFC West. I disagree with that. I get it. They're 1-0 and the defense is awesome. And I do think the defense is really good. And that's where they're going to have to kind of lean on this team to succeed. But Mac Jones for multiple weeks? I don't like the sound of that. Like Mac Jones spot start here and there. Okay, you can get by. But if this is as bad as it could possibly be, where it's potentially 5 weeks that Purdy is out, like that is a disaster for San Francisco. And I think right now, you look at the schedules, you need to be taking shots at the 49ers. Like looking at it at BetMGM, Niners are the favorites, plus 150. You have the Rams at plus 170, Cardinals plus 350, and the Seahawks at plus 950. Looking at the schedules, Arizona to me feels like a no-brainer bet. We talked about it on the show yesterday when this news first came out. It just feels like the Cardinals are going to get off to a really, really good start. Now, we've seen that happen before. I mean, hell, the year the Rams won the Super Bowl, like the Cardinals were, 7-0, 8-0 that year. Then they kind of tumbled down the stretch, and they lost in embarrassing fashion to the Rams in the wild card game. Like the Cardinals have gotten off to good starts in the past. They just haven't been able to sustain them. This year, I like the defense quite a bit. Not as in love with the offense as other people are, but I do think in a division where it's a little bit more wide open at price, I like Arizona quite a bit. Now, the Rams are probably going to be people's most likely team that they point to, but once again with the Rams, I feel like we're on a week-to-week basis. Like it's hard for me to marry the Rams. I can only date. I can only date that team right now. And I know I'm saying this as somebody who was like Mr. Ramley last year, but in 2025, like this has to be week to week. It cannot be long term because at any given moment, Matthew Stafford's back might give out, and all of a sudden the season goes down the drain. So I don't want to get involved long term with a team like LA. I would rather bet the Arizona Cardinals. I'm surprised that plus 350 is not like plus 250 with Arizona. So that's my recommendation with this Niners news. Now, can the Niners right the ship? Perhaps. I think they're going to win on Sunday. Would I bet the 3? Not really. I don't want to lay that with Mac Jones because New Orleans did, acquit themselves pretty well on Sunday against the Arizona Cardinals. But I just think for 49ers, this is going to be a tough hill to climb over the next month. And if Purdy comes back, maybe he's not all the way back. And if that's the case, there's a chance to maybe fade this team on a week-to-week basis. So San Francisco, I don't want any parts of them. Arizona, much more interested in them than I was about 8 days ago. Bill, hit me with the next one.
I mean, Buffalo Bills also might be missing a key piece of their team. This on defense against the Jets on Sunday. Defensive tackle Ed Oliver did not participate in practice today and was spotted not only in a walking boot, but using a scooter as well. We won't get more information on this until Sean McDermott meets with the media Friday morning. But Femi, right now, that is certainly something to watch.
Yeah, it's something to watch, and the market's definitely watching it, as I've seen the New York Jets get bet over the last 90 minutes. This was 7 at open, went down to 6.5. We talked about this game yesterday during our It Moved segment, and this afternoon, it's now 6. And I see it a pretty sharp sports book here in Las Vegas, a 5.5. I think you're going to continue to see interest on the New York Jets, and BetMGM right now still hanging that 6.5. That is your home to bet Gang Green if you like them, because more other places in the market are at 6, and I even see a 5.5 like I just mentioned. For me, I'm staying away from the side. It does feel like a little bit of like a weird setup. I just have call it a gut feeling, and maybe I should just kind of put my money where my mouth is and bet the damn thing. I think this is going to be a close game, or closer than what people think. Like, I just really do. Like, I worry about this Buffalo Bills run defense. And Ed Oliver, when he was on the field against the Baltimore Ravens, they got gashed. Now, the Jets' run offense is not as good as the Ravens' one. But, watch the game on Sunday against Pittsburgh. The Jets' offensive line is moving people. It's a pretty good run offense. And you got Justin Fields, who, for all of his warts as a quarterback throwing the football, he opens up the run game because you have to respect him on the backside. You can't just, ignore the quarterback, because if he keeps the ball and then all of a sudden takes it around the other end, that's 25 yards, because that dude is fast. He is humming down the field. So I think this Jets running attack could keep this game somewhat close. Because of that, I don't really want to trust the Jets. I'm betting the over with this game. I bet over 46. 46.5 is still a playable number. I think 47 is somewhat of a key-ish number. I think we get points because I worry about the Jets' defense against Buffalo's offense, but I have to worry about Buffalo's defense now, where it's looking like they may be without Ed Oliver, their best defensive lineman. I think the Jets run the ball all over the Bills. I think the Bills score on the Jets. I think we see fireworks in the Meadowlands between the Bills and the Jets. I think this is a fun game in the early window. I'm hoping Buffalo wins it for my Josh Allen MVP bets, but I think we're going to see a high-scoring affair between these two AFC East teams. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Femi, we've got the Ben Johnson Bowl on Sunday in Detroit as Johnson's new squad, the Chicago Bears, head to the Motor City to take on the Lions. Now, Amon-Ra St. Brown has talked about Ben Johnson throughout the postseason very highly, talked about how much he likes him, what a great coach he is. But on the St. Brown podcast this week, he says it's going to be all business on Sunday.
I promise you, it's going to be so electric. But as soon as Ben walks in there, we're booing him. I don't give a. We all booing him.
So there you go. Maybe a little tongue-in-cheek, Femi, because we know he loves Brown. But yeah, these teams are going to be fired up for this one on Sunday.
He's like, I don't give a bleep. We booing him. I love it. It adds to the rivalry. It adds to the storyline. Amon-Ra St. Brown saying, all my homies hate Ben Johnson now. And I get it. If you're Amon-Ra St. Brown, just think about it. You just had an all-pro season. The offense was really good. The season ended abruptly, of course, in the divisional round. But all offseason, you've been hearing about how your team is going to be worse because you lost offensive coordinator Ben Johnson. You got to be they might have Ben Johnson's face on the bulletin board in the Detroit Lions locker room. That might be all the motivation they need. Dan Campbell might not have to go to one of those motivational speeches. Just says, hey guys, that's who we're facing this week. It's Ben Johnson, our old buddy. I really do think that this is going to be a fun game, a higher scoring game. I want to see more of the injury report, though, because that's the big thing with me. If the Chicago Bears are healthy, and it sounds like they might be at least healthier on defense with TJ Edwards and Jalen Johnson, if those guys are healthy and they're playing, 6.5, 6, starts to look a little bit intriguing on the Chicago side, as disastrous as the offense looked on Monday night. So I know that Amon-Ra St. Brown might want to run it up or do whatever, I think this is going to be a good old-fashioned NFC North competitive game, and it's not Detroit for me. I'm looking to bet Chicago, but I need the injury report to break our way, and at that point, then I will bet the Chicago Bears. So fun comment. Everything's fun. It's a podcast. St. Brown. I guess I need to listen to the St. Brown's podcast because that was actually a funny clip. But yeah, I guess it's the Bears or pass. Let's just find out what the injury report says coming up later today. And of course, on the ever important Friday injury report tomorrow. On the other side, we continue our NFL awards discussion. Coach of the Year, Offensive Rookie of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year, and of course, Comeback Player of the Year, which is no longer as fun. But hey, we got to talk about it here on a Thursday on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's been a very nice week for you.
That's right. And so all of my hopes and dreams and my streak rides on the shoulders of Deebo Samuel. I think it's going to be a big Deebo Samuel night for the Commanders, or at least that's what I am hoping. So best bet of the night is going to be Deebo over his receiving prop of 49.5 for -118. That's over at BetMGM, just because the targets were there in week 1. Because from a fantasy game props perspective, you want somebody who is getting plenty of opportunities. Maybe he doesn't get 10 targets like he did in the first week of the season tonight against the Packers, but I do think we see Jaden Daniels throwing the ball more because I do think this is going to be a closer game than what we saw against the Giants. And also, Deebo looks revitalized. Like, he had 77 receiving yards last week. He also was involved in the run game, a little sprinkle. So I think that's a good thing. And plus, the silver lining for Terry McLaurin having a little bit of a holdout during training camp is that Jaden Daniels got a little bit of extra time to work with Deebo Samuel, one-on-one. So I like Deebo tonight over 49.5 receiving yards for -118.
All right, Chelsea, that's what I'm talking about.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Thursday on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. This is You Better You Bet. Femi Abebefe hanging with you guys this afternoon. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on the Thursday Night Football matchup between the Commanders and the Packers. And once again, I'll remind everyone, send us your best bet for tonight's game. Side, total, or props, and let us know why. I know one of you already out there sent us a Jaden Daniels over on his rushing yards. So keep them coming. Send the rationale. We'll give you a shout out later on in the program. Side, total, and prop for tonight's game. Best bet. And we'll give you a shout out here on You Better You Bet. But let's go ahead and continue our NFL awards conversation. Yesterday on the show on Wednesday, we discussed MVP, OPOI, DPOI. If you missed that, make sure you check it out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. Today, on Thursday, and this will be kind of the cadence throughout the course of this NFL season. Just kind of want to let everybody know that going forward. Wednesdays, those 3 awards. Thursdays, Coach of the Year, 2 rookies, and comeback. And we'll start with Coach of the Year. And you guys know how I feel about this award. I love it. It's my favorite thing to bet across all sports, across all markets. NFL Coach of the Year is my favorite because there's multiple ways to win, which is what makes it a lot of fun. And right now in the Coach of the Year market, it's still very, very early. We played 1 week, so you don't want to make too big of overreactions or whatever and just go out there and start betting everything. No, you don't have to do that. You can pump the brakes. And we've seen times where, some Coach of the Year winners come up with circumstance award winning kind of victories like Kevin Stefanski or Mike Vrabel, or sometimes, guys like Brian Dable, who went on a losing streak at the end of the season, but then won 1 game against Indianapolis, all of a sudden wins Coach of the Year. Those things kind of happen in this market. But our current favorite right now over at BetMGM is Jacksonville Jaguars head coach Liam Cohen. Liam Cohen right now is at 7-1 plus 700 at BetMGM. But I wrote down a couple of names that I wanted to get to with this market. 2 that stand out to me, and one in particular. The first one, I'll say this because you guys already know how I feel about this guy. Jets head coach Aaron Glenn. I wouldn't bet it right now. I mean, they're a 6.5-point underdog on Sunday. Now is not the time to bet Aaron Glenn. They're 15-1, he's 15-1, I should say, to win the award. Would make a lot of sense if they ever won 9-10 games, he would be in the conversation, but I just don't think that this is the buy point for someone like Aaron Glenn. A guy where you could make the argument to where it is a buy point is Indianapolis Colts head coach Shane Steichen. Now, I'm not a believer yet, but I'm also leaving room to be potentially wrong about the Indianapolis Colts. Steichen is 16-1 right now to win Coach of the Year. And what kind of has me hanging up on Steichen and where I'm not really looking to dive in right now is that, lost in all the chaos at the end of last season, they did win 8 games. And as we outlined in the offseason, you want that minimum 4-win improvement from your coach. Do you see Indianapolis going 12-5, maybe 13-4? I don't. Now, here's the thing for this week. They're only a 1.5-point underdog against Denver. It's not crazy that they would win the game. It's like a coin flip kind of game. If the Colts start the year 2-0 and one of their wins is over the offseason darlings, the Denver Broncos, that's going to get a lot of people's attention. And we've already started to see people talk about Daniel Jones saying, Indiana Jones, since that's his new nickname now. It's no longer Danny Dimes, it's just Indiana Jones. Everyone's kind of getting excited about him. They just beat the Miami Dolphins. Let's take a chill pill a little bit. But still, you can see where this could go if they beat Denver Sunday afternoon. Steichen right now is 16-1. I would not bet it because just as easy as they could win, they could also lose the game. And then we're right back to 1-1. But he's a guy that I'm going to keep a close eye on. I'm not there with them being a potential 12 or 13 win team. The guy where I do think there's the potential for a 12 or 13 win season, and I didn't think I would ever get here in the offseason, but Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon right now is 12-1 over at BetMGM. And this is one of those things that kind of developed in real time for me because we got the news that Brock Purdy yesterday is likely going to be out 2 to 5 weeks. We discussed that as well in the last segment. That's a massive, massive deal. And the biggest beneficiary to this Brock Purdy injury is the Arizona Cardinals. Why did I say that? The Cardinals play the 49ers next week. We know Brock Purdy's not playing in that game. Like, you have to think about that differently because, like, before the season starts, you see, Cardinals at the 49ers. Well, the Niners will be favored. You know, they should be able to take care of business, whatever. It's a divisional game, but you'd expect them to win it. Now, it's completely different. Like, the equation is completely different. If the Cardinals win on Sunday, which right now they are a 6.5-point home favorite against maybe the worst team in the league, the Carolina Panthers, if they win on Sunday, they're 2-0. Next week, they're probably going to be a road favorite at San Francisco. They win that game. Now it's the 3-0 Arizona Cardinals, and the rest of the schedule, at least in the first half, is pretty manageable. Like, this could be a 6-1 Arizona Cardinals team by the time they get to the bye week. I think now is the time to buy Jonathan Gannon at 12-1 in the Coach of the Year market. I have bet it. I think out there, if you don't have anything in this market, that's a bet that you should make. I don't know if he's going to win, but I do think with this injuries in San Francisco and with the Rams situation with Matthew Stafford's back being an issue from a week-to-week standpoint, and who knows what the hell Seattle does, Arizona might be a team to where we look up in December, hey, the Cardinals, the Cardinals are 10-4? Like we could have that conversation. So I think Gannon at 12-1 is a bet in the Coach of the Year market just because they won 8 games last year, but he actually has the potential to be a 12-game winner or maybe even a 13-game winner, which would get him this award, in my opinion, because if they win the West, I think a lot of people are going to point to Jonathan Gannon as the reason why, since Gannon gets a lot of praise throughout the media. So that's Coach of the Year right now heading into week 2. Let's get to the rookie awards. And these ones will be a little bit quicker because we only got one data point of these guys in the NFL. We'll start with Offensive Rookie of the Year. Your favorite right now is Raiders running back Ashton Jeanty, runner-up in the Heisman Trophy last year in college football. In week 1, had a high usage, played 86% of the snaps. He's on the field, which that's a good thing. That's like line 1 for these rookies. You want to make sure they're actually on the field and they can produce. The caveat, though, with Jeanty is that, Raiders' run game was bad on Sunday. 19 carries, 38 yards. Now, he did score a touchdown in the game, but that's not the production that's going to get you Offensive Rookie of the Year. At the price of plus 275, we're not interested in Ashton Jeanty. I think there's a chance he could win, but I'm definitely not interested. Some interesting names to discuss, though, in this market. Have to start with the big mover, which is Tampa Bay Buccaneers wide receiver Emeka Egbuka. Egbuka was 25-1 in the summertime. He's now down to plus 750. He was on the field 93% of the offensive snaps for Tampa, 4 catches, 67 yards, but had the game-winning or go-ahead touchdown late in the fourth quarter in their win over the Falcons. The way people talk about Emeka Egbuka, not just internally in that Bucs locker room and throughout that organization, because those guys are raving about him, the media has been on this train as well, saying the things I hear about Egbuka, he's such a professional, he's so dialed in, all of these things, people love him. And for this to be his debut, game-winning touchdown catch, that's a pretty good debut. You only get one chance to make a first impression, and boy, did he knock his out the park. So Emeka Egbuka at plus 750. I don't know how much I love it at that price. I think the price is right. I would not be going out there betting it now, especially it sounds like Chris Godwin is back on track to get back into the lineup in October. There's going to be some times where, some of the balls don't go Egbuka's way because Mike Evans is still there. Godwin's going to be coming back next month. But Emeka Egbuka is a name that can definitely win this award as a first-round pick who has been producing for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Another guy, which this is not a bet, and if you do bet it, it's 100% speculative. Jackson Dart for the New York Giants. He's at 18-1 right now at BetMGM. I'm not saying to bet this, but we all see what's coming up. This game on Sunday, Giants 5.5-point underdogs against the Cowboys. If things don't go well in the first half, do they turn to Jackson Dart in the second half? So just keep that in mind heading into Sunday's games. Jackson Dart is a potential to be in this conversation when we talk about this next week. On the defensive side of the ball for the rookies, your favorite, Giants edge rusher, Abdul Carter, plus 165, played 54% of the snaps. Want that to be a little bit higher for a D-Roy winner. Had a half a sack in the game, 3 tackles. But some other names I think that are interesting. Jahad Campbell, of course, coming off of the Thursday night opener. 3 tackles, a pass defended, a forced fumble, played 92% of the snaps for that Eagles defense. Is going to be in a lot of high-profile games since he's playing for the defending Super Bowl champions. 12-1. not necessarily a bet. I don't bet D-Roy until like week 4 at the earliest because like there's just defense. It's a little bit more fickle. You want to make sure guys are actually playing before you get involved. But Campbell's a guy that's definitely on the list. Will Johnson's interesting at 15-1, had 3 passes defended, had a tackle, 60% of the snaps. Want to see him play a little bit more, but he was awesome in his first game against New Orleans. Let's see what happens with Travis Hunter this week. Only played in 9% of the defensive snaps on Sunday against the Panthers, only had 1 tackle. He's now 30-1 to win D-Roy. Liam Cohen said they're going to play him some defense some more. So, like, if he gets up to 50% or so, I don't know if it's going to be that much, probably not, but I just want to keep an eye on Travis Hunter. But once again, not betting anybody in D-Roy. For comeback player of the year, which it's unfortunate because Daniel Jones would have been a great, great bet for this, but he can't win. He's not coming back from injury or some kind of medical hardship. He was just on the bench last year, so he can't win. But our favorite is Christian McCaffrey for the 49ers, plus 185. He, of course, missed a bunch of games last year. His game, from a usage standpoint, great. From an efficiency standpoint, left a little bit to be desired, but the usage will be there. And earlier this week, McCaffrey was talking to the media at his locker, and he said that the calf injury from last week, he said it was nothing. I mean, I don't know how much of that I believe, but he seems to feel pretty good about where he's at. And with all these Niners skill guys dropping off like flies, and now Brock Purdy out for the next 2 to 5 weeks, this is going to be a McCaffrey-centric offense. Like, he is going to get everything coming off a game where he had 69 rushing yards, 73 receiving yards. I think McCaffrey is your rightful favorite for comeback player of the year. Could guys emerge? Yeah, Dak is out there. Trevor Lawrence is out there. I just think right now McCaffrey has the best setup from a usage standpoint. And also we know now that team success doesn't matter because we just saw Joe Burrow miss the playoffs last year and win this damn award. So McCaffrey is your rightful favorite. And I think that's still in the TBD category in terms of betting that market. So all in all, for coach of the year, I think Jonathan Gannon is the bet that you need to make. The other markets, we can stand pat and kind of wait to see how things develop over the next couple of weeks. On the other side, Nick Costos will join us with his thoughts on tonight's Thursday night banger between the Commanders and the Packers.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
This guy. We're taking Miami minus 17.5 against South Florida. Couple of reasons why I love the Canes in this matchup. First one, USF has had 2 big upsets the first couple weeks. Week 1, you upset the team that made the college football playoff last year, the Group of 5 champion in Boise State. At home, you obliterate them. And then the following week, you go into the swamp and you upset the Florida Gators, and that was an emotional win, man. I mean, South Florida, after the game, they're taking pictures on the field. Their coaches are screaming, yelling, running down from the press box to celebrate with their team in the locker room. That was an emotional, big-time win. So after those 2 wins, how much does USF have left in the tank to get ready for one of the most talented teams in the country? Miami beat them last year 50-15, so they know what USF is all about. And think about how good their run defense was, containing Jeremiah Love, and that Notre Dame rush game was kept intact for the most part. So they should do a good job of containing Byron Brown. I think the Canes win in a rout. I like them minus 17.5 against USF. How about the underdog that I like the best this week? And it's something to always monitor when you're betting college football, because we usually get about 1 or 2 games like this every week, especially early on in the season. All you got to do is you got to look at the slate in college football, and you got to look at some of the big point spreads that are on the board. And about every week, you get 1 or 2 games with a big point spread that drops about 3 or 4 points. And whatever team has the steam going towards them, you bet that underdog. Last week, it was Troy against Clemson. That line opened up about 34.5, 35.5, closed about 30.5. Troy was up 16-0 in the first half against Clemson before the Tigers come back and win the game by 11 points. Well, this week we have Oklahoma and Temple. Sooners opened up about a 24.5, 25.5 point favorite. Now it's all the way down to 21.5, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Last week, Clemson, big emotional game against LSU in week 1. Turn around, you play Troy at home, right? There's a weather delay. I mean, the stadium's not as nearly as loud or as rocking. The energy isn't the same as it was for that LSU game. Major letdown. Well, look at Oklahoma's spot. They just had that massive game against Michigan last week. College game day was there. Probably the biggest win of the Brett Venables era. You got Auburn coming into Norman next week. It's a letdown, sandwich game, all the things we look for. Give me Temple, plus 21.5 against Oklahoma.
BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
I'm an NFL junkie. I think I like the NFL more than my wife. Don't tell her. Don't tell anybody. I love the National Football League.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
Mike McDonald kicking that field goal at the end of the game at 10-10 is a loser. Young Wei Koo should be Young Wei Cut. What a loser. I hope and pray the over is the worst beat of the whole season. If that's the case, it's going to be a great year.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, tremendous Football Thursday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on Sirius XM, on YouTube, on Twitch, on radio stations nationwide, in your hearts and in your minds, as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, the great Femi Abebefe. He's got some things to discuss in the world of sports betting. National Football League, college football, ahead of a very busy betting weekend on the gridiron. Femi's got betting takes. I've got reactions. We will bring them to you next hour here on the show at 6 o'clock Eastern. We have been pumped to do this all week long. Femi, yours truly, and Tyler Morales will figure out live on the air our survivor pick for week 2 in the National Football League. Last week on the show, Femi astounded all of us with his brilliance on the Jacksonville Jaguars. Tyler and I thought he was crazy at first, but by the end of the segment, we bought in. And Femi absolutely nailed it. The Jaguars dismantling the Panthers last week, advancing us, and perhaps you, to week number 2. I don't know if we're going to have the same brilliance this week. I don't know what everybody's going to say. But we will finalize our survivor pick for week 2 at 6 o'clock East. Femi just wrote in the chat, week 2 is tough. Like, come on, everybody. Like, it can't be that hard. We have 31 teams to choose from. It can't be that difficult. I guess we got bounced in week 2 last year. So we'll see how it goes this year. Survivor pick coming up at 6 o'clock Eastern time. 2 tremendous guests will join us on the program. Joey Knish, pro sports bettor from the Hammer, baby, on this weekend's college football slate. NBC sports betting expert, the great Jay Croucher in the Power Hour on week 2 in the NFL. On awards thoughts following week 1 in the NFL. And I was told that Jay Croucher had thoughts on the WNBA playoffs to share with us. Bill Zimmerman told me, our executive producer. That will be in the Power Hour of the show, and also in the Power Hour, the final hour. All of our bets for the Commanders and the Packers Thursday Night Football. We'll also give you some thoughts on NC State and Wake Forest tonight on the college gridiron. But obviously the main event, the Commanders and the Packers at Lambeau. Side, total, Femi's Island first touchdown scorers, and I Royal Prop King with our Royal Props for tonight's game. We also want to know your, dear listener and dear viewer, your favorite bets for tonight's game with the Commanders and the Packers. Could be a side, a total, a prop, whatever. Tweet us at You Better You Bet. You can type it in the YouTube chat, type it in the Twitch chat, tweet me at the Costos, tweet Femi at Femi Abebefe. Let us know your favorite bet for the Commanders and the Packers. And if I remember, sometimes I don't. And then Bill forgets to, even though it's his job not to forget. If we all remember, we will do them coming up in the 6 o'clock hour today on the show. But we officially begin. Tremendous Football Thursday edition of You Better You Bet on the precipice of week 2 in the same place that week 2 will officially begin in the NFL. It's like 80 degrees in New York City. I don't know what the temperature is in Wisconsin, but it's probably not freezing. So I don't know. It's like the temperate tundra of Lambeau Field tonight, where the Green Bay Packers host the Washington Commanders in what is an absolute banger of a Thursday night game this early in the season. You love to see it. And as we stand right now at BetMGM, where you, dear listener and dear viewer, should make it legendary, we currently sit with the Green Bay Packers as a 3-point favorite, just a 3-point home favorite, and the total is sitting at 49. So betting action over the course of the week, especially over the course of the last 24 hours, on the underdog Washington Commanders, and we talked about that yesterday with the Green Bay injury report. We'll get to that coming up momentarily. And betting action on the over of the game. This was 48 yesterday. Now we are sitting at 49. So Commanders and the over, the betting action in the last 24 hours. And man, yes, like this is an awesome game on paper. It really is. It is also fascinating. Not just from an on-field handicap perspective, but for what this means moving forward perspective in the National Football Conference. Let's consider the Green Bay Packers for a moment and the perfect game, really, that they pitched on Sunday against the Lions. And maybe you want to say Isaac Tesla catching that touchdown at the end of the game was like Mike Mussina giving it up against Carl Everett, giving up the perfect game with 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth. You could say that if you wanted to, but look, let's be real. The Green Bay Packers stuffed the Detroit Lions in a locker. It was basically the perfect game that Green Bay played. A ridiculously efficient offense. Jordan Love didn't have to do that much. And yet, every time you looked up at the screen, here's an explosive play down the field. So the Packers offense got the job done against the talented Lions defense. And on the flip side, Micah Parsons, not a one-man wrecking crew in the sense that he had like 6 sacks in the game. He obviously did have a sack where he just stalked Jared Goff like a lion stalking its prey. Just unbelievably ridiculous. But Parsons was a one-man wrecking crew in the sense that everyone else on the Packers on the defensive line was clearly better as a result of Micah Parsons. So if someone asks this question, how good was Micah Parsons this past Sunday against the Lions? The answer should not be, well, did you see him blow by Penei Sewell a couple times? No, that's not the answer. The answer to the question, how good was Micah Parsons on Sunday? He made Lucas Van Ness look like a legitimate pass rusher in the National Football League opposite him. So Parsons was awesome. The Green Bay Packers were awesome. For the Washington Commanders, they were equally impressive, albeit against a much, 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 much lesser opponent in the New York Football Giants. But the Commanders were great. I mean, they slammed the Giants 21-6. I watched the game, obviously. I'm a Giants fan. Giants never, ever, ever in that game. So 2 teams that both looked awesome in week number 1 coming head-to-head here in week number 2. Now, I mentioned the Packers injury report, right? And that's the reason why I liked the Commanders over the course of the week and why I said on the show I bet them yesterday plus the 3.5. I'm being candid with everybody. I felt like this was a number, and I like the Commanders side anyway a little bit in the game. I felt like it was a number that was not going to last because of Green Bay's injuries, so I wanted to grab it. And the reason why I felt like it was not going to last, and it didn't, which, by the way, does not guarantee that Washington will win or cover. But I was right about this, and you don't have to be a genius to be right about this. I was, and I'm not a genius. The injury report for Green Bay is not great. And we'll see when the actives and inactives come out. Maybe it's possible that everybody just plays. I think that's a little unlikely. Zach Tom, who's their stud right tackle, signed to an $88 million extension, basically on the eve of the regular season, as the offseason's ramping up. Questionable. DNP all week. Left guard Aaron Banks, who they gave $77 million to this offseason to shore up at left guard. Questionable. DNP all week. Number 2 cornerback, Nate Hobbs. You know, Calvin's best friend. Questionable. Micah Parsons himself is questionable. And we all think Micah Parsons is going to play in the game, obviously, but, it's not great that he's not 100%. You'd rather have him not on the injury report at all than on the injury report. So I bet the Commanders plus 3.5. And if you're someone like Femi, and Femi played this, I think, perfectly, he's liked Green Bay. He wanted to wait for the 3 to lay with the Green Bay Packers. I haven't talked to Femi to know if he's made that bet. I'm guessing he has or is going to. So if you liked Washington, hopefully you grabbed it already when it was 3.5 based on what we talked about yesterday and this week. And if you like the Green Bay Packers, which is a totally reasonable position to have, I like the other side, but to the way Green Bay looked in week 1, I'm not going to get on anyone for liking the Packers. Now is your time to strike. And we'll talk more about the on-field handicap in a moment, but I almost think what's more interesting than that, at least for this portion of the show early on, and something that I really want to discuss, because I had a lot of fun thinking about this game in the terms that I'm about to lay out earlier today. And I like when other people get to enjoy the things that I enjoy, because I'm a narcissist. So I'm hoping that you, our listeners and viewers, we're all narcissists that talk into a microphone or look into a camera for a living, just being honest. I hope that you, the listener and viewer, are able to kind of view the game through this lens, just for a moment before we actually talk about what's going to happen, and really understand just how important a game this is tonight. And the fact that we, as fans, as analysts, and of course, as bettors, we're going to acquire some tremendous information tonight that could inform our opinions on the rest of the season, perhaps, in the NFC. And I know it's really early, and that may be like your first, well, we're only 2 weeks in here. Well, hear me out on this for a moment, right? Let's leave the Philadelphia Eagles to the side for a moment. And whether or not you think the Eagles are better than last year when they won the Super Bowl, worse than last year, I think we can all acknowledge that the Eagles are like a real deal, legit Super Bowl contender, right, in the NFC. Even if you don't think that they're great shakes this year, like what's the case that they're not one of the best teams in the conference right now? Like, I'd love to hear someone make it. Let's think about the rest of the conference briefly. The NFC South stinks. It stinks. The Panthers stink. The Saints stink. The Bucs are injured, and maybe the Bucs don't stink. But right now, I mean, does someone want to put the Bucs in like the top 3 of this conference? I don't. Should have lost to Atlanta on Sunday. The Falcons did lose on Sunday when they probably should have won. Their head coach is Raheem Morris. And right now, Drake London and Darnell Mooney both look like they're going to play on Sunday night, but maybe not. I think that division absolutely stinks. In the NFC South, the Lions just looked brutal against Green Bay on Sunday. Caleb Williams, the Caleb Williams experience, I think not a fun one for fans and bettors of the Chicago Bears. Blowing the big lead on Monday night against J.J. McCarthy and the Minnesota Vikings. And McCarthy was terrible through 3 quarters, and then playing up against an injury-ravaged Chicago Bears defense looked way better in the 4th quarter. Does anyone want to buy and I love the Vikings, buy the Vikings as a legitimate threat right now to win the NFC? Be honest. Then we move to the NFC West. Brock Purdy's out 2 to 5 weeks for the San Francisco 49ers. George Kittle is on injured reserve. Matthew Stafford's back is a ticking time bomb. And when it goes off, season over for the Rams. I love me some Arizona Cardinals. I bet them over the win total. I bet them to win the division. I don't think the Cardinals are a legitimate Super Bowl contender, and I love the Cardinals this year. And I know that people like Seattle. Come on. Sam Darnold's still the quarterback. Mike McDonald. Look at one of the most conservative coaches and decisions that you'll ever see. Looking like Tucker Carlson at the end of the game last week against the San Francisco 49ers. Is there a chance that tonight's game, Commanders and Packers from Lambeau, 2 of the 3 best teams in the NFC. The other being, of course, the Philadelphia Eagles. Are these 2 of the 3 most likely teams to represent the NFC in Super Bowl 60? My answer to that question is yes. Is yes. And if yours is as well, and I'm guessing it is after the way I just laid that out, the stakes feel just a little bit higher tonight, don't they? On the other side, we'll on-field handicap the game and talk about some other big games coming up in week number 2.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Pittsburgh, -7.5 and -110. Horvey, fade or follow?
Yeah, this is why I had to throw it out last night, man, because we laid 4 and now we're at 7.5. I still like it. I could see Pitt winning this game by 10 points. So the reason the number moved, one, Pitt's really good. They're second in the ACC in total defense, only giving up 212 yards. And then on the offensive side of the ball, they're second in scoring, averaging 53 points per game. They've already scored 13 touchdowns. Their quarterback, Eli Holstein, is solid. Last week was 21 of 28 for 304 yards. Leads the ACC in passing touchdowns for the week. Desmond Reed is going to be a stud at the next level. 141 total all-purpose yards last week against Central Michigan. And Kenny Johnson leads the ACC in kick return yards, but he's also been really good, man. 142 all-purpose yards, 58 receiving. They're loaded on both sides of the ball. West Virginia, their star running back, Jaheim White, had a knee injury, so he's out for the foreseeable future. He's coming off a year where he was all Big 12, 1,687 yards and 11 touchdowns. Now they're missing him, so I like Pitt in this spot.
Gonna give it to Samuel. End around. Looking for blocks. Gets him. Samuel is in. Touchdown, Commanders.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady on the call. A lot of discourse about what Tom Brady would be like in year 2 as the lead game analyst for Fox. Now, I'm on record saying I thought Brady was way better in this game than he was in a lot of games last year. And I never thought for a second that this was going to be like a Joe Montana situation. And for the youngins out there that don't remember, when Joe Montana retired as quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs, he went into broadcasting and worked for NBC for a year and was so bad that he only lasted 1 year. And everyone thought, I remember at the time, I was like 11 years old. I was like, oh my God, Joe Montana's going to be the greatest thing ever. At the time, he's the best quarterback ever, kind of like the situation with Brady now. And he flamed out. I never felt like Tom Brady was going to face the same fate as Joe Montana. And when you listen back to this call of this touchdown from this past Sunday, I want everyone to listen to this unbelievable analysis provided by Tom Brady.
Going to give it to Samuel. End around. Looking for blocks. Gets him. Samuel is in. Touchdown, Commanders.
Oh, man. How much money for that laugh? Like, that was like a $70,000 laugh, right? Like, that laugh there was probably, here's $70,000 from Fox to Tom Brady. Listen, God bless him. Kevin Burkhardt, Tom Brady on the call on Fox as the Commanders, just embarrass my New York Football Giants. And we all know Jaden Daniels is awesome. Like, there's no question about it. And whether or not you think he's top five, like I do, or maybe you think he's like 7th, whatever, everyone knows Jaden Daniels is really good. It's not a surprise when Jaden Daniels plays well. It is, though, a surprise when the Washington defense, which nobody, not any honest Commanders fan, and certainly no like serious NFL analyst or serious NFL bettor who's trying to win, no one thought that this defense coming into the year was going to be any great shakes. The whole thing is always, if the Commanders are going to get to where they want to be, it's going to be on the right arm and on the legs, obviously, of the great Jaden Daniels. And then the defense comes out on Sunday, this past Sunday, and just obliterates the New York Football Giants. So we are kind of forced to ask ourselves this question. And I think people are going to have a pretty strong response to the question that I'm going to ask, and I can understand why. Was that performance from the Commanders' defense, specifically the defensive line, right, with Javon Kinlaw, who's new there, obviously, with Daron Payne and Dorrance Armstrong and company, was that indicative of what's to come? Or was it entirely because the Giants are just the drizzling you-know-what, and they didn't have their best offensive lineman in left tackle, Andrew Thomas? I am sure that you, watching or listening at home, or wherever the hell you are, I'm sure that the immediate response is, well, it's the Giants. And maybe that's true. But maybe we're only one game in, and we don't know how this is going to go. We're going to find out a lot tonight about this Washington Commanders defense. And look, maybe the two offensive linemen don't play and they dominate again, and then that'll be the excuse next week. Well, the Packers didn't have their offensive linemen. We'll see. I think we're going to learn a lot tonight about the Washington Commanders defensive front. Because Jaden Daniels could throw 5 interceptions tonight. It could happen. I don't think it will. It could. And tomorrow, no one's going to be like, does Jaden Daniels suck? Like that no one's going to say that. We're all just going to say bad game. But there's stuff that we could potentially glean here from the Commanders' defensive performance tonight. And as far as the Green Bay Packers go, I said in the first segment, like this Don Larson in the World Series, that son of a bitch was a perfect game last week against Detroit. Do we think that that performance was indicative? Was it a harbinger of things to come for the Green Bay Packers? That type of effort, dominant on both sides of the ball. Or are you willing to make the case before the game? You know, it's the first game for the Lions without Ben Johnson. First game for the Lions without Aaron Glenn. Playing at home. Buzzsaw spot. It's a new spot, by the way. Sandwich, look ahead. I just created that. That's the buzzsaw spot. Do you think that Green Bay is what it looked like last week against Detroit? Because if that's the case, then you better be laying 3 tonight with Green Bay. If you think that that's what the Packers are, like to not just beat, even if you think Detroit's worse than last year, and they almost certainly are, if you think that that's what the Packers are, 3 is a cheap price here, in my opinion, against the Commanders. My opinion of this game, where I come down on it, and I'm going to give some shallow analysis here. I have the better quarterback, and I bet plus 3.5. I get Jaden Daniels, and I get plus 3.5. And I really like that. Where even if the Packers' defensive front shuts down the Commanders' run game like it did to Detroit, even if that happens, obviously Jaden Daniels is way more equipped to handle a situation like that than the statuesque Jared Goff. Where you would think this is going to be a dink and dunk passing attack, Daniels using his legs to move the chains. I said last week before the Commanders-Giants game that I think we need to, or I want to at least, and it's why I didn't bet the Giants last week. I want to start looking at Commanders games almost as if Josh Allen's the quarterback of the Commanders. Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow. That's the rarefied air that I think Jaden Daniels currently inhabits. And if that's the case, I have to take the 3.5 points. I absolutely have to do it. And as far as the total goes, and I don't think I'm going to end up betting it, and I don't know what Femi likes on the total. We'll talk about it later in the show, obviously. And I know that Femi will agree with what I'm about to say, and it's not going to make him happy. When I think about the total of this game, I think about Wild Card Weekend a couple years ago. And I think about Matt LaFleur and Jordan Love putting the clown suit on Dan Quinn when he was the defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys. And is that going to be what happens tonight? And that Dallas defense definitely had more talent than this Washington defense. And if that's the case, here's Jordan Love explosives all over the place. And then, can Jaden Daniels keep up? To paraphrase the British Bulldog from WrestleMania 7, when he was asked if he could break out of the Warlord's full Nelson, I say he can. And will. That's a deep cut for everybody. You bet on this Thursday. Couple prop thoughts on the game, and we'll save all the props for the ends, but just want to get this in here. I'll give a couple anytime touchdowns out here. I want to give a shout out, and we had Evan Silva on the show, 2 weeks ago, probably? Evan Silva from Establish the Run, who's one of my favorite fantasy football analysts. And the two of us combined spent a minute praising, and I think his name is pronounced Janky, Nate Janky from Pro Football Focus. I subscribe to Pro Football Focus every football season. I think they do a great job. They don't sponsor the show, but they do really. Even if you disagree with some of the great, I enjoy the product. And Nate Janky is one of their fantasy analysts, and the job that he does tracking player usage is unbelievable. So a lot of this data that I'm going to read over the course, and I'll reference him as much as I can because he does awesome work. A lot of this data comes from him, and because I subscribe to the site. So he broke down last week all the usage for the Commanders wide receivers. And outside of Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel, who are obviously the top two, Noah Brown was the clear 3. But then you saw a couple other receivers also getting used, and not that much less than Noah Brown, right? McLaurin and Deebo, the clear 1 and 2, and then draw a line. We saw Chris Moore, who's has been his 19th different team, and also the rookie Jalen Lane, Nathan's son, adopted. They both got used quite a bit in the pass game for Jaden Daniels. If they're both going to play, and we think Green Bay is going to score some in this game, I don't mind taking a shot at either one or both at big prices at BetMGM, Jalen Lane and or Chris Moore. And for the Packers, just quickly, we'll see when the actives and inactives come out, the receivers that are playing in tonight's game. Is Savion Williams going to make his NFL debut, who is the later round receiver that Green Bay drafted? Obviously, Matthew Golden picked in the first round. Who's active tonight for Green Bay at receiver? As it stands right now, the Green Bay Packers are a disaster for fantasy football because all the receivers play an equal amount and no one has emerged as the clear-cut number one option in the offense. And if that's true, And it indisputably is through one game. And it's kind of what Matt LaFleur has done, right? In the Jordan Love era. And also like when Rodgers was there, like not when Devontae was there, obviously, but post Devontae. Then why don't we take the guy at the longest price? We'll know who that is about 90 minutes before kickoff. Let's talk about some other games coming up this weekend in the National Football League. Games and storylines that interest me with betting angles attached. How about the 1-0 Cincinnati Bengals hosting the 1-0 Jacksonville Jaguars? Current point spread of this game is Cincy in between a 3 and 3.5 point home favorite. The number at BetMGM is 3.5, but it is juiced way towards Jacksonville that you would think that maybe this drops down to 3. The total is sitting at 49. And both teams come into this game with like a fairly clean bill of health. The Bengals placed one of their offensive guards, Lucas Patrick, on IR, but they signed Dalton Reisner at the end of the offseason, as training camp was winding down, preseason winding down. And now Reisner steps into the starting lineup. That proved to be a pretty prescient signing by the Cincinnati Bengals. Not that Reisner is Steve Hutchinson, but he's someone who's played a lot of NFL football, at least like a league average or like slightly below average player. So Dalton Reisner replacing Lucas Patrick. And both of these teams won last week. But I think that there are holes that you can poke in both of them following that win. Obviously, the Bengals' offense, in a stat that has been repeated a lot, 7 yards of total offense in the second half against the Browns, which is totally unacceptable when you employ Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins. And while the Jaguars dominated the Carolina Panthers, there's no question about that, and I loved the Jaguars coming into the year, and liked the Jaguars in the game, and we took the Jaguars in Survivor. Trevor Lawrence is underwhelming in this game. And if you notice, if you play fantasy football or you bet props, Brian Thomas basically did nothing in this game for the Jaguars. He actually scored a rushing touchdown for Jacksonville. But as far as catching the ball, there was not a lot there. And Liam Cohen was asked about that on Tuesday this week. And Cohen basically, very nicely threw Trevor Lawrence under the bus. Basically with the intimation that Brian Thomas is open on every play and we didn't get him the ball. And if you watch Brian Thomas Jr. last year, you obviously believe that. So it sets up this fascinating affair this week in the Queen City. Where do you trust the Bengals offense? Think about that question. Do you trust the Bengals offense to score enough points if this line's bad? And here's Josh Hines-Allen, and here's Travon Walker, and this Jaguars defensive front. Do you trust Trevor Lawrence to potentially go score for score with Joe Burrow? And if the game's close at the end, do you have faith that Trevor Lawrence can outduel Joe Burrow in that late game scenario and situation? Where I stand on this game, I want this point spread to drop to 3, and I want to bet the Cincinnati Bengals. And I'm Mr. Jacksonville Jaguar this season. It's not an anti-Jaguar thing. I love the Jaguars this year. At 3.5, it's no bet for me. At 3, I find it very hard to believe that we are going to see the Bengals offense lay a Humpty Dumpty-sized egg this week like it did last week against Cleveland, which is a defense that's got better players, objectively, than Jacksonville, and a team and a defense and a coordinator that has generally caused Joe Burrow to struggle. I think we get a Bengals offensive breakout here. And maybe the Jaguars can score enough to keep up, but if it's close late, just like the national championship game, LSU and Clemson, give me Joe Burrow, and this time, the Cincinnati Bengals. On the other side, we'll talk the Peyton Manning Bowl in Indianapolis, the Broncos and the Colts.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Georgia, Tennessee has to be discussed. Georgia down to 3.5 on the road at Tennessee. And Clemson, Georgia Tech is now 3. So these games both opened about 6 and nothing but support for the dog. They took Georgia Tech plus the points, Tennessee plus the points. Now Clemson's laying 3, Georgia laying 3.5. If you had to take one of those favorites to win, I'm basically looking to build a 2-team moneyline parlay. Notre Dame is my first leg. I love the Irish just to win. I want to do Notre Dame and blank. Should I do Notre Dame Clemson or Notre Dame Georgia?
Georgia.
I agree. That's where I was leaning.
Okay. I was going to ask you on Clemson as a 3-point favorite. Based on what we've seen so far, who is the better quarterback?
I don't know.
Right? Like, to have that conversation in week 3, that's got to scare Clemson fans to death. Like, they didn't expect to be in this position.
Right. No, I think Klubnik has definitely disappointed for sure, but they can't run the ball. That's the more alarming thing. And Felder touched on this yesterday. If you can't run the ball, it makes life way more difficult on the quarterback. And their receivers, albeit talented, are very, very young. And I think there are some separation issues there because the guys are talented, but they just can't shake their guys right now. They're defenders. And Georgia Tech's a very physical football team. So we'll see. I kind of want to stay away from Clemson.
Jones looking for the touchdown. He's got it. Second rushing touchdown today for Daniel Jones. And the Colts are pouring it on against the Dolphins.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Oh, the great Andrew Catalon on the call on CBS. Catalon. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Catalon. As the Colts just railroad the Miami Dolphins. Just as an aside, I don't know if anyone saw it earlier today, and if you didn't, I'm about to tell you what it was. The Miami Dolphins tied an NFL record today. That's right. They tied an NFL record today when it was announced by linebacker Jordan Brooks that the team held a players-only meeting after week 1. I can't imagine there's ever been a players-only meeting before week 1. So this is, they tied the NFL record. 1 game in the books. We got to kick the coaches out of here and take control of this ourselves. After 1 game. But this is not a Miami Dolphins conversation for right now. For now, we talk about the Indianapolis Colts. The 1-0 Indianapolis Colts. The Danny Dimes-led Indianapolis Colts. the Lou Anarumo defensive coordinated Indianapolis Colts as they welcome in Sean Payton, Bo Nix, and the 1-0 Denver Broncos. For as impressive as the Colts looked last week in dominating the Miami Dolphins, the Denver Broncos, I didn't bet the game. I don't care. So I had no skin in the game. If you bet the Titans last week, you should be playing Powerball this week. Because the Broncos absolutely should have covered. I don't care. I didn't bet either side. I'm just saying. Like, the Broncos should have covered despite playing terribly on offense in the game. So, look, Denver won the game, but the Broncos were not. Like, you didn't walk away from that being like a 98 when they started and won all those games before losing to Ken Graham, Amani Toomer, and my New York Football Giants. Just wanted to say that because I really liked that game when I watched it when I was 15 years old. It was really awesome. Ken Graham to Amani Toomer to knock off the then undefeated Denver Broncos. Denver got the win, but Denver did not look good in victory. And I think it's forced a lot of people who are anti-Colts coming into the year, myself included, to kind of, maybe second guess this a little bit and think about it, right? Because a couple of things are true. Shane Steichen is a pretty good coach, right? 2 years ago, he almost won an AFC South championship with Gardner Minshew as his quarterback. Like that's a thing that happened. I think Shane Steichen is a pretty good play caller. So I don't dislike Shane Steichen as a head coach. I think that the Anthony Richardson draft pick has been the albatross slung around this organization's collective neck for a couple years now. So I kind of like Shane Steichen. And something else that I said a lot this offseason, and it's one of the reasons why I was bummed that Daniel Jones was chosen to play quarterback. I like this roster. That's not me saying after they won in week 1 by 25 and looked good. I said it all summer. The roster's pretty good for the Colts. Just, can you get anything out of the quarterback position? And the reason why I wanted Richardson to win the job is because he's got a ceiling, right? He's got untapped upside. And maybe he actually doesn't. And maybe he'll never get there, but my thought was, like, if he wins the job and he's got his head screwed on straight, maybe this is going to be awesome. As it turns out, he misses a check on the first play of preseason, basically, and gets hurt, and that's the end. And Daniel Jones gets announced as the quarterback. And I'm like, I watched Daniel Jones for years with the Giants. He has no ceiling. He looked pretty good last week. And if Daniel Jones can be average, the Colts play in a bad division. Could they potentially contend for a wild card spot in the AFC or even a division championship? And where I come down on that as it concerns this game, while acknowledging that the Broncos, a team that I loved this offseason, did not look good this past Sunday. I loved what Sean Payton had to say after this game in the aftermath of the Broncos' 20-12 win over the Tennessee Titans. I'm actually going to read this quote from Sean Payton, who is kind of notoriously, look at how smart I am. Let me show the world that I'm the most intelligent. Think about when they drafted Bo Nix and he did that press conference basically being we baited the Vikings into trading up for J.J. McCarthy. Ha ha ha, losers. You don't even play in the same conference. Who cares? But Sean Payton can't help himself. So consider how we think about Sean Payton in that perspective, and then consider what Sean Payton said in the aftermath of the game. Quote, I don't know how many games I've called, meaning as the offensive play caller. I don't know how many games I've called, but that's one of them where I came away saying, I have to be better. I love that from Sean Payton. I love it. And Sean Payton's not a Kevin O'Connell type. J.J. McCarthy could have thrown 9 interceptions if Kevin O'Connell after the game would have been I called all the bad plays. It's my fault. Sean Payton, look at what he did to Russell Wilson. And it's not apples to apples given that Bo Nix is his guy. But Sean Payton, if it were Bo Nix's fault, would probably throw Bo under the bus, right? Beep, beep, beep. Come on. I am expecting, as someone, and I have some Broncos bias coming in from the offseason here, and I acknowledge that could be kind of clouding my opinion here, but I think I'm going to be right. I think we get a way better Bo Nix performance and a way better Broncos offense performance. And the idea that Bo Nix is like regressed all of a sudden, like I know like, it was not good. He did not play well on Sunday. He literally started a playoff game this year as a rookie, like this calendar year, like last season, this calendar year in January in Buffalo, and they were up 7-0 in the game. They didn't win. I'm just saying though, like he does not suck. Like he doesn't suck. You might not like him, but he doesn't suck. Watch him suck now on Sunday. I don't think he's going to. That's one reason why I'll be on the side of the Denver Broncos here. And the other, to wrap up the point on Indianapolis, and I will be far from the only person to say it, and I do think this is setting up to be a pros versus Joes game as far as bets go, where my guess is, and I've talked to some people this week, that a bunch of like professional types will like Indianapolis in the game. And Joe Public types will like the Denver Broncos. I've said all my life, I love my first name. Nick. Great name. But if I had to have a different first name, call me Joe. The Denver Broncos defense is going to do something to Daniel Jones that if I texted it to people, I would laugh because it's funny. But I can't say on a family-friendly show. They are going to destroy Daniel Jones. Patrick Surtain is going to erase half the field, and that defensive front is going to get after that ass. I love the Denver Broncos on Sunday on the road in Indianapolis. You bet on this Thursday. Okay. We have not talked a lot this week because the team played on Monday night about the Lions and the Bears. Oh my. Sunday in Detroit. I do a weekly radio and television spot in Chicago on both 670 The Score in Chicago, or as Mully from Mully and Hall on 670 The Score says, 670 The Score! He's the best. I do a spot on Mully and Haw, and they're simulcast on the Chicago Sports Network. So radio TV hit. This was my way of bragging that I'm on television on Thursday morning. You're welcome. So I know I'm going to do that hit this morning, and I wake up early this morning, as I always do. Not because I want to, but because I have a young daughter. And I'm thinking about the game, because I know they're going to, like that, the point of that spot, just like when I go on in Cleveland, they want to ask me about the Browns game. I'm going to have to talk about the Bears game, and I want to sound really smart when I talk about it, even if I'm going to be wrong on my prediction. So I spent a lot of time this morning thinking about the Bears and the Lions as Ben Johnson returns to Detroit to face his old pal Dan Campbell, coming off the Bears' loss on Monday night, and the Lions' embarrassment last Sunday at Lambeau Field. Now, a lot's being made of Chicago's injury situation, right? We don't know if Kyler Gordon's going to play. And Bill Zimmerman, just correct me here if I'm wrong in the chat because you've been on top of this. I don't believe Kyler Gordon or Grady Jarrett practiced today for Chicago. And that's obviously not great. Yeah, that's right. They both didn't practice today. Maybe they'll practice tomorrow. Kyler Gordon's got a hamstring. That's bad news. Grady Jarrett's getting a little long in the tooth. He's important in the middle of that defensive line. But Jalen Johnson looks like he's going to play. And TJ Edwards looks like he's going to play. And for Detroit, and we're keeping an eye out for the Lions injury report today, and thank you very much. Like, I got to tell you, this is why this crew's the best. Femi just types in for me. That's exactly the information I wanted. Taylor Decker did not practice today for the Lions for the second consecutive day. While Penei Sewell gets all the attention for being a stud left tackle, Taylor Decker is a stud right tackle and has been for years for the Lions. And then consider that the interior of this Lions offensive line that we talked a lot about this summer with Glasgow and Mahogany and Tate Ratledge did not fare well in the opener against the Green Bay Packers. And I'm not insinuating that the Bears' defensive front is Green Bay's defensive front. Like, it's not. Like, one has Micah Parsons and the other doesn't. But where I want to come down on this game, and this is how I want to think about it, because I think if you asked a bunch of NFL fans, hey, who's going to win this game? Well, the Lions are going to kill them. Like, Dan Campbell wants to beat Ben Johnson, and the Lions are smarting off of that loss, and it's a short week for the Bears, and Caleb Williams stinks. I said all offseason, and I think it's true, and I think that most people actually agree with this. Not everybody, but I think most. The NFC North is loaded And you could have made the case before the season started, all 4 teams could be playoff teams. And maybe you can't say the second part of this after the Packers got Parsons. All 4 teams can maybe come in last. They're all good. I do think the Lions are better than the Bears. I do think that. Do I think they're 6 or 6.5 points better at home? I don't. I don't think so. I don't. So we're going to wait until tomorrow. We're going to see this final injury report. And if it's what it is now or better, bear down. I'll take the Bears plus the points on Sunday in Motown. Hour 1 done, hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. We started. Femi Abebefe's got things to run by me in the world of sports.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Georgia, Tennessee has to be discussed. Georgia down to 3.5 on the road at Tennessee. And Clemson, Georgia Tech is now 3. So these games both opened about 6 and nothing but support for the dog. They took Georgia Tech plus the points, Tennessee plus the points. Now Clemson's laying 3, Georgia laying 3.5. If you had to take one of those favorites to win, I'm basically looking to build a 2-team money line parlay. Notre Dame is my first leg. I love the Irish just to win. I want to do Notre Dame and blank. Should I do Notre Dame Clemson or Notre Dame Georgia?
Georgia.
I agree. That's where I was leaning.
Okay. I was going to ask you on Clemson as a 3-point favorite. Based on what we've seen so far, who is the better quarterback?
I don't know.
Right? Like, to have that conversation in week 3, that's got to scare Clemson fans to death. Like, they didn't expect to be in this position.
Right. No, I think Klubnik has definitely disappointed for sure, but they can't run the ball. That's the more alarming thing. And Felder touched on this yesterday. If you can't run the ball, it makes life way more difficult on the quarterback. And their receivers, albeit talented, are very, very young. And I think there are some separation issues there because the guys are talented, but they just can't shake their guys right now. They're defenders. And Georgia Tech's a very physical football team. So we'll see. I kind of want to stay away from Clemson.
Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening, as you do every day, to You Better You Bet, with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The tremendous Football Thursday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. Pro sports bettor Joey Knish will join us in 20 minutes. Jay Croucher of NBC Sports next hour. All of our bets for the Commanders and the Packers, Thursday Night Football next hour as well. Plus, NC State and Wake Forest on the hashtag College Gridiron. And we'll determine our survivor play for week 2, 60 minutes from now. Femi Abebefe joins me in just a moment. But first, we want to tell you, our listeners and viewers, to go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with today's Pro Football No Sweat token. You're going to get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager doesn't win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app, and please gamble responsibly. And don't forget to download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. You can catch up on everything from today's show, including Femi's Hour from 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern, where Femi reacted to today's headlines, broke down how he's betting NFL Coach of the Year and Offensive and Defensive Rookie of the Year. So great award talk from Femi, complete with bets. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts to subscribe on Odyssey, Spotify, Apple, iHeart, etc. Femi Abebefe with me. Femi, I don't want to give it away here. Did you bet for Defensive Rookie of the Year, who I think you bet for Defensive Rookie of the Year?
I did not, because I mentioned that D-Roy is a market that I don't like to get into until like week 4. We did give out a Coach of the Year bet, though, and a couple of guys that you want to keep an eye on.
Oh, I heard.
Coach of the Year.
I heard when I popped on at the end, and and I won't give it away in case people didn't hear it. Yep. That I like that prediction, though, based on some preseason bets that I have made.
100%. Make sure, check it out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcast. D-Roy, I did bring up, though, because it's so interesting seeing like the guy's price and given who he is. Like Travis Hunter's at 30-1. Now, his usage, he played 9% of defensive snaps last week in week 1. That's going to be upped a lot on Sunday. But, like, if he even gets an interception, let's say he plays like 25% of snaps, but he gets a pick, all of a sudden that 30 is probably going down to like 5. Like, if you like Travis Hunter, I'd essentially just be like, you know what, maybe bet him to get an interception or something like that, as opposed to betting him to win the award, because like that's what the production's going to be volatile. It's going to be something crazy like that that's hard to predict, but once it happens, the market's going to react and it's going to go down and crash, and he's going to be among the favorites probably once again.
Wild, yeah. I kind of think, unfortunately, because it's a bet I made preseason, Hunter kind of feels dead for Offensive Rookie of the Year at this point. Not totally, but I mean, like Femi said, and the Jaguars announced, like he's going to play more defense this weekend because of the opponent. Had a ton of targets, but not a lot of yards. He's not dead for the award, but it was not the start that I was hoping for Travis Hunter playing wide receiver. All right. Femi, you've got a bunch of things that we need to discuss, right? Do you want to throw to the imaging? This is your jam here.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get into it. I mean, there's a lot to get to over the course of this weekend, National Football League, college football. So Jake, go ahead and hit it, and let's talk about the things on my mind here on this Thursday.
We've scanned the globe. We've searched near and far. We've found the best of the best. And now, You Better You Bet brings you Things.
Oh, baby, let's go. We got things on this Thursday. And Nick, obviously, the big game this week in the National Football League, America's Game of the Week, will be locked in, glued in on it. Hopefully it's more entertaining than what we saw this past February. That's the super rematch between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, I know how you feel about these two teams once we get into January and February. I'm not as high on those teams. In fact, I think both the Eagles and the Chiefs will come up short in making the Super Bowl this season in Santa Clara, Super Bowl 60 later on in February. I don't think we see either of these teams. We're not going to get a rematch. We're not even going to get any of them that get in there. No Eagles, no Chiefs. So I want to ask you, because I know prior to the start of the season, you like the Chiefs and the Eagles to meet once again in the big game. If you had to choose outside of those two teams, what the Super Bowl matchup would be, just think about the other 30 teams in the league, what would that matchup be and why for you as we head into week 2?
So I think Green Bay is the most likely non-NFC team, non-Eagles NFC team, just ahead of Washington, even though I bet Washington tonight, I bet plus 3.5. I think the Packers, because the Packers added Micah Parsons. Like, he's obviously a game changer. So I would take Green Bay in the NFC. The AFC is really hard. Honestly, like, I want to say I want to say Baltimore, because I think Baltimore is the best team, and this is assuming that Kansas City like Kansas City's not around to beat these teams. Like, something happens to the Chiefs.
Well, I mean, maybe they beat the Chiefs on the way to getting there.
No, they're not. Neither one of these teams is beating the Chiefs. Like, something else has to happen.
Okay, the Chiefs missed the playoffs. Yeah,
but think about what I said on Monday, and I meant it. Like, the Bills, at least. The Bills get to the final boss of the video game and lose to the final boss. Like, they can't beat the game, but they get to the end of the game and they job to the final boss. The Ravens don't even get to the final boss most of the time. Like, they lose in the penultimate level. Like, they lose to Buffalo. The Ravens lose to the Bills. At least the Bills lose to the Chiefs. I think Baltimore's better than Buffalo. I bet the Ravens on Sunday night. I bet them in the divisional round. I thought they were better then. I think I'll go Buffalo, Green Bay, only because I think if it's Buffalo, Baltimore, I think the Ravens are better. But, I mean, they can't even beat the freaking Bills. So I'll say Buffalo, Green Bay, even though I don't like Buffalo.
I love it. That was my Super Bowl prediction at the start of the season before we started playing the games. I felt that we're going to get Packers over Bills in Santa Clara. I love that selection. Did you give any consideration, because I know you love this guy. I'm not there with you with it. Like, I just don't think that he was as good as people think that he was last year. But the Pittsburgh Steelers, your guy Aaron Rodgers, after 1 week, he looked pretty good. 4 touchdown passes. The offense was moving along. We'll see what the defense can do and get back on track. Any consideration to Pittsburgh with Tomlin, who's won a Super Bowl before and has been to another one, and Rodgers, who's, of course, won a Super Bowl as well?
Not to go to the Super Bowl. When I think of Pittsburgh, I think the Steelers' upside is like AFC Championship game loser. And I will. I don't know if I've said this on the air. I think I have, actually. I am trying to manifest a Steelers-Bills playoff game in Buffalo where I get to bet the Steelers' money line as a dog in that spot to beat the Bills.
Wow.
I'm praying for it. Honestly, give me Steelers-Ravens in Baltimore. I'll bet the Steelers in that game. I don't know. So I think Pittsburgh could beat one of those teams in the AFC postseason. I don't know if they're beating Buffalo and Baltimore and maybe Kansas. Like, we'll see. So, like, I like the Steelers, and I think the Steelers' ultimate upside is to be in the Final Four. I don't know if I could go farther than that.
Yeah. So Steelers play like the role of the spoiler. That's the role that they're playing. Spoiler, and then they eventually get beat by whoever's left standing, and then that team marches on to the Super Bowl. I think that makes a whole lot of sense. So that was the main thing. Jake, what do we have next?
The other thing.
I think the 49ers are about to face some hard times here, Nick. Brock Purdy out 2 to 5 weeks with this turf toe. Also has a shoulder thing, but the toe is what's the really keeping him out of this game coming up on Sunday against the New Orleans Saints. You know how I feel about this betting market. We discussed it yesterday. I also discussed it a little bit in the first hour of the show. Once again, we check everybody check that out in podcast form. But the NFC West, to me, is a very fascinating betting market because right now you have the 49ers still as the favorites despite the Brock Purdy injury, plus 140, Rams plus 165, Cardinals plus 400, Seattle 10-1. If I give you $100 right now, who are you betting to win the NFC West and why?
Yeah, obviously, the team I bet to win before the season. I'll take the Arizona Cardinals, and I like the price at plus 350. It's not Seattle. I thought Mike McDonald showed his ass on Sunday. Not literally, thankfully, but figuratively. It's not the Niners. I guess, like, you can definitely make a case for the Rams if Stafford stays healthy. Like, I don't want to make that case, and also the price, I don't love it, plus 170. So Arizona, Femi, like, we know they won already last week, so they're 1-0. I think they'll win this week against Carolina, 2-0. At the Niners and Mac Jones next week, easily could be 3-0. Host the Seahawks, I think it'll be 4-0. Host the Titans, I think it'll be 5-0. At the Colts, I think they're starting 6-0. I'll take the Arizona Cardinals then to win the NFC West.
I'm so interested as to why that hasn't moved really that much. Like, I think there might be some plus 350 now, as like the right rail says plus 350, so it looks like it's moved 50 cents. I don't understand. Brock Purdy's not playing next week. Like, he's out. They already said he's going to miss Sunday's game, miss next week's game, and then we'll kind of take it from there, see how he responds to the rehab. The Cardinals are in a very, very big spot here, and it's been like a nice coup for them that this happened right before they play the 49ers next week. All right, Jake, let's get to the next one.
The other thing.
So
also, you should reset here because our bosses will spontaneously combust if you don't.
This is You Better You Bet. Nick Costos, Femi
Thank you.
Betfair, hanging out with you guys here on a Thursday, talking things across the world of sports. Obviously, Ben Johnson is now with the Chicago Bears as the head coach. Previously was the OC of the Detroit Lions. Now, I'm of the belief, and this might be contrarian, but I truly believe this. I believe that Ben Johnson is going to miss the Lions more than the Lions will miss Ben Johnson. I think the talent and the infrastructure with that Detroit Lions offense will still be in place. It's different with John Morton, but there's too much talent for this offense to fail. I think, though, in Chicago, as we saw Monday night, it's a work in progress. So I ask you this. Who wins more games in 2025? Is it the Bears or the Lions?
Oh, man. I don't know. I don't know if I'm prepared to answer that question. All right, so Bears get... All right. It's probably Detroit, right? Detroit has better players. The Bears the Bears lost at home in a game that they closed as a favorite. I'll say Detroit for now, especially after how Caleb Williams looked. But how about that? But it is not said with a lot of conviction.
You were Mr. Bears in the offseason, weren't you? Like you
well,
were.
Then the Packers traded for Micah Parsons. So the Packers traded for Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
So I was
between these two teams, though.
I wanted more from Caleb Williams on Monday night. I thought that was like a fairly alarming performance from Caleb Williams.
Selling some stock or all stock.
Not all stock, but I mean, I don't know, dude. Like, how did you feel about it?
Yeah, I mean, he was bad. Like, there's no other way to put it. I'm still confident that there's enough talent there to where Ben Johnson is a competent coach. They'll tap into that more.
Yeah, but can Caleb it's not. I'm not saying he's dumb, but like, did anyone read the Ty Dunn piece? Like, does he care enough to be able to get this stuff?
Yeah.
Is that unfair?
No, I think it's a fair question to ask.
I'm betting them on Sunday. I'm not anti-Bear. I'm betting the Bears on Sunday plus the points in Detroit. But, like, I'm nervous about what this is going to be for Caleb Williams. And who was it on the show yesterday? Did we have a guest on the show that was like, Tyson Bagent's not going to play for the Bears? Well, was it Baldy? Who was that?
We had Baldy on yesterday. I don't think Baldy brought up.
Was it Danny?
Maybe Danny Parker. Was it maybe Danny?
I'll tell you what. I'm just saying, like, the Bears gave Tyson Bagent 2 years, $10 million. I'm not predicting that Bagent's going to start games this year and Caleb's going to get benched. I would not be floored if that happens.
Sounds like they like him too. I mean, they give him the money, so clearly they must like him to some extent. But yeah,
I mean, like, why can't they don't? Okay, Caleb Williams is massively physically talented, obviously. Like, Ben Johnson doesn't need that. It'd be great to have it, but he needs Jared Goff.
Run the system.
Why can't Bagent do that? And Caleb Williams is way more talented than both of them. I'm not saying Caleb can't do it, but what I am saying is I was kind of alarmed by what happened on Monday night. That being said, I'm going to bet the Bears on Sunday, so there you go.
Also money line, but Bears plus 6.
I think the numbers. I think it's like a good amount too big. We'll see.
All right, let's check out that injury report tomorrow. Then I'll give my firm opinion on that one. But I tend to be on your side. Jake, what's up next?
The last thing.
All right. Everybody loves bulletin board material. I love bulletin board material, but I think Brown safety Grant Delpit is out of his mind in saying that it's not hard to tackle Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry responded and said, hey, we'll see on Sunday. Right now, I like Henry to have a massive game 125 plus rushing yards, plus 230 at BetMGM. 2+ touchdowns, plus 260 at BetMGM. Last year, 6.5 yards per carry against this Cleveland defense. How are you betting Henry, and how are you betting Ravens Browns this weekend?
I did Cleveland radio today. I don't. Oh, Jake's got the audio. Jake, do you want to play it here quickly?
How hard is he to bring down?
Not hard. I mean, we playing football, man. It's tackle football. Somebody got the ball, you got to bring them down.
That's true.
Well,
I imagine it's hard though.
You could
other people
like Deuce Vaughn's 5'5". Do you think it's
not hard?
I think it's harder to tackle him or Derrick Henry, who's like from Mars. Let's save the Ravens-Browns conversation because I have a strong weak take, and I'll explain at the end of the hour. But coming up next, we'll get bets for the weekend in football with our friend Joey Knish.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Gotta roll their shoulders and really emphasize that thank you there, bartender. I earned that tequila already. I really appreciate the generous añejo pour. So let's go ahead and slug back some shots. They're gonna go down ultra smooth. What do you like at plus money, my man?
All right, so far I have bet 3 sides in the NFL in one money line, and one side and one money line are on the same team. I'm going to go with my Jags, man. I wasn't all that impressed with the Bengals, and weirdly enough, I actually was a little impressed with the defense. I thought it looked improved under Al Golden, but the offensive side of the ball, which I didn't think they were going to get off to a slow start this year. They played their guys in preseason. Turns out it didn't matter. Now, granted, they were going against the Browns, who really had the Bengals number, especially Joe Burrow's number here the last couple of years since he's entered the league. But I like this spot for Jacksonville, catching more than a field goal. And I like a little sprinkle on the money line at plus 150 as well. Trevor Lawrence didn't look all that great, but I do think that he's going to be much better here this week against this Bengals secondary. And I like the Jags defense from what I saw. Last year they were a mess. They tried to play a ton of man. Tyson Campbell got hurt, but I like their offseason. Jordan Lewis was a big pickup, man. He was all over the place, a really good slot corner. I think they keep this game close, so big bet on the Jags, but a little sprinkle on the money line. I think there's a good chance that they're going to beat Cincinnati, so I would avoid them in Survivor this week.
Mateer running all the way. Gets free. Mateer. Touchdown, Oklahoma. That drive was all on the quarterback.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Friend of the show, Tim Scanlon clients. The great Chris Fowler, Kirk Herbstreit on the call this past Saturday night as Moneyline Mateer, Johnny Mateer and Oklahoma took down the fraudulent, loser, cheaters known as the Michigan Wolverines. I bet them. So did Joey Knish. Last week in this spot on the show, Joey Knish, pro sports bettor, our friend from the Hammer, hit the book show with our pal Brad Powers breaking down college football, said he thought Michigan was going to win the game. It gave me even more conviction, in my opinion. Final score, Sooners 24, the Fighting Bryce Underwoods 13. Joining us now for a mea culpa, a chance to do right and make it all better, talking college football on the NFL this weekend, is our friend, the great Joey Knish. I'm sad he's not on video, but he's on the phone and we're happy to have him. Knish, what's going on? Welcome back to the show, my friend.
Gentlemen, tremendous football Thursday, and let's just say I usually go no place I'd rather be, but having to answer to the Michigan and the Lions after last weekend, there are many places I'd rather be. On Saturday and Sunday, there are a lot of places I would have rather been. Yeah, wasn't the way to kick off the season in the Motor City, baby. I'll tell you that.
All right, well, we'll get to your Lions coming up in a moment, hosting the Bears on Sunday. And if you want, Knish, if you have an opinion on Oklahoma's game at Temple or Michigan's game hosting Central Michigan, both Michigan and OU big favorites, obviously, would love to hear that. But more curious, just your take on the Heisman Trophy in the top of that market, where John Mateer at BetMGM is the co-favorite, along with LSU's Garrett Nussmeier, followed by Carson Beck of Miami, Oregon's Dante Moore, Arch Manning's now 12-1, Lenora Sellers of South Carolina at 15. Any thoughts on the Heisman Trophy, Knish, before we get to games this weekend?
I mean, John Mateer, you say over the weekend, he looked, now, am I going to go in and say, absolutely, you got to bet him at this price? No, after the big move, but he's the only top QB with, a really marquee victory combined with a marquee performance. Now, Oklahoma's got to go through SEC gauntlet, and so he needs, about 8 more of those to win the Heisman Trophy. So I think that's going to be a big ask. But in terms of performances and guys up there at the top that going to at least have something under their belt, he's right there. In terms of buying anybody, it's I got more confirmation. I don't think Arch Manning is good enough. I know I talked to former friend of the show, who might go with, Sprine with Maki Mockerson about this market off the air, and he was a little bit bullish on Arch. I know he's got the rep and the media in there, and that's a lot of it. I don't think Texas is good enough. I watched a lot of that game in week 2 thinking there'd be a bounce back. The score looks better than it is. I don't see much in terms of the top of the market that I'm looking to buy. And I would be surprised, if Mateer can have, 3-4 of those prime performances in SEC play and they go 10-2, he's got a real shot.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on Texas. I watched that game against San Jose State, and that was just San Jose State turning the football over. I don't think they did anything super impressive in the game. But let's talk about the SEC, Knish, because we have an awesome matchup on Rocky Top on Saturday. Georgia at Tennessee, where we've seen a little bit of Georgia money show up today. This Thursday was 3.5 yesterday. Now there's 4s out there. There's even a 4.5 at a couple prominent domestic sports books. Do you agree with that movement that Georgia should be a little bit of a bigger favorite, or is Tennessee live come this weekend?
No, I'm rolling with the dogs, baby. I like, I was in on some Georgia a little earlier in the week. I still think 4's okay if you can get one of those 4s out there. The early Tennessee move, I know this opened 6.5 at some places. I can see the move down. But for me, it's a Georgia team that usually, especially those first couple weeks, Kirby has this, historic record record of against as a major favorite of not covering, because usually in those games they're just trying to work on something. They're not trying to run it up. They run a very base defense. And Tennessee, again, impressive, maybe a little bit more impressive on offense. I know Joey Aguilar's been better than a lot of people thought he would coming in, but you look at the level of opponent they've played. I think, when you're talking about East Tennessee State and a Syracuse team that I don't think is very good, I'm going to say it's going to come to roost this weekend against a Georgia defense that I really like. And we'll see, if Gunnar Stockton can come out, and I know we just talked to Heisman. He's, in that round. He needs a big performance. And I think you'll get something out of him here. Maybe even a little bit more out of his legs, too, to offer a different dynamic on that Georgia offense. It's Georgia for me. I laid it. I think the 4s are good.
Yeah, it feels like one of those performances where Kirby Smart tricks his team into thinking that they're actually underdogs in the game, and they go out there and blow out Tennessee. At least that's my opinion in the game. Let's stay in the SEC. Florida, LSU, Death Valley, Tigers 7-point favorites, total at 47. But it feels like there's been a lot of interest on Florida after they're coming off of that upset loss to South Florida this past Saturday.
You know what? And I'm in on it. And this might be, the sucker bet, but I know popular dog, all that narrative, but this early in the week, there was even a few 9.5 out there. I couldn't believe I was chomping at the bit. Insert no pun intended for a 10. Never hit 10. But I'm on Florida above 7. I know this is your classic. They lost to South Florida, looked bad, learned bad. I don't think the talent disparity is that significant between these two teams. Also, LSU's Week 1 win that, even had a lot of people like me, very impressive with the way Clemson, has looked since. Maybe you're not thinking that was, the win of the season or anything like that so far. I don't think just in terms of the players they have on the roster and on the field, there's that much separating these teams, especially not more than a touchdown. It's Florida for me. It's the 7.5 out there. I think you'll even see this keep tricking down a little bit. I will even go maybe a step further here. And I think Florida might actually be live in this game. I know this, everybody wants to, dead and buried after a miserable performance. But I think it's a great spot for a bounce back here. The offense gets a little bit more rolling. I think Lagway another week. He missed. He missed most of the spring. He missed some of the fall. He needs some reps to get in rhythm, and you saw that against South Florida. Their offense needed some time to get going. I think it'll be much better this weekend. Give me Florida. Give me the points.
It sounds like, Kanish, based on something you said in the answer of that you might like Georgia Tech this weekend, getting the 3 at home against Clemson. Do you like Georgia Tech getting the 3? What is your bet in that game if you have one? Clemson at the Yellow Jackets.
You know what? The Clemson hasn't been very impressive so far this year. You know what? I don't think Dabo Swinney has totally made himself out in glory in this new NIL era and the roster building that he's done. But guess what? Double cross. Give me the Tigers. Give me the Clemson Tigers on the road. It's a Georgia Tech team that I just don't think, and you saw it against Colorado Week 1, they got kind of bullied. They were very fortunate to win that game, much less cover. And that's a Colorado team that I think is 1 or 2 steps down from, in the offensive defensive line as a Clemson team. I know Georgia Tech, listen, like the program, like the, Haynes King throwing his body on the line, all that. I think he's back in the lineup this week and should be good to go. With that said, I almost, and this is maybe a little off, I almost like the Georgia Tech offense of last week. I think it worked a little better against Clemson, a more pass attack with Philo and that. I just don't think this matchup didn't go great for them last year either. I think it gives Georgia Tech offense some problems, and their defense, I don't think is an incredible unit. I think Klubnik, a little bit of a bounce back this week in terms of how the Clemson offense looks. Now that this got down around 3, hey, numbers more than teams, baby. Give me the buy. Give me the Tigers. I'll buy low here on a Clemson team that maybe not off to the great start, but I think this is a good spot to scoop them up as that's as low as that price is getting.
You bet on this Thursday. Our guest, pro sports bettor Joey Kanish. We'll get back to the games in a second, but we were all just saying in our show chat, you made me laugh out loud just now. Not the double cross line was funny, but just your manipulation of language and use of pauses. When are you going to I've been saying this to you for a while now, off air and on air. When are you going to quit your job and forget, and you can bet also. I'm not insinuating don't stop betting. When are you going to become a full-time broadcast talent? Because almost everyone that does this the way that you do it sucks at talking. You're really good at it. When are you just going to do it and stop with Joey Corporate?
You know what, man? Put me in touch with the agent. I know your agent. You signed a big guy. I saw you re-upped, by the way. You know what? And Nicky, tell the agent to give me a call, and let's, let's get something in the works here. We'll break bread. We'll have some feta cheese at the Costos family house with the, agent, and get something moving.
You are not invited to my house. Notre Dame, a 6.5-point favorite against A&M this weekend. This line's almost out to 7. Knish, you want to make the case for the Aggies to keep this game close?
I know it's a Texas A&M team that, talent-wise, you're stacking right there. I actually, now that this has got out, it flashed across 7. There were some 7.5s. It's buying back now, and I'm seeing some 6.5. I'm actually leaning more ND, the Golden Domers here on this one. I thought C.J. Carr has presented himself pretty well, and they're a physical team. Texas A&M's just their passing game. Marcel Reese, it's just not there. It just didn't look there. And you know what? And again, one game, one sample set, but against UTSA, the defense wasn't even look. They were letting them move up and down the field. I don't think Texas A&M's offense will have that kind of success against a Notre Dame game and a place at night that I really respect. In terms of actually having some home field advantage still, I'm actually leaning ND here. Once it drops, mostly under 7 at 6.5, it would be Notre Dame or nothing for me.
Final college question, 30 seconds. Anything on Miami, South Florida? Canes laying 17.5.
I mean, this is the ultimate spot, right? This is the ultimate. South Florida off a win, Miami's laying a low-key big number. People thinking, how can South Florida be laying 17 after the win last week? I think they get buried. I will say, though, of the bets, I think it's an under here. I don't think South Florida's offense will be able to do anything. Miami, slower tempo, wants to be physical. They've changed the total team identity from last year where Cam Ward was thrown at 50 times a game to being a defense ball control team. Under for me, I think around 54 is out there. Under, and it would be Miami or nothing. But I like under more than a side in this one.
All right, we decided to be nice to you and wait towards the end of the interview to bring up your Detroit Lions, who were pathetic and embarrassing on Sunday in Green Bay. I bet them. Be honest. What is the level of concern for the Lions? And it could be for this Sunday at home against the Bears and moving forward after what happened in Week 1.
But listen, Joey K likes to rally the troops. I like to pour that Kool-Aid, stir it up, and pass it around. I'm on this show all the time handing out glasses of that Honolulu, baby. I'm going to be honest with you, though. I'm concerned. I'm not hold me, Femi, baby. We're in trouble concerned yet, but on the Dan Campbell methodology, the greatness of the Lions the last couple of years, what's it been built on? Both mostly the offensive line, but also the defensive line in the trenches. I gotta tell you, I kind of think this interior offensive line sucks. And I don't know how it gets better. You got 2 rookies at both guards. You got a journeyman center that's been passed around the league who's not any good. Ragnow retiring really put him up against it. And a defensive line where Hutchinson's back, Davenport's healthy. We're going to get after it. Jordan Love was, making some Gouda in the pocket over the weekend and some mozz or whatever cheese they're making up there. He had no pressure. I got to tell you, the level, we're not 10 out of 10 to run around screaming panic alarm yet, but I'm at a 7, and if the Bears come in and beat us this weekend, we'll be ringing. Then it's a 10. Then it's oh my God, the run is over. We missed the window. We suck again.
Do you have one NFL bet, Knish, that you like for this weekend in 30 seconds?
Listen. You think I'm going to come on here and call us dead and not give out the Leos, baby? Give me the 5.5. I'm going with the Lions by bounce back here. Ben Johnson, the offensive whisperer. Let me tell you something. Look, he's not going to whisper at Caleb Williams because that career, my friend, is about 3 games. 3 games away from being out. He looked terrible. How is he going to fix the problem? He's like, he was awful in that Vikings game. The Vikings handed the Bears the entire game, and he was awful. Listen, I know it's slappy. They don't cover this weekend. We're really in trouble. Give me the Leos on a bounce back.
He's not going to whisper to kids. Electric. You have like 5 seconds for a random bet in the account, like an actual 5 seconds.
5 seconds. Boxing Canelo Crawford. Give me Bud Crawford as the dog this weekend in the fight of the century. Think Canelo's on the other side of it. Don't like it. Crawford stays undefeated. Give me him as the dog.
Kanish, this Bud's for you. On Twitter at Joey Kanish22, the Hammer. Hit the books with Brad Powers. I may talk to my agent about you. Is that okay?
That sounds good. Let's set it up. I'll come out to New York. Give the young.
All right, yes, we're going. We're going to break. No, you won't. No, you won't.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I didn't think I would get to this conclusion, but after thinking about it more, I think it makes a lot of sense. That's Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert, who is 15-1 right now at BetMGM. So the big caveat here for the Chargers is that will they actually win the AFC West? I say no, but I could also be wrong. This could also be year from hell for Kansas City as the Super Bowl loser has that hangover that's been documented for many years. We just saw it last year with San Francisco. And right now, the Chargers to win the AFC West is plus 190. We just got done breaking down the Chiefs' price. Kansas City's plus 175. Chargers are plus 190. They're damn near co-favorites. So if that's going to be the case, I would much rather bet the longer price in Justin Herbert as opposed to the price with Mahomes at 10-1, also based off the fact that Herbert's team just beat Mahomes' team. So Herbert at 15-1, I think is a price. Now, is it playing a little bit of defense? It is, because I like the Josh Allen position. I like the Jordan Love position, playing a little bit of defense, but as a price that could come down because Herbert's next game on the road, Monday Night Football, standalone spot against a Raiders defense that's not that great. It could be another strong performance for Justin Herbert to where the talk out of that game out of week 2 is, wow, Justin Herbert, the guy that we all knew was great, has finally arrived. I don't want to have to sweat that out. So 15-1, Justin Herbert is a bet that I have made right now in the MVP market. Now, that's me, and those of you who've been listening and kind of building your portfolio similar to what I have, I think that's how you want to attack this. It's Herbert as an addition to Allen and Love. And then right now, we're going to be naked to Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes. But that's where we sit currently.
You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, we want all our listeners and viewers to go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with today's Pro Football No Sweat token. You'll get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager doesn't win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. And don't forget to download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. You can catch up on everything from today's show, including Femi's breakdown of NFL Coach of the Year, an offensive and defensive rookie of the year. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts to subscribe to the show in podcast form. And still time for everybody to chime in on social and in the YouTube chat and in the Twitch chat. Your best bet for tonight's Thursday night football game with the Commanders and the Packers at Lambeau Field. Could be a side, a total, a prop. Type it in the YouTube chat. Type it in the Twitch chat. Tweet us at You Better You Bet. Me at the Costos, Femi at Femi Abebefe. We will read some of the best ones coming up next hour on the show. But for right now, I hand the baton over to Femi, and we continue on with some things, Femi. And where did we leave off earlier in the hour?
Yeah, we left off with the Cleveland Browns and the Baltimore Ravens. Browns safety Grant Delpit was asked about Derrick Henry and said that, hey, he's not hard to tackle. Those were his words. Derrick Henry since responded and said, okay, we'll see you on Sunday. I'm of the belief, Nick, that Derrick Henry is going to have a big game because Todd Monken is going to go back and look at that Buffalo Bills tape and say, I didn't give it to him enough. I think Henry, 125 plus rushing yards at BetMGM, plus 230. Henry, 2+ TDs, plus 260 at BetMGM. This dude averaged 6.5 yards per carry against the Cleveland Browns defense last season. I think he has another big game on Sunday. So I ask you, how are you betting Derrick Henry? And also, how are you betting the Browns and the Ravens?
Well, I want to save the Derrick. I did have the Derrick Henry over on Sunday night, which was like small consolation given you my bet on the Ravens. But I did have the Derrick Henry over rushing yards, which was an easy winner. Also, the Ravens should have won. So I want to save my prop thoughts for the weekend. But on the game, I closed the first segment of this hour by saying I had a strong weak take. My strong weak take is that I think everything's perfect. I think the Ravens are favored by as much as they need to be favored by. More than 10, but less than 13. Total looks about right to me. Maybe, honestly, I will actually say probably. I'm probably missing something here. But when I think about this game, or at least the thought I've dedicated to it thus far in the week, and I did a Cleveland radio hit earlier today, and juxtapose that with what I said about Chicago. I did Chicago radio and TV today, and I thought about that game, and I was like, whoa, I really like something here. I'm going to like the Bears. I thought about Cleveland-Baltimore, and I can't get there on anything. I think this game's going to be a pass for me, Femi.
I think if I had to bet the game, I would lay the points with the Ravens. I would not take it with I think I'd need 14 to take Cleveland.
That's where I'm at also, I think, would be to lay Baltimore.
Yeah, you give me 2 touchdowns, great. I'll sign up and I'll bet the Cleveland Browns and I'll just sit there in misery on Sunday afternoon. But I think right now as it stands, I'm not going to bet it. I'm not laying 11.5. We'll talk about this game more in depth also in the next segment. We get into our NFL Week 2 Survivor discussion. But to me, this is a pass. I think this is purely a prop standpoint, and I want to bet on Derrick Henry because I think Derrick Henry, with that Ravens running attack and that offensive line, they're going to move some people in Cleveland. I know the Browns have a pretty solid front with Myles Garrett, but I do think they're going to get going, and Henry will have a big game. All right, Jake, let's get to the next one.
One last thing.
I am with
I don't
our
wanna,
guy.
I don't want
Kanish.
to. I don't want to play it anymore.
Why is that?
Because I
sauce
think
is too much.
Well, you know the answer because I think the voice guy is bad. I don't think it's I'm just saying. No, we can. It's okay. I'm just saying. I don't think it's good. I think it's really bad sports radio that I almost, because I think the goal for it is to be good. I would like it. I would actually really like it if it was a bit.
It was a bit.
We're going to make the point of this is to be so bad that it's actually great. I think the point of this is to be good.
You know what? I'm not going to fully defend it, but I'll defend it a little bit. I feel like it's in the neighborhood, but we have not.
You sure you want to
found
do this or
yet.
no?
No, I'm actually not sure.
Okay. All right.
I'm actually not sure.
Right.
So we can move on.
Go ahead, but what were you just trying to say just now? The neighborhood of the house? So what does that mean?
I think we're close to it, but we're not there yet. Like what? I think we are close. You don't think we're close?
Close to what?
It being like kind of to being a bit. Like I don't think it's like.
I don't know. You'd have to be in his head to figure it out. I don't know. He probably thinks it's good, right?
But I think we gave it to him with the intent of like, hey, like make
Bill,
this like over the top.
Bill, pop
like that
on
was
here.
the intent,
was
it not?
We need Bill Zimmerman here. Bill is our executive producer. Bill, do you think that Russ, the voice guy, do you think that like does he think that what he's recording is like supposed to be bad, or does he think like he's trying to make it good?
I think he thinks he's trying to make it good, but when we put this imaging together, we told Ross. We told Russ.
Honestly, like that's what. Honestly, we should just call him Ross.
Top.
Yeah, he should be Ross.
Yes, we told Russ to make it way over the top.
Okay, but like over the top and bad are not the same thing.
Fair. Yeah. We know where you stand, Nick.
No, I'm just saying like if you asked him like, is this imaging good? What do you think he'd say?
Yes.
I think he would say yes.
He put a stamp
on what we asked him to do. Like I think we share some of the blame here.
No, we don't. We share we share none of the blame. No, we don't. We share none of the blame. I think this is 0%.
It's a small tap the chest. I think.
Bill, do you think it's good?
I think it's good for what we wanted it to be. But yeah, this was not intent to just make straightforward imaging. This was meant to be over the top. That was the whole point.
Listen,
which means we share some of it.
You don't start off imaging with scanning the globe and think that you're not trying to go for over the top.
Listen, I love you guys, and you know that I don't mean this what I'm about to say. I feel like I'm surrounded by idiots. And I don't mean that, and you're not idiots. Obviously, you guys are the best. But I mean, God Almighty, we are scanning the globe. It's horrible. It's horrible.
One last thing.
It's terrible. Anyway, one last thing.
We'll have something fresh for next week.
You know,
what that is, I'm not sure yet, but we'll have something.
Honestly, I may be talking myself into like hating it so much that like maybe like some perverse part of me actually likes it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What is the next thing, Femi?
I believe that LSU should be on upset alert. I agree with Kanish. I think that LSU performance, now that we're a couple of weeks removed from it against Clemson, we've realized is not in a good place right now. Maybe they get better once we get into ACC play, including maybe this Saturday. But right now, over the 2 weeks, they're not in a good place. I'm not buying that LSU's defense is much improved. I think Florida keeps the game close. I'm not sure if I'm ready to bet the money line, but I will bet 7 and 7.5 on the Florida Gators. I think this is a close one. Do you like LSU to cover on Saturday?
I do. I'd like to lay 7 with LSU.
You might be able to soon.
So I'll say this. I don't know if I did this on the air on Monday or if I just like thought this. I don't know. There's a lot going on all the time. My initial thought was I'm going to like Florida in this game. Like, because LSU, like, you know, we haven't had like a great Garrett Nussmeier game yet. Like, he was good in week 1, and then like they were like unimpressive in week 2. Like they beat a team they're supposed to beat, right?
Yep.
And my thought was going to be, well, like Florida with Lagway, they've clearly shown that they're bad enough that they can lose to teams that aren't good. But is the upside like that they could beat anyone on any given game? And everyone agrees with me because everyone's betting Florida. And this is like a really, like, this is terrible. I don't even know if this is good advice or not. I'm double-crossing myself. Honestly, the fact that everyone agreed with my initial thought so aggressively leads me to believe that it's wrong.
Double-cross spot.
Yeah, I think Florida's the trendy dog this week that gets old Yellard. If a 7 pops, I'm going to lay it with LSU. And I will say this. I did not watch LSU's week 2 game, but I did watch, obviously, the week 1 games. I bet them against Clemson. I do not agree with you that the defense is overrated. I think the defense is awesome.
You think it's much improved?
I mean, how could you watch that week 1 game and not think so?
We're getting shut out by Troy last week.
They have like NFL players.
Yeah, they had NFL players last year, and they were getting roasted. It's LSU's always going to have NFL players.
Name one LSU defensive player defense? That's in the NFL now from last year. That's in the NFL this year from last year.
I mean, I'm sure if I thought long and hard enough, I could do it.
Honestly, I have to tell you something. I set you up there to make me look bad, and then you made yourself look bad. The intent of that was for you because in my head, I couldn't think of one, and I thought you were gonna name someone that got drafted in the top 10. That was the point of that, was for you to dunk on me.
There was nobody.
No. Okay. So I like LSU. Want to do another one? Another. Yeah. Good, Jake. Play it.
Okay, this is really the last thing. We mean it, really. We promise.
I think honestly, I think I'm starting to like it.
How could you not? Our guy, a lot of Ross out there. We have a lot of SEC underdogs this week. Of course, we talked about Florida, but that's not the game I want to focus on. I want to focus on two of these games. Arkansas is at Ole Miss, getting about 7.5. Texas A&M at Notre Dame, around that same price range. If you had to bet one on, what's the better money line bet to win outright? Is it the Razorbacks at Ole Miss, or is it the Aggies at Notre Dame?
I think it's neither.
You think both favorites roll?
Arkansas, to me, feels like a trendy dog. Trendy hog. And I don't think maybe A&M covers, but I'm with Kanish. Dude, I talked about this the Tuesday, you were still on vacation, but the Tuesday after Labor Day, the first week of college football, I thought CJ Carr was awesome. And I thought it was a disservice the way they called that game early. So, yeah, I don't know. Apparently, our crew thinks that this is like open mic night in the show chat. Everyone's doing a stand-up routine while we're doing a dance. It's okay. Femi and I are doing a show, but that's all right. Everybody get your jokes off. No worries. Because it's not about us. It's about you guys. I got Femi laughing at Jake in the chat while we're doing a national show. No worries, everybody. All good. No problems. Power Hour, final hour on the other side.
Go Arkansas.
We'll have our survivor pick for week 2 in the NFL and some more thoughts on this weekend's college football slate.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I didn't think I would get to this conclusion, but after thinking about it more, I think it makes a lot of sense. That's Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert, who is 15-1 right now at BetMGM. So the big caveat here for the Chargers is that, will they actually win the AFC West? I say no, but I could also be wrong. This could also be year from hell for Kansas City, as the Super Bowl loser has that hangover that's been documented for many years. We just saw it last year with San Francisco. And right now, the Chargers to win the AFC West is plus 190. We just got done breaking down the Chiefs price. Kansas City's plus 175. Chargers are plus 190. They're damn near co-favorites. So if that's going to be the case, I would much rather bet the longer price in Justin Herbert as opposed to the price with Mahomes at 10-1, also based off the fact that Herbert's team just beat Mahomes' team. So Herbert at 15-1, I think is a price. Now, is it playing a little bit of defense? It is, because I like the Josh Allen position. I like the Jordan Love position, playing a little bit of defense, but as a price that could come down because Herbert's next game on the road, Monday Night Football, standalone spot against a Raiders defense that's not that great. Like, it could be another strong performance for Justin Herbert to where the talk out of that game out of week 2 is, wow, Justin Herbert, the guy that we all knew was great, has finally arrived. I don't want to have to sweat that out. So 15-1, Justin Herbert is a bet that I have made right now in the MVP market. Now, that's me, and those of you who've been listening and kind of building your portfolio similar to what I have, I think that's how you want to attack this. It's Herbert as an addition to Allen and Love. And then right now, we're going to be naked to Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes. But that's where we sit currently.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. Final hour. Power hour. You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you. The Power Hour on You Better You Bet, sponsored today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by NBC Sports betting analyst, the great Jay Croucher. We look forward to that. We'll get Jay's awards thoughts following Week 1 in the NFL, his bets for NFL Week 2, and he's got some WNBA playoff bets for us as well, which we look forward to getting. Jay Croucher 20 minutes from now, and then 40 minutes from now. All our bets for tonight in football, NC State and Wake Forest in college, and then, of course, side total and props for the Commanders and the Packers. Later this segment, so probably about 10 or 12 minutes from now, we will read you, our listener and viewers, your favorite bets for Thursday Night Football tonight with Washington and Green Bay. You still have time to send them in. YouTube chat, Twitch chat, tweet us at You Better You Bet. Tweet me at The Costos. Tweet Femi at Femi Abebefe your favorite bets for Thursday Night Football. We will read them coming up later this segment here on this Thursday. Do we have any more things to do, or we want to do Survivor, right?
Oh, let's get into Survivor. We don't have any more things. Let's
All
do
right,
Survivor.
Tyler Morales is also with us. Hello, Tyler.
What's up, guys?
How are we feeling today, Tyler?
Good. Good weather out. I love my Survivor pick. I think I have the answer that I can convince both of you on it, so it's a good day so far.
What's going on in your life, in your world?
The usual, producing Wagertainment, sun up, sun down. Just the basic on my end. Nothing's really switched on old Tyler Morales' end.
Are you doing BetMGM tonight following us here?
Oh, I'll be there, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
What will be like your contribution to that show?
Just cutting some videos, posting some social clips, doing the podcast. It's, just producing Wagertainment as the Packers game goes on, the usual.
Tyler grinding out that Wagertainment on a Thursday.
Someone's got to do it.
You have to love it. So
make sure folks get it on demand. Yeah,
of course.
So we collectively, and hopefully you, our listeners and viewers, also like when Tyler's microphone is on. What is going on there? That your What is that? What is that noise?
It's probably this. I mean, it could be the laptop I have. There's nothing going on. So I know people keep complaining about this noise. There is nothing happening in my house. It is just me right now in this house.
There's something happening, right? Like, what is that noise? Like, what is it?
It could be the laptop going crazy right now, but maybe it's that, but it's not that loud. It's really not. I think you guys are hearing things.
I love how yes, Tyler has determined to us that it's actually not that loud and we are hearing things. I've been doing radio for 25 years. I hear everything, and he's telling me I'm hearing things. It's unreal. All right, so this is what we need. Unfortunately, Tyler, your microphone has to stay off unless you're talking, because it's gonna make us all deaf. So last week, we collectively as a group advanced to week 2 of Survivor, and Femi, and like we would have advanced no matter. I think like. Did anyone lose in Survivor? I guess I'm sure some people did.
Yeah, but like
the vast majority of people survived.
New England had like the most entries on them, and like it was like at 250 or 280. So like out of an 18,000 entry Survivor pool, like many people survived. So yeah, there was no carnage whatsoever.
How many people survived?
Many people, many men.
How many?
You wish death upon us.
Yeah, thank you. I would have wanted you to sing like 50 Cent there. So Femi gave great advice, which was the Jaguars, which, like we would have won if we picked Denver, but now we get to save Denver for another week. So Femi gave the advice last week with Jacksonville and talked Tyler and myself into that pick, and we didn't like it at first. Tyler came in hot here, Femi, basically saying he's got the pick. He wants to talk us into it. So I may regret this. Let's see how this goes. But Tyler, first word goes to you here on Survivor for week 2.
All right, so the number 1 pick on our big board, we've mentioned this game a bunch this week. I don't know how it's not the Arizona Cardinals. I looked at their schedule. I can't imagine they're ever going to be bigger than a 6.5-point favorite. Maybe against Tennessee when they play them in a couple weeks at home. Bryce Young on the road again against Jonathan Gannon, better defensive coordinator this time. Last week, that game should have been worse, by the way. Bryce Young threw a pick 6, got a call back. Next play, Chuba Hubbard had an insane touchdown catch. And we got to get a ton of Will Johnson on Ted McMillan. Carolina has nobody outside of McMillan. It's the corpse of Hunter Renfrow and Xavier Legette, who probably stinks. To me, this is like the obvious pick. Maybe we readjust what we see for Carolina after they come home for the first time, but I think the Cardinals laying on them. So the Cardinals were my slam dunk number 1 Survivor pick this week.
Femi, do you agree with Tyler's assertion? Because Arizona is not the biggest favorite of the week. That's obviously the Baltimore Ravens, but I'm guessing, do we want to save Baltimore moving forward? So Tyler wants to go with Arizona. Femi, what is your game theory for Survivor this week?
Yeah, so Arizona's on my board. They're not number 1. As it pertains to Baltimore, they're not on the board. I don't want to use Baltimore whatsoever. Baltimore, I think, is going to be the most popular one. And also, for the pool that we're doing, just to remind folks who might not have been listening last week, the Baltimore Ravens have a Thanksgiving game. And for our pool, Thanksgiving is its own week and Christmas is its own week as well. So like we have to kind of keep that into consideration. Ravens host the Bengals. Like that's not a game that like you're going to jump to try to use, but you would at least want to have that available to you if you're fortunate enough to get there. So Baltimore, based on the fact that they're the biggest favorite and they have a Thanksgiving consideration, I did not consider the Baltimore Ravens for mine. You know how I play. I like to get a little bit crazy. And I do want to see the injury report so I could be swayed on this. I don't feel as strong as I did about Jacksonville last week. Why not Minnesota? Like I think Minnesota at home, prime time. You have.
I'm
staff.
big time vetoing this.
You don't want to do Minnesota? Like here's Michael Penix Jr. going to Minnesota to go up against.
Yeah,
Ryan
I think yes,
Flores'
he's gonna.
defense.
Yeah, he's awesome. I think he's gonna play well. That's my opinion. Tyler? Do you like Minnesota? Do you want Femi finish the argument?
But yeah, I just because my thing is that we have all these big favorites. I like Arizona, but they're going to be probably the second or third most popular. That's my only trepidation with Arizona. But with Minnesota, they're not going to be that popular. They also play on holiday as well, on Christmas, but you eventually have to use one of those teams. I think this could be like Jacksonville, even more contrarian than what we had last week. I like the Vikings to win the game. I know we might have differences of opinion on the game, so that's why I lean to the Vikings, but that's the team that right now is number one on my big board. I could be swayed, but they're number one when I look at it. Home favorite against an unfamiliar team. I always like those spots, so for me, it's Minnesota.
Tyler?
My only thing is, I actually think I agree with you, Nick. I think Penix is the perfect kind of quarterback to beat this Brian Flores defense just because he gets the ball out quick. He's been playing a ton of quarterback. Caleb Williams, he produces in chaos and sometimes his head spins, so that's not the best matchup for him. I actually agree with Nick. I'm vetoing this one. I'm vetoing this one hard. I like the Falcons in this one.
Okay.
Femi, I can't. Maybe you're right. I don't want to. I don't want to do it. No.
You don't want to sweat?
No.
Jacksonville wasn't a sweat. Yeah.
Let's talk about it. It wasn't, but but to be fair, I really liked the Jacksonville call. I was with you on that one, and you could be right.
Yes.
I bet Atlanta.
And you like Atlanta in the game, so it's a little bit different. Yeah, we just have a difference in opinion in the game.
All right, let's talk about some of the other options. Well, I mean, dude, you just told us about some of the injuries, so no, not right now, right?
Yeah, it's not great. Joey Porter Jr. didn't practice again for those who might have been.
Deshaun Elliott's out. Derek Harmon's still out. I like Pittsburgh in the game. Can we wait till tomorrow to figure that out? Maybe.
Put Pittsburgh off to the side.
For now.
We'll put them off to the side, but for now.
Okay. I'd like to introduce a couple.
Please.
Okay. All right. If you really wanted to get nuts.
Oh, boy.
The New England Patriots.
Oh, my. Whoa.
I could be convinced.
I mean, Gonzalez is not practicing again. And
can I just I will make one pitch for this potential, and I'm not saying we should do it. The Miami Dolphins held a players only meeting after losing in week 1. Jordan Brooks was asked about it today and said the message to the team was basically don't give up, basically. We are one game into the season and we're already holding players only meetings. I'm not banging the table for the Patriots here.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to bring them up for potential consideration though.
So they're on the road. Coin flip game, but they're on the road. That already is kind of sounding off alarms in my head. Drake May, I believe, but against a Raiders defense that's not, the 85 Bears. He ain't looked that good.
Yes. Because last Sunday, the Patriots played like an NFL team. Like a team that was trying. Like the Dolphins might not be trying. That's the argument for New England for me. Now, with that being said, obviously, so I'll throw this out there, and I don't think we should pick this team because we'll want to save them probably. Maybe the Jets cover. I have a hard time believing that the Jets are beating the Bills on Sunday. And Buffalo's a road team, so.
Mm-hmm. Also, that game too. The Jets the run game might be able to exploit some things with Buffalo, but I do believe Buffalo's going to win. But there'll be a lot of chances to use Buffalo. Could I throw another one out to you?
Well, what about your team?
I mean, you're probably not going to want to use him on Thanksgiving against Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. I would guess that's the case.
Probably.
Yeah. Well, Super Bowl hangover. Maybe the Chiefs are terrible. Maybe. I think
Dallas was my second choice.
I like Arizona more than Dallas. I'll put it that way.
I like Arizona too.
I like Arizona more than Dallas. And also, too, like, what if the Giants put in Jackson Dart and all of a sudden he's awesome? Like, he's not. Which, I mean, it'd have to be terrible for him to put him in.
You're right. It's possible. Yeah, I feel like he's not awesome. I'm just going to say that.
Real quick before we get to social, Cincinnati. Was that on your guys' radar? Anything? Bengals?
Oh, I could be talked into that.
Like, Cincinnati, to me, at home, going up against their mirror image, another bad defense, which the Bengals are going to give up points as well. They play on Thanksgiving, but you're probably not going to want to use them at Baltimore that Thanksgiving night. I think this could be a spot for Cincinnati. Like, I think right now, for me, in my head, I'm down between Cincinnati and Arizona. I think that's where I'm at.
All right. I think what we need to do is table this until tomorrow. So last Thursday we came to. I don't think we're out of consensus right now. Yeah, tomorrow, final answer. All right. So Tyler will rejoin us on the show tomorrow. We'll have to figure out when we're going to do 4:40. 4:40 tomorrow.
Hell yeah!
Oh baby, yeah, love it. Well, I guess Bill turned his camera on. We hadn't talked about this, so I guess the plan is, Bill, for you to read these this year again.
Yes, that's the idea, Nick. We did talk about this.
We didn't.
We may have texted about it. It may not have been spoken.
There
was communication.
There was.
Nick feels like he's taking crazy pills this segment.
I don't know. I'm telling you, I don't care. It's fine. But Femi, we never had the conversation who's reading the bets. We never talked about it.
I don't think we had that conversation. No, we did not.
Bill, are you lying? So, Bill, are you lying?
What, about the social media? No, you asked in text message, you said, what else were we going to do with Survivor? Femi jumped in and said social, and you responded with a thumbs up.
No, what I'm saying is we never talked about, that did happen.
Yes, that
happened. But what we never did was say, who's going to read the bets. We never agreed on that.
We didn't make it
That's true. If you'd like to eliminate me, you can go right ahead. I can put them in the chat.
No, I would like.
Femi could read it.
I would like for you to do it. I'm just like.
I made an assumption.
Tyler says, "Do we want Russ to do it?" Let's see what Ross is up to. Bill, what do the
Krosky Merritt?
Matthew Golden. All right, Bill. What are the real ones have for today? And do it in Russ's voice, or don't. Whatever.
All right, we're gonna give it a shot here. Why not? We did it in Russo's voice once. We'll try it in Ross's voice. Rex Rock says Edgerrin Cooper over 5.5 tackles. He had 12 tackles last week and has gone over that number every game since week 8 of last year. Commanders want to run. Cooper goes way over. Mr. McBags, Commanders money line. Why? In Jaden we trust. Tommy Stonk 7817. Bill McCroskey Barrett. Anytime touchdowns plus 220. Bill 2 tutties plus 1600.
And Bill, now take us to break by doing an impression of Brad Evans saying I'm out.
Jay Croucher next. I'm out.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
The NFL blew this. The NFL blew it. Like, they talk a real big game all offseason. What do we hear about? Oh, we're going to stop unsportsmanlike conduct. They showed videos to each team. Troy Vincent, the NFL executive VP of football operations, at league meetings was telling coaches, was telling executives, watch out. We're going to have zero tolerance for behavior like this. And then this happens. They're like, we got some tolerance. We got a little tolerance. Like, you didn't play in that one game. That's good enough. But if you want to set a precedent and you want to let everyone know that you're serious about this, really serious, you got to do more than this. Even Carter's agent, Drew Rosenhaus, negotiated with the Eagles so the Eagles contractually can't punish him in the future as far as bonuses are concerned. Like, Jalen Carter is a hell of a football player, but what he did is completely disrespectful. And these Dak truthers out there, ooh, did you see Dak spit? I'm like, yeah, I saw him spit on the ground and not on Jalen Carter. It's different. It's totally different. Dak spit. I'm like, not on him, not on Jalen Carter. I mean, God, you ever think there's a topic or a subject where everyone's going to be on the right side, and it just never happens? There's always some people like, oh, I don't know. I saw Dak. I think Dak should be suspended. Ridiculous. Jalen Carter deserved punishment, and the NFL just let him walk away.
He said ring
Yes.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, 20 minutes from now, it's all our bets for tonight. Wake Forest and NC State. And, the Commanders and the Packers. Jay Croucher joins us now on the show. He's a huge baseball fan. He may have some baseball bets for us. We'll find out momentarily here. But Jay joining us to talk some National Football League and perhaps some WNBA as well with the playoffs set to start this weekend. NBC Sports betting analyst. You watch him on the Fantasy Football Happy Hour. Hell, man, it's on Sunday Night Football before the game started last week. Absolutely love that. On Twitter at CroucherJD, celebrity New York Yankees fan. Our friend Jay Croucher. My friend, welcome back to the show. What's up?
Micro celebrity, but thank you, Nick. I appreciate it. Always good to jump on. I'm a big baseball fan. I love the baseball. I'm the only person in Australia who really enjoys baseball and prefers it to cricket. But no, it's really good. Actually, on that note, Nick, you'll like this. I was at the baseball the other night of the Yankees game, and I was fortuitously sitting next to two Australians who I didn't know, and they were both from the same part of Australia as me. And when it started going south for the Yankees against the Tigers, they looked at me and they were like, "Why don't they just let Judgy pitch? Put Judgy on the mound. Let him thrust and see if he can do a better job than Mark Leiter Jr. and Fernando Cruz." So good to see that the understanding of baseball in Australia is as strong as it ever was.
So when you are sitting, are you able to look at these people and in your head you're like, these are Australians? Or did you have to wait for like the shrimp off the Barbie, like to know when you heard them speak?
No, they turned around. Well, they looked at me and my brother, who is in town visiting, and they were like, "You guys from Australia?" And I was like, "Yeah, from Melbourne." Oh, really, Melbourne?
Now, how do they know that? Because like I would look at you and I would not know that you're Australian.
They're hearing me talk. They're hearing me talk for the most part,
Okay.
and so
Well, yeah,
it shines through. I've been here 6 years, but the accent is still relatively strong.
Relatively strong. You sound like
Yeah.
Crocodile Dundee. Yeah, it's pretty strong. Yeah.
Certainly strong relative to your average person in the Bronx, I would have thought.
Yes,
I
I would say so. I went to college. I went to college in the Bronx. You do not sound like most of the people from the Bronx. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, it was very bizarre. 1 in 100,000 type operation. They were from the same part of Australia from me as well, like 45 minutes away of car ride. So we both got to sit there in wonderful Yankee Stadium and soak in a 12-2 Yankees loss, conceding a 2-0 lead and shipping 12 runs in a row.
Do they root for the same? What's the cricket team that you root for in Australia?
It's Australia. It's the same as the national.
The team that you root for. Oh, it's the soccer team that you root for, then, right?
Australian football team, the Collingwood Magpies. Yeah,
the
Collingwood.
Magpies.
Collingwood you think of. Yeah, it's Australian football, not soccer.
Of course. Yeah. I should have known. I should have known. Jay, coming out of.
This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebafe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM.
Half of the season, yeah, they ran the ball a lot. They didn't throw it much, but I think that was largely because Justin Herbert was coming off plantar fasciitis in the preseason, and then he was dealing with the high ankle sprain. As soon as he got healthy in the second half of the season, they threw the ball a ton as well. So I think this is just what this team is. And off of that, I thought Keenan Allen, who everyone had written off for dead, I thought he looked excellent. He looked slim and explosive for Keenan Allen. In 2022 and 23, Keenan Allen was awesome. And then he has a down year in Chicago, but it's like a new system, really bad offense, bad just structure around him. Comes back to LA, has the rapport with Justin Herbert. So you put him next to Ladd McConkey, who's a star, Quentin Johnston, who for all his sins is still a useful NFL wide receiver. And if you have the mentality to throw the ball a lot, I think Justin Herbert is just going to be an absolute monster this year. I think this Chargers team is really good. I think they should be the favorites to win the AFC West, largely because they banked the first half of that tiebreaker over the Chiefs. So I think that Justin Herbert, who is 12-1 to win MVP, I think he should pretty clearly be the third favorite to win the award behind Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. And one of those two guys, they gobble up a lot of equity at the top of the market, but I would have Herbert above guys like Burrow and Daniels and Mahomes and Love. And I think that, this guy's thrown for 5,000 yards in the past. Like, he can put up volume stats. He had 3 interceptions in the regular season last year. So I think Herbert, he has a statistical profile that lends itself to MVP. I think this team is going to win a lot of games. And I think if Allen or Lamar, or if both of them fall over, I think Herbert is the most likely guy to rise up.
Yeah, absolutely love to hear that. Justin Herbert, also to Jay's point, his next game is in primetime, albeit late, 10 o'clock Eastern, but it is a primetime Monday Night Football standalone game against the Las Vegas Raiders indoors. Let's get back to week 2, though. Jay, what is your favorite bet on the card and why?
My favorite bet on the card is the Seattle Seahawks +3 in Pittsburgh. I think the Steelers, it's been a little bit glossed over how poorly a lot of that game went for them against the Jets. And they needed, a fluky fumble and then a 60-yard field goal to get out of New York with a win. I thought they were largely outplayed for the game. The defense did not look good at all. Justin Fields did whatever he wanted in that matchup. And Aaron Rodgers, who he played well, but I would argue had one of the worst 4 passing touchdown, 0 interception games in the history of the NFL, where one of them wasn't really a passing touchdown. It was just a little bump up to Jonnu Smith. But I think that Rodgers, he still, to me, looked largely like the guy that he was last year. And he looked maybe a little bit better. Maybe it's a bit of a better system for him. I think Arthur Smith, much maligned, is a decent offensive play caller. But I thought that Rodgers still can't really move, still can't really escape pressure. And now he gets a Seahawks defense, which I think is a big step up from this Jets defense. Brock Purdy faced the most pressure of his entire career in that game against the Seahawks. They made Trent Williams look like a turnstile. I think this pass rush is legitimate. I think the secondary is legitimate when Tariq Woolen isn't misreading balls in the air like he's me out there. But I think that Rodgers is going to be under pressure a lot. I don't think he's going to be able to escape it. And I think that the Seattle offense largely just can't be worse than it was against San Francisco. I think that they just leaned into the run far too much. They didn't throw the ball and everything was to JSN. I think that's just growing pains week 1. It's probably not going to be an amazing offense, but I think it has to be better than it was against San Francisco. And I think their defense, which we thought coming into the year might be elite, and I think that they showed flashes of that against the Niners, and I think they'll get home more against an immobile Aaron Rodgers.
Just a yes or no answer to this question. As someone who bet the Seattle Seahawks last week, I did. I think you did as well. Should Tariq Woolen have to Venmo everyone who bet the Seattle Seahawks last week? Yes or no?
Yes.
I would also say yes. You bet on this Thursday. Jay Croucher is our guest from NBC Sports. Would love to do rapid fire, just get thoughts on a bunch of games this weekend. Super Bowl rematch in Kansas City. Basically pick the winner of the game at BetMGM. Total is 47. I like the over a little bit in the game, especially with Xavier Worthy practicing today. Do you have a thought on the Eagles and the Chiefs, Jay?
Yeah, I would lean Chiefs here. I think that Xavier Worthy, we'll see whether he can go or not. I do think even if he can't, I think that Hollywood Brown showed enough between Kelsey and Thornton and just Mahomes' weekly magic. I think that they will be able to create what they need on offense against what all of a sudden looks like a bit of a suspect Eagles secondary. I also think a big thing here is that the Chiefs, for whatever they didn't do in Brazil, one thing they did do was defend the run. Chris Jones was an absolute monster in that game. He just destroyed the Chargers' run game. I think that he and the Chiefs will give Saquon Barkley some of the same issues that Saquon and the run game had against Dallas. And so I think that as the Chiefs, they lost the game and it didn't look amazing on offense, but I thought it was encouraging that they were able to generate explosives. I think they had three 30-plus yard passes down the field. And so to get that element back, and I think also a desperation factor, not wanting to go down 0-2 against the Eagles, I lean Chiefs at pick.
The Niners-Saints game, Jay, is massively interesting, right? I got that drew a laugh already. I haven't even gotten to the setup yet. Brock Purdy's obviously out 2 to 5 weeks. George Kittle's on IR. The Niners are down to a 3-point road favorite with Mac Jones, who? Mac Jones. I don't know if you Australians know about that. It's good stuff. 3-point road favorites, total 40.5. If you don't have a thought on the game, that's fine. But I know how your brain works with this stuff, and I mean that in the most complimentary way possible. And I'm sure you're kind of thinking ahead, if Purdy's going to be out, there's got to be some type of application here, some type of bet you might want to make. Do you have a thought on the game? Do you have a thought moving forward here? A bet to be made with Brock Purdy maybe out as much as a month for San Francisco?
Yeah, so I think the bet to be made in the broader sense, if you want to be against the Niners, I think the best bet off of the Purdy injury news is to bet the Cardinals to win the division, because the Niners play the Cardinals next week. And so that is the next most likely game that Brock Purdy is to miss. They don't play the Rams for 4 weeks from now, so Purdy is more likely to be back for that one than he is against the Cardinals. The issue with that is, if there is one, and as it applies to this game, is that Cardinals didn't look great against the Saints, and that might be a product of the Saints being a bit more competent than we expect. I was perhaps the only non-Saints Cardinals man in America who had Saints Cardinals as my single screen game, because I have a bet on the Saints to make the playoffs, which looks, I think, well, they lost the game, but I feel almost better about it at 10-1, because Spencer Rattler, to me, he looked fine. He looked competent. He's not going to be great, but he didn't make mistakes, and he did enough to get them down to the field and tie the game if Juwan Johnson can bring that catch in, which he probably should have with a few seconds left. So I think this is going to be not a good team, but overall a competent team that plays hard, at least for the first half of the season until the losses probably stack up a little bit. But I think that's a problem against the Niners team that now brings in Mac Jones. The offensive line did not look good against Seattle. Brock Purdy. Well, I think the thing about Purdy that gets underrated a little bit is just his ability to maneuver through the pocket, to scramble for rushing yardage and also scramble to create throwing lanes. He has a sixth sense for pressure when it comes. Mac Jones, I don't think has that, and I think will struggle if the O-line does break down. He's a bit more statuesque. George Kittle out is a huge deal. Jawan Jennings is going to be banged up. We'll see if he plays or not. And Christian McCaffrey, it's 1 week, but he did not look like Christian McCaffrey of 2023. The fact that he had 22 carries and none of them went for more than 13 yards, I think is a red flag. So I would lean Saints at this number. I think it's going to be an ugly game. I think it'll be a close game.
I'm contemplating pulling the trigger on Saints money line in this one. Haven't gotten the umph to do that just yet. Let's see, what else can we do here? Let's do Thursday Night Football and then the WNBA to close. You have a thought on the game tonight with the Packers and the Commanders?
Yeah, I've been a little surprised the total is trending up so much. I would lean under 49 flat. I think that, I think this Packers defense is going to be an absolute monster and may even be the superior side of the ball for them, counteracting perhaps expectations coming in. I think this defensive line has an argument to be the best in football. And it's not just Micah Parsons, though he makes everything easier for everyone else. I think Lucas Van Ness played maybe the best game of his career in week 1 against the Lions. Devontae Wyatt was great. Rashawn Gary looks super explosive, like pre-injury Rashawn Gary, and it just makes the job for the suspect cornerbacks much easier. They've got 2 great safeties, so I think that the defense is going to give Washington issues. And then on the Packers' offensive side of the ball, dealing with injuries on the offensive line, couldn't really get the run game going. And Jordan Love, he had moments, he had explosive plays. He also had a pretty bad pick 6 that was called back by penalty. So I think there might still be some growing pains for the Packers offense as they get these receivers healthy. Matthew Golden had a little bit of an ankle thing. Jaden Reed's still dealing with the foot. So ultimately, I think the Packers will squeak out a win, but I think it's going to be lower scoring than people expect.
All right, we have about a minute for this one here, and it's not going to be the easiest question to answer because there's still regular season games tonight in the WNBA, but the playoffs start this weekend. They're still seeding up for grabs tonight. The Aces are playing for the 2 seed, for instance. Femi told me that. I didn't know that. I just want to be honest with everybody. Ahead of knowing what the bracket actually is, Jay, do you have a betting strategy? Any bets that you'd like to place for the WNBA playoffs?
Yeah, so not the greatest WNBA sharp in the world. I'd listen to me more on NBA Most Improved Player than who's going to win the WNBA title. But one thing that I will say is that I would minimize the idea that the Lynx are kind of stumbling into the playoffs a bit because, they had the bad loss against the Aces. They've had some weird performances lately. They haven't really been full go for quite a while now. I don't care. This team has had the 1 seed wrapped up for almost months, it feels like, at this point. I think that they have the best team by margin. They have the deepest team. This team is an absolute truck. I would take them over the field to win the title. Now, there is some weirdness with Phoenix and Liberty being in the 4-5, but one of them will obviously get knocked out, and so the Lynx will only have to go through one of them en route to the title. So I think ultimately they are going to flip the switch. I'd compare it to, if you remember, the Nuggets in 2023, where there was 6 weeks going into the playoffs where it's like, why doesn't this team play well anymore? And then they just immediately flip the switch as soon as it gets to go time, or the Thunder getting blown out by the Lakers in the last week of the season coming into these playoffs. So I think that the Lynx are fine. I think that they are the best team, perhaps by margin. I think ultimately they will win the title.
All right, Jay Croucher joining us on the show on Twitter at CroucherJD, NBC Sports Fantasy Football Happy Hour, Sunday Night Football. Good stuff, my friend. Good luck with all the bets, and we will catch up with you soon, and perhaps Judgy will be pitching for the New York Yankees soon.
Very good. Appreciate it, fellas. Go Yanks.
I might just start. You know what? In the playoffs, he's not going to get a freaking hit. So we're going to give him another name, and it's not going to be Judgy. All our bets for tonight coming up on the other side.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
let's go to the pros and look at the NFL slate that we have for week 1. We'll dive into half of the week 2 slate today. We'll look at the other half tomorrow. I see we got a question in the comments from Mr. Cover. Cowboys-Vikings moneyline parlay. Would you take that? PJ, appreciate the question, Mr. Cover. Getting to that in a little bit because we are talking about the Dallas and Giants game. But first, let's talk about the game we have coming up tomorrow between the Packers and the Commanders. Green Bay, a 3.5-point favorite, and the total in the game is 48. I really like Green Bay on the money line here. I think they're a great money line parlay piece at -190. So, Mr. Cover, you're looking for a money line parlay team. I think Green Bay is that team. We all know what big an advantage it is for teams to play at home on these Thursday night games this short week. And Matt LaFleur has been great on a short week. Washington was awesome against the spread last year under Jaden Daniels. They covered in week 1 against the Giants. And this line, to me, feels like it should be closer to like 5.5, especially with how impressive the Packers looked in week 1 against the Lions. So because of how great Daniels is against the spread and just how great of a quarterback he is, I think Green Bay is the much more talented team with the better coach. They're at home with one of the best home field advantages in the NFL there at Lambeau. So I do like the Packers on the money line, and I'd probably lay the 3.5 with Green Bay as well. Jags are going to be at the Bengals on Sunday. Since he's a 3.5-point favorite, total in the game is 49.5. I'm staying away from this one. A lot of people probably going to come away impressed with the Jags' performance against Carolina on Sunday. I think that was more about Bryce Young and the Panthers. I told you guys I have my concerns about the Panthers going into this season. Was Bryce Young going to revert back to his old ways for what we've seen much of his career? Or was he going to look like the guy we saw the final 6-7 games of his career or of year 2 last year? And it looked like the guy who's reverting back to his old ways. So I think that was more about Carolina. The Bengals continue to struggle early season. Burrow did not look good. They should have lost that game to the Browns. You're getting the ultimate key number at 3.5. I'm probably going to stay away from Bengals and Jags.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with today's Pro Football No Sweat Token. You'll get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager doesn't win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. To Femi, Brad Evans, and everybody else, let's blast out, please. I always say this during the break. I forgot. The Twitter Live that's out there right now promoting You Better You Bet. We are live on Twitter for this segment. And speaking of You Better You Bet, everybody, don't forget to download and subscribe to the You Better You Bet podcast. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. Catch up on everything from today's show, including the great Femi Abebefe. His award stuff is the best in the business. He gave his breakdown of how he's betting NFL Coach of the Year, Offensive and Defensive Rookie of the Year. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts to subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. Some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the tremendous Football Thursday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. We had two fantastic guests, Joey Knish, pro sports bettor, who's hilarious. Thank you to him. And the aforementioned, because we just had him on, the Saucy Aussie, NBC sports betting analyst, the great Jay Croucher. Our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Our technical director, Tyler Morales. Our engineer, Jake the Snake Hassan. Our video producer, God's Perfect Creation, Downtown Mike Brown. And our associate producer, the great Addie Bates. Joining us right now is one half of BetMGM Tonight, a 4-hour live betting extravaganza, the one, the only, the great Brad Evans. Brad, I said we were going to do a bit We have to get to, we can't do the bit, unfortunately. We'll do it tomorrow. But great to see you on this Thursday. Happy Tequila Thursday. Hola, amigo.
Hola, amigos, mas tequila, por favor.
Oh, mas tequila, my friend. How are you betting, my good sir? And you gave us some stuff on the show yesterday. How are you betting the Commanders and the Packers tonight at Lambeau?
I'm betting on everything, quite honestly. I think I have like 7 tickets open. I may add a couple of more before everything tees off there at Lambeau Field. One of my favorite bets that just popped up on BetMGM. I love the game leaders markets that are out there, and they have one for most receiving yards. And you're damn right, I bet on Deebo Samuel at plus 325 to lead the game in receiving yards. I think is very much a card in play. Why? Well, he's going to get a lot of Jarvis Ballard in coverage of the Packers. Last week, Ballard was targeted 11 times, and this is real, folks, allowed 10 receptions. 10 receptions. That is the projected primary assignment for Deebo Samuel, a guy that, had a monster game a week ago, nearly 80 yards receiving, 7 receptions, double digits in terms of targets. One of the best and toughest corral guys after the catch. I think he's going to be a busy man operating the short to intermediate field. And we also got a report earlier this week, the coaching staff expressing publicly their desire to feature Deebo Samuel more downfield. So given the premium matchup, that might just be unleashed tonight. So Deebo Samuel to lead this game in receiving yards plus 325. Hell yeah! I got seduced by that juice.
So, Brad, great job. BetMGM tonight following us here on the BetMGM Network. Have a great show with Ryan.
Jaden Daniels, 10-plus rush yards in the first quarter. Even money. I'm out.
Oh, and Brad, if you just – so, Brad, you can drop off if you want. You don't have to come on. But Chris Rodriguez is a healthy scratch. He is inactive for the Commanders. So, just wanted to give Brad that information. All right. The actives and inactives. So, Jake, drop the dope-ass beat. The actives and inactives have come in, and both Packers offensive linemen are inactive that we've been talking about all week this week. Right tackle Zach Tom, inactive. Left guard Aaron Banks is inactive. Let's see. Micah Parsons is obviously playing. Nate Hobbs is playing also. Hobbs is not inactive. So Hobbs is in. Tom and Banks are out for the Green Bay Packers. So they will be missing 2/5 of their offensive line in tonight's game. Femi, let's do like 30 seconds. Anything on the college game tonight? NC State a touchdown favorite at Wake.
Yeah, I'm actually going to play the home dog here. Jake Dickert, the head coach of the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, used to coach at Washington State. His team's always outperformed expectations. He does a lot with a little. I think that Wake Forest, against an NC State team that's dying to mess things up on the road, I think Wake Forest keeps it close.
I disagree. I love NC State quarterback C.J. Bailey. I'm going to see if there's any way, and where are we at right now? Let me see where the point spread is. We are at, if this drops to 7, I'm going to end up with some kind of bet on NC State in this game. I love C.J. Bailey. All right, to the National Football League now, where again, Tom and Banks inactive for Green Bay. Chris Rodriguez is a healthy scratch for the Commanders, so expect the running back usage to be similar to last week. Green Bay at BetMGM, a 3-point home favorite, Femi. The total now sitting at 49. Pack minus 180 on the money line. Commanders plus 150. Side and total, how are you betting Thursday Night Football?
I will be on the Green Bay Packers. Just like last week, the betting market does not want to bet Green Bay. I'll be there to bet Green Bay. I think they're the best team in the conference. And I also love the coaching matchup, Matt LaFleur against Dan Quinn. Nick, you mentioned it. I also mentioned it as well in the 3 o'clock hour. LaFleur owns Dan Quinn. We saw it in the playoff game a couple years ago. It even goes further back than that. Quinn has not been able to solve this offense. I think Green Bay, even though the O-line's banged up, I think they're still able to at least pass the ball efficiently. That should open up the run game. And I think defensively, they slow down Jaden Daniels. I like Green Bay to win by a touchdown.
All right, so Femi's been saying all week he wants to lay the Green Bay Packers at 3. He's got his chance now. For me, I took Washington plus 3.5. I talked about it yesterday with the expectation that these linemen would be down since they didn't practice. The line is close 3. I have beaten the market. As a bettor, I have done my job. Now whatever the hell is going to happen is going to happen. So Femi's laying 3. I took 3.5 with Washington. Jay Croucher likes the under. If I had to bet this, I would actually bet the over in the game, but I'm not betting the total. Commanders plus 3.5 for me. Packers minus 3 for Femi. All right, let's find out who Femi's first touchdown scorers are as we take a trip to the island.
Where's my music, man? I was wondering what the hell was going on. Let's talk about the Packers and the Commanders. And for the Washington Commanders, I think tonight in prime time, we're going to get a lot of
Can we lower the
bills.
music, please? Can we hear? I would love to hear Femi give his picks, please. Can the music please be lowered? Are we paying attention, everybody? Please, thank you.
We're down a touch, a bit lower here as the good vibes continue. My guy Ja'Cory Krosky married, Bill Krosky married, 14-1 to be the first TD score for the Commanders. Eckler a little bit banged up, short week. I think Bill is your RB1. And for Green Bay, last year, like Alexis commercial, it was a December to remember with our friend Dontavian Wicks, man. This time, we're not going to go to Wicks. We're going to go with a reliable big body target in Tucker Kraft to go 14-1 to be our first outscorer. So it's Ja'Cory Krosky and it's Tucker Kraft. And I'll see you on the island.
Dude, Tucker Kraft is unbelievable. It's unbelievable, man. That is hysterical.
You on the island.
Dude, it's like Lexus, a December to remember for Dontavian Wicks. That's a tour de force performance, my man. So Bill Krosky Merritt and Tucker Kraft. Like, how do you not take Wicks?
And just he's not out there on the field as much, you know.
Right. That was the funniest Femi's Island. Tucker Kraft. That was awesome. Really funny. All right. I don't know if I can follow that. I'm going to do my best here. All right. And with that, it's now time. I was trying to think, what was my prop on Monday? Like, it probably lost, right? Oh, it was Hawkinson. Yeah, great. Yeah, it's awesome. I did hit the over in the game, thankfully, which was, like Sunday. How did the side and totals go? Well, I'm poor. What about the props? Props were pretty good. Side and total, not so much. We're looking to put it all together tonight. Start week 2. Commanders to cover, and let's get some prop winners here. And we will do that as the prop king descends down from thy royal throne. He traipses across thy royal purple velvety carpet, over to thy royal balcony, to gaze down upon you, the fools, to fill thy coffers with coins, winning prop bets for the Commanders and the Packers on Thursday Night Football.
Now approaching the betting window, it is your prop king, Nick Costos. All hail King Costos!
All hail King Costos.
Worship me, fools. By the way, in case anyone had another bingo card, it took until week 2 for BetQL to get taken off the Prop King graphic. Great job by everybody. We've been the BetMGM network for 10 months. All right. Okay. Look. Packers defensive front is ferocious, right? Thou royal Micah Parsons. Getting after thy royal ass. This is not the Giants defense that the Commanders are going up against. The Commanders are going up against today. I think we are going to see. I want you to do with the whole thing, Jaden Daniels. I think we're going to see Jaden Daniels with the short passing game. That's going to be how they're going to mitigate the pass rush and the Packers' awesome defense. So I think Jaden Daniels will go to his binky over the middle of the field. Oh, babe, no, it hurts so good. Da-da-dum-dum, and I feel like I should. Yeah, it hurts so good. Zach Ertz over 34.5 receiving yards. I think the first number in Zach Ertz's receiving yards tonight will be a 4 or a 5. Zach Ertz over receiving yards. Anytime touchdowns. We talked about them earlier in the show. Washington will rotate a bunch of their wide receivers in this game behind Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel. This beer and pizza money, I want to take that thing that you cut pizza with. What's that thing called? Is it just a pizza cutter? I want to cut the slice of pizza in half. I want to take 2 frosty mugs, and I want to fill both of them up with beer. So we're going to split this up. 2 anytime touchdown bets, 2 receivers on the Washington Commanders. Jalen Lane, Nathan's son, adopted, and Chris Moore. And for the Green Bay Packers, they play all their receivers, so let's play a Packers wide receiver at a long price tonight. And, they're all going to be active for tonight. The one at the longest, it's Malik Heath, but I don't want to bet Malik Heath. Heathcliff, no one should terrorize that neighborhood. Let's go with the rookie, Savion Williams. Anytime touchdown tonight with the Green Bay Packers. Beer or pizza money on the anytime tutties. That does it for the show. I'm wishing everyone minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck. Femi, will you close the show and do my closing line, please, in the Femi's Island voice? That would be great.
For minimal sweats, winning bets, and the absolute very best of luck.
We'll see everybody tomorrow on a phenomenal Football Friday.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
If I told you that Illinois was 66th of 68 Power 4 teams in sacks allowed, would you believe me?
Whoa. I would not.
Because they are.
Just based on their
They
two
are.
opponents. Yeah.
68 Power 4 teams. They are 66th in sacks allowed. Now, I know they won by a lot, but that was a close game in the third quarter, and then it was not. The 28s are gone in this one. This was 28 Monday, Tuesday. I see Pinnacle at 27 now. Every other book, for the most part, has 27.5. I remind you, Illinois has Indiana on deck. Can we get there with a MAC team catching almost 4 touchdowns?
Yeah, we can. We can. Okay. I mean, I took Illinois to win the game in Survivor. Oh, big surprise there, a 4-touchdown favorite. But getting inside the number, yeah, I could see that a little bit. Are you mad about last week?
I am, but that's last week's over. I get over Saturday by Wednesday. So now that it's Thursday, I feel good about it. I feel refreshed. Like when you get murdered in one of those video games and you respawn, I have respawned. Thursday's a big respawn day for me.
Yes.
But that said, if I take Western Michigan and Illinois covers again, I will wholeheartedly and undoubtedly take the Hoosiers in week 4. I will just chase Illinois down the rabbit hole. They call that a martingale in this racket, and that's what I will do.
Then you just have to bet on your guy for Heisman. Then you have to jump in it if the 150 is still out there.
Jake, I need Jake here. I need to tag in a friend. Jake, what's the final score? Illinois, Western Michigan. First score that comes to your mind. Go.
60-10.
Oh, see, it's already hit Jake. It's already hit him.
What?
60-10.
This is more about the opponent than Illinois.
I can't figure out where Jake's at, though. I'll be honest.
Imagine how I
don't
feel.
know.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your host, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise here. Another blitzing edition of BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house. And you know what time it is. Bartender, pour my boy and I a drink. Tequila. Yeah, Thursday Night Football. It is indeed a hashtag Tequila Thursday. And we're featuring Ryan's favorite football franchise, the Green Bay Packers at Lambeau Field. Hot and steamy Lambeau Field for this time of the year, quite frankly. It's like 90 degrees right now in downstate Illinois, so game time temperatures are going to be around 80 up there in northern Wisconsin. And, of course, going to be breaking out everything related to Thursday Night Football and looking ahead to the main card, week 2 of the National Football League season. Also, week 3 of college football. We got another 4-pack of games going to be breaking down there. So, of course, we're going to be reviewing our cards here momentarily. Our top 3 plays tonight on TNF. And then Grant Paulson is going to drop on by and break everything down from a Washington Commanders perspective. Will we see a lot of running from Jaden Daniels? Will Deebo Samuel be one of those X factors in this game? What about the RBBC for you fantasy football franchisees that are out there? Is it going to be more of a JCM game, a Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, possibly more of an Austin Eckler game? We're going to ask Grant Paulson all of those pertinent questions. Don't want to miss that coming up here in Seg 2. Then Parlay Pete is going to start on over, get his parlay of the day on the board. We're going to say hello to a little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. Roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice and working some bonus time wagers as well. Then a fantasy football flames, lames, and shocker specials at running back, followed by fantasy flames, lames, and shocker specials at wide receiver and tight end to get you prepared to hopefully secure that dub in week 2 of the fantasy football season. Then we're going to go to the junior circuit, talk a little college football, fade or follow. Got another 4-pack of games. Can't wait to dive in on some of these ultra tight lines tonight. With a couple of ranked schools as well. And you know that is especially on Ryan Horvat. And we're going to have after that a very special guest. Former NFL coach, former Arizona State head coach, Herm Edwards. You know him from his ESPN fame. You know him from his sideline barking as well. Man with strong opinions, great insights. Can't wait to break things down in the NFL ahead of week 2 with Coach Edwards, followed by shots, tequila shots, all plus money all the time. And 2, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine broadcast. If you have any brain-racking fantasy football questions for us, whether tied to some of the action tonight in Green Bay, Wisconsin, whether tied to the main slate of the Week 2 NFL season, whether you want to talk college football or some of the other sports, guess what you can do? Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Let me bring in my esteemed colleague, number one Packers fan, Ryan Horvath, who's absolutely pumped for tonight's game up there at Lambeau Field. Let's do a little choose your own adventure, mi amigo. Your options are tonight. Number one, Chris Godwin practiced today, believe it or not, per Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network. It is his first step in a slow build-up to return that is expected sometime in October. Option number two, a pair of stars did not see the practice field today. Brock Bowers did not practice with that knee injury, though he is, quote, hopeful to play, end quote, in that Chargers-Raiders game. Again, that is on Monday night. It's not on Sunday. And Jawan Jennings, a bigger splash here, did not practice today. His game, of course, being on Sunday in New Orleans, dealing with that dinged wing. So looking very iffy. We're going to find out if he can return, at least in a limited capacity, to practice on Friday. And your third option, Chiefs beat reporter Matt McMullen tweeted Xavier Worthy was expected to practice, quote, in some capacity, end quote, today. We haven't seen the official word. We haven't heard anything from Mahomes or Andy Reid or anybody who had boots on the ground in Kansas City for that practice session. Of course, they're playing the marquee matchup of the week against the Philadelphia Eagles. So who knows if X is truly going to give it to you on the field there at Arrowhead. So out of Chris Godwin, Brock Bowers and Jawan Jennings missing practice, or Xavier Worthy maybe having a chance to play. Horvath, choose your own adventure.
Well, the Niners are just beat to absolute hell right now. But funny enough, like we've talked about, man, Christian McCaffrey, the guy that everybody was worried about, is the one healthy piece right now in that offense, along with Ricky Pearsall. So, if you have those two guys, you're feeling pretty good. I like reception props, especially for CMC. I might have to play some ladders. And you never want to see injury, but I think the offense will be able to operate under Mac Jones, as we talked about last night. And I think Christian McCaffrey, man, this is a good thing for my offensive player of the year bet, selfishly. But I want to hit on really quick the Raiders because obviously the Brock Bowers injury sucks. Hopefully he could go. Like you said, we do have the extra time. I don't know if he's available in most leagues right now. I haven't really checked, but I was able to pick up the artist formerly known as Baby Gronk. My guy, Michael Mayer out of Notre Dame, who I feel like people have forgot about, had 4 receptions for 38 yards. If Bowers can't go, I think he, obviously takes on a bigger role in the offense.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Look, if you're desperate, let's say you're one of those George Kittle owners that are out there. He's on IR, so he's going to miss the next 4 games. You're like desperate to hopefully connect on a Hail Mary, acquisition off of the waiver wire, a guy that is sipping pina coladas in a majority of Yahoo leagues right now. It's like I think his ownership is only like 4 or 5% is Michael Mayer. So that could be somebody that you could plug and play and possibly get like 8 to 10 fantasy points out of. So it's not a glaring absence on your fantasy roster not having George Kittle. You could at least, Mayer could be serviceable if Brock Bowers does not see the practice field tomorrow. But again, I take it with the entire mind of salt. That game being played on Monday, not that big of a deal today. It might have been more of a rest or maintenance day for him in preparation. Again, straight from the horse's mouth, that being Brock Bowers. He is hopeful to play and suit up in that Monday night doubleheader. And, of course, the Raiders in the Battle of the Golden State taking on the L.A. Chargers. Also, I want to mention, too, we got our pole dancing poll question of the day, and it's asking you this. Who is your favorite pick at plus money to score a touchdown tonight? We'll accept your write-ins, but your options are, and these odds pulled, of course, from BetMGM, scary Terry McLaurin at plus 160, Jaden Daniels at plus 175, Tucker Kraft at plus 190, or your boy, Romeo Dobbs. Oh, Romeo, we're out there, Romeo. Hopefully, for your sake, he's going to be in the end zone at plus 200. So far, over 200 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic right. Keep the votes coming. And again, submit your write-ins. We're going to read them right before kickoff. So fire those off on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. All right, let's get after with our cards this evening. Our top 3 plays on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. At numero uno, mi amigo, what you got?
All right, let's go with the player prop that I did talk about last night when the completions for Jordan Love were sitting at 18.5. I paid the juice, minus 135. Now they've bumped up to 19.5, which I still like. I think he finishes with a minimum in this game of 22 completions. I know the Packers were really run heavy last year with Josh Jacobs, and they also played with a lead 56% of the time, third highest, so they were able to run the football. Jordan Love was beat up last year, had a knee injury. But I went back, obviously, watched the game against Detroit. And, like Green Bay was in control of that game from the get-go. They go up 17-3 at the half. But in the first half, they actually had a 70% drop-back rate. I think the offense, Matt LaFleur is going to open up the offense a little bit more for Jordan Love this year, which is why they make the first-round draft pick of Matthew Golden. And then in the second half, Green Bay, they didn't have to do a whole lot, right? Because they had a 17-3 lead, and for whatever reason, game number 1 without Ben Johnson, the Lions decide, let's run David Montgomery into brick wall, and let's dump off the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs 10 times, for 1 yard, 2 yard gains. So the Packers only end up running, I believe, like 45, 47 plays in that game. Jordan Love finishes with only 22 pass attempts. The market's telling you right now that the Commanders are going to push the Packers, and they're live in this game. Went from 3.5, actually opened at 4, down to 3. So I think Jordan Love's going to have to throw the football tonight. I think he's going to carve up this Commanders secondary. Over 19.5 completions on Jordan Love for play number 1 tonight.
All right, numero uno for me. I shared this earlier in the week, and I am going to quadruple down on it. Make me some dollars, Deebo Samuel. I'm taking the over on 5.5 rush yards at a standard minus 115 juice. Oh, and this just in. It's actually a 4.5 right now at BetMGM, but at a minus 135 juice. So even better number there if you're willing to good old-fashioned slap the wallet at the heavier vig as a result. I remember in week 1, he had 1 carry. How many yards to go for? Oh, that's right. 19. He has hit the over on 5.5 rush yards in 10 games, stretching back to week 1 of last year. And that, of course, is including the postseason. The Green Bay Packers, number 5 in rush EPAD after 1 week. But I think they're going to get ultra creative. Cliff Kingsbury is, and this offense to get Deebo in space. Could be a jet sweep. It could be a direct handoff. Could be a pass behind the line of scrimmage. Remember, Green Bay, they were nickel and dimed, not with a whole lot of success from Jared Goff last week. They only gave up 2.1 yards per carry, but who was busy in the pass game was Jahmyr Gibbs and Dave Montgomery. So I'm hoping a pass behind the line of scrimmage happens almost instantaneously, and then Deebo is one of the more tougher guys to corral after the catch, breaks a couple of tackles, gains at least 6 yards, and your boy cashes. Numero uno again, Deebo Samuel over 5.5 rush yards at a minus 115 juice. Numero dos on your card. Look at you. Love to love ya. Doubling down on your boy. What else do you like on him?
All right, so I got 2 that I think correlate here. So I like the Jordan Love completion. So I'm also going to go over on the pass attempts. I played it at 29.5, minus 125. You could get it now at BetMGM, 30.5, minus 110. I think he drops back at least 32 times. And hopefully this correlates and I don't get crushed. But give me Josh Jacobs on a short week under, as scary as this is, 18.5 rush attempts, minus 130. I saw it as high as 19.5. I'm seeing it now as low as 18.5. I'll just grab this number. I think he probably sees 17 to 18 carries, but it's a short week, man. I don't know that they're going to want to run him into the ground, and I think Green Bay is going to be pushed in this game. So I think Jordan Love drops back at least 32 times, and I think Josh Jacobs goes under 18.5 rush attempts.
All right,
Hopefully.
numero dos for me. I'm going to go with Jane Daniels, and I'm looking for a quick payout. 10-plus rush yards in the first quarter at a minus 102 juice. A guy that went for 20 rush yards in game one of the season against the New York Giants last season. In first quarter action, averaged 12.4 rush yards per game at 6.2 yards per carry. We know how aggressive this Green Bay Packers defense is. They're top 15 in pocket pressure rate after 1 week. So Micah Parsons, please go ahead and penetrate the pocket, breathe down Daniel's neck, and flush him out. And hopefully he'll be able to get the 10 yards needed for me to cash. Numero trace on your card, Harvey. Bring it home.
All right, now that Green Bay is down to 3, you could get minus 170 on the money line. I don't know that they win this game by the full field goal, but I do think that they win this game. I think Green Bay is for real, man. I think Micah Parsons, such a great pickup, because not only is Micah Parsons one of the better edge rushers in the league, but I think this opens things up on the other edge for Rashawn Gary, who I think is going to have a big year. Maybe Van Ness has a couple sacks tonight. And Micah Parsons has had really good luck, good success, obviously, in Dallas against Jaden Daniels so far in his career. So let's roll with the Packers money line. It's a big price, minus 175. I'm a Green Bay fan. I'm not going to cheer for the Commanders, so I'm going to bet Green Bay.
All right, I'm a huge fan of the pride of Western Colorado. Austin Eckler, give me the over on 3.5 catches in this game at plus 125. Remember last week, fell just short of this number, had 3 grabs on 3 targets, but he ran 19 routes, actually trot out a route on 79.2% of his snaps played. And again, Green Bay gave up 14 catches to Detroit running backs, regardless of game script, unless the Commanders come in and blow them out. I think he's going to be a busy man in the short field as a pass catcher, like Eckler over 3.5 catches, again at plus 125. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Grant Paulson's breaking down the Commanders side of this matchup. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
I like Cleveland plus 11.5 against Baltimore. 3 of the last 4 times these teams have met in Baltimore, the games have been decided by 6 points or less. The Browns always play the Ravens tough in Baltimore. They just always do. It's the same exact spot that the Ravens had to deal with from last year, where in week 1 they played the Chiefs. They lose a heartbreaker. Come back in week 2. They're double-digit favorites against the Raiders. They lose that game outright. I mean, that game meant a lot to them against Buffalo, and that is a tough pill to swallow. You do wonder if Harbaugh is losing the locker room just a little bit. It feels like the fire Harbaugh chatter is as loud as it's ever been. Going to be real interested to see how the Ravens respond, because with Flacco back in town, could you imagine if they lose that game again this week? It's going to get ugly. So a lot of pressure on the Ravens, and in a spot where they normally don't perform very well in these 1 p.m. divisional home games. I'm telling you guys, they just aren't great in these spots. I like Cleveland plus 11.5 against the Ravens. This one's a head scratcher, man. Broncos and Colts. I can't believe we're down to Denver minus 1.5 against Indianapolis, but it has been all Indy money coming in this week. The look-ahead line was Denver minus 3.5. I thought Broncos minus 2.5 was a great bet. I thought it was going back up to 3. Instead, it went down to 2, and now we're at minus 1.5. And if you just want to bet Denver, they're minus 125 on the money line. Are we really overreacting this much to what we saw out of the Colts in week 1? You guys know the Colts are my favorite bet in week 1, so I am not shocked that they won that game and beat Miami. I thought they would do that. But I was excited to bet Denver in week 2, because to me that week 1 game was all about Miami and all the issues with that team and how they looked. We're really now we're ready to apologize to Daniel Jones, and now we think that the Colts might be a competent team. I think their defense could be pretty good this season. I love the addition of Lou Anarumo to be their defensive coach. I like some of the moves that they made in the secondary. So I do think the Colts defense will be pretty solid this year. The problem is Daniel Jones goes from facing maybe the worst secondary in the NFL in Miami to now facing maybe the best secondary in the NFL in Denver. So I think it's going to be a little bit of an issue for Daniel Jones in this game. I like Denver, man, on the money line. I don't agree with this line movement. Give me the Broncos.
I'll tell you, I have one sleeper team that I think has a chance, and if you're out there and can get a big price, I know Circa has them 75-1 to win the national championship. I think USC is way better than people think. I don't have them quite up with those other teams that I mentioned, but the teams that I mentioned, I think have a lot of question marks, and I'm not sure if they're going to get answered. And Texas, of course, if you didn't have Penn State number one in your preseason rankings, you probably had Texas number one. They haven't looked great either, and we had Arch Manning. You guys are probably too young to remember Ron Paulus from Notre Dame. He was like the most hyped quarterback. Arch was since Paulus before taking a snap. So I think it's an open-ended question, and I don't have a firm answer. I think there's a lot of teams, not a lot, but probably like a dozen teams that, we could see make some noise in the playoffs.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. And we're chug-a-lugging a bunch of advice. Hopefully, we're going to be dishing out here in this segment a little bit later on. And hopefully, we're going to be digging in more on this contest with Grant Paulson, trying to track him down right now. Busy man, obviously, ahead of the kickoff and a team that he features often on 106.7 The Fan in the greater D.C. area, that being the Washington Commanders. Of course, they're going to be taking on the Green Bay Packers tonight at Lambeau Field. So once we get Grant on the phone, we're going to be asking him some very specific questions, and a lot of mine are geared more to the fantasy football masses that may be out there in attendance. So if you're thinking about Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, you want to stick around for the interview, assuming we can track down Grant Paulson. By the way, if you do have any fantasy football questions and you want direct answers, we are here to help. Some way to contact Horvath and I. Just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also send in your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X, at BetMGM Tonight. I tell you what we're going to do. Since we don't have Grant yet corralled, let's go ahead and dive in on some of these questions that are coming in hot and heavy right now. You can also send them to me directly at Noisy Huevos with an H. Again, at Noisy Huevos. I got my feed pulled up right now on X, and I'm happy to address your question right here live on the air, especially if you're streaming on that platform, our show here, BetMGM Tonight. All right, let's start off with a question from Evan. He says, I need one in a PPR. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, again, a very popular subject in a lot of drafts, and a guy certainly top of mind, for people trying to make those key start-sit decisions ahead of kickoff tonight. So JCM, Nick Chubb, or J.K. Dobbins in a PPR. He needs one. Which of those 3 running backs tickles you most, Mimigo?
I actually like J.K. Dobbins, man. I'm going to feature him a little bit later. I saw in my league, I'm in an ESPN league and a sleeper league, 25% start against the Colts. And I know the Colts did hold Achane out of the end zone. But man, I mean, he averaged 7.9 yards per carry. And Dobbins, 16 carries, 63 yards, had a score. He's going to get the red zone, the goal line usage. I love RJ Harvey. But he outsnapped him, and I don't think that changes until probably week 4. So I would roll with Dobbins. I don't trust Bill, especially tonight against this Green Bay defense who looked real week 1. And I already forgot who the middle guy is. Not gonna lie, but I know I like Dobbins.
Nick Chubb, don't worry about it.
Chubb.
Yeah, J.K. Dobbins. I also concur with the captain. J.K. Dobbins would be my pick out of the thrice. All right, we did secure Grant Paulson. Let's go and bring him on right now. Host of Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan in the D.C. area. Co-host of Countdown to Saturdays, 10 a.m. to noon, right here on the BetMGM Network. Make sure you follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at Grant H. Paulson. Again, on X, at Grant H. Paulson. Grant, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Straight away, we just got a question on Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt for fantasy football managers out there. He's certainly been a hot topic coming off that standout week 1. He, however, only booked 35.9% of the snap share last Sunday against the New York Giants. What does the snap share look like tonight in the follow-up between him, Austin Eckler, and Jeremy McNichols? And what do you think about the matchup overall for JCM?
Yeah, the matchup's not great, right? 76% of carries by Lions running backs last week, they got met in the backfield, literally behind the line of scrimmage, highest rate for a defensive front in the league. So Green Bay dominated in that regard. And I think they're going to have success again tonight against Washington's interior center. Tyler Biadasz is a little banged up. He will play. He will start in this game. But they'd elevate Michael Dieter from the practice squad, work him out before the game, make sure he's going to go. So he will. But I think there's going to be defensively stopping the run for Green Bay probably. But overall, I think he's going to get more of a share to answer your question. I mean, the reason he got 10 carries last week was partially because he ripped off a 42-yarder at the beginning of a drive and then came off. Another reason was it was his first action as a 7th-round pick, and they weren't really sure if they could trust him in protection and in what ways he was going to thrive. And he had an exceptional game. He finished second in the NFL in rushing yards over expected per attempt. He was number 4 in the NFL, I believe it was, in rushing yards for the week with 82, and I think they really liked what they saw. So they're going to use him a little more. You have Jaden Daniels running the football a lot. You obviously are going to use quick game and get the ball out of his hand and try to throw to set up the run against a zone-heavy Green Bay team. But I think I would take the over on last week's attempts and probably closer to a dozen or 14 rushes for him tonight.
Yeah, I wanted to actually ask you about his props, man, because I'm looking right now. His passing yards, 228.5. The completions went from 20.5 to 21.5. I agree with that move. What do you think, though, for the listeners out there that are starting him in fantasy or looking to play, his rushing attempts, 15.5, and then the rushing yards tonight have bumped up to 47.5. Would you play those on the over, or do you think, 16 carries seems a little high, doesn't it?
Yeah, so 16 carries for Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. That's what you're talking about, I'm guessing? Not
Oh,
Jaden
no,
Daniels,
I'm sorry,
right?
man. Jaden Daniels, my bad. I was asking, would you rather bet his props with his arm or with his leg? Sorry.
Yeah, I would say the arm, frankly. I mean, I was tracking you on Daniels until you said that rushing total, and then it just seemed
That's my
egregiously high, so I assumed.
Right.
No, it's fault. It's a bad line, I think. I mean, that's really, really high. Last week he carried the ball 10 times, and that was with several design carries early in the game, and it felt heavy to me to ask him to do that much. He had 68 rushing yards. I think over yardage makes a lot more sense than over attempts. I mean, they're in big trouble if he's carrying the football that much tonight. It means they can't run the ball without him. It means they don't have a whole lot going in the passing game. So I think game script would dictate, Horby, that if that happened, that's a loss for Washington. And I also, just not even specific to the game script, I don't think that's the plan. I certainly think he's going to run. Don't get me wrong. This is a guy that led the NFL in scramble rushing yards last year with 600, was number 2 in designed rushing yards behind Lamar Jackson last season, and he went for 980 yards. I mean, there's only been 5 quarterback seasons ever where anybody went for 1,000, and it wouldn't surprise me if he did that this year. But it's not going to be tonight via volume, in my opinion. I do like him over in passing yards. Last week he was around 230. He was off with his accuracy, missed a handful of throws in the middle of the field. And if he hits on some of those, it's a 275, 280 on a day where they didn't really operate that well. But they were able to stay on the field. And I think with the Green Bay Packers, they're going to give up 3, 4, 5 at a time. It's not going to be big plays, but that sometimes can mean 12 and 13 play drives where he's going to get opportunities to accumulate some yardage.
Grant, I want to ask you about Terry McLaurin, but I told my wife I was going to be better doing this year. I have to admit my mistakes. The longest rush is 15 and a half yards. Jaden Daniels tonight, his attempts 8.5. Over or under really quick?
That makes way more sense. I'll say over that. I think 9-10 is kind of the sweet spot. Longest rush, I actually like that a lot as a number. That's probably right on it. I'm not going to play that, but I would say under on the long and over on the number.
Yeah, reading, it's fundamental. All right, so Terry McLaurin, he was a hold-in, so he shows up week 1, plays about 75% of the snaps. His receptions were priced 4.5. It was a little bit of a letdown for fantasy owners last week. A lot of people like Debo tonight, but what do you think about Terry McLaurin, man? Do you think this is a breakout game, or are you still pumping the brakes a little bit for a couple weeks?
Both of those, I think. I'm still pumping the brakes in terms of Terry McLaurin at his apex, right, where he's on pace to go for 80 catches and 1,150 yards, and last year had 13 touchdowns regular season and another 4 in the postseason. But I think you'll see him much more involved than he was last week. I think kind of the way the game played out, everything was funneled through Deebo Samuel. My guess is Green Bay does what they can to take Deebo out of the plan a little bit more often after he had 7 targets, 7 catches, 77 yards, and a 19-yard touchdown run. I think Terry McLaurin fantasy owners should know that he's never had a player of the caliber of Deebo Samuel in the offensive huddle with him. And I do think it's going to take some of the work away from Terry this year, frankly, especially with the lack of an offseason and the fact that Daniels is just going to be further along based on repping with Debo for weeks and weeks on end when McLaurin wasn't there. But I do like him tonight to catch, 4 or 5 balls and be upwards of 50, 55 yards. I think those are both in play. They almost last week connected on what would have been a near 70-yard touchdown where he toasted a guy and was open on a sluggo, and Daniels just overshot him. And that more often than not between those two on a deep ball, which Daniels throws very well, is a slam dunk. So you were just narrowly away from actually what was a monster 100-yard game for him last season last week rather, to kick off the season.
We're talking to Grant Paulson right now, host of Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan, co-host of Countdown to Saturdays right here on the BetMGM network from 10 a.m. to noon Eastern time. Give him a follow on X, would you kindly, at Grant H. Paulson. Again, on X, at Grant H. Paulson. Grant, if you're Dan Quinn, what one player matchup has kept you up at night in preparation for the game tonight?
Well, certainly Micah Parsons, who he once coached. 22 of 29 snaps last week. He lined up on the left side of the defense, right side of your offense. Washington's got a rookie right tackle in Josh Connolly making his second start, who scuffled in his debut. He has been thrown into the fire for baptism with back-to-back matchups with among the best pass rushers in the conference. Brian Burns last week of the Giants, coming off nearly 70 individual pressures a year earlier. He had a pretty decent day. Connerly was on the wrong end of a couple of sacks. One of those, I think, was on Daniels holding the football. But it still wasn't perfect for a rookie, and it was a tough spot. This only gets more complicated now on the road, not at home. Going to be very, very loud. Trying to get off against a guy who has one of the better first steps in the league and is one of the most premium, advanced, skilled pass rushers in football. So if I'm Green Bay, I'm lining him up on Connerly a bunch, making John Bates, their blocking tight end, who's exceptional, stay in. Having them operate in 12 personnel more often, that means getting them out of spread, some of the 11 personnel stuff that they like to do, and spreading things out for Daniels to have some more operating space between the hash marks. And that's kind of how I would go about it if I was Green Bay. On the other side of the ball, though, when the Packers' offense is on the field, I think the answer to that might be Jaden Reed. He's a guy that can move all over the place. They don't really have a traditional number one type wide receiver. But Reed, with Deebo Samuel, was one of 2 guys in the NFL last year that lined up 5+% of the time in 4 different locations offensively when you're talking backfield, slot, boundary, flank, in tight. So you just have to account for him. He's all over the place. They do a lot of multiple and versatile things with him. It means safeties and corners have to communicate So he's a guy I just think that has the chance to create explosives for them.
Yeah, right now his over-under, Jaden Reed's is set at 37.5. Juice to the over at -135. Presently there at BetMGM. Grant, we'll get you out of here on this. Give us one under-the-radar commander on offense who you think steps up big tonight in Green Bay.
Good question. I think Noah Brown's receiving total is too low. His receiving total is like in the low 20s. That's 2 catches for him. He is not going to do that in every single game. Hasn't been 100% healthy, but he did catch a ball last week, had another play come back via penalty, or else it would have pretty easily cleared that. You're talking about literally 2 grabs because most of his stuff is in breakers, digs, middle of the field, 17, 18 yards. So you need 2 targets, 2 catches to get him there. I kind of like that. And the other one I'll give you really quick. Zach Ertz against this Green Bay defense, they play a lot of zone. The one guy for Detroit that had a good statistical day last week was Sam Laporta. I do think for all the things they do well, they'll struggle with some tight ends in the middle of the field this year. Ertz is really, really good in that area working against zones.
By the way, Noah Brown's number right now at BetMGM, 20.5. And it's just a standard -110 juice either side of the ledger there. If you want to go to the alt market, 25 or more receiving yards. So just taking a baby step forward is at +105. I'm going to lock that in right now, Grant. Fantastic stuff, as always, from the one, the only, the excellent Grant Paulsen. Man, you can hear on 106.7 The Fan every single day there in the D.C. area code of Countdown to Saturdays right here 10 a.m. to noon on the BetMGM Network. Give him a follow on X, would you kindly, at Grant H. Paulsen. Again, on X, at Grant H. Paulsen. Grant, we appreciate the time. Enjoy the action tonight, mi amigo.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys. Be good.
All right, there he goes, Grant Paulsen. What's your take on Noah Brown? That is a really low threshold. I'm grabbing the alt market at 25-plus receiving yards based on his advice, especially at +105.
Yeah, I didn't want to be rude because Grant is a friend, and I didn't want to hold my phone up, but I saw the number, and I just wrote down on a sheet of paper Noah Brown. I'm going to follow him on that. I'm glad to hear that he also likes Zach Ertz. I have the anytime touchdown, which is still better than 2-1, but love the Noah Brown props, man. Like he said, that's only 2 receptions for him. And against this Green Bay defense, I like that. I know I'm all about the Jordan Love props, completions and dropbacks tonight, but I also really do like Jaden Daniels. I really like the completions at 20.5. At 21.5, I still like it. Unfortunately, the rush attempts aren't 15.5, or I'd be on the under. But at 8.5, I really like those. I think we get at least 10 attempts from him, whether it's quarterback design or some scrambles as well against this pass rush from Green Bay. So love the attempts at 8.5 as well. A lot I like.
Yeah, terrific insights there from Grant. Definitely got to get that ticket on Noah Brown out before kickoff. We got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. We're going to answer some of your fantasy football questions and dive in more on fantasy as well, along with some additional bets on Thursday Night Football. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's talk about some other games coming up this weekend in the National Football League. Games and storylines that interest me with betting angles attached. How about the 1-0 Cincinnati Bengals hosting the 1-0 Jacksonville Jaguars? Current point spread of this game is Cincy in between a 3 and 3.5 point home favorite. The number at BetMGM is 3.5, but it is juiced way towards Jacksonville. That you would think that maybe this drops down to 3. The total is sitting at 49. And both teams come into this game with a fairly clean bill of health. The Bengals placed one of their offensive guards, Lucas Patrick, on IR, but they signed Dalton Reisner at the end of the offseason, as training camp was winding down, preseason winding down. And now Reisner steps into the starting lineup. That proved to be a pretty prescient signing by the Cincinnati Bengals. Not that Reisner is Steve Hutchinson, but he's someone who's played a lot of NFL football, at least like a league average or slightly below average player. So Dalton Reisner replacing Lucas Patrick. And both of these teams won last week. But I think that there are holes that you can poke in both of them following that win. Obviously, the Bengals offense, in a stat that has been repeated a lot, 7 yards of total offense in the second half against the Browns, which is totally unacceptable when you employ Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins. And while the Jaguars dominated the Carolina Panthers, there's no question about that, and I loved the Jaguars coming into the year, and like the Jaguars in the game, and we took the Jaguars in Survivor. Trevor Lawrence is underwhelming in this game. And if you notice, if you play fantasy football or you bet props, Brian Thomas basically did nothing in this game for the Jaguars. Actually scored a rushing touchdown for Jacksonville. But as far as catching the ball, there was not a lot there. And Liam Cohen was asked about that on Tuesday this week. And Cohen basically, very nicely threw Trevor Lawrence under the bus. Basically with the intimation that Brian Thomas is open on every play and we didn't get him the ball. And if you watch Brian Thomas Jr. last year, you obviously believe that. So it sets up this fascinating affair this week in the Queen City. Where do you trust the Bengals offense? Think about that question. Do you trust the Bengals offense to score enough points if this line's bad, and here's Josh Hines-Allen, and here's Travon Walker, and this Jaguars defensive front? Do you trust Trevor Lawrence to potentially go score for score with Joe Burrow? And if the game's close at the end, do you have faith that Trevor Lawrence can outduel Joe Burrow in that late game scenario and situation? Where I stand on this game, I want this point spread to drop to 3, and I want to bet the Cincinnati Bengals. And I'm Mr. Jacksonville Jaguar this season. It's not an anti-Jaguar thing. I love the Jaguars this year. At 3.5, it's no bet for me. At 3, I find it very hard to believe that we are going to see the Bengals offense lay a Humpty Dumpty-sized egg this week like it did last week against Cleveland, which is a defense that's got better players, objectively, than Jacksonville, and a team and a defense and a coordinator that has generally caused Joe Burrow to struggle. I think we get a Bengals offensive breakout here. And maybe the Jaguars can score enough to keep up, but if it's close late, just like the national championship game, LSU and Clemson, give me Joe Burrow, and this time, the Cincinnati Bengals.
Now, Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath bring out their sledgehammers on BetMGM tonight. Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house. And bartender, I'm still thirsty, and so is Horvath. Give us another drink. It is a tequila Thursday after all. Gracias, mi amigo. Ooh, that añejo with the vanilla notes. Oh, so tasty. We're going to get some more delicious bets for you here in this segment. Parlay Pete's going to start on over here in a moment. Get his SGP on Thursday Night Football on the board for the masses. We're going to say hello to little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. Roll roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice. And also working some bonus time bets as well. Before we get to that, reminder, we have our pole dancing poll question today live right now on X at BetMGM tonight. It's asking you this on this hashtag Tequila Thursday: who is your favorite pick at plus money to score a touchdown? Your options are Terry McLaurin at plus 160, Jaden Daniels at plus 175, Tucker Kraft at plus 190, or Romeo Dobbs at plus 200. So far, over 200 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right to keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, aka bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Before we call Parlay Pete on over here, I got a couple of questions, some fantasy related, some survivor related that I want to get a quick take from you on, Horry, before we dig in on some additional bets. We got one here. Again, and send in your questions to us on X at BetMGM tonight from Derek For Real. I don't think that last name is For Real. And he asks, who is your slam dunk survivor team for week 2? I'll give you mine. It's Arizona. How about you?
Yeah, I like Arizona. Also, Derek for Real, great reference. If you've seen the movie Blow, shout out to Johnny Depp. I'm being a coward, man, in the Strowski's league, and I'm breaking my own rules. I went Bengals week 1, and I'm going Ravens because down the stretch, I won't trust Baltimore in the games that I should, and I do trust them after that collapse, blowing a 15-point lead in under 5 minutes, to win as 11.5-point favorites over Cleveland. Right now, I told Brando this last night, survive in advance for me. So Arizona's the smart pick. Maybe the Steelers. I like the Steelers this week as well, but I am going to go with the Ravens and just survive in advance and hopefully get myself a little bit richer at the end of the year so I could buy a bunch of concert tickets.
All right, Arizona, Baltimore. We got another question coming from Big Papa Pump City, also known as Rob. And he inquires, am I crazy to start Harold Fannin of the Cleveland Browns after a breakout week 1 over Tucker Kraft tonight and a half-point PPR? Who's your pick, out of Kraft or Fannin?
I like Fannin, man, but Jordan Love loves Tucker Kraft, and I like him to get in the end zone tonight. Took a stab on him, actually, to score the first touchdown with a free bet, pizza money bet. And I do like his anytime touchdown price as well. So Tucker Kraft for me. What about you?
Yeah, I'm also going to go Tucker Kraft. I think Fannin may actually outproduce him in receptions, but Kraft's got that touchdown upside. I think he's got a really good shot of splashing 6 this evening. All right, one more from a good friend of the show, Addison. And he chimes in, hola, amigos, bartender. Pour Addison a drink. He's requested it, so please, bartender, make it a healthy and generous pour as you do for us, as always. There you go, Addison. Cheers to you, and hopefully your bet's cash tonight. He says, today I am looking at Saints props. I've already got Rattler over 16.5 rush yards, Juwan Johnson over 30.5 receiving yards, and 4 catches have my eye. What do you guys say about Juwan Johnson? Do you like the over on receiving yards at 30.5 or the over on receptions at 3.5? I'll give you my 2 cents first. Receptions, 3.5. I've already grabbed it at minus 110. Love that prop. What say you?
Totally agree, man, right? Because those 4 receptions or 5 receptions that I would project him to finish with could go for like 4 or 5 yards, and you just miss out on the yardage. I like the receptions. I think he's going to eat underneath. That would be my pick.
All right. Again, keep the questions coming via phone, 833-732-3875, 833-732-3875, or on X at BetMGM tonight. And pardon me for a second, I got to yell at this moron. Hey, Bodie guy at the bar, get over here. Yar! Shiver me timbers, I'm here to make some booty. Yeah, Parlay Pete is in the house, and naturally he's got a lock and load something here on Thursday Night Football. Same game parlay. Leg numero uno, Jaden Daniels, 7+ rush attempts. Leg numero dos, Josh Jacobs, 15 or more rush attempts. And leg numero tres, Deebo Samuel, 4+ receptions. I'll reserve the juice, but straight from the cold, dead and one Parlay Pete. I got the reasoning right here. Again, leg numero uno, Jaden Daniels, 7 or more rush rush attempts. Grant Paulson believes he's going to be in that 8, 9, 10 range when it's all said and done. A little bit shy of what he did last week, in which he had 11 rush attempts for 68 yards against the G-men. He has gone for at least 7 rush attempts, searching back to last year, including the postseason. In 8 of his last 9 games, remember last year, averaged 8.7 rush attempts per game in Green Bay. Was going to crank up that heat. Pretty good shot. Partly people believes Jane Daniels tucks and runs at least 7 times. Leg numero dos. Josh Jacobs will go for at least 15 rush attempts. This might be slight sweat, but he did have 19 carries in week 1. And that huge one against Detroit, he has gone over this prop in 6 of his last 8 games, including the playoffs last year. Commanders, sure, they're number 9 rush EPAD so far this season, but recall last year they're number 22 in that category. Partly people believes Josh Jacobs gets at least 15 rush attempts. And then leg numero 3, Deebo Samuel, 4+ receptions, 10 targets, 7 grabs in week 1. And why Parlay Pete loves this, got to see a lot of Jarvis Ballard in coverage, who was targeted 11 times last week and gave up 10 catches. That's right. He allowed 10 stinking catches, according to Pro Football Focus. So that's why Parlay Pete is on Deebo to be active in the pass game. To recap, yar, shiver me timbers, same game parlay. Jane Daniels, 7+ rush attempts. Josh Jacobs, 15+ ground attempts. And Deebo Samuel, 4+ receptions. That works out to a cool plus 120 at BetMGM. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvat. What is the phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like it. All right, let's go with, so I like Josh Jacobs anytime touchdown. That's what I was going to throw out there, but it's a minus 190 bet. I like your parlay look. That's how I would play it, because I also like Green Bay. I'm going to look at a college football game, though, that we talked about the other night, and I was kind of undecided about. Give me Bama. It went from 20.5 to 21.5. I think they win this game by at least 28 points. Granted, it was against UL Monroe, but they scored 73 points against them to bounce back after getting beat by Florida State. And they're 9-3 against the number in their last 12 games against a Big Ten opponent, 5-1 against the spread in their last 6 games at home. Not that any of that stuff matters, but I just think that Bama's the better team here. The case that I was trying to make for Wisconsin is I think they might be able to run the ball. They're 74th in college football right now, 4.3 yards per carry. Bama's outside right now, the top 100, giving up 162 rushing yards per game. But I think the defense bounces back. Also, Wisconsin's beat up at the quarterback position. Billy Edwards Jr. has been out. They've been starting their backup, Danny O'Neal. I think Bama rolls here.
All right, roll Tide. I see what you did there. All right, my sledgehammer special naturally is going to be tied to Thursday Night Football. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have a Brandon. Let's go. Oh, yeah, I love the new sounder. A little hint of Peter Gabriel in there. Breaking out the sledgehammer on this one because Josh Jacobs has scored in 9 straight games. That is leg numero uno on the SGP. Leg numero dos, I think the Packers also win. I've seen a lot of people, supposed sharps, and I don't give a damn what they pick, but they're all on the Commanders. I'm with my guy, and I think Green Bay is going to win this second. Are they going to score the cover? They may not, but they'll win by whether a large margin or the slimmest of margins tonight. Somehow, some way, Jacobs anytime touchdown, and correlates energized bringing it together with the Packers on the money line, plus 105 there at BetMGM. Again, Jacobs has scored in 9 straight games, including the playoffs, searching back to last season. He had 5 red zone touches in week 1. Saw over 85% of the opportunity share. Got to get another heavy volume tonight. And I believe that Green Bay does win this game. So my sledgehammer special this evening, same gamer. Josh Jacobs anytime touchdown and the Packers to win. Plus 105 there at BetMGM. Let's get more plus than money on the board, shall we? And roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice. Thank you, bartender, as always, for the healthy pour. And they've been free-flowing tonight. What do you like at plus money this evening, mi amigo?
All right, so we got a couple plus money touchdowns, Zach Ertz and Romeo Doubs. But give me Austin Eckler under 5.5 rush attempts, plus 105. I found this. Had 6 week 1, but also They played with a big lead in the majority of that game against the Giants. The Packers' run defense shut down both Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery, and I think Eckler's going to be used more as a pass catcher. So give me Austin Eckler, under 5.5 rush attempts, plus 105 is the best price I'm seeing on the board right now.
Apologies to our video guy, Monty. I'm pivoting, pivot, right here in this segment. I'm going to go with a prop that I featured last night because the juice is just even higher and more extraordinary. Jaden Daniels raced to 20 rush yards, plus 500. Oh, my goodness. I'm really rolling the shoulders and getting seduced by that juice. All I need is one flush. Micah Parsons, I'm looking at you. Bring the heat, bring the noise, try to track him down, flush him out of the damn pocket so he could take off downfield for a sizable gain and not, Josh Jacobs or Ja'Cory Cross-Gamera being the first guy to get to 20 rush yards. I say, trust your gut. Jaden Daniels is that dude. At plus 500, clack. I'm rolling the dice. I think it's worth a gamble. Quickly, bonus time. What else do you like in Thursday Night Football?
Yeah, I just hit on it. I like Romeo Doubs to get in the end zone, plus 220. I know a lot of people like Matthew Golden to find the end zone. I trust Doubs a little bit more. He led all receivers for Green Bay with a route on 73.9% of the dropbacks week 1 against the Lions. Only 4 targets, but caught 2 of them for 68 yards. I like him to get in the end zone tonight, plus 220.
All right, and I'm going to fade what Grant Paulson suggested. He liked the over on Ja'Cory Cross-Gamera on rush yards. I think he's going to hit the under. I grabbed it earlier today at 41.5 at a minus 110 juice. Again, only played just shy of 36% of the snaps last week, even if he sees a slight uptick in workload. Green Bay is a stiff and stingy run defense. They bottle them up. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight, but don't go anywhere when we come back. Flames, lames, shocker specials at running back in week 2. All fantasy all the time right here. BetMGM tonight right here on the BetMGM Network. Stick around.
Don't go anywhere. BetMGM tonight will be right back with more football bets on the BetMGM Network.
If I told you that Illinois was 66th of 68 Power 4 teams in sacks allowed, would you believe me?
Whoa. I would not.
Because they are.
Just based on their
they
two
are.
opponents. Yeah.
68 Power 4 teams. They are 66th in sacks allowed. Now, I know they won by a lot, but that was a close game in the third quarter, and then it was not. The 28s are gone in this one. This was 28 Monday, Tuesday. I see Pinnacle at 27 now. Every other book, for the most part, has 27.5. I remind you, Illinois has Indiana on deck. Can we get there with a MAC team catching almost 4 touchdowns?
Yeah, we can. Okay. I mean, I took Illinois to win the game in Survivor. Oh, big surprise there, a 4-touchdown favorite. But getting inside the number, yeah, I could see that a little bit. Are you mad about last week?
I am, but that's last week's over. I get over Saturday by Wednesday. So now that it's Thursday, I feel good about it. I feel refreshed. Like when you get murdered in one of those video games and you respawn. I have respawned. Thursday's a big respawn day for me.
Yes.
But that said, if I take Western Michigan and Illinois covers again, I will wholeheartedly and undoubtedly take the Hoosiers in week 4. I will just chase Illinois down the rabbit hole. They call that a martingale in this racket, and that's what I will do.
Then you just have to bet on your guy for Heisman. Then you have to jump in it if the 150 is still out there.
Jake, I need Jake here. I need to tag in a friend. Jake, what's the final score? Illinois, Western Michigan. First score that comes to your mind. Go.
60-10.
Oh, see, it's already hit Jake. It's already hit him.
What?
60-10.
This is more about the opponent than Illinois.
I can't figure out where Jake's at, though. I'll be honest.
Imagine how I feel.
I am already starting to kind of float this idea out with the guys from Chicago, Mac Jones no matter what, and just seeing if they will bite the bait. Because I think the Saints are horrendous. And I can live with Spencer Rattler knocking me out of Survivor. If that happens, whatever. If that happens, I probably didn't deserve to win. So I have been saying Mac Jones no matter what. And Chirizi and Beef are laughing, and I think they think I'm kidding, but I'm not. And I even wrote it on a whiteboard and sent it to him. And then you'll love this. So, as you know, I'm here in New York. I walked down. I had some meetings yesterday, and I walked down to the first floor to kind of see what was going on down there. And our guy, Danny Parkins, is getting off TV. And I see Parkins, and he's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh, man, betting the Niners, I think." And he's like, "Mac Jones is really bad." And I'm like, "Okay, thank you." So then I left that very exciting conversation thinking I have to do this. Like, now I have to because now I want to. So that was my first notion this week was buying the dip on San Francisco. Nobody's going to pick it, and that's why I like it. But I'm also wired differently than most people, Joe.
Time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your host, the big noise, Brad Evans.
Not going to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house. We got you already prepared for Thursday Night Football. We're going to be diving in some live bet sweats. Win warranted in this game tonight between the Green Bay Packers and the Washington Commanders. Hopefully, Jaden Daniels, in particular for my wallet, is going to get out to a scorching hot start, not as a passer, but I need him to run infrequently in this game, particularly there in the first quarter, because I have a prop for him to get 10-plus rush yards. So that's just one of many props that we already have featured here on the show, and what we feature every stinking night right here on the BetMGM network. We also cover fantasy football as well. We're going to be diving into that with our fantasy flames, lames, and Shaka specials at the running back position and at the main slate in NFL Week 2. A friendly reminder, if you have any fantasy football questions for us, or you want to share those, easy way to contact Horvat and I, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. Let me go and shut that down because we got kickoff upcoming on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. Who was your favorite pick at plus money? It's key phrase here, plus money to score a TD. Odds, of course, from BetMGM. Your options are Scary Terry, McLaurin at plus 160. Jaden Daniels at plus 175. Got to do with his legs. Tucker Kraft at plus 190. Or Romeo Dobbs at plus 200. Officially, 203 votes cast. Horvey, who led the way?
I'll go Jaden Daniels.
Ding, 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 ding. Correct at 44.3%. Second place, Tucker Kraft, I think is the better value he is. And my play at plus 190 at 25.6%. Third place, Terry McLaurin at plus 160, 22.2%. Bringing up the rear, your guy, Romeo Dobbs at 7.9%. I had a couple of write-ins, one from James Cavaris, who said Luke Musgrave, random. Another guy's Jonathan Kaplan had a picture of Debo from Friday, so there's your answer. Debo Samuel again. I think is a strong candidate to splash 6. Like I said earlier in the show, I think he's going to be a busy guy. I think he's going to lead this game in receiving yards. I did wager on that on my always free, transparent, and public spreadsheet. You can find the gamingjuice.com. I grabbed that at plus 325 there at BetMGM. But none of that's going to matter here momentarily because the real action is going to take place and the sweat will indefinitely be on. So we'll see who splashes 6, whether first or last, maybe one of the 4 options, and maybe it's none of the above. We'll find out here shortly, but we appreciate all those that participated in our pole dancing poll question today and offered up their write-ins and comments as well. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token. You'll get your stake back and bonus bets if you don't win only at BetMGM. So opt in right now on that Pro Football No Sweat token and let it ride. All right, we're going to transition here just ever so slightly. We're going to stay in the NFL, but we're going to talk a little fantasy football right now. And what we always do, we like to break down our flames, lames, and shocker specials. We got some thresholds that offers qualifications in each one of those categories. We did quarterbacks a couple of nights ago. Tonight, we're going to feature running backs. And then coming up here in Seg 5, we're going to do the same damn thing, but with the wide receivers and or tight ends. But sticking with the plowshares, let's go with the fantasy flames. Guys, we believe we could catch fire. Here is the catch, though. They got to be under 60% started right now in Yahoo League. So, Horvat, who's that guy you feel is going to turn out in a blaze effort in week 2?
I'm ready for the RJ Harvey breakout tour, but I just don't know that it comes this week against the Colts. And I have to start this guy, so I'm going to be selfish and talk about him. 25% start this week. Give me J.K. Dobbins, the old vet. Talked about this earlier when we answered the Twitter question, but the Colts, they kept Devon Achane out of the end zone, but he did rush for 7.9 yards per carry. Dobbins, decent showing, 16 carries, big workload, 63 yards, and a touchdown in the win over the Titans. And, you know, he out-touched RJ Harvey in that game. So I kind of like him. I do think that he's going to get into the end zone, maybe even twice, even though I like the Colts in the game. Give me J.K. Dobbins this week again.
All right, before I reveal my guy, we got another question that came in, and it is attached to this game tonight, so I'm going to get your opinion. Danny Mushada asks, Terry McLaurin tonight or Quentin Johnston this week, that being played on Monday night, second game of the doubleheader. The L.A. Chargers going up against the Las Vegas Raiders on the road in Sin City. So out of Johnston or McLaurin, who you playing?
I know I got done last night hyping up Quentin Johnston this year because Justin Herbert's like in love with him, but I can't tell anybody to play Quentin Johnston over Terry McLaurin. He played 75% of the snaps week 1. I know everybody likes Debo tonight. I kind of like McLaurin, so I would go Terry.
I'm a dice roller. And why? Because I'm the CEO of Team Huevos. I'm going to go Quentin Johnston. Why? Because I think Vegas has one of the worst, if not the worst, secondary in the NFL. Justin Herbert is going to be dealing in Sin City on the late night tip on Monday. So Quentin Johnston for me. Horvath going with scary. Ooh, Terry. Ooh, McLaurin. Good luck to you, Danny. And again, keep the questions coming. You can fire those off, and we're going to get to them right away on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. My fantasy flame this week, I know you love this guy too. Hammer it home with Jordan Mason of the Minnesota Vikings taking on the Atlanta Falcons on Sunday Night Football. Mason looked great. I remember you wagered on him to lead the Bears game in rush yards, and guess what? He did! And guess what? That cashed at greater than plus 300 odds there at BetMGM. I think he's going to find the end zone this week. According to Betalytics, our friend Rachel Krychak, he's got a 49.9% chance of splashing 6, and I think it's going to be better than that. I think it's going to be at least 60 yards and a touchdown for him. Yes, Atlanta, so far, only one game sample size. Number 10 in rush EPA defense. Have made a lot of investments on that defensive line here last couple of seasons. And you look at Atlanta, only give a 3.17 yards per carry to Tampa backs, including Bucky Irving there in week 1. But Mason, He's a plow, man. 3.73 yards after contact per attempt in week 1. That was the 8th best mark of any eligible running back. He forced 3 missed tackles, 15 carries, 68 yards. Aaron Jones is more the lightning. And who's bringing the thunder? The thunder! The Thor of that backfield is Jordan Mason. Again, 60 yards and a touchdown. Very doable for him. Fantasy flame material through and through in my mind. Flip side of the coin, let's get our fantasy lames out there. Here is the key. They have to be over 50% started in Yahoo League. So knowing that high mark, Horvat, I love this selection. I can't believe his start percentage is as high, but who is it?
Yeah, I'm going against him this week. 62% in my league started, and that's DeAndre Swift. He did have 17 carries, but for only 54 yards. Caught 3 passes on 5 targets, but for 12 yards. We talked about this last night. Check out the podcast if you missed the show, always. I think Monungai eventually is going to get more touches. I don't know if it comes this week, man, but I can't see DeAndre Swift doing much in this offense. So it's 62%. I think that's crazy. I hope he gets completely shut down because I'm going against him this week, and I think that's going to be the case. I don't see another 17 touches.
By the way, Kyle Monungai is still universally available in Yahoo Leagues. Yep. His ownership percentage is like 1%. Go grab him now. It's only a matter of time that he's going to get his opportunities, his offense. It could turn into a hot hand situation. And who could have the fiery fingers of the pride of Rutgers? Why? Because he's a zone runner. That's what he ran with the Scarlet Knights, and that's essentially what Ben Johnson runs. So one cut and go, guy that fits that scheme to a T. So good call there on DeAndre Swift. I'm going to go with the guy I actually have in my fantasy lineup because I don't have any better options than a 16-teamer at running back. Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts, I think is going to be somewhat bottled up against the Denver Broncos, who have one of the best defenses in the NFL. Taylor, according to BetAthletics, projected to go for 72.05 yards on the ground. That's actually south of his player prop right now on BetMGM, which I believe is at 77.5 rush yards. I would bet the under. 46.4% chance of scoring a touchdown. Decent odds there. I thought he would splash 6 last week. Was held out of the zone. You look at Denver, number 2 already in rush EPAD. Only gave up 3.1 yards per carry to Tennessee running backs in week 1, of course, featuring Tony Pollard. And also, you look at Taylor in the advanced analytics, kind of unsightly in week 1. 2.28 yards after contact per attempt. No bueno, mi amigo. Also, 2 missed tackles. That was all that he forced and went 18 carries, 71 yards. Sat most of the fourth quarter. As DJ Giddens got extensive run in a lopsided win for Indy. But, yeah, I think it's a subpar game. And fantasy lane material, I believe, will be one Jonathan Taylor against the Broncos there at 98% started. All right, let's go deep into the bag. And a shocker special you like, under 15% started. That's the threshold needed in Yahoo League. So, again, looking far out along the horizon line, who do you think could be one of those shocker specials that could surprise?
I struggled a little bit today with the shocker special and a top back that I thought was going to struggle. I was like, man, I like these matchups for all of these running backs. I thought about Jonathan Taylor, though. Ended up going with our boy Swift here. I feel like this is the last week I could ride this guy or ride him. I mean, he's Dylan Sampson, but 9% started. So today, obviously, we find out that Judkins is practicing. So eventually I think that's his backfield, man. But we'll roll with Sampson one last time here. I know he's splitting carries with Jerome Ford, but he led the Browns with 12 carries, granted for 29 yards. But more importantly, I'm in a PPR league, and he had 8 grabs for 64 yards on 8 targets. So I don't know that he's going away as a pass catcher. The Ravens just allowed James Cook to catch 5 balls for 58 yards on 5 targets. So I kind of like Sampson in a PPR league this week.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad call by any stretch of the imagination. Could be like a 4 to 6 catch kind of game for Dylan Sampson, as the Browns are going to be in full catch-up mode. Heavy roof dogs in that affair against the Baltimore Ravens. I love Trey Benson this week. I think he's going to be a master blaster. Why? It's the Clawless Cats of Carolina. I mean, they're the new Hello Kitties of the NFL, right? They're in Charlotte. They were dead last in rush EPA defense last year. I think they're going to be in running for that not-so-esteemed honor. Already number 29 in rush EPA to begin the season. They gave up 6.92. Let me repeat that, 6.92 yards per carry. To who? The Jacksonville Jaguars, specifically to really Travis Etienne. Yeah, you got a little sprinkling of Allen and Tootin and Tank Bigsby, who is now a member of the Philadelphia Eagles. But Benson's a plow, man. Break tackle ability is extraordinaire. 4.3 yak per attempt is what he booked in week 1. That was the sixth best mark among eligible running backs. Also forced 3 missed tackles. He had 8 carries for 69 yards. Had that 52-yard run off right tackle up the right sideline, showing the burst, showing the power against the New Orleans Saints. My buddy Rachel Kryshak there at BetAlex only gives him a 25.7% chance of scoring a touchdown. But I also saw his player prop posted earlier today and immediately jumped on it and took the over on 34.5 rush yards. I think he hits that, hopefully with relative ease, a sweat-free wager, and I think he finds the end zone as well. I think it's going to be at least 55 yards in the ground and a touchdown, and a guy that could really salt away the clock on a convincing win for the Arizona Cardinals against those just lifeless Carolina Panthers. And I'm really pointing the finger at one Bryce Young. So that's my Shocker Special this week. Certainly some flexy, sexy appeal in 12-team and deeper leagues. What are your thoughts on Benson's rush yards prop? Again, it's just sitting at 34.5. Would you take the over or the under?
Yeah, I love it, man. That's what my bets were for Arizona week 1, other than, the Cardinals, where I liked James Conner under 17.5 carries, and then I took the over on just 6.5 on Trey Benson. And I love it, man. I'm really high on him. 8 carries for 69 yards, also had a reception for 6. I think, even though, Conner played 44 snaps and had 12 touches, I do think that, we could see like a 50-50 workload like they were talking about in the summer. So I'm really high on Benson. He looked damn good.
Yeah, he certainly did. So if, again, you're in a deeper league and you need somebody to give you maybe double-digit fantasy production, don't shy away from Trey Benson. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. Keep on rolling. More fantasy talk. Wide receivers and tight ends coming up next right here. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
I will be.
I like Cleveland plus 11.5 against Baltimore. 3 of the last 4 times these teams have met in Baltimore, the games have been decided by 6 points or less. The Browns always play the Ravens tough in Baltimore. They just always do. It's the same exact spot that the Ravens had to deal with from last year, where in week 1 they played the Chiefs. They lose a heartbreaker. Come back in week 2. They're double-digit favorites against the Raiders. They lose that game outright. I mean, that game meant a lot to him against Buffalo, and that is a tough pill to swallow. You do wonder if Harbaugh is losing the locker room just a little bit. It feels like the fire Harbaugh chatter is as loud as it's ever been. Going to be real interested to see how the Ravens respond, because with Flacco back in town, could you imagine if they lose that game again this week? It's going to get ugly. So a lot of pressure on the Ravens, and in a spot where they normally don't perform very well in these 1 p.m. divisional home games. I'm telling you guys, they just aren't great in these spots. I like Cleveland plus 11.5 against the Ravens. This one's a head scratcher, man. Broncos and Colts. I can't believe we're down to Denver minus 1.5 against Indianapolis, but it has been all Indy money coming in this week. The look-ahead line was Denver minus 3.5. I thought Broncos -2.5 was a great bet. I thought it was going back up to 3. Instead, it went down to 2, and now we're at -1.5. And if you just want to bet Denver, they're -125 on the money line. Are we really overreacting this much to what we saw out of the Colts in week 1? You guys know the Colts are my favorite bet in week 1. So I am not shocked that they won that game and beat Miami. I thought they would do that. But I was excited to bet Denver in week 2 because to me that week 1 game was all about Miami and all the issues with that team and how they looked. We're really now we're ready to apologize to Daniel Jones, and now we think that the Colts might be a competent team. I think their defense could be pretty good this season. I love the addition of Lou Anarumo to be their defensive coach. I like some of the moves that they made in the secondary. So I do think the Colts defense will be pretty solid this year. The problem is Daniel Jones goes from facing maybe the worst secondary in the NFL in Miami to now facing maybe the best secondary in the NFL in Denver. So I think it's going to be a little bit of an issue for Daniel Jones in this game. I like Denver, man, on the money line. I don't agree with this line movement. Give me the Broncos.
I'll tell you, I have one sleeper team that I think has a chance. And if you're out there and can get a big price, I know Circa has them 75-1 to win the national championship. I think USC is way better than people think. I don't have them quite up with those other teams that I mentioned, but the teams that I mentioned, I think have a lot of question marks, and I'm not sure if they're going to get answered. And Texas, of course, if you didn't have Penn State #1 in your preseason rankings, you're probably at Texas #1. They haven't looked great either. And we had Arch Manning. You guys are probably too young to remember Ron Paulus from Notre Dame. He was like the most hyped quarterback. Arch was since Paulus before taking a snap. So I think it's an open-ended question, and I don't have a firm answer. I think there's a lot of teams, not a lot, but probably like a dozen teams that we could see make some noise in the playoffs.
Place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this #Tequila Thursday. Bartender, give us another pour. The Packers are marching down the field. Although it's 3rd and 9 right now. Oh, we got a piece of laundry on the field. We're going to see what the penalty is. It might be defensive holding. It looks like it will be on Marshawn Lattimore. I believe that is indeed the case. I know that was intended for Romeo Dobbs because he's sporting the Guardian cap. That's how you can tell that is indeed Dobbs. Yeah, he was definitely held on the replay here. I'm watching on Amazon. So Green Bay are already going to be in striking distance, well inside Washington's area of the field. So far, Jordan Love, a perfect 2 for 2 for 19 yards. Josh Jacobs has got 3 carries for 8 yards in this game. And your leading receiver, just how everybody drew it up, Dontavian Wicks. Already cashed the over a 1.5 receptions. It was just like -190, -195, but he already got the 2 grabs for 19 yards. 1st and 10 right now at the 40-yard line. Love pops back in. Oh, no, we got another flag on the field. Looks like it's going to be a false start. It is indeed a false start. 11:45 to go. Again, this is the opening drive for the Green Bay Packers. March of the ball, with the exception of that hiccup right there. Looking pretty damn good here so far, Horvey.
Yeah, I like the way that they started off, except for the 3 carries already for Josh Jacobs. I need him not to have 18 of those bad boys. I want to see a lot of Jordan Love, preferably 31 dropbacks tonight, and at least a minimum of 20 completions. But I always love the scripted stuff from Matt LaFleur, man. My concern is when he has to go off script. Kind of like what we saw with Ben Johnson in his first game for Chicago. But LaFleur does his homework. They're always really well prepared. Jordan Love on 1st and 15 is going to take a shot, down the field, and oh my God, he just misses Wicks, and that would have been 6. Oh.
Yeah, he really did. A little bit long. Wicks laid out for it. Could only get a couple of fingertips on it. Very uncatchable pass there for Jordan Love. So a missed opportunity. Man, Dontavian Wicks, point of emphasis so far in this game. An early 3 targets. Again, has already got a couple of grabs for 19 yards for Love of the fantasy gods. Can we develop Matthew Golden, please? He's got 4.29, 40-yard speed. He might have had the wheels to catch up to that pass down the field. To 2nd and 15 right now at the Washington 45 for Green Bay. Love and shotgun takes a snap. Quick out to Romeo Doubs. A short gain there. Make it 3rd, still long. Got to probably be about 10 yards on this one. In field goal range more or less, although it would be a really long kick here for Green Bay, and they're in the hurry up. It is 3rd and 9. I'll give it to you live as they're allowing a substitution. Again, Jordan Love in shotgun, about to take the snap here. He does, surveys the field, looking left, getting flushed around. There's a flag on the field, goes downfield. Oh, it is caught!
That's a hold, though, I think.
Jaden Reed might be a touchdown.
Jaden
Reed is hurt. He's hurt. He is not moving at all. It didn't look all that awkward, but it looks like it might be, again, I'm not a doctor, but it looks like he is, it's his shoulder, I think, or his hand. He tried to get up. He's holding, it looks like his shoulder, maybe a clavicle, some upper body area is definitely an injury. Again, and he's a guy who's been dealing with a Jones fracture, gutting it out. He's an absolute warrior. But Jaden Reed on the field. What was the penalty called there? I missed that.
Hold. It was a hold, so the touchdown doesn't even count. It's wiped off the board, and that's a serious injury. He's already playing through an injury, like you said, man, a Jones fracture, and now that looks like, you don't want to speculate, obviously. Clavicle, collarbone. It does not look good.
Yep.
You know what, though, man? Like, he was the I feel like this could be finally now Matt Golden time. I was going to say, if anybody's going to gut it through, it's this lunatic. He's probably going to go get a little Toradol sandwich right now and be right back out there. He is in pain, though.
Yeah, he's grimacing. You could tell. And he did jog off the field, but completely favoring that right shoulder. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, Jaden Reed, as I mentioned, a guy that just guts these things out. Tough as nails, tough as Teflon. But I wouldn't be surprised. Looks like they're going to try to usher him off the field. I would not be shocked if he got x-rays. They got to find out and see if it indeed something with a clavicle, shoulder, if it's something more serious. So door always swings open. Next man up league. They're at midfield here now. 3rd and 19. Let's see what happens. Maybe it's Matthew Golden time. Nope, check down. And that is not Josh Jacobs. That's Emmanuel Wilson?
Brooks.
No,
that's Brooksy, actually.
Brooks.
Yeah. I like that.
Brooks almost got it there. Almost got it. Do you think they go for it on 4th down, a 4th and 2 here?
I think they're going to try to draw him off sides at least here because it looks like they're going to go with the hurry up. But, nice little reception there from Chris Brooks. 4th and 3. Clock's running. I think they're going to try to draw him off sides. I don't know that they're going to run a play here, though. Love's under center. Now he's going to go into shotgun. I don't know.
Oh, no, takes the snap. He's going back. Going deep. Touchdown!
Oh, he's got him. Golden.
Awesome play. Amos there breaks up what would have been a touchdown reception if the ball would have got there in time. The receiver beat the defender clearly, and Jordan Love just having a pepper on the football. Missed opportunity there, Horvey.
What a bad ball from Jordan Love. I'm trying to be positive, man, because he's got like a whole gang that comes after me anytime he throws for like 300 yards against some dumpster fire team. And everybody's like, remember when you didn't like the Jordan Love draft pick? And I'm like, yeah, because Aaron Rodgers was under contract for 4 more years. And he goes on to win an MVP the next year. Schmucks. But no, that was a very underthrown ball. I got really excited, man. I was going to jump up there for a second because I thought finally, it's been 1 week. We were going to get the long-awaited Matthew Golden touchdown. Instead, really a great defensive play, but a poorly thrown ball, and we do not get the Matthew Golden touchdown. And Green Bay walks away with no points. I would have even just settled for the 3 if that was the play call.
Silver lining, Matthew Golden absolutely dusted his defender. He had a good 2-yard cushion on him. Again, he's got a lead speed, ran a 4.29 40-yard dash. Better days are to come for one Matthew Golden, but the biggest takeaway from that opening drive, Jaden Reed out right now. We, again, not really speculating, but we're kind of speculating. It looked like a shoulder injury. We'll see how serious it is, as they're probably undergoing tests right now in the bowels of Lambeau Field. To keep you up to date on all the action and commercial break. Right now, though, we got to get to some more fantasy football conversation. Flame, shocker, specials, wide receiver, and tight end. Fantasy Flame under 60% started. Who do you like this week?
I'm going to go with a guy that usually I don't trust, but by default, I think he's going to have a big week. So I like the Chiefs in the Super Bowl rematch. I know everybody likes Philly. Give me Hollywood Brown, 26% started this week. Xavier Worthy's dealing with the shoulder injury, unlikely to play. Rashee Rice is suspended for the next 5 weeks still. And in week 1 against the Chargers, when Worthy got hurt, it was all Hollywood Brown. He had 10 grabs for 99 yards on 16 targets. I think right now Kelsey's situational. I do like Juju Smith-Schuster, in deeper formats. He had 5 grabs for 55 yards on 5 targets. Obviously, Mahomes trusts him, but by default, I think Hollywood Brown gets another double-digit targets, even against a good Eagles secondary that was a little shaky against the Cowboys, man. Dak balled out. So give me Hollywood Brown here at 26%.
Yeah, Hollywood Brown's a great name at target for sure. I can't believe he's only 26% started. Should be closer to at least 50% in my mind. Look, he's going to be that dirty worker underneath, much like he was in week 1. It could be another double-digit target kind of game. I think at a minimum, you're looking at like 7 receptions for him. The over-under right now at BetMGM is 5.5 catches. Juice way to the over at minus 155, but I think he's going to cash that with considerable ease. You might want to parlay that so you can reduce the juice and get seduced by the juice. By the way, I'm going to say in the same game, go a little bit deeper, though. Oh, yeah, love that. First pass of the game to Austin Eckler off the hand of Jaden Daniels. Please and thank you. We need more of that. Short game, but I'll take it. I remember I'm the over 3.5 catches at plus 125. But Juju Smith-Schuster is a guy that you shouldn't sleep too hard on in a 12-team or deeper league. Only 1% started right now for Yahoo League members, taking on that Philadelphia Eagles defense. Juju, a pretty good game last week. 5 catches for 55 yards on 5 targets. You might say, oh, that's par, Evans. I understand, but in PPR leagues, got the job done in a pinch, to say the least. But you look at Juju, a guy that was number 12 in total yak in week 1, so we can get it done after the catch. He's still only 28 years old. Whether he's operating out the slot where he lined up 28% of the time last week or working outside, and I'm hoping he's going to work more outside in this game because Adoree Jackson is a coverage liability for the Philadelphia Eagles. He gave up the most yards of any defensive back in week 1 of the NFL season, 103 to be exact, along with a 113.7 passer rating. Philadelphia is a collective just number 19 and drop back EPAD. Again, Juju Smith-Schuster, he's got some shocker special appeal. Oh, hell yes, another catch to Austin Eckler. I absolutely love that. Keep dumping it down to him, Jaden Daniels. But I do like Juju to get at least 5, maybe even 6 grabs. And by the way, that was 3rd down as Washington comes out. Did not get the first down. They got to punt back to Green Bay. Let's look at the flip side of the coin. Fantasy lame. Bigger name players available in pretty much 0% of Yahoo leagues, but widely started over 50% of those Yahoo leagues. Who you think's going to have a letdown this week? Who is it?
Well, I'm going against Tyreek Hill, who's still 72% started, but I feel like that's low-hanging fruit, and I do it every week. So let's go instead with Malik Neighbors, who was shouting at his – what is Matthew Golden doing? And is that a penalty? What in the hell? So Malik Neighbors was shouting at the coaching staff. Now, he was heavily targeted week 1. He did have 12 targets from Russell Wilson, but he caught 5 of them for 71 yards. And now, going up against Dallas, who surprisingly – The secondary held up pretty well against the Eagles. Now, granted, they ran the ball down their throats, but they only gave up 144 passing yards, no touchdowns. I don't trust Malik Neighbors right now until it's Jackson Dart time.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. And, he's not operating in full capacity either. He's been dealing with a lot of nicks and scrapes. He's one of the premier wide receivers in the league, an incredible deep threat. We thought he'd be a terrific match with Russell Wilson and those moon balls that he throws. But Russell was pure trash. He was stanky last week. It's only a matter of time before Jackson Dart gets the nod, and you believe it's going to be before October, and I'm starting to buy into that belief as well. So I think it's a good call there, Malik Neighbors. Could be another subpar game for him in back-to-back weeks to begin the regular season here in 2025. I'm going to go with Jameson Williams, exactly 50% started right now in Yahoo leagues, taking on my Chicago Bears. It looks like they're going to get Jalen Johnson back. Practice in full today. Betalytics has him projected for exactly 55 receiving yards, a low percentage chance to find the end zone. So it could just be a vanilla kind of subpar game for him. Whether he gets Jalen Johnson or maybe Nahshon Wright. Wright was awesome at coverage in week 1. He had the 10th best coverage grade as tracked by Pro Football Focus. Only gave up a 29.2 passer rating to his assignments. J-Mo, healthy 5 targets last week. Healthy 4 grabs, only went for 23 yards. I mean, that Detroit offense looked anemic. Really only have one direction to go, and that is up. I think this game will be kind of a shootout kind of style game. I think it's going to be a higher scoring affair. I already bet the over on it. He was also shockingly only number 79 in total air yards in week 1. So, again, just an average, mundane effort is what I'm fearlessly forecasting this week for one Jameson Williams. Started right now, 50% of Yahoo leagues. All right, grab a shovel. We're digging deeper. Our shocker special, under 15% started, either a tight end or a wide receiver. Who do you have?
I'll go with the wide receiver, and he made me a bunch of money last week, so if it's not broke, we don't fix it. Give me Cedric Tillman. Last year, 5 healthy games, and he had 354 yards, 4 touchdowns, 29 grabs on 48 targets. And week 1, 5 grabs, 52 yards, and a touchdown on 8 targets. And if you go back to, week 8 last year against Baltimore, he had 7 grabs for 99 yards, 2 touchdowns on 9 targets. Let's go with Cedric Tillman, man. I think he's a solid number 3 fantasy receiver this week.
You don't know this, but I actually bet on him today on the over on receiving yards. That number opened at 39.5 right now at BetMGM, and I immediately grabbed it. I concur with you, Captain, on Cedric, especially against the secondary. They got absolutely picked apart last week, and they're going to be playing from behind. My guy, slap that booty, Kayshon Boutte. I'm a believer in him. A guy that was top 3 in total air yards in week 1, 8 targets, 6 catches, 103 yards. Probably a long shot for him to replicate that, but maybe he breaks a long one and finds the end zone. It is Miami after all. The Friendly Flippers are number 25 in drop back EPA defense so far this season, and he's got to get the veteran Rasul Douglas, who gave up 18.7 yards per catch in week 1. Trust Kayshon Boutte at wide receiver 3, 12-team deeper leagues, or in the flex position. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back for the pros to the college game. Going to break down some more college football matchups, another edition of Fade or Follow. Stick around, baby. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with more bets, more sweats, and more fantasy right here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's talk about some other games coming up this weekend in the National Football League. Games and storylines that interest me with betting angles attached. How about the 1-0 Cincinnati Bengals hosting the 1-0 Jacksonville Jaguars. Current point spread of this game is Cincy in between a 3 and 3.5 point home favorite. The number at BetMGM is 3.5, but it is juiced way towards Jacksonville that you would think that maybe this drops down to 3. The total is sitting at 49. And both teams come into this game with like a fairly clean bill of health. The Bengals placed one of their offensive guards, Lucas Patrick, on IR, but they signed Dalton Reisner at the end of the offseason, as training camp was winding down, preseason winding down. And now Reisner steps into the starting lineup. That proved to be a pretty prescient signing by the Cincinnati Bengals. Not that Reisner is Steve Hutchinson, but he's someone who's played a lot of NFL football, at least like a league average or like slightly below average player. So Dalton Reisner replacing Lucas Patrick. And both of these teams won last week. But I think that there are holes that you can poke in both of them following that win. Obviously, the Bengals' offense, in a stat that has been repeated a lot, 7 yards of total offense in the second half against the Browns, which is totally unacceptable when you employ Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins. And while the Jaguars dominated the Carolina Panthers, there's no question about that, and I loved the Jaguars coming into the year, and like the Jaguars in the game, and we took the Jaguars in Survivor. Trevor Lawrence is underwhelming in this game. And if you notice, if you play fantasy football or you bet props, Brian Thomas basically did nothing in this game for the Jaguars. Actually scored a rushing touchdown for Jacksonville. But as far as catching the ball, there was not a lot there. And Liam Cohen was asked about that on Tuesday this week. And Cohen basically, very nicely threw Trevor Lawrence under the bus. Basically with the intimation that Brian Thomas is open on every play and we didn't get him the ball. And if you watch Brian Thomas Jr. last year, you obviously believe that. So it sets up this fascinating affair this week in the Queen City. Where do you trust the Bengals offense? Think about that question. Do you trust the Bengals offense to score enough points if this line's bad? And here's Josh Hines-Allen, and here's Trevon Walker, and this Jaguars defensive front. Do you trust Trevor Lawrence to potentially go score for score with Joe Burrow? And if the game's close at the end, do you have faith that Trevor Lawrence can outduel Joe Burrow in that late game scenario and situation? Where I stand on this game, I want this point spread to drop to 3, and I want to bet the Cincinnati Bengals. And I'm Mr. Jacksonville Jaguar this season. It's not an anti-Jaguar thing. I love the Jaguars this year. At 3.5, it's no bet for me. At 3, I find it very hard to believe that we are going to see the Bengals offense lay a Humpty Dumpty-sized egg this week like it did last week against Cleveland, which is a defense that's got better players, objectively, than Jacksonville, and a team and a defense and a coordinator that has generally caused Joe Burrow to struggle. I think we get a Bengals offensive breakout here. And maybe the Jaguars can score enough to keep up, but if it's close late, just like the national championship game, LSU and Clemson, give me Joe Burrow, and this time, the Cincinnati Bengals.
It's time to place your bets with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house. else on this hashtag Tequila Thursday? And bartender, we need more beverages, por favor, because who is knocking at the door? A splash and 6, the Green Bay Packers. Marching right down the field, thanks in large part to one Tucker Kraft. Already has 72 receiving yards, including the 57-yarder. Absolutely gashing that Commanders secondary in the seam. He's already got 3 targets, again, for the 2 catches, 72 yards, lead the way in the entire game. Jordan Love, 6 of 9 for $113 already. He also has a 14-yard run with authority, lowering the shoulder on that last play. It is 1st and goal right now at the 5-yard line of Washington. Here's what you need to do. Give the damn ball to Josh Jacobs. No, it's a fake. It's a touchdown to Romeo Doubs. Oh, man. Yeah, I didn't expect that. So, again, the pole dancing poll question of the day was, who was going to score a touchdown in this game tonight? And Romeo Doubs was one of the choices at 2-1 odds. Of course, he finished dead last among the options. Only drew like 8.5% of the overall vote, as people were very high on some of the other options, and not one of those being Josh Jacobs, because the requirement was plus money. And, of course, who scores the first touchdown? Fade the public. Romeo, we're out thou Romeo. In the damn end zone, touchdown, Green Bay. Impressive drive there, Horvey, for your boys.
Yep, plus 220 on Dobbs. I'm mad at myself for not betting first touchdown, but we'll take the anytime at plus 220. Just a crazy price on wide receiver number 1 for Green Bay. Good start for Jordan Love's completions and attempts. I think they're going to let him sling it around tonight, so hopefully the Commanders could keep this game close, man, because that's what happened last week. Green Bay just ran the rock in the second half. They only ran 45 plays because the Lions couldn't do anything. They couldn't sustain drives.
Yeah, and here is, again, one of the strongest takeaways I got so far is how lousy that secondary looked in coverage. I mean, they were getting dusted left, right, and rinse and repeat again and again and again. Jordan Love missed Matthew Golden, had him wide-ass open, couldn't get the ball to him. The Golden had 2 steps on his defender. Tucker Kraft, they must have thought he had leprosy or something. Because they refused to defend him, and that's why he rambled up the middle of the field for his 57-yard gain. And then Romeo Doubs on a simple slant route, getting the inside edge, getting space, and Jordan Love, easy pitch and catch for that end zone strike. And 7-0, Green Bay over the Washington Commanders. I'm really sweating out now. This Jaden Daniels, 10-plus rush yards in the first quarter bet, 4:33 remaining. Thank goodness Washington gets the ball back, but he hasn't attempted a run yet. I'm hoping it's going to happen on this drive. Otherwise, Big L's going to be on your boy's forehead with that bet that I had on my card tonight. So we shall see if that one comes to fruition, as the Commanders kneel it down. They're going to come out here and start this drive down 7-0. All right, we'll keep you abreast of what's going on here in Thursday Night Football. May do a live dive if need be here for feeling the itch. But we got to talk some college football. So let's go ahead and get after it with another edition of Fade or Follow.
Will you fade or will you follow?
Whose car are we going to take?
On BetMGM tonight.
All right, again, we've been doing a 4-pack of games, and we do it every single stinking day here on the show, except on Fridays, because it's a Fast and Furious Friday here on BetMGM tonight. If you're not familiar with the format on Fridays, it's bar none Horvat and I's favorite format we do the entire year. We're going game by game. Yes, every single stinking game in the NFL, and giving you our favorite side, maybe a total, maybe an SGP, possibly a player prop as well. I don't think there's anybody else in the entire industry that does it quite like us on Fridays right here on BetMGM tonight. Again, game by game, giving you every piece of action imaginable at every single matchup. And as we always say, fade or follow. That is indeed up to you. Austin Eckler getting the carry for nothing on that first down. 2nd and 11 actually was a 1-yard loss for the Washington Commanders. I'll give this one to you live before we dive into our first fade or follow on the college gridiron. It's Eckler again, trying to establish the run. At least they got a positive gain there, about 3-4 yards. Going to be 3rd and decently long for the Commanders, who looked out of sorts offensively so far to begin the game. But let's go to the SEC. And here's how I'm going to present this. Again, I'm going to give you the matchup. I'm going to give you the favorite. I'm going to give you the juice associated with said favorite. Play numbers nerd, give a little bit of background, and then I'm going to simply ask Ryan Horvath, fade or follow. So let's dive in on that SEC matchup. But a sneaky good game, I feel. The Gamecocks of South Carolina -4.5 against Vanderbilt and the Commodores at -110. Numbers nerd says this as Eckler catches another ball, which I love to see. He's already got 3, and I have the over on 3.5. Let's see. Football Power Index right now at ESPN has the Gamecocks at number 21 in the country. Vandy, not that far off, at number 28. According to Pro Football Focus, the offensive efficiency rating for South Carolina, it's coming back. Looks like it was a penalty there on Washington. Number 93 in the country. Vanderbilt at number 5 in offensive efficiency. Defensive rating, South Carolina number 51, and Vanderbilt at number 35. So the advanced metrics, I think Vandy is quite the dandy. What do you say? South Carolina -4.5 against Vanderbilt, -110 there at BetMGM. Fade or follow?
Yeah, this one got hit hard, man. I think South Carolina opened as like an 8.5-point favorite. I agree with the move, and at 4.5, I still think that there's some meat on the bone for Vandy. They had a great season last year, some really good wins. And Diego Pavia, man, is just an absolute stud and a covering machine. 8-2 against the spread as an underdog, 4-0 against the spread on the road, 5 outright upsets, and they've looked good. He's looked really good. Now, granted, it was against Charleston Southern, but against Vatech, too. They beat them 44-20, and Vatech closed as a pick, man. So I actually like Vandy. I love Lenore Sellers. It's been a little bit of a slow start for him, man. We talked about this last night. Only 337 yards passing and 2 touchdowns in 2 games. Only 48 yards on the ground. I like Vandy to keep this game close, maybe even win it outright.
All right, fading the living daylights out of South Carolina on the first play. Meanwhile, it is a punt for the Washington Commanders as Jalen Lane, of all people, had a 2-yard gain there on 3rd and 17 for Washington. Green Bay up 7-0 and getting the ball back with 2:42 to go in the first quarter. Let's go on the next game. Tulane laying 1.5 against the Duke Blue Devils, who lost to who? The ILL. Got trounced last week in the second half. It is -110 on this one. The numbers there says this. Football Power Index has Tulane at number 45 in the country, Duke at number 64. Offense efficiency, according to PFF, Tulane at 76 through 3 weeks. Duke at number 35. Defense efficiency ratings, Tulane number 42 and Duke at only number 77. So with that background information, Tulane -1.5 against the Blue Devils of Duke at -110. Horvey, fade or follow?
Yeah, this was the first bet that I gave out on the card on Monday. I like Duke +3, and I would bet Duke all the way as a 2-point favorite. I think they win this game by at least a field goal. Now, it's Darian Mensah going against his former team. Not really a revenge game because he's the one that chose to leave for $8 million. But, Tulane, they opened with a 20-point win over Northwestern, which unfortunately I was on Northwestern. Then they barely hold off South Alabama last week. The reason that I like Duke so much in this game, going back to last season when Manny Diaz officially becomes the head coach, they've had the 25th highest pass blitz rate in all of college football. They've pressured opposing quarterbacks an impressive 42% of the time. Tulane's quarterback, former BYU quarterback, Jake Retzlaff, he's got a 44.4 passing grade against the blitz. And that goes all the way back to 2023. So a big sample size. Tulane's only 75th in the country in pass blocking. So I love Duke in this game. I think they win it outright.
Yeah, they're even money right now at BetMGM to win straight up there on the money line, and I grabbed that one today. So I'm going to follow you, but you are fading Tulane in the green wave there, -1.5. So back-to-back fades. Will it be a third straight fade on Minnesota and Cal? The Golden Gophers laying 1.5 on the road in this one by the Bay there in Berkeley at a -110 juice. The numbers nerd says the Football Power Index has Goldie at number number 49 in the country. Cal at number 63. Offense efficiency according to Pro Football Focus. Minnesota at 9. And Cal at 63. Even more impressive defensive efficiency ratings at PFF. Minnesota numero uno in the nation. Cal, respectable number 12. So again, with those numerics dancing around in your head, what do you say? Fade or follow Minnesota -1.5 at Cal at a -110 juice.
Well, Matthew Golden, a little end around for nothing, though. I like Minnesota. I bet them really big today, man. I bet the money line. I like them all the way to 2.5, so you can get that number right now. Their defense has looked really good. I worried because they lost their defensive coordinator, Corey Heatherman, to Miami, but they haven't skipped a beat. Now, granted, it was against Buffalo, but they held them to only 151 total yards of offense. Cal's still trying to figure out their running back rotation right now. And I like Minnesota's quarterback, Drake Lindsey, a little bit. And I think this is the game where they could get Darius Taylor, their running back, in the ground game going. You know, Cal, nice 2-0 start, but they haven't really beat anybody yet. So give me Minnesota. I think Drake Lindsey throws for more than 300 yards in this game. And I think Javon Tracy scores a touchdown.
All right, last one. Virginia Tech laying 7 against Old Dome. That's Old Dominion. May seem kind of shocking. The spread is only 7 points. That's at a -110 juice. Numbers nerd. Football Power Index, Va Tech at 60. ODU at 72. Offensive rating 108 for Va Tech, 68 for Old Dominion. Defensive rating 94 for Virginia Tech, 91 for Old Dominion. Fade or follow Virginia Tech -7, -110.
So I could only fade Virginia Tech right now, man, right? Like last week, everybody bet them all the way down to pick, and they've been smashed in their 2 games, granted to SEC schools. They have been beat 48-3 in the second half of these games. So they're getting off to decent starts, but they're getting clobbered in the second half. Now, I'm a little bit worried about some of the injuries that Old Dominion's dealing with. They announced earlier this week that their stud linebacker, Jason Henderson, who led the country in average tackles per game the last couple of years, is leaving football because he had a devastating knee injury last year, and he's done. But I like Old Dominion to cover if I have to bet the game.
All right, stick around. We got to take a break. Coming up next, Herm Edwards. Don't go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
If I told you that Illinois was 66th of 68 Power 4 teams in sacks allowed, would you believe me?
Whoa. I would not.
Because they are.
Just based on their
They
2
are.
opponents. Yeah.
68 Power 4 teams. They are 66th in sacks allowed. Now, I know they won by a lot, but that was a close game in the third quarter, and then it was not. The 28s are gone in this one. This was 28 Monday, Tuesday. I see Pinnacle at 27 now. Every other book, for the most part, has 27.5. I remind you, Illinois has Indiana on deck. Can we get there with a MAC team catching almost 4 touchdowns?
Yeah, we can. We can.
Okay.
I mean, I took Illinois to win the game in Survivor. Oh, big surprise there, a 4-touchdown favorite. But getting inside the number, yeah, I could see that a little bit. Are you mad about last week?
I am, but that's last week's over. I get over Saturday by Wednesday. So now that it's Thursday, I feel good about it. I feel refreshed. Like when you get murdered in one of those video games and you respawn, I have respawned. Thursday's a big respawn day for me.
Yes.
But that said, if I take Western Michigan and Illinois covers again, I will wholeheartedly and undoubtedly take the Hoosiers in week 4. I will just chase Illinois down the rabbit hole. They call that a martingale in this racket. And that's
Then-
what I will do.
Then you just have to bet on your guy for Heisman. Then you have to jump
No.
in it if the 150 is still out there.
Jake, I need Jake here. I need to tag in a friend. Jake, what's the final score? Illinois, Western Michigan. First score that comes to your mind. Go.
60-10.
Oh, see, it's already hit Jake. It's already hit him.
What?
60 to 10.
This is
That's
more
where
about
we're
the
at.
opponent than Illinois.
I can't figure out where Jake's at, though. I'll be honest.
Imagine how I
don't
feel.
know.
I am already starting to kind of float this idea out with the guys from Chicago. Mac Jones, no matter what. And just seeing if they will bite the bait.
They're not gonna
Because
do it.
I think the Saints are horrendous. And I can live with Spencer Rattler knocking me out of Survivor. If that happens, whatever. If that happens, I probably didn't deserve to win. So I have been saying Mac Jones no matter what. And Chirizi and Beef are laughing, and I think they think I'm kidding, but I'm not. And I even
know you're
wrote it
not.
on a whiteboard and sent it to him. And then you'll love this. So, as you know, I'm here in New York. I walked down. I had some meetings yesterday, and I walked down to the first floor to kind of see what was going on down there. And our guy Danny Parkins is getting off TV. And I see Parkins, and he's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh man, betting the Niners, I think." And he's like, "Mac Jones is really bad." And I'm like, "Okay, thank you." So then I left that very exciting conversation thinking I have to do this. Like now I have to because now I want to. So that was my first notion this week was buying the dip on San Francisco. Nobody's going to pick it, and that's why I like it. But I'm also wired differently than most people, Joe.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your host, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. We're digesting all the action right now. And Packers and Commanders. Green Bay up 7-0. Washington actually showing semblance of offense here on this drive. Run, Jane Daniels. Oh, yeah, just a minimal gain there. But they are already in Packers territory here on this drive. A little over 13 minutes ago here in this first half. Again, down 7-0. Deebo Samuel getting the action, a pair of catches from minimal gains. But for the most part, Washington in that first quarter looked largely discombobulated offensively. Green Bay was more or less firing on most, if not all, cylinders. Josh Jacobs didn't find the end zone. It was Romeo Doubs on a quick slant from Jordan Love, who's been Money in the Bank, as Jaden Daniels just missed. Bill, also known as Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, on a simple underneath route. It is set up now 3rd and 9. We'll keep you up to date But we're going to bring in our guy here, Herm Edwards. Herm is an absolute legend, as you all know, not only in the NFL coaching ranks, where he was a coach for 17 years, head coach of the Jets, head coach of the Chiefs, 5 years as head coach at Arizona State as well, an analyst for ESPN. Make sure you follow Coach Edwards on X, at Herm Edwards. Again, on X, at Herm Edwards. Coach Edwards, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. And straight away from me, around my neck of the woods in downstate Illinois, Caleb Williams has been discussed endlessly since Monday. Some are preaching patience, while others are already throwing in the towel after last week's meltdown against Minnesota. Where do you stand on the debate with Caleb Williams? What would be your top priority to instill in him if you were Ben Johnson?
Ben's going to have to require him. He's going to have to understand. He's got to move up in the pocket. He's got to stay in the pocket. When you watch him drop back, play action passes, he's too deep, and it puts stress on the offensive lineman. Last year he held the ball too long. Now he's getting away from center so deep that he's putting the offensive lineman in a bad predicament. He's got to step up in the pocket. When the first read's not there, he gets to the second read, he needs to start moving up in the pocket. Just stay in the pocket. Trust the guys around you. That alone will help him.
Coach, right now we're watching Green Bay and Washington. Green Bay with a 7-0 lead. I want to get your thoughts on this Packers new look defense. You know, Micah Parsons really only playing on third downs right now, but obviously a huge addition. And do you think Jordan Love can maybe take that next step? What are your thoughts on Green Bay as an NFC contender this season?
They are a contender once they acquired Parsons. Remember, this team was, quietly, they were fifth in the National Football League in total defense last year. And I think some people lose sight of that. They had 45 sacks. Now with Parsons, you're up at the 60 number now. You're going to be a 60-sack team. Denver led it last year with 63. So now all of a sudden you're challenging those guys as far as pass rushers. I think they're using him correct. They're bringing him in certain situations right now until he gets in football shape. But I do believe the Packers, especially if they can continue to run the ball well. They didn't run it well last week. They got away from the run. They got a good defense that can take the ball away. They're a solid football team. So, look, if they get in the playoffs, and especially if you have to play them in Green Bay, good luck.
I feel like if you're ever going to get the Kansas City Chiefs in the West, this might be the year to do it, especially with all the injuries that they've suffered so far. And you have a team like Denver with that defense. And then you have the Chargers, who beat them last week on Friday and looked pretty good. Justin Herbert looked really good. It looks like they're trusting him more in the offense. He's throwing on early downs. Are the Chiefs still your pick to win that division, Coach, or do you think it could be maybe Denver or Los Angeles there?
They'll have a chance to challenge the Chiefs, but last week they lost at home. They lost. Now they play at home, and they're 32-9 at home. So I think they'll find a way to win a game at home. I do believe, but they still have the pedigree of playoff experience if they get into playoffs, and you can't give that to anybody. That you earn that. Just like if anything you do, the more you're there, the more you understand, what it takes to play and compete in playoff competition. So, look, never say die. You can't. Everybody wants to put the Chiefs away. This is only week 2. We'll see a lot of football left.
We're talking to Herm Edwards right now. 17 years as coach in the NFL, head coach of the Jets and Chiefs. 5 years as head coach as well at Arizona State. Analyst for ESPN. Follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at Herm Edwards. Again, on X, at Herm Edwards. Coach, speaking of Kansas City, I think the game of the week, and I think nobody's going to dispute that, is Philadelphia traveling to Arrowhead to take on Patty Mahomes, Andy Reid, and company in that affair. Xavier Worthy's status, though, remains very much up in the air. We're still waiting officially for how much he actually practiced today. Supposedly, according to boots on the ground, he was going to get in some work. But right now, the Eagles are favored by a point on the road. Who takes it at Arrowhead? And side note, does A.J. Brown get down after last week he had a meaningless catch, and that was it?
Yeah, you're going to have to get him more involved in the offense. You definitely got to get him more involved in the offense because he was very good last week of not disrupting the sideline. He was very good. This week, you don't get him the ball, not so good. You need to get him the football. There's no doubt about that. The key to this game is for the Chiefs is can they block the front of the Eagles? You know, that's where they ran into trouble in the Super Bowl. They couldn't block them, couldn't protect Patrick Mahomes. So if they could block them, I mean, the Chiefs, you know, they'll have a chance to compete. But if they can't block them, it won't. It'll get out of hand again.
All right, so who's your pick? Are you taking Philly or KC?
No, I'm not. No. That's you guys. I don't pick. First of all, let me ask you something. I'm the head coach of the Chiefs, and I played for Philly for almost 10 years. So how am I going to pick?
Yeah. Okay, that's valid. That's entirely valid. I'll give you that.
That's a bet where I win either way. Whatever team wins, I win. Right?
Yeah, that's a great perspective. Coming out on top every single time. And I'm with you on A.J. Brown. I think they got to feed him immediately in that game. We can't have him thinking like he's reading books on the sidelines again, right? He's way too explosive of a player.
Yeah.
So I'll just ask you a piggyback question, not about a pick at all, but are you at all concerned about this Kansas City secondary after they just got absolutely worked down in Brazil by the LA Chargers? Could they be exposed yet again by Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, and the Slim Reaper, Devontae Smith?
Well, if you don't get a pass rush, they'll find themselves in a bad way. You're exactly right. And you know, look, and I played in the secondary. When you got a pass rush, you know that in your mind when you're playing defense, especially in the back end, you know in your mind when the ball has to come out. If you got good pass rushers, you know, and when you're not getting there, then you got a problem because you know all of a sudden the routes that I thought I was going to, you know, get after and jump on this week, I can't do that because the guy's holding the ball and he's going to his third guy. Now I got a problem.
Yeah, entirely valid there. Coach, what do you make of the Cincinnati Bengals? By almost every measurement, they should have come up short against Cleveland, but they somehow pulled out a win. So I guess it's a moral victory and a victory overall. Do you see them lining up the scoreboard in the home opener in the feline fracas against the Jacksonville Jaguars, or do you think they're going to write another chapter in their sluggish Septembers?
Well, first of all, Joe Burrows won't make it through the season. How many hits he had last week? How many times they hit him? I mean, they can't block him. They got to block him. They got to protect the quarterback, and they didn't do it. You're right. Cleveland, they punished Joe Burrows. Joe Burrows was like a punching bag. Every time he went back there, somebody was hitting him. So if that continues, he won't make it through the season. And Cincinnati is not going to be going where they think they should go in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's true. And these slow starts, I mean, they're just problematic every single year. They just get further and further behind the eight ball. They can ill afford to do that. But again, they're 1-0 right now. We're going to see if they can extend the streak to 2-0. Coach, we'll get you out of here on this. Give me one team. I know it's a one-game sample size, so give me one team that you've already kind of reconsidered your thoughts on that you had before the first meaningful snap actually went off and began the season. So what is that one squad in your mind?
One team, huh? That you say that maybe I thought they wouldn't be as good? And
or the other side, like flip side of the coin.
About them, you're saying? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, that you can go that way, or you could say, you know, I thought this team was going to be far worse, and they surprised me.
No, I tell you what, I'm happy. I'm happy for the. I'll say it that way. I don't vote against teams or coaches. I don't do that. That's not my personality. I'll give you this one. I like that the Raiders won, and here's why. When the Raiders are competitive and they win, it's good for the National Football League. The Raiders. When the guys with the patch on their eye, when they're significant, it's always good for the league. That's the history of the Raiders. If you go back, look, I grew up on the West Coast, and I can remember watching the Raiders when I was young. And when the Raiders were relevant, it was like, whoa. Everybody wanted to see the Raiders play. They were the guys that came in, you locked your doors and you were nervous. The Raiders are coming to town, and they had the patch on their eyes. Oh, Raiders, right? When they're relevant, the league is better. It's just better. It's because it's the Raiders. So I'm hoping, Pete, they just keep going. And Geno Smith, and they got a fabulous running back. They got a big-time tight end. And hopefully the defense continues to improve. It'll be fun if the Raiders are relevant.
Oh, man, I completely concur with you on that point of view, especially as somebody who is a Ashton Genty enthusiast. I would love to see that play out this year. The one, the only, the ever knowledgeable and heavily opinionated Herm Edwards, 17 years as a coach of the NFL, head coach of the Jets and Kansas City Chiefs, 5 years as head coach at the collegiate level of Arizona State, analyst for ESPN. Follow him on X, would you kindly, at Herm Edwards. Again, on X, at Herm Edwards. Coach, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks for baiting things about. And next time, I promise I won't make you pick against Philadelphia or KC.
I appreciate that. I know too many people in the league that pick against them, right? There's too many coaches and players I know, and all I got to do is they hear, Coach, you picked against us? No, I don't pick against anybody. I want everybody to play good. Y'all figure it out.
Good stuff there from Coach Herm Edwards. And I agree. Las Vegas, when the Raiders are good, a lot of eyeballs are attracted as a result. So we're going to see if they can really, storm back with a vengeance this week at home against the L.A. Chargers. While we're talking to Coach Edwards, guess who scored a touchdown? Horvat, would you like to share with our audience?
Yep, Josh Jacobs, 10 consecutive games now for the Green Bay Packers. He reaches the end zone. That was as low as minus 175, which I thought was a discounted price, so that comes home. Green Bay's offense right now is humming. Jordan Love, 11 of 15 passing. Hopefully Washington's offense shows some signs of life here, Brad, and maybe gets on the board, because I only need, does the simple math here, 8 more completions. I would like to cash that before the second half, preferably. So let's get Jordan Love to 19 completions. But Josh Jacobs, man, almost too good to be true, right? That prop bet for him to get in the end zone tonight, he is a machine, a touchdown machine.
He is the definition of king of consistency, and I loved him. Again, I parlayed him with the Packers on the money line, and possibly I got that at plus odds earlier today at BetMGM. Close at plus 105 for me. I'm interested if you are at all looking at some of the markets that are available right now on a live dive. The live line currently, Green Bay minus 12.5, over under at 45.5. Does Green Bay just walk in this game, or do you think the Commanders are going to register a pulse possibly on this answering drive?
Well, I know BetSweats and everybody loved the Commanders tonight at 3.5, so you guys are going to love them at 12.5, right? No, I wouldn't touch the Commanders, man. Right. I think Green Bay is real, not even just me being a homer or a fan. This defense looks so good. Van Ness is flying to the ball. Micah Parsons is barely even playing right now. Rashawn Gary looks good. I think they're a corner away from winning the Super Bowl.
By the way, Austin Eckler, if you like it for 6 or more grabs, does he catch 3 more balls? Plus 165. They're down 14-0. Love that wager. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back. Shots of Monster Tequila. Plus money. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
On the move? Take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
I like Cleveland plus 11.5. against Baltimore. 3 of the last 4 times these teams have met in Baltimore, the games have been decided by 6 points or less. The Browns always play the Ravens tough in Baltimore. They just always do. It's the same exact spot that the Ravens had to deal with from last year, where in week 1 they played the Chiefs. They lose a heartbreaker. Come back in week 2. They're double-digit favorites against the Raiders. They lose that game outright. I mean, that game meant a lot to them against Buffalo, and that is a tough pill to swallow. You do wonder if Harbaugh is losing the locker room just a little bit. It feels like the fire Harbaugh chatter is as loud as it's ever been. Going to be real interested to see how the Ravens respond, because with Flacco back in town, could you imagine if they lose that game again this week? It's going to get ugly. So a lot of pressure on the Ravens, and in a spot where they normally don't perform very well in these 1 p.m. divisional home games. I'm telling you guys, they just aren't great in these spots. I like Cleveland plus 11.5 against the Ravens. This one's a head scratcher, man. Broncos and Colts. I can't believe we're down to Denver minus 1.5 against Indianapolis, but it has been all Indy money coming in this week. The look-ahead line was Denver minus 3.5. I thought Broncos minus 2.5 was a great bet. I thought it was going back up to 3. Instead, it went down to 2, and now we're at minus 1.5. And if you just want to bet Denver, they're minus 125 on the money line. Are we really overreacting this much to what we saw out of the Colts in week 1? You guys know the Colts are my favorite bet in week 1, so I am not shocked that they won that game and beat Miami. I thought they would do that. But I was excited to bet Denver in week 2, because to me that week 1 game was all about Miami and all the issues with that team and how they looked. We're really now we're ready to apologize to Daniel Jones, and now we think that the Colts might be a competent team. I think their defense could be pretty good this season. I love the addition of Lou Anarumo to be their defensive coach. I like some of the moves that they made in the secondary. So I do think the Colts defense will be pretty solid this year. The problem is Daniel Jones goes from facing maybe the worst secondary in the NFL in Miami to now facing maybe the best secondary in the NFL in Denver. So I think it's going to be a little bit of an issue for Daniel Jones in this game. I like Denver, man, on the money line. I don't agree with this line movement. Give me the Broncos.
I have one sleeper team that I think has a chance, and if you're out there and can get a big price, I know Circa has them 75-1 to win the national championship. I think USC is way better than people think. I don't have them quite up with those other teams that I mentioned, but the teams that I mentioned, I think have a lot of question marks, and I'm not sure if they're going to get answered. And Texas, of course, if you didn't have Penn State number 1 in your preseason rankings, you're probably at Texas number 1. They haven't looked great either, and we had Arch Manning. You guys are probably too young to remember Ron Paulus from Notre Dame. He was like the most hyped quarterback, Arch was since Paulus before taking a snap. So I think it's an open-ended question, and I don't have a firm answer. I think there's a lot of teams, not a lot, but probably like a dozen teams that, we could see make some noise in the playoffs.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brother, big noise happens with Ryan Orban in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. Keeping our eye on all the action right now in Thursday Night Football. So far, it's just a trouncing by the Green Bay Packers. They're up 14-0 so far in this game. Under 7 minutes ago in the first half, although Jaden Daniels just connected with Scary Terry. I think that was Scary Terry McLaurin who caught that ball.
Shot.
Yeah, and Terry finally had a decent catch and a sizable gain there. Other than that, I mean, Jaden Daniels is 6 of 8 in this game. He's completed again 75% of his attempts, but only for 20 yards. He's averaging 2.5 pass yards per attempt. That's inexcusable. They got to take more shots down the field. I mean, credit to the Green Bay defense. They really stood their ground. They've gotten pretty good pressure on the pocket, and Washington cannot assert themselves on the ground at all. JCM, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, finally got a carry on the ground, went for 5 yards. That helped set up that connection to McLaurin. Then went for 14. Terry, right now, your leading receiver for the Commanders in this game. 2 targets, 2 receptions for 18 yards. Eckler has 2 targets, 2 receptions for 7. Love him in the live market to catch 6 or more balls, given the deficit. I think he's going to get another grab here before halftime. That was available with significant plus money just a second ago in the live market. Noah Brown maybe shows up as well. Grant Paulson, who we had on before kickoff, was talking him up. I mean, his prop was only 20.5, and it's even lower now. I think it's around 15.5, 16.5 live at BetMGM. So those are some I would look at on live dives. Meanwhile, the Green Bay Packers, again, Jordan Love just dealing right now. 11-15 for $199, 199 yards, carving up the secondary of the Commanders. Also has a touchdown. That touchdown went to Romeo Doubs. That cash in at better than 2-1 odds. It closed there at BetMGM. Tucker Kraft, though, the guy really wielding the sledgehammer, just destroying them through and through on this seam as Jane Daniels even threw a pick on that pass. 4 targets, 3 catches, 89 yards for the tight end of Green Bay. Heath has a catch for 37. Dobbs, 3 for 28. Brooks, 2 for 26. Wicks had those 2 early catches for 19. Matthew Golden does have a catch hit in this game, does have a rush for 6 yards, but has gotten separation, has looked good on his routes, just not on the same page yet with Love. Love, though, has missed him. And Josh Jacobs, dead taxes and Jacobs touchdowns, 10 straight games now, 11 for 34 on the ground this first half with that rushing TD. There's Noah Brown right on cue with a 9-yard gain. Again, 14-0 Green Bay over Washington about 6 minutes ago in this first half. Any observations that we'd like to share with the audience? Maybe any live dives as well, whether side, total, or the player props market, Horvey?
I'd probably look at, if you could get a live look at Jaden Daniels' attempts or completions. I like that. I like Austin Eckler receptions live. I think there's going to be a lot of check down opportunities because now you're in a negative game script where you're chasing 2 touchdowns. They're moving the ball pretty well here. The Commanders, Brad, only have 3 first downs in this game compared to the Packers' 12. So they're struggling right now to move the ball. I don't expect that to be the case the entire game. I do think they'll eventually push Green Bay. If I had to bet the game right now, I would take the double digits with the Commanders. But instead, I'm going to play, if I'm live betting props, man, especially Jaden props as he looks to use his legs here.
Yeah, and he finally started spreading out there. A decent gain on the ground by one Jaden Daniels. As that one is not quite registered yet. Again, he only had 1 rush before that for a yard. That was about a 6-yard gain. So let's call it 2 for 7. We'll get the official number here momentarily. This is great. And Amazon's coverage. I mean, there is very little lapse in time. I mean, you're as pretty damn close to real live action as you possibly can be. It's like about a 4 to 6 second delay. And that's about it compared to a lot of broadcasts are like 30 to 60 second delays. So bravo to Amazon and their coverage here on Thursday Night Football. It was officially a 5-yard gain, 2 for 6. Daniel steps back, rifles it off to the right to Noah Brown, incomplete, 3rd and 5. This is a 4-down territory, though. You're right now marching out of the field. You got to hit points on the board. Not a surefire field goal as of yet. And ideally want to come away with at least 6 and put 7 up to cut this lead in half. Again, we'll keep you up to date on all the action here on Thursday Night Football. I will break in. If there is a touchdown, you'll hear the Tecmo Bowl sounder. Drop there by Brandon Combs, our EP, and man, work on the board here on BetMGM tonight. If there is indeed a 6 that is splashed, well, we got to get to shots, tequila shots. All plus money all the time is a requirement, and I will allow either in the NFL or in college football. And when you're done with your bet, call for the bartender because we are very thirsty. And we need our thirst ultimately quenched with some good añejo. So, my man, you're up first. As that third down, they couldn't convert. They're going to try to kick a field goal here on 4th down. What is your first tequila shot of plus money?
All righty, let us down week 1, which, man, this game seems like it was like 2 weeks ago because it was the Thursday night opener. But give me George Pickens from the Dallas Cowboys. Anytime touchdown, plus 175. I like this matchup. It doesn't really depend, or it doesn't really matter, I should say, what perimeter defensive back you get here. I think he's going to eat, man. I really do. Pickens lines up left 51% of the time, wide right 39% of the time. And on the outside, that's really where the Giants struggle to cover. So I'm going to go with Pickens, who I think is going to eat in this game, regardless of who he sees, whether it's Flott or Adebo or whatever the other guy's name is. I think he's going to get in the end zone. So George Pickens, anytime touchdown, plus 175. Bartender, hit me with a shot. Ooh. Thank you.
All right, let's say the same game, go with a different name, and the tag team partner of one George Pickens. That is CD Lamb. And I'm going to go to an exotic market. I saw this at BetMGM earlier today, grabbed it immediately. It's now at minus 105. I got it at even money at plus 100 on the over. Half a rush yard. Oh, this is a bet for a sicko, isn't it? And I'm one who shelled out actual money on this. But I got reasons why I like this wager. He did this 9 times last season. And a player who had 14 rush attempts for 70 yards, averaging 5 yards per carry. Now, this could be on a jet sweep. It could be on a direct handoff. More than likely, this could be one of those, like, sideways passes that you're hoping the scorekeeper looks at and it's like, yeah, it's a backwards pass. And they're not saying, oh, yeah, it's like an inch forward from the line of scrimmage. We're going to count that as a forward pass. So I'm hoping that's going to be the case. The other hope is that CD Lamb actually secures it, right? After the case of the dropsies and the buttery hands that he displayed in the opener. So I think he's going to get a rushing attempt in this game. On one of those quick hits that's going to be behind the line of scrimmage, maybe build up the confidence, get a rhythm and flow with Dak Prescott. This could happen quickly. He did this in 1 of 2 games against the G-Men last year. In one game, he had 3 rushes for 8 yards. The other one, he had nothing on the ground whatsoever. He has done this in 3 of his last 5 games overall against the New York Giants. So put it all together, CD Lamb, give me the over. Just a half a rush yard. Again, grab it at plus 100. You can get it right now still at decent juice at a minus 105. Bartender, give us a shot.
All right, I really like that bet. I like this one too. Let's go with Marvin Harrison on the alt line. 60 receiving yards is plus 115. So I'm really high on the Cardinals offense this season because it's year 2 for Marvin Harrison. I'm high on him as well. And the Panthers defense is no good. And also they play zone coverage, or at least they did week 1 at a top 5 rate. Marvin Harrison Jr. had a really good performance, and all he saw was zone coverage week 1. If you're a fantasy player, he was top 10 fantasy points per route run against zone, and I think he's going to have another big week. I like him to get in the end zone, but I also like him to have at least 60 receiving yards at plus 115. Bartender, as T-Pain once said, pour me another shot for the Green Bay Packers. Thank you, sir.
All right, let's go to your guy, Daniel Jones. The rage right now in fantasy land. A guy that people are picking up in droves, especially those people there in Superflex leagues, probably emptying the Fab account to acquire his services. A guy who was one of the ultimate scoring duelists in week 1, going for 272 passing yards, a passing touchdown, 26 on the ground, and 2 rushing TDs. Who would have thunk it with Daniel Jones? Actually, I was a buyer always over him, over one Anthony Richardson, who, again, I think has done soon, playing his days there in Indianapolis, and was dead last season. And adjusted completion percentage, just woefully inaccurate, is one Anthony Richardson. But I think Jones will have a humbling moment this week against the Denver Broncos. I'm going to take the over on a half an INT at plus 115. The Broncos kind of shocked me in week one. They didn't get a pick of Cam Ward in his first regular season NFL game. You look at Daniel Jones, he did have a danger play. That player profiler rated as an interceptable pass. It didn't occur. He was only middle of the pack at number 18 and adjusted completion percentage. And you look at Denver, they still have arguably the best secondary in the NFL. At least that's my 2 cents. Oh, my goodness. Jordan Love on corks, but to no avail. Falls short for one Romeo Dobbs on 4th and 11. 2:14 to go. Washington's going to get the ball back with 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. They did get a field goal, so 14-3. If they can get in the end zone, this game's all of a sudden going to get very interesting after a largely lousy first half there for the Commanders. But I digress on Daniel Jones. Denver, they were numero uno in pocket pressure percentage among NFL defenses in week one at 35.3%. Numero dos in drop back EPA defense. Whether it's Surtain or another defender, I think somebody picks off Daniel Jones. I love that juice at plus 115 on the over, a half an INT. Bartender, give us another shot.
Oh man, great field position for the Commandos. So I want to have this. I don't even know if it's a hot take, but I want this take to be mine. I don't think Bo Nix is very good. I think even though Denver's going to have the best defense in the league, I think they miss out on the playoffs because Sean Payton can't go out there and play the quarterback position himself. I know he's got the controller, but when Bo Nix has to win games in the fourth quarter, I don't think he's going to be able to do so. He had 4 turnover-worthy plays, tied for the most in week one. Now he's going against a Colts defense that, granted, it was 1 week and it was against the Miami Dolphins. They tied for the league lead in takeaways. They had 3 last week. Lou Anarumo, I know it didn't work out in Cincinnati, but I like him, and they blitz a lot. He had week one the 4th highest blitz rate. And Bo Nix, under pressure, that's really where he struggles, especially last week. A 24.3 PFF passing grade under pressure. Give me Daniel Jones and the Colts, man. I really like what they showed on the offensive side of the ball. A lot of RPOs. I think they do the same. They were 4th in EPA per play last week on RPOs. I think the Colts win this game by at least a field goal and pull off the minor upset. So, bartender, I'm betting on Daniel Jones. Give me a double.
You know what? Let's get out of here with a Bo Nix hate. You're going to need a double because he is going to cash in one category. I'm not talking about the vertical performance. I'm talking about his legs. Give me him for 20-plus rush yards against your new favorite team, the Indianapolis Colts. I got this CD for money today, plus 100. Absolutely love this. You look at week one, Astracta player profiler. He had a 26.7 carry percentage, which was outstanding for a quarterback. He only averaged 2.3 yards per carry, went for 18 rushing yards on 8 rush attempts. And he has gone over this prop in 4 of his last 5 games, including the playoffs last season. Look at Indy. With DeForest on that team, they're a team that brings the heat, right? They're number 11 in pocket pressure rate. They were in week one, dialing it up on 19.4% of opponent dropbacks. That was right around where they were last year, which was 18.9%. So I think Bo Nix, whether on design runs or on opportunistic scrambles, he is going to scurry those legs and get to 20 or more rush yards. He does so. I cash in my ticket, which I've already posted on my always free, always transparent, always public spreadsheet at plus 100 there on the gamingjuice.com. Oh, speaking of juice, bartender, one more round.
Yeah.
All right, so there you go. Our last tequila shot. Again, 14-3. The Commandos do have the ball. Minute 55 to go. We're at the 2-minute warning. Jane Daniels, again, starting to use the legs. Had a decent gain there, 8-yarder on that last play before the siesta. He's up to 3 carries for 14 yards. Are you going to see him run more, you think, in the rest of this game? I say, hell yeah, he'll start running.
Absolutely. I think like the over on rush attempts or rush yards, whatever you could get, I would bet right now. And like I said, pass attempts or completions, I would take as well. I know the completions closed at 21.5. I think they're going to be throwing the ball a lot in this game. We'll see what they could do here on this drive, though. Pretty decent field position.
All right, stick around when we come back. Our cards, how are they looking so far? Well, you got to find out. Coming up next right here, BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's talk about some other games coming up this weekend in the National Football League. Games and storylines that interest me with betting angles attached. How about the 1-0 Cincinnati Bengals hosting the 1-0 Jacksonville Jaguars? Current point spread of this game is Cincy in between a 3 and 3.5 point home favorite. The number at BetMGM is 3.5, but it is juiced way towards Jacksonville. That you would think that maybe this drops down to 3. The total is sitting at 49. And both teams come into this game with like a fairly clean bill of health. The Bengals placed one of their offensive guards, Lucas Patrick, on IR, but they signed Dalton Reisner at the end of the offseason, as training camp was winding down, preseason winding down. And now Reisner steps into the starting lineup. That proved to be a pretty prescient signing by the Cincinnati Bengals. Not that Reisner is Steve Hutchinson, but he's someone who's played a lot of NFL football, at least like a league average or like slightly below average player. So Dalton Reisner replacing Lucas Patrick. And both of these teams won last week. But I think that there are holes that you can poke in both of them following that win. Obviously, the Bengals' offense, in a stat that has been repeated a lot, 7 yards of total offense in the second half against the Browns, which is totally unacceptable when you employ Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins. And while the Jaguars dominated the Carolina Panthers, there's no question about that, and I loved the Jaguars coming into the year, and like the Jaguars in the game, and we took the Jaguars in Survivor. Trevor Lawrence is underwhelming in this game. And if you notice, if you play fantasy football or you bet props, Brian Thomas basically did nothing in this game for the Jaguars. He actually scored a rushing touchdown for Jacksonville. But as far as catching the ball, there was not a lot there. And Liam Cohen was asked about that on Tuesday this week. And Cohen basically, very nicely threw Trevor Lawrence under the bus. Basically with the intimation that Brian Thomas is open on every play and we didn't get him the ball. And if you watch Brian Thomas Jr. last year, you obviously believe that. So it sets up this fascinating affair this week in the Queen City. Where do you trust the Bengals offense? Think about that question. Do you trust the Bengals offense to score enough points if this line's bad? And here's Josh Hines-Allen, and here's Trevon Walker, and this Jaguars defensive front. Do you trust Trevor Lawrence to potentially go score for score with Joe Burrow? And if the game's close at the end, do you have faith that Trevor Lawrence can outduel Joe Burrow in that late game scenario and situation? Where I stand on this game, I want this point spread to drop to 3, and I want to bet the Cincinnati Bengals. And I'm Mr. Jacksonville Jaguar this season. It's not an anti-Jaguar thing. I love the Jaguars this year. At 3.5, it's no bet for me. At 3, I find it very hard to believe that we are going to see the Bengals offense lay a Humpty Dumpty-sized egg this week like it did last week against Cleveland, which is a defense that's got better players, objectively, than Jacksonville, and a team and a defense and a coordinator that has generally caused Joe Burrow to struggle. I think we get a Bengals offensive breakout here. And maybe the Jaguars can score enough to keep up. But if it's close late, just like the national championship game, LSU and Clemson, give me Joe Burrow. And this time, the Cincinnati Bengals.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Bradley Big Noise Evans with you.
Romeo Dobbs.
Oh, welcome back now to BetMGM Tonight. Romeo Dobbs on that touchdown call from Amazon in the broadcast as Green Bay McManus just missed a field goal. Could have gone up 17-3 against the Commanders going in a half, but the margin is at 11 points. Again, 14-3 Green Bay over the Commanders there in that first half. Again, you heard on the sounder, Romeo Dobbs, first TD of the game. That paid off at greater than 2-1 odds. There at BetMGM. Second touchdown, you probably could have guessed it, Josh Jacobs. And so far, he is the shining fantasy star in this game, along with Tucker Kraft, who absolutely balled out in that first half. Let me give you the box score breakdown. Again, Jordan Love, sensational in his own right, 13-18, 214 yards. Nearly has cashed the over already on pass yards, and in one half of play has one passing touchdown. Jacobs 12 carries to 42 yards. Horvey, I think he's going to maybe carry the ball at least 20 times. You're not good there on your over-under on rush attempts. With that touchdown, only averaging 3.5 yards per clip. Love has a rush for 14. Golden does have a touch, but was on the ground 1 for 6. Just missed a connection for 8 touchdown from Jordan Love. Again, Matthew Golden is a great buy low guy. Again, he is showing that he's got some skills and separation. Hopefully him and Jordan Love get on the right page, though. Tucker Kraft, certainly a guy on the right page in that first half with his quarterback. 4 targets, 3 catches, 89 yards. He had that long 57-yard catch, and he rumbled down the middle of the field on a seam route. He has a catch there for 37 yards. Ontavian Wicks, 3 for 33. I started off with the first 2 grabs in the game. He got one right there at the end of the half. Got him at field goal range, but McManus hit one off the upright. Dobbs, 3 for 28 with that touchdown. Brooks, 3 for 27. Again, Golden, just a couple of targets and no catches. Meanwhile, for the Commanders, Daniels, 9 for 15 for just 49 yards through the air. 3 carries for 14 yards on the ground. Eckler, 4 carries for 11 yards. Oh, what's that? No JCM? Ja'Cory Krosky married. Yeah, only 2 carries for 9 yards. Terry McLaurin, 4 targets, 2 catches, 18 yards. Deebo Samuel, 3 catches on 3 targets for 13 yards. Noah Brown, 3 targets, 1 catch for 9. Eckler, 3 targets, 2 catches for 7. Love him to get maybe upwards of 4 more grabs in the second half. And Lane has a catch for 2 yards. Horvat, before we go to our card breakdown on this game, and by the way, if you want to share your thoughts on the first half, phone lines wide open, 833-732-3875, 833-732-3875. We'll also answer your fantasy football questions ahead of the main slate in week 2. What is your biggest takeaway of that first half with your Packers up and looked at, really convincingly so, 14-3 over the Commanders, who are right now riding the struggle bus offensively?
Yeah, even if I weren't a Green Bay Packer fan, Brad, especially with San Francisco's injuries, I think the Eagles, they're gettable this year. I think, if Green Bay were able to trade for a lockdown corner, if one were available by the deadline, I think they would be, my favorite pick in the NFC to win the Super Bowl, because this front seven looks lethal right now, with Micah Parsons barely even playing right now, just being a situational player. Rashawn Gary, Lucas Van Ness, They look really good on the defensive side of the ball. They've held the Commanders, who last week had more explosive plays than anybody else in the league. Granted, it was against the Giants, but I think the Giants are going to have a decent defense. They've held them in check, man. Only 3 points on the board, and they should be up 14 points. Now, that was a big missed field goal by McManus. You got to hit a 48-yarder right there to make it a 14-point game, a 2-possession game. So now, man, Washington's kind of back in this thing, at least if you're looking to bet them live, if you're getting a good price. I still like Green Bay, pre-flop at 3.5. But right now, I think the only bet that you can make would be the Commanders or some player props.
Yeah, let me toss out one of those player props because I've already wagered on it. The over-under right now on Jaden Daniels' rush yards is 38.5. Again, he's got 3 carries for 14, minus 110 juice on the over. That's what I grabbed. What's your call on this one? Over-under Jaden Daniels, 38.5 rush yards. Do you feel he's going to start running more in the second half, or do you feel it's going to be more of a lost cause for the Commanders?
No, I mean, like the way that in the defensive backs for Green Bay have been playing pretty well tonight as well, making a lot of plays on the ball. I think in the second half, especially at that price, at that number, I think you could only bet the over, right? That could be one quarterback scramble. We'll see how many design runs we get against this Green Bay front, but when plays break down, he's going to use his legs, especially in close games or when he's chasing points. I think that's the best bet on the board right now. In fact, I'm going to sledgehammer that myself. 38.5 is way too low, man. So I'm with you on the over in that one. I think he's going to use his legs a lot here in the second half. As long as they can keep it within 2 possessions. I mean, if this game gets out of hand, who knows? Yeah. But right now, I love that bet.
Yeah, and again, that line closed in the high 40s at BetMGM, so nice little value if you were, on the over originally. But yeah, I just see Green Bay falling back in coverage. Let's say the Packers score early in this second half, and then all of a sudden it is a 21-3 deficit. Defenses, want to try to prevent the big play down the field, and we know that Jaden Daniels has an absolute cannon. He's got a giant hose on him. I'm talking about the arm, folks. And a guy that certainly can eat up real estate when given the opportunity. He will read, he will react, and he will take off. He is happy to call his own number. Green Bay's done a really good job, I think, spying him tonight in that first half. But, again, you see these scenarios play out. And, a lot of people give me a hard time, and they've done it for decades of my existence in this business, about, oh, yeah, well, he just racked those totals in garbage time. Last I checked, garbage time still counts the same, whether you're talking about betting or fantasy football. I don't give a damn. This is a great scenario for him to start racking some fantasy points, start racking some yards on the ground. I'm actually hoping Green Bay really comes out and lays the smackdown in this second half, and because it's going to free him up even more to generate those opportunities against soft coverage with Green Bay sitting back in zone of prevent. So I'm taking advantage, and you are too, on that over 38.5 rush yards. All right, let's go ahead and get after with our cards this evening. These are our top 3 plays of the night. If you want to share some of the other action you have, be my guest. How are your picks looking so far this evening, my guy?
I was a coward, so I did not lay the points. I took Green Bay on the money line at minus 175. I feel pretty good about that right now because they have a 14-3 lead. Should be 17-3, so you could always feel better. But live on the money line now, they're minus 650, so that's some closing line value right there. My favorite prop bet, maybe of the NFL season, Jordan Love over 18.5 completions in this game. Also, Jordan Love over 29.5 pass attempts. So far, so good. 13 completions, so we're 6 away from cashing that number at minus 135. And we need 12 more to go over on the pass attempts. He's 13 of 18, 214 yards, 1 tutty. So hoping for a 3-0 night on the card. Sledgehammer special, I went with Alabama this weekend against Wisconsin. I laid the 21.5. I think they win that game by at least 24 points. Austin Eckler, under 5.5 rush attempts. Not looking so good because he has checks notes 4 already. And then Romeo Doubs, anytime touchdown, plus 220. He scores the first of the game. So good night so far.
All right, my card so far, I have Deebo Samuel over 5.5 rush yards. Love this bet. I need a gimmick play. And hopefully it's going to be on the first possession there in the second half. And we take this one home. I actually grabbed it when it opened at 3.5. I couldn't believe my eyes. I did have a carry last week for 19 yards. Hopefully we'll get that opportunity in the second half. My second bet, lost. Jaden Daniels, 10-plus rush yards in the first quarter. That did not come home. Third bet, Austin Eckler, over 3.5 receptions. Has 2 so far on 3 targets for 7 yards. I'm feeling pretty good about that one hitting. Parlay Pete has Jaden Daniels, 7-plus rush attempts. Needs 4 more to hit on that leg. Josh Jacobs, 15 or more rush attempts. That one's going to come home. He needs 3 more totes on the ground. And Deebo Samuel just needs 1 more catch. And that leg cashes, plus 120 on that parlay, so that one very much in play. Sledgehammer special, Josh Jacobs, anytime touchdown. Green Bay money line. That one is so far looking pretty damn good. Jacobs already found the end zone. Green Bay's just got to hold on. That'll cash in at plus 105. Seduced by the juice, Jaden Daniels, the first player to get 20 rush yards. That did not come through. That was one Josh Jacobs. And then bonus time was JCM under 41.5 rush yards. I think the live line right now is like 28.5. I don't think he's getting remotely close to that. Folks, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, 2 carries, 9 yards so far in this game. Again, Austin Eckler has 2 more toes to the ground compared to him. Hell, Jaden Daniels got 1 more carry than him. So JCM, I figured was going to be due for a letdown, and the game script also unfolding in a negative fashion for him. So there's our bets. I also have a little action on Deebo. Most receiving yards, I don't think that's going to come home. Only put a half a unit at plus 324 on that one. Have Noah Brown, 25-plus receiving yards, has a catch for 9. Still in play there at plus 105, but I really need Deebo more than anything else to get that rush attempt because I think he'll break enough tackles and cash in on the over 3.5, 5.5, whatever number I grab it at.
Yeah, I mean, like, we'll see what we get here in the second half, you know, for a lot of these props to be able to come home. But I could see Deebo taking on a bigger role here in the second half. Like you said, need that gadget play, need that run. Hopefully that comes with the scripted stuff. So, I mean, Washington right now, the problem is, man, if you bet any of their props, they're not sustaining drives. They have 4 first downs. Green Bay is sustaining drives. They're eating all the clock. They picked up 13 first downs. They're moving the chains. But Commanders, you got to have the ball for at least 10 minutes, right, if you're going to get any of these props home. But I do expect them to probably make this a game, maybe even win it outright. I think momentum is a real thing, and Green Bay missing that field goal at the half, I think that's going to come back to haunt them. I really do, man.
Yeah, Packers right now on the live line, minus 8.5. That would be my lean. 40.5 on the total. I kind of like the over on that number. At minus 115 right now. Okay, you and I on the same page there. So, you know, if you are more of a traditional bettor and not into the props, again, I would lean the over on 40.5. All right, I got to exit stage left here on BetMGM tonight. I got a bonus time hour with my guy, Ryan Horvath, talking some more college football and keep you up to date on this Thursday night football game. Until next time, adios, amigos. And Deebo Samuel, please get a stinking carry. Let's go.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
If I told you that Illinois was 66th of 68 Power 4 teams in sacks allowed, would you believe me?
Whoa. I would not.
Because they are.
Just based on their two opponents. Yeah.
68 Power 4 teams. They are 66th in sacks allowed. Now, I know they won by a lot, but that was a close game in the third quarter, and then it was not. The 28s are gone in this one. This was 28 Monday, Tuesday. I see Pinnacle at 27 now. Every other book, for the most part, has 27.5. I remind you, Illinois has Indiana on deck. Can we get there with a MAC team catching almost 4 touchdowns?
Yeah, we can. We can.
Okay.
I mean, I took Illinois to win the game in Survivor. Oh, big surprise there, a 4-touchdown favorite. But getting inside the number, yeah, I could see that a little bit. Are you mad about last week?
I am, but that's last week's over. I get over Saturday by Wednesday. So now that it's Thursday, I feel good about it. I feel refreshed. Like when you get murdered in one of those video games and you respawn, I have respawned. Thursday's a big respawn day for me.
Yes.
But that said, if I take Western Michigan and Illinois covers again, I will wholeheartedly and undoubtedly take the Hoosiers in week 4. I will just chase Illinois down the rabbit hole. They call that a martingale in this racket, and that's what I will do.
Then you just have to bet on your guy for Heisman. Then you have to jump in it if the 150 is still out there.
Jake, I need Jake here. I need to tag in a friend. Jake, what's the final score? Illinois, Western Michigan. First score that comes to your mind. Go.
60-10.
Oh, see, it's already hit Jake. It's already hit him.
What?
60-10.
This is more about the opponent than Illinois.
I can't figure out where Jake's at, though. I'll be honest.
Imagine how I feel.
Know.
I am already starting to kind of float this idea out with the guys from Chicago, Mac Jones, no matter what, and just seeing if they will bite the bait. Because I think the Saints are horrendous. And I can live with Spencer Rattler knocking me out of Survivor. If that happens, whatever. If that happens, I probably didn't deserve to win. So I have been saying Mac Jones no matter what. And Chirizi and Beef are laughing, and I think they think I'm kidding, but I'm not. And I even wrote it on a whiteboard and sent it to him. And then you'll love this. So as you know, I'm here in New York. I walked down. I had some meetings yesterday, and I walked down to the first floor to kind of see what was going on down there. And our guy Danny Parkins is getting off TV. And I see Parkins, and he's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh, man, betting the Niners, I think." And he's like, "Mac Jones is really bad." And I'm like, "Okay, thank you." So then I left that very exciting conversation thinking I have to do this. Like, now I have to because now I want to. So that was my first notion this week was buying the dip on San Francisco. Nobody's going to pick it, and that's why I like it. But I'm also wired differently than most people, Joe.
Madness begin.
Raise up, take your shirts off, throw them around your head, spin them like a helicopter.
It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Ryan Horvat.
Some zig, I'm gonna zag. All right, the theme of the night is all dogs hopefully take us to heaven. Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy.
Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
BetMGM the night after dark. The next 60 minutes. Ryan Horvat solo. Brad done for the night. He'll be back tomorrow. We got a Freaky Fast Friday where we go through every NFL game, side, total, our favorite props for the week for week 2. Right now, Thursday Night Football, Green Bay up 14-3, but they miss a 48-yard field goal, which would have made it a 17-3 game, a 2-score lead. Now the Commanders driving a little bit here in the red zone on the 25. 3rd and 3 here. And we got Jaden Daniels lining up in shotgun. a little single back formation with 12:18 to go in the third quarter, and the play clock about to run down, and they don't call a timeout. Jaden gets the snap off. We got a flag on the play. He gets sacked by Micah Parsons. So we'll keep you up to date what's going down in the game. I'll be on Jordan Love completion watch. Had to tell my wife during the commercial break we're 6 completions away from $1,000. So hopefully he finishes with over 18.5. He had 13 in the first half. As we do every single Thursday night at this time, 10 p.m. Eastern, we're joined by the great Jonathan Coachman, host of Coaching Company. Give him a follow on X at The Coach Rules. Coach, let's start with this game, man. Green Bay, this defense looks legit. Week 1, they beat up on the Lions, who don't even get in the end zone until the fourth quarter in garbage time. So far, so good. The Commanders have not gotten the end zone. They have 3 points on the board. Is Green Bay for real? I know it's only week 2, man, but they look good right now.
Well, I think it was a week ago right here in this segment. Did I not say that Green Bay was my pick to go to the Super Bowl? And they looked the part. And I didn't know how healthy Micah Parsons would be. I didn't know if he was trolling us or if the back injections were for real. But he looks awesome. And he just has another sack here. So he's looked the part. And sometimes, Ryan, you just need a change of address. You just need a new vibe. And when you're in Green Bay, we used to go there all the time, at least once a year for WWE shows. And it's an amazing, unique city. And they love Green Bay Packers because that's all they have. So I think for Micah Parsons, who needs the attention to play better, I think he's a perfect fit. And they've looked amazing on defense. And if that defense plays this well throughout the season and Jordan Love starts to get a little bit better, now they did lose Reed. That's going to be a big loss. But all in all, they've looked really, really good through the first week and a half.
Completely agree. All right, we'll get back to the NFL here in a second. Usually I give you a question from my now 12-year-old son, but our producer, Combs, he really wanted me to ask you this one. So,
okay, give it to me.
Can you ask if TKO is going to ruin WWE with the announcement coming of Mania in Saudi in 2027?
Yes,
so he's asking,
yes.
TKO going to ruin the WWE?
Oh, my gosh. I talked about it. So I have my own radio show on SiriusXM, Off the Ropes, every day, 2 to 4 Eastern time. I encourage everybody to listen to it because I'm awesome. But we talked about it all day today, and it is driving me insane because Mark Shapiro, the president of TKO, I can't even believe he said this. He said that they're not charging enough. They're going to charge more. Vince McMahon was pricing for families. And when you take WrestleMania, Ryan, to Saudi Arabia, every time they go there for a show, because I was there in 2018 when they started this deal, and they pay them to come. Like it's $10, $15 million a show. I guarantee you this one is over $100 million, at least. Now, I ask you, Ryan, are you going to take your 12-year-old? Are you going to take Brandon? Are you going to take the BetMGM Tonight crew and get on a plane and fly to Saudi Arabia to watch WrestleMania? It's all about 50 countries represented, 60 countries represented. It is nothing about that country. They're trying to become a destination. So I get why they would want to do it. But WWE, every decision is about money. It's a short-term play, and I think long-term they're going to ruin the entire company.
I thought the way that they were going to do it was have the traditional WrestleMania, right? Whether it's in Las Vegas, which I find it a little weird. It's there for the second consecutive season, Boston, New York, Chicago, wherever. And then do kind of like that super showdown. Here's your WrestleMania, Saudia, where like we bring back 66-year-old Shawn Michaels and Undertaker. Why would you do this, man? Oh, like, and that's the thing. Like, we've made this our event going to SummerSlam.
Yep.
How many families are actually going to do this?
Very, very few. And I'm telling you, I was a part of 17 WrestleManias. I worked 14, and I took SportsCenter there when I was at ESPN to 3. And the thing I love the most is the kids. It's the family. And for Mark Shapiro to go on a Goldman Sachs teleconference and say that Vince McMahon basically didn't know what he was doing when it comes to pricing tickets. Well, right now, Ryan, what they're not telling you is they're not selling their shows out. So if you hear them say it's the highest grossing event ever, he also said that WrestlePalooza next Saturday, which is going to be the first event on ESPN, that they think it could be on the level of a SummerSlam and a WrestleMania, but not Royal Rumble, which is a step below. Do you know how many times I've ever heard the Big Four called a step below? Never. This guy is so out of touch. He's never been a part of WWE. He's a strictly money guy. And I think it's very, very sad. And hopefully fans start to stand up and say, we're just not going to do this. And Ryan, think about the other part of this. All the little side hustles, the WrestleCons, the autograph shows, all the stuff that they piggyback off of WrestleMania. Like, there's hundreds of wrestlers that go to WrestleMania to make money and to make a living. You think they're going to fly to Saudi Arabia to do that? Of course not. It's crazy.
It is crazy, man. Yeah, we'll see how that all goes down. All right, let's get back to football because we have a Super Bowl rematch, and I know you're a Chiefs guy. I like Kansas City. Even though they're beat up right now in that wide receiver room, everybody we've talked with likes Philadelphia. Which side you back in this weekend?
So I have a contact inside the locker room. He's been there for many, many years. I've actually broken stories. I beat CBS to a Patrick Mahomes injury a couple of years ago. He actually had to go to Brazil because one of the other people in his department got COVID. Got a call at 6 a.m., had to be on the bus at 8 a.m. I said, that's how you go to Brazil. But what he said was that they were not that down after the game. Now, Travis Kelce, you saw on his podcast, he's very upset because he was the reason that Xavier Worthy got knocked out of the game. Now, Worthy did practice today. I don't know if he's going to play on Sunday, but being at home, the first home game of the year, I didn't think the Eagles looked that good against Dallas whatsoever. Jalen Hurts did, but here's what scares me, is that Jalen Hurts ran wild on the Dallas defense. What did Mr. Herbert do against our defense for the Kansas City Chiefs? They had a 3rd and 14. All they had to do is get off the field, and Mahomes probably would have driven down and scored a winning touchdown. They allowed a 25, 28-yard run to seal the game. That's an issue. I'm worried about the defense and defensive pressure on Jalen Hurts, but I also think the Chiefs figure out a way. It won't be pretty. They'll figure out a way to get it done. It's basically a pick 'em right now.
Yep. I like Kansas City in that one. Other game I want to get your opinion on. So Chicago, great first half for Ben Johnson. Caleb had like 10 straight completions. And then once they went off script, fell off a cliff. They lose that game outright to Minnesota. Now they're catching 6. We get Ben Johnson going against his former team. Detroit, like we talked about earlier, didn't get in the end zone against Green Bay until the 4th quarter. Is 6 points too many? Who do you like in this game? Detroit wins 6 at home against
Ryan, I don't know because I was all in. I had the Ravens and I had the Bears, so I was gutted. I almost said, you know what, I'm done betting for the year. But I got back on the horse, baby. I got back on the horse. Yeah. Now the Lions looked atrocious. And when you lose 2 great coordinators, you can't tell me that that's not going to affect them for the first couple of weeks. Their offense was awful. But I think with them going back home, it's a 1 o'clock start. I think everybody's going to be ready to go. I think they got it out of the system. I am not a Dan Campbell fan when it comes to him being a head coach. I still don't think he makes good decisions, but the Lions have to make plays. They had 1 pick 6 called back, and they had another interception that they would have had it at the 30 that they just dropped. So I think they just needed to get it out of their system a little bit. So I like Detroit to win by a touchdown at least against the Bears, and they will cover.
You know, it's the NFL, so injuries usually pile up for every single team, but usually it takes until week 3, week 4. The Niners, man, are dropping like flies. And what's crazy is everybody was worried about Christian McCaffrey. He's the one piece on the offensive side of the ball other than Ricky Pearsall, who's actually healthy. But do you think, now they're only 3-point favorites against the Saints? And Mac Jones has started some games, obviously. Went to the playoffs year 1 in New England. What do you think about this now that we're at 3, Niners against the Saints?
So I have a bet with one of our viewers. We call him Big Cheesy. He's a huge 49ers fan, and I've won a few bets against him before, and he's had to do some embarrassing things. We have just a win bet on the year, and I was like, I never want to celebrate somebody getting hurt. But when you're traveling all this way, Ryan, to New Orleans, and last week they didn't look horrible against Arizona. They had a chance to tie it at the end of the game. So I understand why it came down to 3. Is Brock Purdy worth 4 points? I mean, I don't know. But Mac Jones is a quarterback that has played, as you said. So to me, I either would play the 49ers and buy it down to 2.5. I always buy off of 3. I know some people say don't do it. I'm always going to buy off of 3 down to 2.5. But you don't have George Kittle's. There's other guys that aren't on the field. And Brock Purdy is a much better quarterback, I think, than people give him credit for. I think it's going to be an ugly game. I don't even know what the under is. You can probably tell me. But if it's over 40, I might think about the under. What is that number right now?
The number right now is 40.5.
Oh, see, I was right on point. I'd probably take the under because I just don't think that when I think of Spencer Rattler, I still think of the kid who was on that high school show on Netflix 5 years ago. I don't think of him as an NFL quarterback. So I think it's going to be an ugly game. It could be something like what happened against Seattle, 17-13, 17-10, something like that. But I do think the 49ers will figure out a way. Now, you can't give CMC 31 touches in the game, though. You're going to kill the guy. Literally.
Yeah.
So last week he had it was 9 catches and then minus, it was 31 total. I know that. 22 carries, I think.
Yeah. The other one I wanted to get your opinion on, man, is the Baltimore Ravens now laying 11.5 in a divisional game. They blow a 15-point lead with under 5 minutes to go against the Buffalo Bills. Do they bounce back and cover against the Browns, or do you think that's too many points?
I think it's the most debilitating loss they could ever have in the history of their franchise. I think they'll come out and they'll be very lethargic. I think the Browns, who should have won last week, will come out, and 11 points in the NFL is a lot of points, especially in a divisional matchup. That was as gutting a loss as you will ever have, and I think that will be the reason the Ravens, they might still make the playoffs, Ryan, but I don't think they're going to be in danger of being a Super Bowl contender whatsoever. It's hard to come back from that. Really, really hard. And to do it 6 nights later or 7 nights later, I mean, have you ever seen a worse loss than that in that way? I would say no. I would say no. So I think it's going to be hard for them to get up, even with the game being in Baltimore.
Completely agree. Actually, we got time for one more. We could sneak one more in. The Steelers looked damn good week 1. I mean, the defense didn't. They were in a shootout against Justin Fields and the Jets. But Aaron Rodgers, 4 touchdown passes. Now they're 3-point favorites over Seattle. If you have to bet that game, which side are you going with?
I'm going to take the Steelers, or I'm going to take the money line. And normally in the NFL, and money line is around minus 160, sometimes minus 170. They're higher than college because they know that 3, 7, and 10 matter so much. I love Pittsburgh at home. I never like when Seattle has to travel all the way to the east. They did not look that good last week, losing and only scoring 13. So I love Pittsburgh. 2 straight games like this to start. Man, this could really help with the momentum. So I like the Steelers. Either lay the 3 or I would put it on the money line and lay the 60 or 70 cents.
Love it, man. Thanks so much, Coach. Let's do it again next week. Where can the people find you? What do you got going on coming up this weekend? Anything? Or are you able to enjoy the games and relax a little bit?
We are able to enjoy, but we're every single day on Stadium and Amazon Prime, Coach and Company at 10 a.m. Then we have a ton of wrestling content, Coach and Bro, twice a week. And then, of course, my Sirius XM show, 2 to 4 Eastern on channel 156. So we're busy, man, but I love it. And I got to tell you, I love doing this every Thursday night. I really, really do. So thank you.
Yeah, we look forward to it, man. We're going to do it again next week. We're going to do it every Thursday during the NFL season. Enjoy the games this weekend, and we'll talk again in 6 days.
My man, you do the same. Thank you, man. See you.
Our guy right there, Jonathan Coachman, Coach and Company. Guys all over the place, though. You can check him out. Give him a follow on social media, and then you can find his schedule right there. At the Coach Rules on X. I still call it Twitter. And, again, check out Coach and Company. I also, like Brando, tuned in today, was listening about the TKO stuff. Because every day, my son's like, Daddy, TKO continues to ruin WWE and people are going to boycott. And I'm like, no, they're not, buddy. Like wrestling fans, the internet wrestling community, you guys are always angry about something, but you always go back. All right, so Green Bay, their drive stalls in the red zone once again. They do kick a field goal and actually make it this time. Brandon McManus does. A chip shot. 17-3 is the score. So the Commanders are still in this game, only down 2 scores. 6:37 to play in the third quarter. Like I mentioned to Jonathan Coachman, we're on, drumroll, Jordan Love completion watch. Jordan Love, 16-24 passing. That means we need, carry the 1, 3 more completions for $1,000 here on BetMGM tonight after dark. So here's what we're going to do to close out the show. I was going to be lazy and replay an interview because I have a sinus infection. Not going to do that. We're going to do our college football ATS challenge. Tomorrow, we'll do our NFL ATS challenge. But also what we're going to do the next 40 minutes is sweat out a bet live on the air. We need Jordan Love to complete 3 more passes. If he does so, Italian beef Portillo's on me. If you're listening to the show and you send me a DM on Twitter at Ryan Horvat and Jordan Love has at least 19 completions, I will purchase you an Italian beef from Portillo's tomorrow. They don't endorse the show. They should. They should. Portillo's, call me. Have your people call my people. Or just tweet at me at Ryan Horvat. All right, when we come back, Italian Beef's on the line, Jordan Love Completion Watch, and the College Football ATS Challenge.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
I like Cleveland plus 11.5 against Baltimore. 3 of the last 4 times these teams have met in Baltimore, the games have been decided by 6 points or less. The Browns always play the Ravens tough in Baltimore. They just always do. It's the same exact spot that the Ravens had to deal with from last year, where in week 1 they played the Chiefs. They lose a heartbreaker. Come back in week 2. They're double-digit favorites against the Raiders. They lose that game outright. I mean, that game meant a lot to them against Buffalo, and that is a tough pill to swallow. You do wonder if Harbaugh is losing the locker room just a little bit. It feels like the fire Harbaugh chatter is as loud as it's ever been. Going to be real interested to see how the Ravens respond, because with Flacco back in town, could you imagine if they lose that game again this week? It's going to get ugly. So a lot of pressure on the Ravens, and in a spot where they normally don't perform very well in these 1 p.m. divisional home games. I'm telling you guys, they just aren't great in these spots. I like Cleveland plus 11.5 against the Ravens. This one's a head scratcher, man. Broncos and Colts. I can't believe we're down to Denver minus 1.5 against Indianapolis, but it has been all Indy money coming in this week. The look-ahead line was Denver minus 3.5. I thought Broncos minus 2.5 was a great bet. I thought it was going back up to 3. Instead, it went down to 2, and now we're at minus 1.5. And if you just want to bet Denver, they're minus 125 on the money line. Are we really overreacting this much to what we saw out of the Colts in week 1? You guys know the Colts are my favorite bet in week 1, so I am not shocked that they won that game and beat Miami. I thought they would do that. But I was excited to bet Denver in week 2, because to me that week 1 game was all about Miami and all the issues with that team and how they looked. We're really now we're ready to apologize to Daniel Jones, and now we think that the Colts might be a competent team. I think their defense could be pretty good this season. I love the addition of Lou Anarumo to be their defensive coach. I like some of the moves that they made in the secondary. So I do think the Colts defense will be pretty solid this year. The problem is Daniel Jones goes from facing maybe the worst secondary in the NFL in Miami to now facing maybe the best secondary in the NFL in Denver. So I think it's going to be a little bit of an issue for Daniel Jones in this game. I like Denver, man, on the money line. I don't agree with this line movement. Give me the Broncos.
I have one sleeper team that I think has a chance, and if you're out there and can get a big price, I know Circa has them 75-1 to win the national championship. I think USC is way better than people think. I don't have them quite up with those other teams that I mentioned, but the teams that I mentioned, I think have a lot of question marks, and I'm not sure if they're going to get answered. And Texas, of course, if you didn't have Penn State number 1 in your preseason rankings, you probably had Texas number 1. They haven't looked great either, and we had Arch Manning. You guys are probably too young to remember Ron Paulus from Notre Dame. He was like the most hyped quarterback, Arch was since Paulus before taking a snap. So I think it's an open-ended question, and I don't have a firm answer. I think there's a lot of teams, not a lot, but probably like a dozen teams that, we could see make some noise in the playoffs.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark, Ryan Horvat solo hour. We got 2 more segments to go, and then we're back on a Friday night with a Freaky Fast Friday, where we do all of our NFL picks for week 2. We hit on every single game, side, total, player props, whatever we're going to bet. Myself and my co-host, Brad Evans. Back with you guys tomorrow to wrap up the work week, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, here on the BetMGM Network. You could also listen live anywhere with the Odyssey app, the iHeartRadio app, or the TuneIn app. And if you ever do miss anything, which we don't recommend, you could download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcast. We got Brandon Combs, executive producer of the show, running the board on the show. We got Mike Montgomery, Monty, running the video. And like I said, we got Brad Evans back tomorrow night. But right now, solo, we do have Thursday Night Football. The Green Bay Packers with a 17-3 lead in the third quarter. Still some time to go here. Game not over. I need 3 more completions from Jordan Love, and I'm $1,000 richer. And like I said before the commercial break, if Jordan Love has over 18.5 completions, and you DM me at Ryan Horvat on Twitter or X or whatever you call it, or Instagram, give me a follow on Instagram at Ryan Horvat, Ryan _Instagram or _ Horvat or something like that. I don't even know my own handle. I'll buy you an Italian beef from the great Portillo's. If you don't have a Portillo's, you don't get an Italian beef. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe move somewhere that does have a Portillo's. Unfortunately, I'm on the East Coast, and we do not. 17-3 Green Bay, stalling because here comes the offense. 5:04 to go in the third quarter. Jordan Love's under center. I'm guessing this is probably a halfback draw. Hoping for maybe a little play action. I'll take just some little dink and dunks, just 3 completions on this drive, and I'd be a happy, happy boy. But instead, we get a Josh Jacobs carry for about 1 yard. All right, Brandon, here's what we're going to do before we get out of here for the night. I'm going to give all my college football best bets, which I'll do again on Saturday morning, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern on the tailgate kickoff here on the BetMGM Network. But let's do a little ATS challenge, and I'll read the games, actually, that you have posted and get us going here. I'll play point guard tonight. I'll be the John Stockton to your Karl Malone. Hopefully you're a better person off the floor, though, than Karl Malone, who's a serious creep. Let's start with Oregon, one of the better offenses in the country. They are taking on this weekend Northwestern, Chicago's Cats, who I bet week 1, only to watch Preston Stone throw 4 interceptions before I even turn the game on. That said, as good as Oregon is, and I think we're kind of sleeping on Oregon. Everybody's talking about Penn State and Ohio State. What if Oregon's just the best team in the country? Not only the Big Ten, but in the country. Dante Moore looks awesome. That said, they got some big games coming up. Give me Northwestern. Backdoor cover to cover the 27.5. I will take Chicago's Cats, the former fighting Pat Fitzgerald's, over Oregon. What say you?
There is no chance in Brad's words, in the HE-double-L hockey sticks, that I would ever take Northwestern to cover this spread against Oregon. Oregon is going to wipe the fly. I saw the way that Northwestern looked in that game where you told me that they were going to cover and they were going to look good, and I looked at them and I was like, no. This is the same old Northwestern. They are going to get trounced by 30+. I'll take Oregon, and I'll give up the 27.5.
Not so fast, pal. Not so fast. Northwestern is going to cover. They lost the turnover battle in that game that you were talking about, 5-0. All right, Packers have to punt the ball away, 17-3, 3:40 to go in the third quarter from their own end zone. They do get the punt off, and we have a return from the Commanders that goes to about midfield, 17-3 football game. All right, so you're going with the Ducks. I'm going with Chicago's Cats, so we got a little head-to-head immediately. All right, we might be on the same side here. Wisconsin on the road taking on Alabama. Alabama loses week 1 to Florida State, bounces back last week. Granted, they played St. Viator High School. They won 73-0. I will take Alabama here to wipe their you-know-whats with Wisconsin, just like they did last year. I don't think Wisconsin wins 6 games this year. Ty Simpson looked really good last week. Again, granted, it was against UL Monroe, but he was 16 for 16 passing. I am not impressed with this Badgers team whatsoever, man. I think there's a good chance Fickle might be out at the end of the year. Anywhere else, he probably is. Maybe he survives at Wisconsin, though. But give me Bama. Roll Tide by 21. 22, I guess.
Yeah, I'm with you on this one. Look, Wisconsin's just one of those teams. I know they're 2-0 to start the season, but they just, I mean, they're
beat
Alabama. It's another game where Alabama better cover. They better beat Wisconsin. They better beat the holy hell out of Wisconsin. They need to recover from that week 1 loss where they looked absolutely atrocious. So, yeah, for me, I think Alabama covers this one. I didn't pick them last week at 35.5, and they won by twice that. But I will take them this week to cover 20.5 against Wisconsin.
Michigan, bounce back game. They're at home in the big house, laying 27.5. I think they're going to get up for this game because it's against a in-state opponent. I'm not going to say a rival in Central Michigan. I like Bryce Underwood. That's a tough start, man. A true freshman, 18-year-old kid has to make a start on the road in Oklahoma, in Norman, against that defense. Whew. But I do still like Michigan, and I think that they win this game by at least 4 touchdowns. So I'll roll with the Wolverines here, covering the 27.5 at home against Central Michigan. What about you?
Yeah, look, Central Michigan leans a lot on the run. They don't throw the ball a ton. And I think that they're going to be able to at least eat up enough clock to not just get totally blown out of the water. I think Bryce Underwood will make enough mistakes in order for there to be a few 3-and-outs. I think that Michigan wins this one big, but I'm going to take Central Michigan to cover this spread. I don't think Michigan's that good. Michigan's also going to be missing their head coach. Sharon Moore is suspended for the week. I think he's suspended for the next 2 weeks. So I'm going to take Central Michigan to cover this spread.
All right, little head-to-head right there. I like Georgia a lot, and this is a game, the first of the 3. Actually, no, I bet Bama, but at a better number. It's at 21.5 now. I bet 20.5. I like Georgia a lot, man. Laying 3.5, now up to 4 against Tennessee. 6-0 against the number in their last 6 against Tennessee. I know Georgia hasn't looked very good the first 2 games of the season, and that makes me happy because that's why we're seeing this number at 3.5. I think they win this game by at least a touchdown. We're getting a discounted price. If you like Georgia, play your Georgia futures now because I think they're about to go on a run, and I do think that they win the SEC ultimately. And I'm a believer in Gunnar Stockton. I think he's only going to continue to get better the more starts he gets under his belt. So this is a bet I've actually placed pretty big too. I'm laying it with Georgia. What about you?
Yeah, I'm laying it with Georgia too. I think Georgia wins this one big. I think Tennessee's a good enough program, but I just think that their football team this year is not very good. Not as good as Georgia anyway. So yeah. I'll take Georgia. I'll lay the points as well.
All right. South Florida catching 17.5 against Miami. I love Miami in this game. I laid the 17.5, and I like the South Florida team, dude. I bet him on the money line against Boise. I was a coward and only took the 17.5 against Florida. They were able to run the ball in both of those matchups, especially with their quarterback, Byron Brown. Not going to be able to do that against Miami. Look what Miami did against Notre Dame week 1, dude. They shut down Notre Dame's run game. Notre Dame didn't have 50 yards on the ground. Jeremiah Love didn't even average 3 yards per carry. He's one of the Heisman favorites coming into the year. So I think Miami's for real, man. I really do. I don't love Mario Cristobal, but right now Carson Beck looks really good. They have NFL weapons on the offensive side of the ball. And that defense looks like an NFL defense. So I know it's a big number, and I know South Florida's everybody's darling right now. They have a really impressive resume. I would argue maybe the best in the country. But they lose, and they get blown out by Miami by at least 21 points. Are you going with me or against me here in the battle for Florida?
I'm going against you, man. I've been on South Florida each week against the spread, and each week they have covered for me, and I'm going to stay there. I think the South Florida team's really good, and I don't think people understand exactly how good they are. They've played a really tough schedule the first 2 weeks. It doesn't get any easier here against Miami. I think Miami wins this game, but I think South Florida keeps it close. I think it's a game that is maybe a field goal game heading into the fourth quarter, and people are putting Miami on upset alert. So I'm going to take South Florida to cover the 17.5.
Man, Packers have the best defense in the league. I've seen enough. Another sack now on Jaden Daniels. Rashawn Gary, by the way, I think he's going to have double-digit sacks this year. If I had to place a bet on Defensive Player of the Year on any player on the Packers, it would not be Micah Parsons. It would be Rashawn Gary. 3 sacks tonight. And we have only 101 total yards for the Commanders. Tucker Kraft has more yards by himself than the entire Commanders team. Tucker Kraft tonight, 108 receiving yards. The Commanders, 101 yards. Now, Zach Ertz does have a catch right there, a reception. That'll bring up 3rd and long. Let's stay with it. We'll get back to the ATS picks, but we got 50 seconds to go here in the third quarter. A big 3rd and 7 for the Commanders, who are just trying to stay in this game, down 17-3. I kind of need them to do something here, man, and show some signs of life. I know it's only 3 more completions for Jordan Love, but I got $1,000 on that bad boy, so I need that to hit. I need Green Bay just to win this game on the money line. I didn't lay the 3.5. I went money line. 3rd and 7 for Jaden. Commanders come out and empty. 3-step drop. Gets rid of it. Nobody there. He throws into double coverage. Terry McLaurin tries to sell the flag. You're not getting that call, buddy. That ball was not catchable, and that'll bring up 4th and 7. And the Commanders, I think this has to be 4-down territory, and you leave the offense on the field because you don't kick a field goal and make it a 17-6 game. You're still down 2 scores. So you got to leave the offense on the field. That's what they're going to do here on 4th and 7. Known passing down, will stick with it. See, this is the situation that you really can't be in against this Green Bay defense this year, man, because if you're in known passing downs against this pass rush with Rashawn Gary and Lucas Van Ness and that Micah Parsons guy, you're SOL. So we'll see what the Commandos could do here.
Too.
Right. And it looks like they're going to send the house here. Empty backfield for Jaden. We're going to stick with it. 5-step drop. Looking down the field. He has a man, although there's a flag on the play, and I think he may have been short of the sticks. It was Zach Ertz on the reception. That's going to be a tough spot. We'll see. And there's a flag on the play. So we'll check.
I think it's
what
defensive
is
holding.
That I think so too, because LaFleur looks pissed, and he just said, "Damn it!" I could read lips, and he just said, "Damn it!" So, defensive holding on the Green Bay Packers. That'll bring up a 1st and 10 here with 16 seconds to go. Again, right now, Packers are up 17-3. Jordan Love with 16 completions. I need over 18.5, and the Packers right now on the live line down to 9.5 point favorites. Was just 13.5, down to 9.5. Now that the Commanders have the ball 1st and 10. Total in the game all the way down to 34. If you bet the under, you're feeling pretty good. Looks like the Commanders may be able to get off one more play here in the third quarter if they choose. They do. Jaden Daniels going to keep it himself on a little quarterback scramble, and he is going to go nowhere, maybe get back to the line of scrimmage, get knocked out of bounds. And we go to the fourth quarter with the Packers up 17-3 on Thursday Night Football, and this defense looking damn good right now. And that's why the live total down to 34, closed at 46.5. The Packers closed as 3.5 point favorites. Now on the money line, minus 1150. I'll tell you what, we'll get back
off the edges.
Yeah, they're really good, dude. They're really damn good. We'll get back to the ATS picks after the break because I'm just going to stick with what we're doing here and take a look at also what's going on in college football. Wake Forest down right now 31-24 to North Carolina State. Earlier tonight, actually, that's the only game that's in progress right now. Upcoming bets from your boy I'll throw out right now because we got 1 minute to kill and I'm watching a Thursday night football game with the rest of the country. I like Kansas State tomorrow night. I bet them as 2.5 point dogs. Now they're 1.5 point favorites on the road against Arizona. I think Kansas State finally shows some signs of life tomorrow night. I already talked about Bama as 21.5 point favorites. I love them against Wisconsin. I think they roll tide. Give me Clemson on the money line, minus 160 against Georgia Tech. Everybody loves Georgia Tech, and Clemson has been bet all the way down to a 3.5 point favorite. Actually, you can get a minus 150 on the money line. I think they win that game outright. Washington State plus 5.5 against North Texas. I already talked about Georgia in this spot. I like them at 3.5 against Tennessee. I think Iowa State beats the hell out of Arkansas State. I laid the 21.5. Laid the 17.5 with Miami against South Florida. Laid the 23.5 for Kentucky, bounce back game against Eastern Michigan. I think they win that game by at least 28 points. I bet Duke plus 3 against Tulane. I bet Minnesota is 2 point favorites against Cal. And that's what I got in college football so far. More NFL picks coming up tomorrow night and more ATS college football picks coming up in the challenge. Me against Brando. And we'll keep you updated what's going down in Thursday night football. Again, we're going to the fourth quarter. Green Bay right now with a 17-3 lead. They're 8.5 point favorites. Total in the game at BetMGM 34.5. If you think the Commanders can come back and win the game outright, they're plus 800. $1 wins you 8, 100, 800. For the Packers, just to win the game, huge favorites right now, minus 1,600. So let's see what we get from the Commandos when we get back here from the break, and hopefully we get 3 more completions from Jordan Love, or it's gonna be a sad night for your boy. When we come back, more ATS Challenge in college football. BetMGM.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Let's talk about some other games coming up this weekend in the National Football League. Games and storylines that interest me with betting angles attached. How about the 1-0 Cincinnati Bengals hosting the 1-0 Jacksonville Jaguars? Current point spread of this game is Cincy in between a 3 and 3.5 point home favorite. The number at BetMGM is 3.5, but it is juiced way towards Jacksonville, that you would think that maybe this drops down to 3. The total is sitting at 49. And both teams come into this game with like a fairly clean bill of health. The Bengals placed one of their offensive guards, Lucas Patrick, on IR, but they signed Dalton Reisner at the end of the offseason, as training camp was winding down, preseason winding down. And now Reisner steps into the starting lineup. That proved to be a pretty prescient signing by the Cincinnati Bengals. Not that Reisner is Steve Hutchinson, but he's someone who's played a lot of NFL football, at least like a league average or like slightly below average player. So Dalton Reisner replacing Lucas Patrick. And both of these teams won last week. But I think that there are holes that you can poke in both of them following that win. Obviously, the Bengals' offense, in a stat that has been repeated a lot, 7 yards of total offense in the second half against the Browns, which is totally unacceptable when you employ Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins. And while the Jaguars dominated the Carolina Panthers, there's no question about that, and I loved the Jaguars coming into the year, and like the Jaguars in the game, and we took the Jaguars in Survivor. Trevor Lawrence is underwhelming in this game. And if you notice, if you play fantasy football or you bet props, Brian Thomas basically did nothing in this game for the Jaguars. Actually scored a rushing touchdown for Jacksonville. But as far as catching the ball, there was not a lot there. And Liam Cohen was asked about that on Tuesday this week. And Cohen basically, very nicely threw Trevor Lawrence under the bus. Basically with the intimation that Brian Thomas is open on every play and we didn't get him the ball. And if you watch Brian Thomas Jr. last year, you obviously believe that. So it sets up this fascinating affair this week in the Queen City. Where do you trust the Bengals offense? Think about that question. Do you trust the Bengals offense to score enough points? If this line's bad, and here's Josh Hines-Allen, and here's Trevon Walker, and this Jaguars defensive front, do you trust Trevor Lawrence to potentially go score for score with Joe Burrow? And if the game's close at the end, do you have faith that Trevor Lawrence can outduel Joe Burrow in that late game scenario and situation? Where I stand on this game, I want this point spread to drop to 3, and I want to bet the Cincinnati Bengals. And I'm Mr. Jacksonville Jaguar this season. It's not an anti-Jaguar thing. I love the Jaguars this year. At 3.5, it's no bet for me. At 3, I find it very hard to believe that we are going to see the Bengals offense lay a Humpty Dumpty-sized egg this week like it did last week against Cleveland, which is a defense that's got better players, objectively, than Jacksonville, and a team and a defense and a coordinator that has generally caused Joe Burrow to struggle. I think we get a Bengals offensive breakout here. And maybe the Jaguars can score enough to keep up, but if it's close late, just like the national championship game, LSU and Clemson, give me Joe Burrow, and this time, the Cincinnati Bengals.
All right, we wrap up tonight's show now on BetMGM Tonight After Dark. I'm a little richer. Zach Ertz, anytime touchdown, comes home. Romeo Dobbs, anytime touchdown, comes home. So I got 2 anytime touchdowns, both over plus 240, so I'm the best. Now I just need 3 more completions from Jordan Love, and I need the Packers to win this game outright. And you guys might not see me tomorrow night because I might be retired somewhere on a beach. No, I'm kidding. The Commanders, though, do get in the end zone. So the score now, 17-10. They make this a ball game. 13:45 to go in the fourth quarter. And here comes the kickoff. And I need 3 more completions from Jordan Love. All right, let's wrap up the college football ATS while we watch the game. Texas A&M on the road taking on Notre Dame. Notre Dame laying 6.5. Give me Notre Dame to bounce back. They lose to Miami week 1 on the road. CJ Carr makes his first start on the road against a really good Miami defense. Then they get the week off to reset and prepare for this game. I like Notre Dame. I am a Notre Dame fan. The number scares me a little bit, but I do think that they win this game against A&M. What say you, Brando? You're also a Notre Dame fan. Are you rolling with the boys, or do you think A&M at least covers the number?
I'm going Notre Dame. I'm riding with them. -6.5. They're at home. They need to come back and make a statement. They want to prove that the Miami game was just the fact that, hey, Miami's really, really good, and we are too. So they're going to make a statement at home, home opener. They cover the 6.5.
Love that. All right, Jordan Love with another completion to Dontavian Wicks. That means I only need 2 more completions, and we are $1,000 richer. Florida looking to bounce back. They get knocked off last week as 3 touchdown favorites nearly by USF. Now on the road against LSU. Brando, I haven't bet this yet, but I'm going to after the Packers hopefully cover. Give me LSU to bounce back. I say bounce back because last week they didn't look very good. Week 1 they beat Clemson. I think LSU's for real, man. They spent a bunch of money on that roster this year. Harold Perkins is back healthy. Damn you, Tucker Kraft. And Nussmeier is a stud. And I love that wide receiver room. Anderson, all those guys. So I actually like LSU. I think Florida's a little overhyped. I like Lagway, the quarterback, man, but I think Florida's more like a 7-8 win team this year, and I think LSU wins double-digit games and makes the college football playoff. What say you?
Yeah, look, I've been out on LSU, and you've been telling me, and you've been telling me, and you've been telling me, I'm going Florida plus 7.5. Let's go, Florida.
Wow.
Let's go, Gators. Get them with the chomp. Send LSU packing. Get Brian Kelly the hell out of the college football playoff. Gators plus 7.5. Just because
Send Brian Kelly back home to his family. All right, 1st and 10. Green Bay Packers up 17-10 in the fourth quarter. Jordan Love under center. Jordan Love back to pass. Jordan Love across the middle to Romeo Dobbs, off his hands. That brings up 2nd and 10. Commanders are still in this game. They might be worth a bet. What's the live money line right now on the Commanders, man? They are plus 550? Ooh, down a touchdown? Plus 550? Might be worth a sprinkle. I'm on Green Bay, so I'm not advising you to do so, but I'm getting a little nervous. And I'm a believer in momentum. Uncle Mo. All right, 2nd and 10. We'll get back to the picks here in a second. 17-10, Green Bay with a 7-point lead. Jordan Love started the game 13 of 18. In the second half, though, only 4 of 9 passing for 62 yards. All I care about, though, 2 more completions. There's 2 more, Jordan. All right, they run a halfback draw to Josh Jacobs, which helps me 0. That goes for maybe like 3 to 4 yards. That'll bring up 3rd down. Should be a known passing down here for Jordan Love. We got time to sneak in another one. Colorado against Houston. This game takes place tomorrow night. I love this game, dude. I laid it with Houston. So Houston's look pretty good. They bring in Connor Wegman, who it didn't work out at A&M, speaking of A&M, but he's a former 5-star. Colorado is playing right now 3 quarterbacks, and they're not even starting Caden Salter. Dion's in over his skis, dude. Give me Houston to win this game by a touchdown, Brando.
Yeah, I'm man. This is a tough call, right? Because I think both teams are pretty even here. When I have 2 teams that are even, I always say take the points. So I'm going to take the points. I'm going to take the points plus Colorado. Colorado plus 4.5, I should say, at Houston. So I'm just going to take the points. There's no real feel here. Just like I said, I think both teams are pretty even. And when they're even, I always like to take the points. So,
all right, I like that. There's a defensive penalty on the Commanders, so I need 1 more completion from Jordan Love with 12 minutes to go, so I feel pretty good about that. All right, Kansas State, 1.5-point favorites against Arizona. Here's a bet that I've actually placed. I bet Kansas State is 2.5-point dogs. I think they win this game by a field goal. Their issue is, man, they got Dylan Edwards hurt the first play of the season, and they're a letdown, right? They're not going to win the Big 12, but they're going to beat Arizona. They beat them last year by almost 4 touchdowns. I think they do the same, and that was a better Arizona team. There's no Ted McMillan running out of that tunnel this weekend, so give me Kansas State outright.
Yeah, famous last words. I'm going to go with Kansas State as well.
Oh, yeah. I think that's the right pick, though. Jordan Love officially has 18 completions. I have over 18.5. 1 more time. And I'm going to be really happy. Last one here. Washington State against North Texas. I grabbed the 5.5 with Washington State. North Texas is a great story, dude. Right? We always do this with one of these teams. I think Washington State, I don't know that they win, but I think they keep this within a field goal. What say you real quick?
Yeah, I like it too. I think University of North Texas minus 5.5 are words that I never thought that I'd hear when they're playing against a team like Wazoo.
Right.
But here we are. So I'm gonna take Wazoo to cover. I don't know. This is gonna be a good game. This is actually gonna be a fun game. Who would have thought you would have said, "Hey, I really want to see this Washington State versus University of North Texas game." But that's where I'm at this weekend. I think this is gonna be a fun one to watch. I'll take. You're on Wazoo.
Yeah, I'm on Wazoo.
I'll go North Texas just for the hell of it, just for the fun of it. Maybe North Texas can cover. I'm gonna go with it.
All right.
Just for the sake of the show.
So there you go.
Do you know what our records are, by the way?
No, do you? Is that a completion
or
a run? What is it?
So through 2 weeks, Ryan Horvath is a total of 13-9, but you are 6-8 head to head. I am 15-10 and 8-6 head to head.
Okay. All right. Well, we got a lot of season to go. Good start. Jordan Love,
to go.
That was not a completion. 18 completions. I'm not going to lie. I'm not paying any attention to anything right now. I'm watching the Packers.
I know.
Try to score a touchdown here. I need one more completion, and I'm worried that it's going to not happen here. And then we might not get it home, as crazy as that sounds, because they would be up 2 scores. Jordan Love, single back formation. Damn it. They run it to Jacobs. That's a first down, and now it's going to be 1st and goal, I believe, here. It is 9:28 to go. I need one more completion. If he finishes with 18, you might see me cry on the air. Now, there is still 9 minutes to go, but if Green Bay scores here, they would go up 24-10, and I know how that ends. So we need one more completion, and we need it now. This current drive for the Packers, 8 plays, 57 yards, 430. And I'm guessing this is probably going to be another halfback draw. They put Josh Jacobs in motion. Nope, Jordan Love, play action. Jordan Love, wide open Tucker Kraft. And we both hit. Tucker Kraft touchdown, too.
I was trying to place the bet and we were doing our ATS picks, and I had Tucker Kraft selected, and I was just waiting to hit accept a wager, and just when I did it, everything went off the board, and I couldn't get it in.
Wow, that's brutal. That is brutal.
That's when you're trying to do a show and you're trying to pay attention. Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, I hate it.
that
I mean,
hurts.
I love doing a show and everything, but not during the games, to be honest with you. 23-10 Green Bay, 8:55 to go in the game. Jordan Love over 18.5 completions. Tucker Kraft gets in the end zone. I got the Zach Ertz touchdown. I got the Packers on the money line. I don't know if you could have a better night than I had tonight, other than the fact that we still got to figure out something to talk about for 3 minutes. Just kidding. We got plenty to talk about. Green Bay, 20-10 right now. They're 13.5-point favorites on the live line. Live total, back to 40.5, baby. All right, so tomorrow we're back on the air, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, and we will be talking a ton of NFL. We'll hit on every single game for Week 2. I will give all of my Week 2 NFL bets, and we'll also have some live college football games going down in progress. Right now, North Carolina State is up 34-24 on Wake Forest. They are 9.5-point favorites on the live line. Live total 64.5. Tomorrow, 9 p.m. kickoff on the East Coast on Fox. Kansas State, 1.5-point favorites against Arizona. I bet Kansas State. We literally just talked about that game. 54.5 is the total. Also coming up tomorrow night on a Friday night, I got to scroll down. Indiana laying 48.5 against Indiana State. Total in the game, 59.5. I would only bet Indiana State to cover that big-ass number. Syracuse tomorrow night, also huge favorites, 37.5 against Colgate. Total 66.5. I actually kind of like Syracuse to roll in that game. I'm not going to bet it, but that would be my only look. Houston, I'm going to lay the 4 with Houston, I think. I haven't done it yet. That'd be my only look against Colorado. Total in the game, 44.5. UCLA is dumb. I am done with UCLA for the rest of the year, man. I have no idea what the hell Nico Imaliava was thinking, leaving Tennessee to go play there. Nobody cares about UCLA football. They're at home tomorrow. They're laying 15.5 against New Mexico. Total's 52.5. I have no bet in the game, but if I had to bet the game, it would be New Mexico, as gross as that sounds, or pass. I do not trust UCLA to win by margin. Again, last look on Thursday Night Football. Green Bay, 24-10 right now over Washington. There is still 8:57 to go. The Commanders, 13.5-point dogs on the live line. Live total actually goes down, 37.5. Box score shows Jordan Love, 19-29 passing for 292 yards and 2 tutties. Josh Jacobs, 20 carries for 70 yards. Tucker Kraft has been a stud tonight. He has 6 grabs on 7 targets, 124 yards and a tutty. Jaden Daniels, meanwhile, we're not talking about the Kansas quarterback, 16-26 passing. All right, I've talked enough. We're back tomorrow night, literally in like 8 hours, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, BetMGM tonight, here on the BetMGM network. Check out BetMGM.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
If I told you that Illinois was 66th of 68 Power 4 teams in sacks allowed. Would you believe me?
Whoa. I would not.
Because they are.
Just based on their
They
two
are.
opponents. Yeah.
68 Power 4 teams. They are 66th in sacks allowed. Now, I know they won by a lot, but that was a close game in the third quarter, and then it was not. The 28s are gone in this one. This was 28 Monday, Tuesday. I see Pinnacle at 27 now. Every other book, for the most part, has 27.5. I remind you, Illinois has Indiana on deck. Can we get there with a MAC team catching almost 4 touchdowns?
Yeah, we can. We can. Okay. I mean, I took Illinois to win the game in Survivor. Oh, big surprise there, a 4-touchdown favorite. But getting inside the number, yeah, I could see that a little bit. Are you mad about last week?
I am, but that's last week's over. I get over Saturday by Wednesday. So now that it's Thursday, I feel good about it. I feel refreshed. Like when you get murdered in one of those video games and you respawn. I have respawned. Thursday's a big respawn day for me.
Yes.
But that said, if I take Western Michigan and Illinois covers again, I will wholeheartedly and undoubtedly take the Hoosiers in week 4. I will just chase Illinois down the rabbit hole. They call that a martingale in this racket, and that's what I will do.
Then you just have to bet on your guy for Heisman. Then you have to jump in it if the 150 is still out there.
Jake, I need Jake here. I need to tag in a friend. Jake, what's the final score? Illinois, Western Michigan. First score that comes to your mind. Go.
60-10.
Oh, see, it's already hit Jake. It's already hit him.
What?
60-10.
This is more about the opponent than Illinois.
I can't figure out where Jake's at, though. I'll be honest.